Jiang Shuzhou was undeniably a top-tier booster in the game. Yet a so-called female player in the matchmaking lobby stirred up Chaoshi, was almost ridiculed by his teammates as a complete loser during the match. Despite his steady aim and quick reflexes, he was repeatedly mocked and belittled by those teammates. Just because they heard a woman's voice over the game chat, they immediately accused him of throwing the game, turning the stark contrast between his confident words and his weak shooting into a source of ridicule. When he died, he kept silent, as if the in-game failures somehow bruised their real-world pride. Though at a disadvantage, Jiang Shuzhou relied on his sole skill and barely clinched the win. Then, smoothly, he sent the completed account back to his client and collected the final payment. Seeing that satisfying payment hit his account lifted his spirits considerably. But to his surprise, the underage client from yesterday reneged on the deal and requested a refund, wiping out 9 hours of his hard work. Infuriated, Jiang Shuzhou retaliated with forcibly unlocked, and took control of the account, only to have it banned within hours. The client threatened to complain, but luckily Jiang had already been kicked out of the booster group, so nobody was willing to do free work. Slumped back in his gaming chair, Jiang Shuzhou's thoughts drifted to his once envied childhood until a sudden fire tore those memories apart. That summer, he was doing homework with his mother by his side, when a phone call suddenly shattered everything. On the other end came the suffocating news. His father, on a business trip, heroically saved a mother and daughter, but never returned. Tragedy struck repeatedly, like a rope snapping at its thinnest point. Not long after, his mother passed away too, leaving behind a heavy 40,000 yuan compensation and a silent teenage boy. His grandparents were at a loss. Jiang Shuzhou sank deeper into the online world, where gaming became his second life. At 16, after losing his beloved grandparents, he shut himself off for 2 months, immersing himself daily in games and chats. Over time, wounds began to heal. With innate talent for gaming, he rose against the odds. After high school, refusing to retake college entrance exams, he decided to pursue boosting as a career. Though unstable, the income was enough to prove something to the boy who had once felt utterly alone. Then, excitement spread through the chat group. In 1 hour, the wildly popular game Star World Ascension was launching. Jiang Shuzhou recalled the non-stop ads had been bombarded with and grew suspicious of the buy-volume monster behind them. Visiting the official site, his eyes widened at the staggering prices. The standard edition cost 9,999 yuan, the deluxe edition 12,999, and the super deluxe edition topped at a jaw-dropping 19,999. What surprised him even more was the cutting-edge technology behind the game, promised to deliver full virtual realistic fully immersive experience. What caught his attention most was the super deluxe version's bonus, nutrient solution bottles priced at 5,000 yuan each, claiming that after drinking one, players could survive 5 days without eating or drinking. It sounded absurd, but wildly tempting. Hesitating briefly, he checked the status of major gaming guilds Tiantian, Dynasty Overlord, Eternal, Celestial Realm all rushing in. That sealed it for him. This was the new frontier he had to conquer. Without blinking, Jiang Shuzhou paid the full 19,999 yuan for the super deluxe edition. He vowed to equip himself with the best gear to face this virtual revolution heat-in, determined not to fall behind or waste this online gaming journey. Having chosen to enter Star World Ascension, he refused to shortchange himself at the very least. His gaming setup had to be top-notch. With nothing else to do, Jiang Shuzhou started scrolling through Weibo to watch the drama unfold. The country's biggest gossip platform, Bullway, was flooding with news. Explosive celebrity scandals mixed with trivial squabbles, all tangled together. Comment sections were ablaze with fans and haters clashing like officials bickering in an ancient emperor's court. Holding his phone up high, he felt like a cyber emperor watching his ministers insult each other to death just to catch his attention. Ding-dong, the doorbell and a phone notification chimed almost simultaneously. Your package has been temporarily left at the doorstep. To prevent any unnecessary loss, please retrieve it as soon as possible. A package? He suddenly remembered the nearly 20,000 yuan gaming pod had impulsively bought a few days ago. Jiang Shuzhou chuckled. So it arrived this fast? Did they move the production line right downstairs? And they even skipped the installation service? Still grumbling, he went to open the door. The hallway was empty except for a solitary silver-gray gaming pod standing alone. There was no delivery packaging, no courier, just as if it had teleported there out of thin air. Jiang Shuzhou's mouth twitched in disbelief. A 20,000 yuan device with no protective foam? Are they serious? If this is a scam, it's going to be a big headache. But with over 34 million units sold according to the official site, he pushed his doubts aside. What's done is done. A handy little trolley was built into the base of the pod. He gratefully accepted this freebie and wheeled the gaming pod into his room. Checking the time, it was 10:30. The game servers had opened half an hour ago, and he was already behind. He skimmed the manual, confirmed the power and network indicators were on, then climbed into the pod. The inner walls glowed softly with holographic light strips, the luxury details making it feel more like an upscale single-person capsule, one that oddly evoked a vampire's coffin. If it had a sliding cover, the resemblance would be uncanny. Stellar Realm, commence. Activate. The lid closed shut. His vision went black, then suddenly lit up again. He found himself standing in a mysterious space. Beneath his feet, endless darkness stretched away. Above him hung an unfathomably deep starry sky, dense with stars that seemed within reach. The cutting-edge immersion instantly erased all his previous scam suspicions. What do I do now? He asked instinctively, but no reply came. Not even Paradox would skimp on beginner tutorials like this, he grumbled to himself. As if hearing his thoughts, a voice, neither clearly male nor female, and impossible to age, echoed across the starry expanse. Move forward. Find the mirror. Jiang Shuzhou didn't pay much attention to the voice. After all, with some reverb effects, it wasn't hard to achieve that kind of sound. Many games used echoing narration to sound mysterious, so he was used to it. Taking a few steps forward, a waist-high mirror suddenly appeared in the open space ahead. Its frame was jet black, and the surface was so flawlessly clean that not a speck of dust could be seen. People often hide their true selves for various reasons, and many have even forgotten who they really are. Through the mirror, they can rediscover their true identity. This is the true self in the mirror. Go and see your real self. The words buzzed in his ear. Jiang Shuzhou muttered in his mind, why all the fuss? Just let me look in the mirror and be done with it. Still, he lifted his head to look at the reflection. The mirror showed a young man about 1.75 meters tall, rounding up to nearly 1.8 meters, with handsome, slightly delicate features. Flawless, really. How would he rate himself? Jiang Shuzhou grinned inwardly, 99 out of 10. But the longer he stared, the stranger it felt. Could a person's eyes resemble a starry sky? The Jiang Shuzhou in the mirror was identical to him in every way except for those eyes. They mirrored the night sky above, sparkling with points of starlight, constellations swirling, as if countless stars were burning out and being reborn within them. Merge with the true self in the mirror. What does that mean? Jiang Shuzhou stared intently and suddenly had an idea. He pressed his hand against the mirror palm, exactly aligning with the reflection's hand. The next moment, the figure vanished in an instant, and the mirror's surface turned blank. Even though he was still standing there, it no longer reflected his image. Continue forward and accept my gift from the stars. With a deep echo, the mirror rippled and faded away like water. The spot where the mirror had stood burst into a pillar of light. Within it stood a figure cloaked in dark robes, hood obscuring their face. Judging by the voice just now, this had to be the mastermind behind it all. Could he refuse the gift? Jiang Shuzhou felt a chill. This game was getting weirder and weirder, first mysteriously transporting him from the pod here, then forcing him to merge with some true self through a mirror, and now a hooded figure appeared. Was this some kind of cult? Sadly, no. If you want to continue rotting, if you don't want your life to shine, then you can refuse, said the voice calmly but with undeniable authority. Jiang Shuzhou was silent for a few seconds, then took a step forward. The only phrase that drew him on was life shining brightly. He knew himself all too well. His previous life was mostly eating, sleeping, bathroom breaks, and grinding levels in games. No friends, only chat online. His biggest joy was gossiping on the internet and being a source of entertainment. Occasionally drifting through days like that was harmless, but living like that every day was pure self-decay. Stopping in front of the cloaked figure, he wanted to see what this so-called gift really was. Good. Strengthen your resolve. I will grant you an opportunity. You will receive 5 talent options. Choose any 3 to start your new life. What? Just talent choices? Jiang Shuzhou almost laughed out loud. All that mysterious buildup had him thinking he was about to time travel or something. Though had been scared stiff moments ago, now he felt a bit embarrassed. Probably too much fiction had given him a touch of teenage angst. He took a deep breath and focused on the 5 faintly golden options floating before the figure. Now was the time to choose talent's 5 options. But what could they be? Stepping into the light, Jiang Shuzhou's vision went white. The endless void remained, but the blackness and starry sky had vanished, replaced by pure white all around. Welcome, descendant, a calm, mechanical female voice echoed through the whiteness. Please silently recite the menu in your mind. Following the instruction, Jiang Shuzhou thought the words. In the next instant, a translucent floating window appeared before him. He raised his hand to tap it. Over a dozen options mostly appeared grayed out, with only exit still illuminated. At least he could still exit, breathed a sigh of relief, dreading the thought of some mad developer disabling the exit button for a real-life survival game. Please select your play mode. Realistic mode is recommended. Don't worry, the mode can be changed at any time. He smoothly switched the mode to realistic mode. Now please create your account and character name. Without thinking, Jiang Shuzhou quickly typed 2 lines. Account name Zhou Master, character name Zhou Master. The system responded. For your immersion, please choose a normal character name. Feeling defiant, he tried 7 or 8 bizarre combinations, all flagged as invalid. Eventually, he gave in and typed, Novice Lebo. Name creation successful. Thank you for your cooperation. Cooperation? More like you're lucky I'm cooperating. Jiang Shuzhou muttered to himself. Character creation complete. Please stand before the mirror to adjust character details. As the voice faded, a full-length mirror appeared out of thin air, automatically rotating to face him. The reflection showed a young man exactly like him. The sparse eyebrows matched perfectly. He guessed this was a full body scan done before entry. He opened the menu. Dozens of adjustable parameters lay quietly in a long list, dizzyingly extensive. Already too lazy to sculpt his face, he scrolled to the top, appearance adjustment, and still couldn't help but slide the bar all the way up. Looking back in the mirror, handsome features, deep-set eyes, skin so fair it seemed to glow softly. Whoa, who's this guy? Oh wait, that's me. He raised an eyebrow smugly, feeling just a notch better than the readers staring at their screens. But no matter how handsome, the reflection lacked muscle. He imagined broad, powerful shoulders fit for horse riding, yet no option for muscle gain appeared anywhere in the menu. After all, years of staying home had limited his exercise to just twisting bottle caps. Forget it, this will do. He shrugged. Character creation finished. Please select a talent for your character. A flash of white light, and he found himself sitting on a chair with a metallic finish. The tabletop lit up, displaying 5 cards neatly arranged. The first card, Battle Mage. Attribute bonuses based on magic power. Health 100 of magic power, attack 40 of magic power, armor and magic resistance 20 of magic power. The second card, Alcoholic. Never gets drunk. Each drink boosts all attributes and restores health based on the drink's quality. Effects stack, with better drinks granting greater benefits. Card 3, Born Sorcerer. Your soul, spirit, and willpower attributes will see a significant boost, while agility receives a minor increase. Card 4, Trap Master. Your trap setting speed increases by 200. Card 5, Alchemy Master. You can learn and understand alchemy-related knowledge faster, and your efficiency in crafting alchemical items doubles. You may choose 3 out of these 5 talents as your starting talents. Note that once selected, talents cannot be changed. Please choose carefully to ensure the best gaming experience. What to pick? Without hesitation, Jiang Shuzhou drew Battle Mage, Born Sorcerer, and Alchemy Master. The Battle Mage directly strengthens health, attack, and resistance, fundamentally changing the combat style of a magic user. The biggest weakness of mages is their frailty, but once you become a battle mage, melee fighters charging desperately at you will find you've pulled out a blade and still can't win. Just imagining that is thrilling enough. The other 2 talents provide comprehensive attribute boosts and a lucrative secondary profession. Jiang Shuzhou hadn't forgotten his original goal in the game. He only had 30,000 yuan left in his bank account. With his talents set, the remaining 2 cards shattered like broken glass. Now, you may choose your profession. The table displayed 8 more cards: warrior, priest, mage, knight, archer, thief, musketeer, and druid. Jiang Shuzhou didn't even bother reading the descriptions. He flipped straight to mage. Since all 3 talents were tailored for a mage, there was no need to hesitate. Profession selection complete. Please wait while a suitable body is being created for you. Perfect. He joked to himself, relieved it wasn't some second-hand shell but a body custom-made by the system. With some free time, Jiang Shuzhou pulled up the virtual menu. 5 neatly aligned options: settings, applications, friends, forum, and marketplace. He clicked into applications and froze. The game allowed him to download and use nearly any phone or computer software on the market. This meant he could watch short videos, write copy, or even create PowerPoint presentations without leaving the game. Next, he opened the forum. It felt a little odd that the forum was separate from applications, but it made sense as the official game forum, intentionally set apart to draw users. The functions were like any other forum, but only players with game accounts could post and discuss, completely silencing cloud players who only spectated. Jiang Shuzhou applauded. He had been burned by unreliable online guides more than once and had long wanted someone to put these keyboard experts in their place. Your suitable body has been created. Enjoy your game. A black curtain fell, and Jiang Shuzhou's vision went dark. We are the beacon guarding civilization. Knowledge grants us strength. Though the true tower has long since fallen, the tower within our hearts shall endure forever. Eternal Tower, Tustan class. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on his back on a rough wooden deck, the sound of waves crashing against a ship's hull ringing in his ears. Looking up, a black skull and crossbones flag flapped violently atop the mast. This was clearly a pirate ship. What was worse, his hands and feet were shackled inside an iron cage on the deck, barely a square meter of space to move in. No way, how did I get dragged into this? The classic prison start. How many games follow this exact setup? You get locked up, but soon enough you break free. Then, conveniently, there's a weapon right beside you. You grab it and go on a rampage. Jiang Shuzhou lay on the floor, suffused with the smell of rust, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he began running through the usual scenario in his mind. Wait for the guard to get careless, then break out. Grab the weapon fate had left nearby, only to be snapped back to reality by a rough male voice. Hey, kid, you're pretty resilient, waking up so quick. Jiang Shuzhou looked toward the voice and saw a man in his 40s, hair in a mess, dressed in tattered burlap clothes. He clutched a broken wooden stick with barbs and wore a face full of mockery, a typical cannon fodder type. The man leaned closer to the iron bars, chuckling coldly. Why do you go quiet? You were shouting a lot just now, claiming to be that wise mage? You know a few spells and call yourself a mage. Jiang Shuzhou stayed silent, but made sure to memorize the man's features. Yellow-stained teeth, a flat nose, and an old scar cutting across his temple. If this guy had no backing, he'd be the first one Jiang dealt with once he got out to teach him how to keep his mouth shut. Stop stalling. A rough shout came from the deck. He pissed off the Mina family. We're shipping this kid off to the Fishman Kingdom. Burlap guy laughed heartily and beat his stick on the bars for amusement. To the Fishman Kingdom? Lucky you. A bunch of fish maidens will be fighting over who gets to take you home. Enjoy your new life. Could you shut up for once? Jiang Shuzhou cursed silently, though his face remained cool with a cold smile. His mind raced sold off as a stud to the Fishman Kingdom. The thought sent chills down his spine. Damn it. Whoever came up with that, they'll make sure their whole line suffers when I get out of here. Suppressing his anger, he shifted to a polite tone and called out, "Let me out. Do you know what you're doing? This is kidnapping. I have money, I can pay a ransom. I want to meet your boss." These pirates only cared about profit. Even though he had nothing on him now, that didn't matter as long as he got out. He could say his money was hidden somewhere on land. Then he could call for help or make a run for it, and before they found him again, he'd be equipped to kill them all. But reality was harsh. Burlap guy shook his head. You're wasting your breath. You pissed off the Minda family. No amount of money will change that. Better accept your fate. Jiang Shuzhou refused to give up. He leaned closer to the bars and lowered his voice. Look, brother, how about this? You help me escape. Say I slipped away on my own. When this is all over, he'll give you 20 gold coins. Sound good? At the mention of 20 gold coins, greed sparked in Burlap guy's eyes, and he relaxed his grip on the stick a little. When were you thinking of paying? I don't have any on me now, but I've got savings stashed away at home for emergencies. Just let me out now. And afterwards he didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Burlap guy instinctively took a step back, narrowing his eyes. No can do. How do I know you'll actually pay up? Jiang Shuzhou felt a chill inside and muttered in his mind. Is this an NPC? Normally, the guy would have taken the bait by now. Jiang Shuzhou felt speechless. How long had it been? There was no way he was still stuck in the tutorial, right? Forget it. I don't want the money. What's the point of having it if you're not going to live to spend it? The man across from him waved a rough wooden stick, and before Jiang Shuzhou could react, the stick whistled through the air and smashed into his head, playing a muffled, jolting impact. Pain exploded in his skull like thunder, then everything went black. As he slipped into unconsciousness, his last thought was a bitter complaint. What kind of game is this? It's dangerous, all right. Whoever designed it really went all out with the opening move. Fuck. That was the first thing he said when he came to. Cold raindrops struck his face mercilessly, and the biting sea wind cut like knives, stinging his skin raw. Just dragged back from oblivion. All he wanted was to mute the pain in his head. Reaching back, his fingers found a swollen lump, proof the stick had hit him hard. Damn it, that bastard wasn't holding back. The world around him wobbled slightly as pain throbbed, but he quickly took stock. The once clear blue sky had turned sinister. Low-hanging storm clouds unleashed torrential rain, and streaks of lightning tore across the dark heavens. The usually gentle waves were now raging monsters, battering the ship's hull so fiercely the deck pitched wildly side to side. Pirates dashed frantically through the rain, hauling scattered supplies to safer spots. Perfect opportunity. Everyone was busy with their tasks. No one was watching the prison cage. Jiang Shuzhou timed his movements with the ship's roll, then slammed his elbow against the iron bars. Thud. After 10 solid hits, the rusty lock finally gave way with a creak, and the iron door swung open. Escaping the cage was just step one. Jumping into the sea now wasn't freedom. It was choosing another, bigger prison. To survive, he needed a weapon and to take out these pirates. If there was a chance to loot a little while passing judgment, so be it. He scanned the deck and spotted a wooden barrel piled in a corner, filled with a mess of weapons. Jiang Shuzhou hurried over and started rummaging through them. The more he searched, the worse it looked. The machete had jagged teeth, the iron sword was crumbly with rust, and several spears were broken in half. Just as he frowned, a faint glint of dull metal caught his eye at the bottom of the Barilon axe about half a meter long. Despite some rust, the blade was still sharp and the handle sturdy. With the axe in hand, his resolve hardened. Now that he had a proper tool, it was payback time, especially for the guy had smacked him in the head with that stick. Where was that bastard? Found him. Not far off. Land was hunched over, struggling to carry a basket of cannonballs toward a big gun. The rain drenched his hair to his forehead. He muttered under his breath, "This is bullshit. Why the hell do we have to deal with the Minta family's mess? I should be relaxing in the tavern, not slaving away on this damn ship." What he didn't know was that death was sneaking up quietly with the sound of water. Jiang Shuzhou's footsteps fell in time with the rain, closing in silently behind land. Swoosh. The axe blade came down from above, splitting Landis' chest like cutting wood. Blood hadn't even had a chance to spray, it was washed away instantly by the storm, his screams swallowed by the thunder roaring overhead. Right now, no one knew what was happening here. Looking down at the man sprawled on the ground, Jiang Shuzhou was a bit surprised. What's going on? Am I really that strong? He had expected to have to strike several times in a row, but the lumber axe cut straight through like slicing butter with a knife. Could it be the bonus from his innate battle mage talent? Thinking this, he wanted to pull up his character panel immediately to check his stats. But as soon as the menu popped up, only a cold message appeared. Currently, in a story phase. Item drops disabled. Character attributes cannot be viewed. Settings temporarily locked. No wonder nothing dropped after the kill. Item drops were forbidden during the storyline. Jiang Shuzhou sighed inwardly at his bad luck. But for now he had to deal with the rest of the crew on the ship. He flipped over the corpse that had been cleaved in two, wanting to confirm if this was the same guy who had tried to ambush him with a stick earlier. Visibility was poor on this rainy night, and besides, the attacker had a similarly pale face. After staring for a long time, he still couldn't be sure. Forget it. If he killed them all, no one would come looking for revenge. None of these guys were good people anyway, better leave no survivors. Having made up his mind, he searched the bodies, pulling out some cold copper coins and pocketing them. Only then was he satisfied enough to leave. Next, he needed to find someone armed, ideally to seize a weapon he could actually use. After all, this lumber axe wasn't ideal for direct combat. On the other side of the deck, the pirates were struggling to unload cargo in the pouring rain. Hurry up. The boss is getting impatient. How many times have we told you? Moving so slow and you want a bonus? First Mate Baker stood in the driving rain giving orders, his voice torn and ragged by the roaring sea wind. Unlike the captain and second mate who had sheltered inside, he wore half-soaked leather armor and paced back and forth, pushing his crew to get all the cargo below deck. The musket at his waist glinted faintly, cold and dull in the rain. That's him. Jiang Shuzhou crouched in the shadow of the mast, eyes fixed on Baker. But there were still 3 or 4 pirates on deck. If he struck recklessly, it would turn into a fight of 1 against 3 or even 1 against 5. Holding his breath, he waited for the perfect moment. Last batch. Finish this up, and you'll get stew cooked by the cook. Baker shouted. As the final pirate carried a chest below deck, the deck was left empty except for Baker. The moment had come. How's there? Footsteps sounded suddenly on the deck. Baker's heart tightened as he whirled around and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Before he could finish speaking, the axe blade gouged open a huge bloody wound across his chest. Blood gushed out, mingling with the rainwater into streaks of red across the deck. Baker collapsed to his knees on the deck, while Jiang Shuzhou stood silently before him. Why do you? Before the words could even escape, Jiang Shuzhou suddenly grabbed Baker's golden hair, swung his axe hard, and instantly severed Baker's head. That facet didn't look like the same person. But somehow, it seemed familiar to eyes, a nose, a mouth, pale skin, golden hair. It was unmistakably a typical white man's appearance. How could my memory be wrong? He must have tricked me, confused me. Damn it, that stick-wielding lackey deserves to die? Jiang Shuzhou disdainfully tossed the head aside. Since this wasn't the target, this kill was wasted. Head set it aside for now. After finishing matters on the ship, maybe he could learn some ancient methods and make a jingguan for fun. After killing the monster, what's the first thing to do? Of course, search the corpse. Jiang Shuzhou began rummaging over Baker's body, pulling out a rifle, bullets, and gunpowder. Then he searched more carefully and finally found a small pouch in the pocket. Opening it revealed 3 gold coins neatly placed, alongside a pile of silver and copper coins. No time to count, there were at least 7 or 8 enemies still on the deck, and the pirates hadn't been fully cleared yet. Counting money would have to wait. What's this? Jiang Shuzhou suddenly noticed a hard object in the corpse's pocket that he couldn't pull out. It seemed sewn directly into the clothing. Since he couldn't get it out normally, he ripped open the clothes. The tattered leather armor and clothes were useless anyway, so he hacked around the pocket with his axe. Finally, Jiang Shuzhou got his long-awaited Prizia, finely crafted pocket watch. Not bad. There really are rewards in the newbie stage. It seemed they just didn't want players repeatedly farming the level. Opening the watch revealed a photo of a family of 3. The man's face was unmistakably the same as the one before him. If only he hadn't thrown away the head earlier, he could have compared it carefully. Now hastily discarding things was really a bad habit. After retrieving the head to verify carefully, he confirmed it really was the same person. He tossed the head aside again since human heads can't be traded for money and take up weapon inventory space. Looks like there are 2 more names added to the target list. Putting away the watch, Jiang Shuzhou muttered to himself as he prepared to step into the cabin. The deck was now clear of anyone alive except himself. If Baker's 2 companions didn't return soon, they'd surely become suspicious. Rather than passively waiting to be attacked, it was better to take the initiative while everyone was exhausted and distracted, striking first to kill a few. Unfortunately, just as he could deliver a cleaving blow to Baker's head, Baker sensed danger and took a half step back. That half step caused the axe to miss slightly and shred Baker's clothing. preventing Jiang Shuzhou from stripping off Baker's battle robe to disguise himself as a pirate. Now the situation was awkward, had no idea what was inside the cabin, where people might be, or where he could hide. What to do now? Did he really have to become like those assassin masters who decapitate anyone they see to make themselves untouchable? Just as Jiang Shuzhou racked his brain and brainstormed, a voice called out, "First Mate Baker, aren't you coming down to take a break? The brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Heaven never closes off all exits." This chance quietly appeared right at this moment. "First Mate Baker, are you still there?" "He's gone," Jiang Shuzhou sneered inwardly, "but don't worry, you'll be reunited with him soon enough." The storm raged down in torrents, battering the deck until it gleamed with rain and spray. Suddenly, a young man in tattered sailor's clothes poked his head out of the hatch. His drenched hair clung to his forehead as he anxiously scanned the deck, clearly searching for someone. "Young man, look to your left," Jiang Shuzhou said calmly, pointing not far away. "Is that the person you're looking for?" "Thank you, sir." "You are." The young man's words caught in his throat as his gaze locked onto the scene before him. First Mate Baker, who had been struggling alongside him moments ago in the storm, now lay headless in the middle of the deck. Blood streamed in winding patterns, washed by the rain. The severed head, eyes wide open, rolled nearby, as if staring fixedly at him. Before a scream could escape, a grip like iron clamped over his mouth and nose. The coppery tang of blood flooded his mouth. A flash of steel. Jiang Shuzhou's short blade sliced precisely across the throat. Then with a powerful swing of his lumberman's axe, he struck crack. The head dropped with a sound lost beneath the rain. The fresh human head rolled right next to Baker's body, their two pairs of terrified eyes meeting in cold, deathly silence. "Ugh, bad luck. Another poor bastard," Jiang Shuzhou muttered under his breath. He squatted down and searched the corpse, finding only 20 copper coins. Fortunately, this wasn't a treasure hunt, otherwise he might have gotten sick from frustration. Stripping off the relatively dry clothes, he changed into them, balling up the soaked rags and stuffing them into a corner. He tallied his loot. 3 gold coins, 14 silver coins, 2 weapons, a single-shot matchlock musket, and a handy lumberman's axe. The musket only holds 1 round. Loading powder, packing the ball, inserting the match. Skilled soldiers need 10 seconds, novices up to half a minute. By then, dozens of knives would be at him. So, he planned to save that 1 bullet for the captain. After a brief pause to catch his breath, Jiang Shuzhou looked across the drenched deck. The pirate ship was no more than a dozen meters long, with at most a dozen men aboard. Now 3 corpses lay on deck, including the strongest fighter, First Mate Baker. Following the pirate code that higher rank means greater strength, the only real threat left was the captain. Fortune favors the bold. "Let's do this." Clutching his axe tight, he stepped over 2 bloodied heads and slipped back into the hatch. As long as he wielded this axe, he could rule the deck and finish this job, then escape by lifeboat. But since this was a game, and hidden treasures and challenges surely awaited deep inside the ship, how could he miss out? Outside the hatch, the wind roared as massive waves slammed the hull, the deck creaking and groaning. Inside, the air was thick and humid. Under the dim oil lamp, 4 bare-chested men wrung out their soaked clothes and changed. They only wanted to stave off the chill in the open sea. Dampness and cold were deadlier than swords, from mild fevers and coughing to plunging body temperatures that the ocean would claim. The angry sea showed no mercy to careless weaklings. One man shook his clothes and muttered, "This is cursed weather. Just a moment ago it was fine, now suddenly a storm blows in like this." No kidding, the guys were planning to have a few drinks together. Damn storm wrecked that plan. In the cluttered storage room below deck, 4 shirtless toughs huddled around a dim yellow oil lamp, still tipsy and grumbling. "Too bad, that kid probably won't make it through tonight," came a rough voice tinged with schadenfreude. "Who?" someone asked casually. "That apprentice mage who pissed off the Minta family." The bald leader grinned, cold glint in his eyes. "Look at his pale, smooth skin. If the captain hadn't ordered us to leave him alone, I'd have." "Shut up," a nearby guy snapped, waving him off. "We're only running nearshore. We'll be in port in a month or 2. You can't wait that long." All right, settle down." The oldest, graybeard man shot them a look and lowered his voice. "Captain said once we finish this big score, the split will be good. When we dock, you can have your fun. For now, enough with the crap. If the storm passes and he's dead, what good is the money?" Another doubted. "You don't know anything," the bald guy sneered. "Just toss the guy overboard. If he lives, more reward. If he dies, fine too. Still, how'd he piss off the Mena family?" Someone leaned in, eager for gossip. The bald man smiled proudly and lowered his voice mysteriously. "I'm telling you this, but don't spread it. This West Lebo kid is a real piece of work. Uses his looks to scam and got involved with the Minta family's heir's fiancée. Was that 3 months ago?" Someone asked quickly. "Don't interrupt, let me finish." The bald man glared. At first, no one knew. The heir himself caught them hugging and got suspicious. They investigated and found out the kid had been seeing her for 2 months, even booked a room in a hotel. "What's the fiancé's name? And who's the Minta heir?" Another pressed. "Hell if I remember these fancy names." The bald man rolled his eyes. I only know about this because I was with the captain picking up this job. Hey Race, what happened next? Middle of the night, they bagged that pretty boy and dragged him in, the graybeard one chimed in. What about the girl? The short, stocky guy scratched his head. Stupid question. The bald man slapped his thigh. She's part of a mint-to-marriage alliance, also from a mage family. Something like this, a few polite words, and it gets smoothed over. What else do you want? Yeah, I guess that's the way of mages. The men exchanged looks, whether envy or disdain, none were sure. Outside, rain lashed down and thunder rumbled. The flickering lamp cast dancing shadows as the four men sighed, the juicy gossip losing luster under the weight of grim reality. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent pounding interrupted the dull mood. All four looked toward the door. Who is it? The graybeard called. It's me. I just want to call first mate Baker, now back to change clothes. A young, polite voice came from outside. Oh, the new guy, the bald man said casually. Come in, the door's unlocked. Don't be so formal, here we're all brothers. Just push it open next time. You still think there'll be a next time? The voice outside chuckled darkly, cold as the sea wind in this stormy night. All right, my bad, brothers. The door swung open, and Jiang Shuzhou stepped into the dim cabin. Rain dripped from his cloak. His left hand gripped a battle axe that gleamed with a deadly edge. All four pirates' minds flickered with doubt. Pirates aren't usually this polite. Before the thought completed, a chill swept over them. Well, looks like you're having fun running shirtless exercises in the middle of the night? Jiang Shuzhou smirked, eyes roving over their bare chests and the wet clothes scattered on the floor. That's just changing clothes. The bald man stammered, instinct telling him if he didn't explain, death would find no peace. I don't care what you're doing, Dai. Jiang Shuzhou shouted, charging forward, swinging his axe in a wide arc. The four pirates, barehanded and still half undressed, felt the rush of cold steel just inches away. If not now, then when? After a moment, the door was pushed open. Jiang Shuzhou stepped out of the cabin, his once dull gray hemp clothes now soaked almost completely in blood. Crimson droplets still dripped from his sleeves and hem, splattering the wooden deck with dark stains. Inside the cabin lay nothing but scattered pieces of pirate remains, since he had no intention of taking prisoners. Had broken the unlucky bastards down into materials for star upgrades later on. Man, these pirates are broke, he muttered, rifling through the pile of bodies and only managing to find 5 silver coins. With a long sigh, he tossed the meager loot into a cloth pouch had taken from the first mate, and immediately gave up any thought of searching further for the captain. From questioning earlier, had already gotten the intel on this pirate ship, 11 crew in total, with only the captain, first mate, and cook having any real status. The first mate had just died by his hand. The cook handled logistics, and had practically no combat capability, so could be ignored. Counting the 7 men who had just died, that left 4 survivors, 1 being the unarmed cook, meaning only the captain and 2 rank and file could still pose a threat. The heavy smell of blood clung stubbornly to his nose, the coppery sweetness pungent and sharp. Jiang Shuzhou returned to the deck mainly because he couldn't stand the stench any longer. Ugh, this game is way too realistic, blood smell simulation included. The rain had dulled the smell while he was killing in the downpour, but once inside the enclosed cabin, the bloodiness thickened like fog, creeping deep into his lungs. He hurried up to the deck, but knew full well the blood and screams had long since revealed his position completely. Yet this didn't mean his stealth was ruined, as the assassin master had said. Stealth only counts as broken if your own teammates are still alive to see you. Since all cards were on the table, he decided to settle the fight openly on the spacious deck. 1 against 3, plus the feeble cook, was much safer than struggling in an unfamiliar cabin. If they charged out from below, he might even get first strike on one of them. With that thought, he slipped quietly into a blind spot near the cabin door, holding his breath and preparing to surprise the unlucky fools stepping onto the deck. The ambush was set, now waiting for the prey to walk right into his trap. What the hell is going on? What a bunch of losers. Captain Jane roared, his voice vibrating against the narrow corridor's wooden planks. Back when they raided merchant ships, his men all fought like possessed, but now they couldn't even handle a spellless apprentice mage. Are you guys even capable of fighting? His rage contained a trace of helpless fear. Being killed when attacking in a group of 4 felt like mocking his life. Though furious, Jane hadn't lost control. Holding back his anger, he ordered the remaining 3 pirates to regroup while he personally led the search, checking cabin by cabin until they found that kid and cut him down on the spot. Unfortunately, he thought he still had at least 3 comrades at his back. In fact, the 3 with him now were the last crew members left aboard. What happened to the first mate? Baker! Baker! Jane shouted desperately. The 4 tore apart every dismembered corpse and scoured every cabin, but found only 4 cold bodies. There was no sign whatsoever of the other 3 crew members. Captain Jane was starting to panic. After searching the entire ship, besides the 4 corpses, the 3 others had vanished without a trace. No sign of life, no sign of a body. Boss, I think first mate Baker was on deck directing the crew moving the supplies. One of the henchmen whispered into Captain Jane's ear. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jane spat harshly, sneering as he waved them along. Come on, let's head to the deck and meet up with Baker. If that mage falls into my hands, I have plenty of punishments waiting for him. In the rainy night, Jane strode quickly up the narrow companionway accompanied by 3 men. Boss, what's that? As they stepped onto the deck, a crewmate rushed ahead 2 steps, staring in shock. Be Bossite's first mate Baker. You should be glad to see Baker. What are you yelling about? Is that how I taught you? Jane raised his hand to scold, but before he spoke, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness. A glint of cold steel flashed. An axe was raised high and came down hard. The crewmate didn't even scream, their head rolled across the wet wooden planks. You must be the captain, right? So, tell me why you're arresting me? The shadow revealed itself. Jiang Shuzhou, axe in both hands, breathing steady, as if inspecting a familiar task. Who are you? Drop your weapon now, and I might spare your life. Jane yelled, raising his knife. Isn't that what I should be asking you? Jiang shrugged and pulled the trigger. Bang! The flintlock sparked, and a bullet tore through Jane's calf. Blood spilled, mixing with the rain, soaking into the deck. You despicable coward. Jane's face twisted in pain, yet he still cursed wildly. Jiang took cover behind a toppled crate, murmuring, people believe whatever they're told, definitely still a human player. Only in moments like this did he truly feel how real this game was. He carefully observed. Jane was tall and muscular, clad in tight leather armor, fingers adorned with gold rings, a flintlock pistol at his waist, and a pirate cutlass in hand. His gear was far more substantial than first mate Baker, who wore thinner leather and carried a shabby gun. Jiang had wanted to shoot at the body, but the armor's protection was good, so he shot the leg instead. His melee skill didn't boost throwing. Head tested that throwing an axe at a pirate only carved a deep cut, but didn't split him in two. So he gave up on being both shooter and fighter. Now the standoff held. Rain poured heavier. 2 of Jane's men clumsily tried to bandage his wound, but the bullet hole wouldn't stop bleeding, it only delayed the blood loss. What was once a 3-tune disadvantage suddenly shifted. Jane's combat ability was cut at least in half. The cold rain sapped body heat. Jiang felt the chill to his bones, but Jane was worse off, his face pale, his body icy cold, hanging on only by a fighter's apprentice constitution. An ordinary man would have collapsed long ago. Both sides were silent. Jane didn't speak to conserve strength. Jiang saw no point in talking. Jane wouldn't listen anyway. Rain tapped relentlessly on the deck. Subtle signs slipped by unnoticed. Jane's hand trembled more violently, obviously nearing exhaustion. Jiang inwardly smiled. Endurance training was universal. Bang! Clang! Gunfire erupted more than one shot. Someone had quietly flanked him from behind. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. When did you try to grab me? Jiang Shuzhou suddenly shifted to the side, a cold flash in his eyes. The wooden crate behind him split with a sharp crack as a 3-inch deep blade mark was carved into it. The pirate's strike was powerful, but unfortunately it was Jiang Shuzhou's turn to fight back. He swung his axe in a reverse arc, the cold blade slicing through the air. Thud! The axe pierced the attacker's shoulder, tore down through his side, blood spraying everywhere. The pirate immediately fell in two. This damage is insane, folks. Jiang Shuzhou was as excited as if he'd just found an epic explosive weapon. After years of playing weird characters, today I finally see real numbers. It's weird that a mage does this much melee damage, but I guess it makes sense. I'm swinging an axe. Isn't there a game with mages who wield hammers? Only Captain Jean and his cook remained on the deck. Jean's last shot had missed, and now he didn't even have time to reload. Now's the time. Charge! Charge! Jiang Shuzhou's steps thundered forward as he rushed at Jean. Young, too young. Jean's heart clenched. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his kuka, burly man drawing his bow. 3 sharp arrows already knocked, ready to fire. Whiz whiz whiz. 3 arrows tore through the air at the sprinting Jiang Shuzhou. I swear I'm done with you sneaky bastards. Jiang Shuzhou roared in his head. Sending the little guy to die while you guys empty your guns to lure me out? Captain Hackey, you sure are a coward. Just as he thought, this is it for me, he suddenly realized. Huh, doesn't hurt. He stopped and looked down. His robe was intact. Not a single arrow feather touched his skin. Shot wide, huh? He sneered. Captain Hackey's chef, Captain Hackey. You're all gonna die. Next time don't mess with me as an NPC. Across from him, Jean and the cook looked utterly drained. The cook muttered in disbelief. I clearly hit all 3 arrows, but they all bounced off. No, can't be. He shouted, quickly knocking 2 more arrows. Clang, clang. The arrow tips sparked against Jiang Shuzhou's body, not even breaking the skin. So it's not that I missed. Your shots just can't break my defense. Jiang Shuzhou grinned. Battle mage boy, got it? Even a cook dares to talk back. Before the words finished, he closed the distance. The giant axe whistled down, crashing heavily. The cook collapsed instantly, not even able to grunt before taking his final breath. Only Captain Jean was left. Don't kill my brother. He has a wife to support. A son. Jean staggered backward, blood gushing from his chest wound, desperately begging. TSK, a rookie boss, huh? Others fall asleep right away. but you can still chat with me. Jiang Shuzhou shook his axe and casually asked, is your brother Becker? Don't kill him, I beg. Eugene's voice grew weaker. Jiang Shuzhou shrugged, scanned the deck, and spotted two bodies lying in pools of blood not far away. He strode over in 3 quick steps, his blade flashing. In seconds, he was back kneeling before Jean, holding 2 bloodied heads and shaking them in front of him. Relax, pal. I still have some humanity left. Take a good look. Which one's your brother? Jean's eyes filled with blood, and through a strangled voice he gasped his last words. You want die a good death, you demon. His voice trailed off as his pupils faded completely. Watching the fallen captain, Jiang Shuzhou sighed. Enough already. I was kind enough to help you reunite with your brother, and this is how you repay me? Sigh. Looks like I'm the only one left again. After a sigh, Jiang Shuzhou picked up the pocket watch to check the time. Blood was smeared thickly across the glass, obscuring it completely. The hour and minute hands were frozen, while the second hand twitched oddly back and forth. Since he couldn't see the time, he simply raised the watch above his head, letting the pouring rain wash away the blood, then wiped the small photo on the back clean. Can't see the time, so I might as well look at some handsome and beautiful faces, he said with a self-deprecating smile. The rain quickly cleansed the photo, revealing a warm family portrayed: a handsome man, a graceful woman, and a little girl smiling innocently in their arms. But now, that family was separated by life and death, with no hope of reunion. Cold raindrops slid down his chin, mixing with a faint salty taste as they dripped onto the deck. Suddenly, his heart tightened. I have to bring them back together. This was a promise he made to Captain Jane, as well as to First Mate Baker. I'm just too kind-hearted, otherwise I wouldn't have so many troubles. Muttering under his breath, his hands never stopped moving. He had no interest in the bodies, his only goal was loot. Captain Jane's value was not low over his leather armor. He wore chainmail, which took quite a bit of effort to remove. Chainmail hidden under leather armor? A real tycoon. After a careful search, his haul included 1. 2 gold rings. 2. A menacing pirate cutlass. 3. A set each of leather armor and chainmail. 4. A finely crafted flintlock pistol. 5. 5 gold coins. These were nothing compared to what really mattered, the ship beneath their feet. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't sail it alone for now, but the supplies and weapons stored below deck were enough to make a fortune. A horse won't grow fat without eating at night, and a man won't get rich without windfalls, especially when him just ridding the world of scoundrels, he thought with satisfaction. Finishing the search, he strode toward the captain's quarters. The rain pounded the deck, echoing hollowly. Turning through several corridors, he stopped before a slightly ajar door. Pushing it open, he found a cabin decorated with carpet and oil paintings, clearly the captain's room. In a corner sat a locked wooden chest. He casually split it open, expecting gold and treasures to spill out, but instead found a thick stack of letters. Curiosity pushed him to open one. The first letter came from the Monta family, ordering Captain Jane to kidnap Naves Lebo Jiang Shuzhou in-game alias at the harbor and sell him to a tribe of fishmen. The rest was left unsaid, but the outcome was obviously grim. The following letters were reports from Captain Jane to the Monta family. How many people were killed, how much money was stolen, all shady dealings. Captain Jane was no upstanding citizen at all. More letters recounted the past of Jane and Baker, confirming Jiang Shuzhou's suspicions. 1. Both came from a remote rural area of the Ovid Empire, destined for an ordinary life. 2. A rebellion erupted in the city, details not mentioned, and they were conscripted by the Lord as soldiers, improving their circumstances. 3. The war suddenly turned, Lord was killed, and the city fell. Fearing punishment, they abandoned their uniforms and fled, eventually drifting to these seas. 4. Recruited by the Monta family, they reluctantly became black gloves, doing dirty work the family couldn't risk getting their hands dirty with, just to survive and make money. These letters also revealed something key about the Monta family. They only had 1 second-level mage and 1 first-level mage. Looks like my next opponent is the Monta family. Not long ago, a few kilometers above the ground, fierce winds howled as 2 figures, one in red, the other in blue, faced off from a distance. I guess your tribe must be tired of living. How dare you break the contract? The redrobed mage's voice thundered through the clouds. Contract? Isn't it made to be torn apart? The elder of the Fishman tribe sneered, tilting his head back. His fin-like ears twitched slightly, and his tone was laced with disdain. You actually treat the contract like worthless scrap? Mage Harvey shook his head, the last flicker of hope for negotiation extinguished. A disaster was looming, yet they remained oblivious. No wonder the merfolk were reduced to mere vassals. In the next moment, the distant sea shattered as if cleaved by a giant axe. An invisible wind wall pushed the waters aside, revealing slick rocks in the deep blue trench. Frost spread quickly, forming a towering ice wall tens of meters high. Within dozens of miles, the sea was instantly sealed off. Harvey had simply combined a wind barrier with a frost wall and a crude overlay, creating this temporary prison. You and your people will pay for this, not just your tribe, but your entire species. What do you mean? The Fishman elder roared. only to be met by an onslaught of spells. Scorching fiery rain fell from the sky. Hurricanes ripped the sea's surface, shredding decks, all attacks focusing solely on him. Cornered by such an assault, the elder could only dodge desperately. When unavoidable, he barely held out using divine magic. Yet today, for some unknown reason, his usually effortless divine powers demanded far greater effort and yielded barely half their former strength. Has your god answered you? Harvey taunted as he calmly controlled the spell array. My god will tear you apart. The hollow threat echoed, but the Fishman elder was already battered, scales falling off, blood mixing with seawater into a dark whirlpool, proof that it's never wise to confront a prepared mage heathen. Harvey glanced down. Beneath his feet lay a specially devised array designed to block divine power, significantly weakening any godly magic. The Fishman elder, already outmatched, was now little more than fish on a chopping block. In moments, the Fishman tribal leader, a devoted follower of the gods of storm and sea, fell silently. Although his body was shattered, Harvey used intricate magic to preserve it intact, an excellent specimen for experimentation. He had spent considerable effort preparing for exactly this. After securing the body, he swept his mental power across the ship. The cabin, deck, and storage racks were all exposed, nothing could be concealed. Then his expression darkened. Clear evidence emerged of secret dealings between the Minta family and the Fishman tribe, an obvious violation of the Mage Alliance's strict ban on collaboration with the enemy. Such proof alone would be enough to destroy any noble house. Someone's betraying us. Good, good, good. The Minta family, just you wait. His gaze flicked to a faint sign of life nearby, recalling the young man caught in the mess. You're lucky. Since I found you, I'll lend a hand. Saying that, Mage Harvey swung his staff. Using the teleportation spell, Harvey casually sent the ship to a deserted island not far from Faxi Island. He left some supplies for the little guy on board, and then teleported himself back to Faxi Island. As soon as he landed, he shook his cloak and spoke with disdain. Since I've already saved the whole ship without breaking a sweat, what else do you want? You seriously want me to teleport the ship back and take apprentices too? Don't be ridiculous. With that thought, Harvey strode into his loyal Faxi Island. Inside the council hall, everyone was waiting for his report. Everyone. The mission was a great success. Harvey's voice rang out clearly. The Fishman tribe has torn up the treaty, and their allies, the Mermaid tribe, are bound by contracts. Now it's time to strike the Fishmen in our nearby waters. Their numbers have gotten out of control. Well done, Harvey. Someone immediately applauded. Thanks to you, mass cultivation of sea magic potions can proceed again. That's right, my bloodline research test subjects finally have a home. Haha, I never liked those fish-headed brutes anyway. This alliance needs to teach them a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship stranded on the deserted island, Jiang Shuzhou was sitting cross-legged in the captain's cabin when suddenly a terrifying oppressive aura descended like a massive boulder pressing down on him, making it impossible to even lift a finger. Fortunately, the pressure came and went swiftly, only lasting seconds, or else a malicious attack would have sent him straight to the revival point. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, space warped violently. The walls shattered into broken mirrors and reassembled rapidly. A wave of dizziness hit him, and his vision blacked out. I really have to hand it to you, you sneaky bastard. Even after everyone left, you still managed a sneak attack? If I die, I gotta replay the whole thing again? This broken game is too cruel. These were his final thoughts before losing consciousness. On the white sandy beach of the deserted island, the pirate ship suddenly appeared, creaking as waves crashed against its hull. Crabs near the deck hurried to hide in the sand. Inside the captain's cabin, Jiang Shuzhou pulled himself up from the wooden floor. His first reaction was to quickly check his body mechanical prosthetics, waist pouch, backpack, all parts accounted for. Opening the menu, he saw his personal storyline marked completed and the system permissions finally unlocked. So it's November 2nd? The time displayed, 14:23 on November 2nd. The game had launched at 10 a.m. on November 1st, and he logged in around 10:30. Now an entire day had passed in reality. But I've only been conscious for 2 or 3 hours, right? Jiang Shuzhou was stunned. In other games, going unconscious just means watching cutscenes. But here it actually skips real-world time? No time to complain. He hurried to loot as fast as possible, worried his real body couldn't withstand long immersion. On the captain's desk were several unfamiliar items obviously left by Harvey. With the inventory now accessible, he didn't hesitate to take everything in. Descriptions and such can wait until next login. After thoroughly searching the room, he locked the captain's cabin behind him and prepared to log out. A considerate system reminder appeared. For the sake of PvP gameplay, your in-game body does not disappear when you log out. Please log out in a safe location to avoid unnecessary loss of life or property. Fine. Who wants to be caught by a cowardly lizard in the middle of a fight anyway? He muttered, making his character lie down on the captain's cabin mattress in the least taxing position before decisively logging out. After all, he wasn't keen on reliving the soreness of lying on the floor. This was the 3rd time already. A powerful hunger surged through his entire body. Jiang Shuzhou swept his hand blindly beside the bed, and his fingertips touched a cold plastic bottle. He lifted it to his eyes for a closer look, the very nutrition drink that came with the game pod. The official site boasted that one bottle could last 5 days. Thinking that over, he didn't hesitate. He tilted his head back and downed the milky liquid in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down his throat, lighting a fire in his stomach. The swollen hunger quickly receded, and his thirst vanished along with it. Jiang Shuzhou marveled. Was this really human technology, or some kind of alien tech from the Tianding star? Doubts aside, he knew he had no way to verify the truth. Instead of obsessing over it, better to just play more. If this really was some alien conspiracy, or a stroke of genius from a top engineer, that was a problem for the big shots. Ordinary citizens like him had no need to worry. The game wasn't banned, so everything must be fine. He glanced at his phone, already past 6 in the evening. Even though he felt energized, his body clock couldn't be ignored. He rolled over and lay back down, but picked up his phone again. Just 2 more hours. Sleep at 8, he muttered to himself. Staying up all night. Waking early, it had become his regular, twisted routine. After spending the whole day immersed in Star Realm Arrival, Jiang Shuzhou was still eager for more. For him, the most valuable source of information was naturally the game forum. The rules of the online world had proven true. The more expensive the game, the more casual players drop out. Star Realm Arrival came with a station pod, and just buying the game cost 9,999 credit points, an outrageous price. But that high cost filtered out all the casuals. No one had ever said it wasn't worth the money. Thinking back to the eerily lifelike immersion, his hand almost clenched as if gripping that heavy axe again. Eyes closed. The scenes flashed. Rain-soaked nights, pirate ships, bloody battles. In that moment, among pirates' screams and raindrops pounding down, he was the executioner delivering them to their doom, and what saved him was that utter feeling of release. After all, he didn't believe in gods. He could only save himself. What am I even thinking about? Jiang Shuzhou shook his head to clear his drifting thoughts and returned to browsing the forum. He focused first on the pinned and strategy posts, then quickly found one with explosive popularity, over 1 million views by users, billions by visitors. The title was wild, almost like a declaration. This may not be a game, but your second life. Random talent system. As soon as the veteran gamer began the video, he dove straight into the main point. Opinions on the game's talent system are mixed. The reason is simple. It's too random to the extent that it determines how many talents you even get. The screen's comment feed flooded non-stop while he continued explaining. I did a sample survey in my fan group. About 60 of players only get 1 talent, 20 get 2, and the remaining 20 get none at all. The chance that the 2 talents fall within the same category? Ridiculously low. At least I haven't seen it happen in my group. So not everyone starts with 3 talents? Jiang Shuzhou listened in astonishment. He had thought the game was fairly easy. Talents are the single most crucial element in Xingjia Arrival, bar none. The veteran player slammed on the table for emphasis. Why? Forget the long list of stats and bonuses. The real key is the brutal death penalty. He explained the death mechanics clearly. The official system only grants 1 resurrection. The second time you die, your character is deleted, gear, attributes, and money all dropped. The only thing you keep are your original talents. That harsh of a death penalty? Jiang Shuzhou wiped cold sweat off his forehead. Luckily, he hadn't pushed his luck. Thanks to the stat boost from his exceptional talents, he had been avoiding direct confrontations, otherwise had be done for. The video played on. Moving on from account creation, let's talk plot. Although personal storylines are almost non-existent, the system is actually balanced. More talents and higher stats mean a harder story. No talents? Your stories basically fetch quests. And if your talents are absurdly powerful, congratulations, you'll get the toughest start. Thinking about his own insanely powerful starting point, Jiang Shuzhou finally relaxed and smiled. So not everyone has it this tough, it's just me who's too strong. The rest was mostly useless chit-chat, so he switched to quantum speed reading and extracted the key points. Gold price, 30,000 yuan per coin. Major guilds established. Several official national factions settled in. Combat system is realistic. Reading those few lines wiped away all his sleepiness. That huge pile of gold coins in his inventory was worth hundreds of thousands. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuzhou logged in at once, planning to sell off his gold on the first day before the virtual currency's value dropped further. His consciousness gently detached again, but he was used to it. After logging in, he immediately opened the menu, entered the trading hall, and looked for good items. What he saw caught his attention: cash transactions. Clicking it open, he found it was really possible to buy and sell all kinds of items for real cash. Gold coins, 30,000 yuan each, iron ingots, 300 yuan each, mithril ingots, 999,999,999 yuan each, lever-action rifle, 75,860 yuan per unit, and so on. These were the average market prices for various items in the trading hall. Except for the obviously inflated price of the mithril ingots, all other items had recorded transaction prices. The dazzling data scrolled across the virtual screen, but Jiang Shuzhou's gaze stayed fixed on the most tangible number: his current coin balance. 29 gold, 77 silver, and 95 copper. That's enough, he thought, calculating quickly as his fingers flew over the controls. 25 gold coins were dragged into the listing window, the unit price set firmly at 30,000. He planned to keep half the gold coins for liquidity. He wasn't about to get played. Roughly converted, 750,000 yuan in cash would allow someone like him, who didn't crave luxury, to live comfortably for over a decade. Confirming the transaction with a click, less than half a second later the screen flashed 4 bold characters. Transaction successful. All the gold coins sold instantly. You have a new message. Please check your inbox. A crisp system alert sounded in his ear like a clear chime. Jiang Shuzhou paused his breath and quickly opened the mail. 2 emails lay quietly in the list. The first was the official routine distribution of resurrection tokens. He claimed it casually, and a shimmering blue crystal appeared in his inventory. The second email was the one that truly caught his attention: a notification confirming the deposit of 750,000 yuan into his account. Seeing this, he decisively logged off. As he hurriedly removed his VR helmet, the dim light in the room made him squint. Taking out his phone, he touched the fingerprint scanner, and the familiar banking app interface popped up, showing his balance had indeed increased by 750,000. Making money faster than robbing a bank, he muttered with a wry smile, snapping the phone shut and flicking off the light with a soft click. Darkness instantly enveloped the room. Lying down on his mattress, he finally felt the weight of his non-stop mental fatigue. Pulling the covers up, his breathing slowed and deepened, and before long he was softly snoring. He didn't give it a second, though they had never entered any bank details into the game. Yet the money had somehow transferred directly into his real-world account. Who knew? Maybe this was the power of big data. While Jiang Shuzhou slept peacefully, some others found sleep elusive. In the United States, the White House was brightly lit all night, the reception room glowing in stark white. How are you running things? President Tripp, newly sworn in, slammed his hand on the desk, his thick fingers drumming relentlessly. Does our great America not have a single competent person? Why haven't we identified who's really behind this damn game yet? His voice echoed through the spacious meeting room, his neck flushing red before his whole face burned with frustration. Officials from the research team, treasury, and intelligence agencies exchanged uneasy glances, no one daring to answer. Not figuring out the game's backend would be bad enough. Tripp raised his voice further. But tell me, are you really authentic old-school capitalists? You can't even control the price of gold coins? The US dollar's dominance is being shaken. He held up his fingers to emphasize the stakes. And this time it's even crazier. There isn't even real currency involved. It's in-game money. Do you realize how many people are using it? Lots of trades are routed through game auction houses just to dodge taxes. If word got out, who would believe it? The president's barrage left Commissioner Smith at the table, rolling his eyes under his gaze. He thought, quietly, the game launched at 10 p.m. U.S. time. Americans are either asleep or partying. Who's watching the screens? Besides, with American individualism, anyone hoarding gold coins is hardly going to report it to the government. Of course, Smith planned to include all this in his report once the president calmed down. But the real reason was simple: money had changed hands. Being able to convert game currency directly into real money is basically paradise. Smith smiled inwardly, calculating fast buy low, then sell at a premium with partners. How many extra zeros would that add to my Swiss account? I don't even dare think about it. The more he thought, the better it looked. He didn't take the president's anger seriously at all. This boss would be gone in a few years anyway. Besides, the president was also a capitalist. With this tax dodge, he'd be quietly pleased too. Everyone, hold on, let's talk taxes first. The IRS representative interrupted urgently. Should in-game money transactions be taxed? How much? How? Why bother? Just go straight to the game company to collect. Someone snapped impatiently. Are you nuts? Can you even find that company's address? We can't even trace their registration. How would we collect taxes? At those words, the room erupted into chaos. Departments fiercely argued for their own interest. Documents, voice recordings, and data reports flew everywhere. It looked like a stock market crash scene. Similar disputes were breaking out simultaneously in government offices worldwide. A completely unregulated game caused utterly absurd real-world headaches: finance, taxation, national security, employment, public opinion. Everyone realized they had no choice but to adapt under duress. Tonight, no one was going to get any rest. Whether others slept well or not, Jiang Shuzhou did soundly. He woke at 10 a.m. the next day, stretching as he rose from the game pot. He checked his stomach: no hunger. His whole body was completely comfortable. After washing up in the bathroom, he studied his reflection, refreshed as if after a full-body spa treatment. Looks like the product description was true. Somehow, I really don't feel hungry at all. Since there was no need to eat, Jiang Shuzhou naturally planned to dive into the astral realm, a place that was both genuinely lucrative and a lot of fun. Astral realm. Descent. Activate. He closed his eyes effortlessly, welcoming the sudden sensation of weightlessness as his consciousness detached. What is that smell? As soon as the scene loaded, a wave of putrid stench hit him like a solid wall, nearly bringing tears to Jiang Shuzhou's eyes. It was like a decade's worth of unwashed socks left to rot, mixed with stinky tofu and durian, assaulting his nostrils and making his scalp tingle with disgust. He quickly tore off a piece of tattered curtain, pressing it over his mouth and nose. Gagging, he staggered across the deck. This game is seriously brutal. When his nostrils started aching from the fumes, he finally located the source: the pirates themselves. Those he had slain lay scattered, their skin pale, pus oozing, making the deck greasy and grimy. The entire ship was a floating garbage dump. Ugh, this ship's a lost cause, Jiang Shuzhou retched, clutching the mast. But with uncertain conditions on the nearby island, he dared not abandon ship recklessly. Fortunately, though grounded, the lifeboats were intact, and the hull could serve as temporary shelter. After deciding, he wrapped himself tightly with all the cloth he could find, preparing for a thorough cleanup. 1. Throw all the corpses into the sea. 2. Burn the ship lightly to disinfect and mask the odor. Carrying a large grain sack, he bent down like a street cleaner, picking up discarded limbs one by one. Killing was straightforward, cleaning up was twice as nauseating. Muttering under his breath, he said, "Wish I'd tossed them while they were fresh." 2 hours later, the deck and cabins were stripped bare. Thanks to his agility, he moved swiftly, dodging splatters and swinging his knife smoothly. Every corpse dumped into the ocean sank with a plop, saving trouble and even helping the ecosystem, as he grimly joked. Having removed the source, he stepped to the fire pit and stomped on the damp wooden planks. He sighed, too much moisture to light a fire. So he gave up. Next, he planned to leave the ship and scout the island. Approaching the rope ladder, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Since the ship was grounded, he could just cut a hole in the hull to avoid relying on the ladder, which might break someday. Without hesitation, his pirate curved blade danced in his hands, quickly carving out an opening large enough for a person to enter. The sea breeze rushed inside, instantly diluting the lingering stench. Looking at the main entrance he had created, he felt a surge of accomplishment. Totally worth it. Sheathing the curved blade, he jumped through the hole. Beneath his feet was no longer hard deck, but soft, fine sand. The sensation of grain slipping between his toes was so vivid it made him momentarily lose himself. Even better, the suffocating stench was shredded by the sea wind, finally letting him breathe deeply again. He glanced toward the dense green thicket not far from shore and tapped the knife hilt at his waist lightly. Now, it was time to get to work. Several hours later, fierce flames tore through the dry wood in the night, sending crackling sparks and burning embers into the air. The acrid smell of scorch replaced the earlier stench of rot. Standing at a safe distance, Jiang Shuzhou felt the heat of the fire reflected on his face as his restless thoughts gradually settled. Now that everything had been reduced to ashes, he could finally focus on organizing his tools and the game system in front of him. He summoned the system interface, and the item menu glowed into view. Pale blue text scrolled line by line. Item name: Mage and Spells, from beginner to mastery. Category: Book, non-equipable. Rank: Apprentice. Description: a common book published by the Mage Alliance's third publishing house. Although somewhat exaggerated, the content is detailed and is considered essential reading for mages. Item name: Mage Robe. Category: Clothing, keepable. Rank: Apprentice. Attributes: Armor 2, whole body. Description: a simple mage robe providing minimal protection, with no additional enchantments. Slightly better than wearing nothing at all. Item name: Pointing Needle Varisco. Category: Magical item. Rank: Tier 1. Function: Navigation. Description: features 2 pointers, the large one points south, the small one points to the port city of Varisco. A must-have for travelers venturing far from home. Item name: Handwritten note. Content: figure out how to get back on your own. I don't have time to care about you. These items are yours now. If you can't come back, then don't bother. The Mage Alliance doesn't need dead weight. Jiang Shuzhou stared at the hastily scribbled note, his brow twitching sharply. All right, so this is how it's going to be? You bastard. How can you be so selfish? Though he cursed, he exhaled deeply. His gut told him that this mentor who'd dumped him on a deserted island was probably just following some kind of game convention. Normally, at least new players get guided to the capital city to check in. Instead, he was left with only a pointing needle, abandoned to survive on his own. It was as if a fantasy adventure had suddenly become a deserted island survival game. Still, Jiang Shuzhou wasn't worried. With supply chests and a small boat intact, heading south following the needle promised a safe return to civilization. The real challenge was this free exploration phase 2, free for comfort. He adjusted his focus and switched to the character panel. Character name: Knavish Lebo. Soul: 10. Spirit: 10. Willpower: 10. Strength: 4. Endurance: 4. Agility: 6. Note: normal starting values are 5 points per stat. Tapping each attribute, detailed explanations appeared. Soul: the foundation of everything. Without a soul, you cease to exist. Soul determines your spirit and willpower. Neither spirit nor willpower can exceed 3 times your soul attribute. Spirit, an extension of the soul. The higher your spirit, the greater your derived mana. Willpower, the soul's resilience. The higher your willpower, the stronger your resistance to non-physical abnormal states. Strength determines your attack power and burst damage. Endurance determines your stamina and carrying capacity. Agility determines your attack speed, dexterity, and movement speed. The attribute panel was clear. The mage's core stats soul, spirit, and willpower all at a solid 10 points, well above the usual starting values. Strength and endurance were just barely adequate at 4 points each, while agility was slightly better at 6 points. Fortunately, he had chosen the battle mage talent when creating his character. Otherwise, he might not have even survived the opening scenario. Jiang Shuzhou then moved on to examine the other attributes. Health, 14,000 and 4,100, spell power, 100, attack, 46640, armor, 27720, magic resist, 220. Just looking at these stats, it was ridiculous how over the top they were. The numbers in parentheses kindly noted the battle mage bonus. Jiang Shuzhou stared at this string of attributes, once again grateful he had chosen the battle mage talent without those bonuses. This sheet would be pitiful, except perhaps for the spell power. But here was the problem. He, a full-fledged mage, couldn't even cast the simplest spell. It was absurd to think about even Gandalf, famed for close combat skills, could at least light a torch spell. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't even produce that tiny spark. Fortunately, the game offered skill books, so self-study was possible. The real priority was figuring out how to increase spell power. The stat description was straightforward. Spell power is calculated by soul, spirit, and will. Formula: spirit will 2 soul. Example: 10 10 2 10, 10 10 100. Understanding the formula instantly settled his attribute distribution plan. Focus on soul first, then spirit and will. With a plan, he pulled out the book Mages and Magic, from beginner to master, ready to pick up a few skills. But as he flipped the pages, the system didn't pop up the usual Learn Skill XXX notification. A chill ran through his heart. Was this a system bug? He quickly checked the system log. Reading Mages and Magic, from beginner to master, Magic Mage's hand learning progress 0.1. His eyes moved down to the header. This entire page detailed the casting steps for Mage's hand. Jiang Shuzhou was momentarily stunned, then laughed with relief. So you really had to grind through the book by yourself, bit by bit. I didn't go to university just to avoid studying. And yet here I am playing a game where I have to memorize formulas and spells. He complained. Whose game actually expects players to learn magic on their own? I'm here to experience being a mage, not become a straight A student. Evening was approaching as he quietly closed the book. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but practicing in the dark wasn't convenient. No matter how strange this game was, having chosen the mage path meant steeling himself to see it through. If someday the game really blended with reality, all this hard work would pay off. Thinking like that grounded his mind a little. He then opened the market panel to check gold prices. Gold coin price, 48,560 yuan per piece. As expected, gold, the game's universal currency, had practically become a foreign exchange for another world. The soaring price indirectly confirmed how much players doubted the game's realism. The higher the price, the more people suspected this wasn't an ordinary game, but something deeply connected to reality. He guessed many players had already chosen the mage route and discovered the self-learning quirk. With many smart players, skepticism naturally rose. Yet judging by the gold price trend, most were still waiting on the sidelines. The big buyers were mainly official institutions from various countries. As for whether this game was alien technology or a gateway to a real world, no one could say. The system clock read just after 7 p.m. Outside, darkness had settled. Jiang Shuzhou decided to log off and head to the forums to gather more information and maybe find some fun. He had spent the whole day dealing with monster corpses and chopping trees, treating himself like a beast of burden, but oddly, he bore no complaint. After all, these were tasks impossible in real life, and experiencing them in the game was thrilling and fresh, especially the smell of it all. Jiang Shuzhou climbed out of the game pod, feeling like a vampire each time he logged on and off, crawling into a coffin by day and emerging at night. The only difference was that vampires supposedly head out to enjoy nightlife, whereas his nightlife was more like working overtime. When the pod door slid open, a blast of cold air hit him, and he shivered. The only sound in his tiny rented room was the computer's cooling fans humming steadily. The curtains were drawn tight, blocking out the last traces of dusk. He shook his stiff legs and muttered bitterly to himself. This isn't nightlife at all, it's night overtime. They say vampires can only drink pure blood, and any other blood tastes like crap. But nowadays, who can find pure blood? If not, aren't vampires forced to suffer every night? A chill ran down Jiang Shuzhou's spine as he quickly banished the disgusting thought. Can't think about that anymore. Better distract myself with some hellish jokes to calm down. He grabbed his phone, the bright screen making his pale face look even paler. As soon as he unlocked it, a pop-up headline hit him like a blow. US President Trip announces tariff hikes on most imports. Minimum 275. Jiang stared at that number, vision going black. Is this even a sane idea? Could the US leadership really have been replaced by androids? Complaining to himself helped a bit, and he remained mostly calm. These tariff hikes wouldn't affect him directly, as long as they didn't touch game prices. But barely had he thought this when he swiped to the game developer's announcement: new game prices doubled across the board. The bitterness lodged in his throat, choking him half to death. But then again, it made sense. He was almost living inside Astroverse. Arrival now, a full-time member of the reformist faction. Compared to fully immersive virtual worlds, traditional games just didn't appeal anymore. Yet a new paradox emerged. Gaming is supposed to be an escape from reality, but immersing oneself 247 in a perfectly simulated fantasy is that just swapping one reality for another? And what if the real world itself is merely a higher dimensional simulation? Realizing he was slipping toward nihilistic despair, Jiang forced himself to stop. With his top-tier talent bonuses, at least under those stars he could live a life more glamorous than reality offered. And if one day the game fully merged with real life, he'd be right at the top, a dream worth holding on to. Gathering himself, he opened the forums to see how other players debated the ultimate question of what's real. But the front page was desolate, with only a handful of discussions, most clearly tongue-in-cheek. Digging through a few hot threads, he quickly found the Ryasona loot drop mechanic had been introduced. In Astroverse Arrival, loot was split two ways. 1. Like him, players had to kill monsters and manually strip shiny gear from their armor gaps. 2. During personal story resets, the system automatically dumped all defeated enemies' loot into players' backpacks. No bending down needed. Could I have misunderstood? Is this just a normal game after all? Jiang's heart pounded staring at the screen. Who should I believe? Did the devs go mad? Or do they just really favor mages to set such crazy thresholds for spellcasters? He couldn't figure it out and didn't even want to waste the energy trying. Rather than flounder in philosophical mud, better to count his earnings. So far, thanks to his in-game talents and loot drops, he had raked in over 700,000 yuan. Across the entire gaming scene, what title lets you net that kind of money in a single day? No use overthinking it now. He'd wait and watch how things unfolded. Focus on playing well, and whatever came next, he'd face it calmly. Clearing his mind, Jiang Shuzhou gave up on overthinking and stopped dwelling on it. A professional intensity ranking? He casually refreshed the forum and was immediately drawn to the title of a popular post. Perfect timing. Still hadn't thoroughly reviewed information on other classes, so this was an excellent chance to catch up. The post had an astonishing number of views, 70 million clicks, with replies topping over 100,000. This wasn't some spammy thread, it was clearly packed with valuable content. Jiang Shuzhou narrowed his eyes and glanced at the author's name, Teacher 87. That name was all too familiar. Her full handle, She's 87 Fragrance, belonged to a top-tier strategist with tens of millions of followers, who had long been Jiang Shuzhou's go-to role model. As a leading influencer with over 12 million followers on a single platform, Teacher 87's success was closely tied to the excellent quality of her guides. 70 million quality clicks meant at least that many people spent over 10 minutes reading, proving the content's worth. Jiang Shuzhou rubbed his fingers together, eyes gleaming, couldn't wait to dive into this freshly released guide. The post started with a cosmic-level disclaimer. Disclaimer: this ranking is the author's personal opinion only and does not represent others. It is based solely on the gameplay experience of players without talent points. The guide is for reference only and does not represent the author's official stance. Finally, if anything offends you, please forgive me. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Wow, right from the start, she washed her hands clean of all blame. Then came Teacher 87's main text. Hello, this is 87. First, thank you all for the support. Our team randomly surveyed 12,456 players from 75 fan groups and combined their feedback to write this guide. Thanks for your enthusiasm. The scrolling text seemed to crackle like static in his ears, sharpening Jiang Shuzhou's focus instantly. Without further ado, let's begin our journey exploring otherworldly professions. Gunslinger, a true Phantom God tier class, and also my current main. Some of you might ask, Teacher, what was your previous class? I was originally a mage. Alright, back on track. Why is Gunslinger a Phantom God tier class this meta? The core reasons are threefold. First, simple to operate, massive damage. While other classes are stuck in close combat, brutal melees, the Gunslinger just hides behind shadows and takes headshots by pulling the trigger. If this isn't powerful, then what counts as strong? Teacher 87's tone was proud, as if she could shoot a fatal bullet through the screen at any moment. Second, unique mechanics. Gunslingers have two key features: firearm proficiency and spirit attachment. The former increases aiming accuracy and reload speed. The latter is more mysterious. The weapon can communicate with its owner, currently aiding aiming, but potentially manifesting as a humanoid in the future. Teacher 87 left a cryptic "those who know," no line, inviting wild speculation. Jiang Shuzhou blinked. Auto-aim built in. No need to pretend anymore. Huh. Third, terrifying mob farming efficiency. Though the basic flintlock is slow to reload, its high single-shot damage makes up for eye-tone shot to a weak spot drops monsters instantly. Once you earn enough, you upgrade to a more powerful lever-action rifle and easily solo the goblin nest. Jiang Shuzhou imagined the barrage of gunfire, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table rhythmically as if pulling an invisible trigger. Alright, gunslingers covered. Next, let's talk about Tier 1 classes. After quickly skimming through the guide, Jiang Shuzhou began summarizing it for himself. He first compressed the thick pile of information before him into a concise, streamlined version. Illusion God, Musketeer. Tier 1, Priest, Warrior, Knight. Tier 2, Archer, Thief, Druid. Tier 10086, Mage. Each class has unique mechanics that differ greatly from one another. Priest. The key concept is faith points. Which deity you believe in and how strictly you follow their doctrines directly determine your faith level. The higher the number, the stronger the bonuses become, and the type of bonus shifts depending on the god you worship. Those revering the war god excel in combat power, while faithful followers of the healing god possess unmatched recovery abilities. In Jiang Shuzhou's mind, he could even picture high-level priests raising their hands to heal or wielding staffs to charge into battle. Simple but breathtaking imagery. Warrior based on willpower. Unlike the attribute on the character sheet, this depends entirely on personal endurance and resolve. The higher the willpower, the more absurd the triggered bonuses, even to the point of ignoring death. This explosive growth potential is precisely why warriors manage to squeeze from Tier 2 up to Tier 1, widely regarded as miracle workers. Jiang Shuzhou nodded quietly. The ultimate protagonist template had to be this class. Knight driven by oaths. Family rules or personal vows become binding system clauses. Minor ones might forbid certain foods or acts on specific days, while major vows mandate rules like never harm women, children, or the elderly, or be generous to the needy. Breaking these oaths triggers terrible punishments, but steadfastness rewards you with a fine steed and full steel armor, giving the class its Tier 1 hardware advantage. Jiang Shuzhou envisioned iron hooves pounding earth and morning light shining off gleaming armor, indeed imposing. Archer and Musketeer both belong to the proficiency system. Firing speed, reload, accuracy, all stats gained purely through practice. The numbers speak for themselves. Thieves revolve around stealth points, which dictate success rates of theft and sneak attack damage. At high enough values, they can come and go without a trace, striking from the shadows like the wind. Druids similar to priests, but replacing faith points with affinity for nature. High affinity lets you freely command natural spells like wind, thunder, water, and fire. If the score drops below a critical threshold, you might be expelled from your sect and stripped of all abilities on the spot. Jiang Shuzhou thought of those nomadic spellcasters wrapped in vine cloaks, manipulating massive wooden serpents. A deep sense of awe stirred within him. Finally, the mage. For other classes, Jiang Shuzhou only skimmed the highlights, but mage was his specialty. He had to read every word. The guide's author prominently stamped in bold. T10086 Mage, unquestionably the bottom-tier class. No masochistic tendencies, no chance of success. The author self-deprecatingly added. Some rankings might be debatable, like me bumping the miracle-producing warrior from Tier 2 to Tier 1. But after you finish reading about the mage, you won't question my placement. Jiang Shuzhou sneered inwardly. As a mage himself, he was confident he only needed one axe to fight from the ship's bow to its stern. What other class could be stronger than that? The guide went on. Nowadays, 100 of mage players take relevant talents. Otherwise, they simply can't keep up. That's the conclusion from my survey sample. Suddenly, the narrative halted. The author dropped a rhetorical question. Has anyone noticed something? I never actually explained the mage's mechanics because I don't know them myself, or rather, am unsure what they truly are. I can only give a rough outline. As everyone knows, the defining trait of a mage is the ability to cast a wide variety of spells. So hey, raise the question, how exactly do you learn those spells? Many might say, of course, you get skill books dropped by monsters and learn from those. But that's not how it really works. If mages relied on monster drops for skill books, they wouldn't be bottom of the class on the profession leaderboards. The truth is, you learn spells by studying from a book yourself. That's right, mages have to grind through tomes on their own. Sounds reasonable on paper. Mages are scholars after all, but players come to games to have fun, not to hit the books. Just imagine playing a mage. You want to use a spell, but first you have to sit there memorizing it? If a player actually had that kind of patience, wouldn't it be better to just retake the college entrance exam and get into a good university? Even worse, before learning their very first spell, mages are practically useless in combat. They can't even scratch weak mobs. Who would pick such a profession? My advice, unless your talents line up perfectly with being a mage, just restart your character. Trust me on this. Jiang Shuzhou listened quietly, unable to refute a single point. They were all true. Fortunately, his talent was a perfect match for mages, And with his battle mage trait that granted high base stats, he could fight monsters up close and make up for a mage's early weaknesses. The only thing troubling him was the learning process itself. After finishing the college exam, he became addicted to gaming, quickly became a professional booster, and university was no longer in his future. He doubted he could ever focus enough to really master spells. Forget it. Jiang Shuzhou exhaled deeply and pushed his worries onto tomorrow's self. Today, no undercover spies around. So first, a few hellish jokes to lighten the mood. Question: what's the one thing that guarantees equality for everyone in America? Answer: bullets. When China celebrated inventing a drone that can fly through buildings, the US had already been flying planes through buildings since 2001. Question: what's the difference between Jesus and a portrait of Jesus? Answer: hanging a portrait of Jesus only requires one nail. After laughing out loud, feeling clear-headed, he decided to explore the most dangerous, lethal, yet perfectly legal website for Minsum book-sharing platform. Forgive the incomplete name. Mentioning it would unleash hordes of demonic moderators' war roars, instantly kicking people out. Despite the risks, Master Jiang plunged in without hesitation. The place was indescribable and undefinable, filled with eerie howls. Users appeared helpful on the surface, but he knew that once you expressed a dissenting opinion, the relentless mental attacks that followed were 100 times worse than any Twitter flame war. Fortunately, his infiltration went smoothly. Thanks to his expert internet skills, a small ripple he created quickly gathered momentum, drawing more participants until a storm brewed. At the bottom of thousands of comment pages, Jiang Shuzhou laughed bold and proud. At this moment, he found the purest joy of being a man, as thrilling as a child who drenches an anthill with hot water. Afterward, several major controversies erupted on the platform. With just a handful of accounts, a few provocative lines, and some baseless insults, the storm formed spontaneously. People dug in for their truths, ultimately forgetting the original argument, leaving only pure combat. Jiang truly mastered the art of online trolling. The only hurdle? Receiving family greetings insults, but he wasn't afraid, since his parents had long since passed away and were off limits. Sigh. How many innocent young boys and girls argue endlessly at midnight because of me? How many stay awake all night fighting? I am truly sinful. At 11 p.m., the comment section was still ablaze with curses. Night deepened, but the tension only grew. Jiang Shuzhou chuckled, then shut down his device and lay back. Hope you all sort it out tomorrow. I'm sleeping now. See you then. Life really is something, isn't it, folks? With the announcement, Star Sector, initiate arrival. Jiang Shuzhou, exhausted from a whole night of hard work, began his daily duty. To him, the saying, choice matters more than effort, was an old, overused cliché. But now that he had chosen the path of the mage, he had to grit his teeth and see it through. Besides, the career rankings were just borrowed from ordinary online games and might not really apply to Star Sector. Initiate arrival thinking this way gave him some comfort. Recalling his high school days when he wasted his studies due to gaming addiction, it was ironic that now, if he wanted to continue indulging in games, he first had to bury his head in study. Lives had turned. While his university classmates spent days and nights gaming in their dorms, he devoured piles of reading material, consider it paying his dues. He sighed and pulled a book from the stack, Mage and Magic, from beginner to mastery, snapping it open. The bold print on the first page startled him. This book is for reference only, do not. Wasn't this the kind of disclaimer you usually find on online shopping sites? To see it in a textbook was surprising. Frowning, Jiang Shuzhou flipped to the table of contents. Most chapters were conventional, except for a few unusually eye-catching lines. Summoning a succubus projection. 10 tips for identifying succubus gender. How to sign a slave contract. Long-term summoning contracts. The absurdity was almost irresistible. He skipped the rest and zeroed in on summoning a succubus. As the saying goes, one hero needs 3 helpers. Being a hero, it was only natural he needed 3 succubi to fight alongside him to ask. The purpose was obviously combat. Flipping to the indexed page, Jiang Shuzhou felt a thrill. Such powerful content. He was met with a full page of pristine white thick paper, much larger than an ordinary magic book, big and bright, impossible to ignore. Just as he was about to relax, his eyes caught a dark patch in the corner. Expecting some infernal black magic horror, his heart sank, but looking closer, it was a thoughtful addition from the Mages Alliance, showcasing customization options. The explanation was straightforward. According to your preference, the left shows a beauty, the right a rustic lass. You can modify runes as follows: steps to adjust to summon a succubus matching your liking. He couldn't understand the runes and steps yet, but the restables and descriptions were easy to grasp. Skin tone adjustable, body shape adjustable, breastplate size adjustable, hair volume adjustable, even hairstyle presets. Next to each option was a sample image of a succubus lady looking poor and ragged. This cascade of customizable features made Jiang Shuzhou's eyes go wide. His head nearly drooped. No, he simply couldn't lift it back up. This is exactly right, brother. So on point. Who said studying was boring? Who doubted the mage's potential? Just this book and this spell alone. If you can't master it, that's on you. Don't blame the mage class. Jiang Shuzhou was thrilled. This was pure gold. I won't go into detail about the rest, but it was all incredibly useful content, filled with various clever tips. He didn't quite understand the parts about the spells, but everything else was clear. Especially the reason why this spell was included in the booklet was designed to solve a physiological problem for mages, basically a monthly subscription. Wow, absolutely amazing. Where else, but in our great mage alliance, could you find such powerful knowledge? Now Jiang Shuzhou felt a surprising fondness for his hometown had never visited. Who said mages just hide in labs all day and can't find a spouse? We don't need a wife. You can just spend some mana points to have a marriage with a wife for several hours. And no worries about divorce settlements afterward. Such a wonderful civilization, and yet some people on forums still speak ill of it. Oh well, they just don't see the human brilliance behind it. Jiang Shuzhou was confident that if he posted this glowing spell book on the forum, many people would volunteer to become mages just to learn the spells inside. Without hesitation, he used the system's built-in screenshot function to capture the instructions for the spell that summons a succubus projection. After taking the screenshots, he started editing a post. Who says mages can't do it? After reading this spell, you'll all have to look up to us. I want everyone who says spells are hard to learn to apologize to me. He attached the screenshots and sent the post. Seconds later, he got a notice. Your post has been deleted for suspected distribution of obscene content. Posting privileges restricted for 30 days. What? Silence is the bridge of tonight. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to share good stuff with you all, but the moderation is too strict. Looks like Jiang Shuzhou will have to enjoy this alone. Although he still had access to the system's live streaming, he wasn't a saint. If he kept sharing good stuff, it could cost him more penalties, money fines, or get his account banned. Might as well stream himself biting a lighter at this point, at least he'd still get by. After spending so much time on the succubus summoning spell, Jiang Shuzhou decided to check out how to identify genders. The summoned succubi cannot be used immediately, because there are hermaphroditic individuals within the succubus race. So we need to distinguish their genders using the following methods. Wait, you mean the succubus I summoned might not have a definite gender? Even the previous methods don't work? He flipped back despairingly, and indeed, they didn't. Had been so focused on the illustrations for the summoning techniques that he completely overlooked this fact, or rather had never considered it. Fine, political correctness sure is popular even in hell. Luckily, Jiang Shuzhou was curious, and maybe because the succubus projection spell was a first-level spell, he didn't even have any mana to cast it now. If he summoned one without understanding, the consequences he didn't even want to imagine. This made Jiang Shuzhou feel even more touched. The Mage Alliance was truly magnificent. For us lonely souls, they've thoughtfully created a way to find a temporary girlfriend safely, and even went further to teach how to turn the temporary into permanent, plus how to reconcile. No need to say more, all of it was carved in his heart. Loyalty. Absolutely loyal. More than half an hour had passed before Jiang Shuzhou's upper chamber finally suppressed the lower chamber. Although the frivolous content was entertaining, what he really needed to study now were practical and proper spells. The fun stuff was just for amusement, and besides, he didn't even have any mana left. He closed the book and flipped back to the table of contents. Sure enough, tucked among the dense lines was an entry titled How to Acquire Mana. The previous chapters were mostly common mage knowledge, not very relevant to his current needs. He decided to save those for later. His top priority was to activate his casting ability. Turning to the indicated page, a dense wall of text spanned 24 pages. Jiang Shuzhou grabbed a wooden crate to sit on. Reading while chewing on the hard bread stored in the ship's hold, it was tough on the teeth. When thirsty, he scooped up cold water from a bucket and gulped it down. The taste was hardly enjoyable, but he had no time to cook hot meals. Time was mana. 3 hours slipped by, and by the time he finished tens of thousands of characters, the pages were soft and curled from turning. He looked up and exhaled deeply. He finally had a general understanding. Unlike the obscure, arcane advanced techniques he had expected, the actual steps to acquire mana were quite simple. Most of the text consisted of warnings and methods to handle mistakes. Jiang Shuzhou tossed the book aside and collapsed onto his bed. Not because he was ready to practice immediately, but to gather his energy first. After all, the first step was called soul perception, which required long periods of intense concentration to detect the faint, elusive energy waves in the outside world. 6 or 7 hours at a stretch, and even the slightest distraction would ruin all progress. The book particularly advised meditative sitting postures to avoid falling asleep from too much comfort. Jiang Shuzhou considered his own aptitude decent and estimated that he might sense it within 6 hours. But that was only the first hurdle. Succeeding there would lead to the next stage. Thinking about how, as a mage apprentice transported from another world, he still had no mana at all and couldn't cast a single spell, he couldn't help but grumble. If this were an online novel, he'd be nothing but a background character. A real letdown. Despite the frustration, the real business was urgent. He pulled up the game system and set a reminder for 1.5 hours later. The system was convenient, but only a standard game interface, not the kind of cheat codes that let you freely allocate points, or else he wouldn't have to struggle so much. Unexpectedly, the continuous reading combined with the boat's rocking multiplied his fatigue, and before long his eyelids shut, and he fell fast asleep inside the game. Ribbit, I'm going to blast you all to bits. In his dream, he became a great mage dominating heaven and earth. Armored enemies rang out like waves as he spread his arms, palms igniting twin blazing fireballs. With a swing of his arms, the flame shot forward with trailing tails, explosions pounding like drums bursting repeatedly beneath the city walls. Huh, that's right. Just like that. How do you feel? How do you feel? Do you like Mage Daddy's big fireballs? Come on, say you love Mage Daddy's big fireballs. Screams and firelight intertwined as he laughed maniacally, unleashing flame after flame. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm clock pierced the air, shattering the dream instantly. Ouch, damn it. The dream ended, and Jiang Shuzhou sprang upright from his bed, sitting up straight. Where am I? He looked up at the unfamiliar ceiling and asked himself instinctively. Then, memory flooded back. This was the captain's cabin in the game, and he was lying in his own captain's bunk. Thinking about the dream Head just had, his chest suddenly burned hot. I almost killed them all, just barely missed it. The lingering murderous intent left him unsettled. He took several deep breaths, his chest rising and falling as fresh oxygen cleared his foggy mind, easing the irritability that had woken him. But the harsh, violent words from the dream still echoed in his ears, words he never normally spoke. Maybe it was just suppressed stress? Jiang Shuzhou tried to rationalize. Then a rumored remedy came to mind. What if I play some Wa for a while? They say it can relieve stress. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If it really worked, why do so many people still curse while playing Wa? Lost in thought, he pondered further. That's right, I should train. Once I learn to summon a succubus, that'll solve this at its root. Gaining strength now had another clear purpose. He got up and sat cross-legged on a clean spot of floor in the corner of the captain's cabin. Empty your mind. Don't use your eye sense with your soul. The first cultivation instruction from the book. The sound of waves crashing slowly faded, and an invisible silence seemed to enclose the space around him. At first, he felt stiff, but gradually a thin mist-like glow appeared deep in his vision. He dared not open his eyes, afraid it was just an illusion. The image blurred and spread out, like looking through smeared glasses. It's too blurry, I can't see clearly. The thought arose, and his eyelids fluttered open involuntarily. Sure enough, the image shattered instantly. I thought he had failed. But then reality felt like a curtain gently lifting, and countless colorful light orbs surged in, filling his entire view. This was the sea of elements. Reds, oranges, yellows, greens, blues, and purples swirled and mingled like a toppled painter's palette. Jiang Shuzhou steadied his mind and recalled a key secret from the book. The mind is the soul's hand. To become a mage, one must first learn to grasp the elements with this hand. Deep within his consciousness, he grew a pair of invisible giant hands. His newborn palms flailed awkwardly, scattering the light orbs into finer starry fragments. A surge of joy washed over him, quickly adjusted and treated the hands as extensions of himself. His movements became precise and fluid. Fixing on a ghostly blue orb, he slowed his motions and cupped it gently with both hands. Like holding water bit by bit, he pulled it deep into his soul. An icy, sweet energy flooded his limbs, like a cool spring in the desert or a hot meal in hunger. The pleasant sensation made him squint in satisfaction. So this is ice element, he realized. Element entered the body, magic power born along with it. Congratulations. You walk the path of truth. Tower Dweller. May you come to understand the world. Profession, Mage Apprentice. Spellbook unlocked. Magic power unlocked. New attribute, Magic power. Magic power, 11. Although Jiang Shuzhou had already successfully absorbed elements and stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, becoming a bona fide apprentice mage, he had no intention of resting yet. There's a saying that surpasses even thousands of books. The chapter on elemental absorption in mages and magic, from beginner to mastery, stresses that one must never absorb just a single element. The reason is straightforward. Magic also has attributes. If you only absorb one element, you will be limited to casting spells of that element's nature. As the book puts it, the world is a vast canvas, and the mage is the painter. If the painter only has one color, how can they possibly create a spectrum of rich hues? Therefore, one must absorb at least the 4 fundamental elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. All other elements are derivatives of these. Ice, for example, is a combination of water and fire elements. Here, fire doesn't merely mean flames, but the concept of heat. The 4 basic elements are everywhere, even hidden inside other elements, though often in very small amounts that Jiang Shuzhou's current perceptive ability cannot directly detect. To create pure ice, he only needs to extract as much fire or heat from the water element as possible. The purer the ice element, the greater its power when cast. Unfortunately, the ice elements he absorbed so far all come from the natural environment, meaning their purity is limited and they are just ordinary ice blocks. Standing on the lonely island, the salty scent of waves crashing against the shore filled the air, making the water element and its derivatives unusually active. Apart from extreme environments, the four big elements were not hard to find. A slight focus let him lock onto them quickly. Moments later, earth, fire, water, and wind elements were absorbed one after another, flowing into his brand new magic pool. After this round of absorption, a wave of fatigue washed over him. This was the signal that elemental attraction was weakening. Although he could still absorb one or two more rounds at his limit, he decisively stopped. Having raw mana without knowing any spells is wasteful. What he needed now was time to truly master incantations. After several attempts, he withdrew his consciousness from the sea of elements. Blinding light first broke into his vision. The sun was already low, half of its golden disk submerged below the horizon, and the orangered afterglow painted the skyline with brilliance and tranquility, as if tucking the earth under a warm, delicate blanket. Jiang Shuzhou raised his hand to check the system display, just past 5 in the afternoon. Although he had started training at 1:30, subjectively it felt like only minutes had passed. No wonder cultivators retreat for hundreds of years. Subjective time really does stretch dramatically through practice. Humans often experience distortions in their perception of time, a phenomenon known in psychology as time illusion, which is quite common. As expected, as his soul and body absorbed elements, both his strength and endurance visibly increased, though still far behind those of combat specialists. Thinking this over, Jiang Shuzhou shook his head slightly, letting go of any fantasies about a suddenly booming physique. Instead, he began lighting the handful of candles he had scavenged from the ship's cabin, only about a dozen, so he had to ration them carefully. But tonight, no matter what, he had to burn the midnight oil and learn a formal spell to truly earn his place among the mage ranks. He had originally planned to conserve candles, but then he thought of the absurdly inflated prices in the trading post. One gold coin marked up to 30,000, a single piece of bread priced at 50,000. Compared to reality, it was ridiculous. It would be more reasonable if an extra 0 or 2 got added and people were just giving passionate speeches at the pub instead. This trading post was no marketplace, it was a full-blown stock exchange. Each item represented a stock. The more common and easy to hoard, the more its price was artificially inflated. Gold coins were scarce, so their prices stayed fairly stable. Bread was everywhere but got driven sky high, and no one cared who ended up holding the bag. Jiang Shuzhou refused to be the last sucker, but since the bubble hadn't burst yet, he decided to list 13 loaves of bread from his backpack, splashing on the high tide to cash out first. "You have new mail," the prompt chimed as his 13 loaves sold out instantly, netting 650,000 in profits. In just a few minutes, his initial investment in the game warehouse more than paid off. Who the sucker was that bought it all? He didn't bother to find out. Closing the trading post, he gulped down some water and struggled to swallow a piece of stone-hard bread. His throat felt like it was scorched by fire. "I swear, next time I log off I have to figure out how to soften bread, or else I'm doomed." If hunger didn't drag down his body, he wouldn't even bother eating it. Not fit for dogs, he thought. Drawing in a steady breath, candlelight flickering softly, he unfolded the heavy beginner's spellbook. 5 hours slipped by like nothing. The captain's cabin held only the sound of turning pages. As night edged towards 10 o'clock, he reluctantly closed the book. The principles behind casting spells proved far more complex than simply refining magical energy. The book was a full 100 pages packed with prerequisites and cautions. Each line mattered for life or death. No room for carelessness. He had only made it halfway through in 4 hours, but at least he had a rough grasp on the core spellcasting mechanics. At this pace, he should finish reading it all by tomorrow. He shoved the book back into his inventory, blew out the candles, crawled onto the creaking captain's bunk, and decisively logged off. Another battle was just beginning. The internet. It was simple. That piece of bread priced at 50,000 in the trading post had just dropped to 50 yuan, a 1,000-fold crash in value. If this happened in the real stock market, it'd be a textbook case. As a successful player who'd profited over 600,000, Jiang Shuzhou decided to check out the forums to see the folks ready to jump off a cliff, maybe offer some words of comfort, but mostly to enjoy the spectacle. After all, other people's lives are their business. His entertainment was his own. Though saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, if they really couldn't be saved, watching the drama unfold wasn't a bad consolation after all. Greed always backfires. Moral of the story: treasure life and stay far away from gambling. Jiang Shuzhou was the most qualified to say what the forum looked like in the middle of the night because he was right here, eating chicken feet. The garlicky chicken feet on the table had long since been picked clean by him, his fingertips gleaming with grease, the blue glow from his phone screen flickering in the dim light. Just as he expected, the homepage was filled with a flood of complaints. "Sold all my bread, and now I'm ruined. I believed the merchants and lost everything." These were all participants in yesterday's bread incident. Jiang Shuzhou had only 2 words for them: serve them right. They weren't ignorant. It was obviously a scheme. Everyone knew it was a hype, but they confidently believed they wouldn't be the last ones burned. As expected, the in-game bread wasn't rare, so prices couldn't stay high for long. Someone had to hoard early and cash in by exploiting others. The capital set the trap, and they walked right into it. So miserable. At least none of this is my problem. Jiang Shuzhou licked the salt off his fingertips, feeling a deep sense of relief. The hospital would probably be swamped in the coming days. Not just wallets would be broken, but people's nerves too. He wandered in the forum until well past midnight, feeling almost at home. Little Blue Book was clearly the favorite haunt of hardcore players. Only when the clock at the top of his phone struck midnight did he reluctantly lock the screen and crawl into bed. Tonight, some would get rich overnight, while others would lose everything, breaking up families. Jiang Shuzhou didn't know and didn't care, just wanted to dream a good dream. This Lego, wow, that's impressive. Wait, a guy? Yeah, a guy's even better. I love Sichuan opera. Fragments of dream talk could be heard clearly. The dreamer was a Chengdu local and a Sichuan opera fan. The next day, morning light filtered through the porthole, dappling the wooden walls of the cabin. Jiang Shuzhou sprang up from the bed, his hair still soft and tousled from deep sleep. Star Realm Arrival Initiate. Compared to the constraints of reality, the game was far more to his liking. Surviving wild lands, seeking swift justice, things impossible in real life, all achievable in the Star Realm. He hadn't forgotten about the bread incident. The dark bread he swallowed yesterday tasted awful. Had thought black means healthy and premium. Now he understood it was just barley, rye, and wheat mixed haphazardly with sawdust and other fillers, the texture rough like chewing tree bark. The right way to eat it was with cheese or cured meat. Luckily, the captain and first mate had ample supplies. White bread, cheese, pickles, and cured meats filled an entire cabin, enough for him to enjoy for over 10 days. Jiang Shuzhou grabbed a piece of white bread and devoured it in just a few bites, not wasting a single crumb. With his appetite satisfied, he immediately turned to the heavy spell book. The yellowed pages shimmered faintly in the morning light, the runes gently flickering. For him, studying wasn't just a mental pursuit, it was a literal way to grow stronger. His talent was there, his motivation strong, and he was almost completely engulfed by the surging torrent of knowledge. Magic spells, the crystallized wisdom of countless mages, each spell refined and perfected over countless ages. The levels of spells correspond to the levels of mages, divided into 12 tiers, grouped into 3 major stages: apprentice, 1st through 9th order, sanctum, and legend. Apprentice spells are the starting point for all magic, usually composed of just 2 runes with limited power, mostly leaning towards support and utility. Moving upward, 1st order spells require 4 primary runes, 2nd order 8, and so on. By the 9th order, the number of primary runes skyrockets to 1024, and that only counts the primary runes depending on how much the caster modifies the spell and the number of additional demands. A multiplier of secondary runes must be inserted. Some spells even have more auxiliary runes than primary runes, resembling a chaotic mountain of messy code. Sanctum and legend stages present a different picture. From this point on, there's no upper limit to the number of runes. Power and complexity grow exponentially. The book mentions a legendary spell that fills 150,000 runes. Jiang Shuzhou found himself baffled. How on earth was that written? But that was just something to read about. For now, he could only use apprentice spells. The book's most detailed sections only cover up to the 1st order. Beyond that, joining the Mage Alliance is necessary to continue studying. The book was full of fiery slogans like "Mages should unite," "Knowledge belongs to all," but the reality was harsh: no signed agreement, no access to the advanced material. Jiang Shuzhou wasn't expecting any special treatment. He planned to master 1st order spells first, at least enough to defend himself, then take a lifeboat off the pirate ship to Willisco, a city recommended by a senior mage. If he could join the seniors faction, it'd be nice to have a solid branch to lean on. Since they call themselves the Mage Alliance, it looks strange not to join. Sometimes you have to play the underdog before becoming the boss. To gain anything, you have to pay a price. If exploitation wasn't too brutal, he'd see it as securing a steady position for himself. The Alliance can't be worse than capitalists. After poring over the theory of casting spells repeatedly, he finally began practicing. Starting simple and progressing to difficult, most apprentice spells require 2 runes, except for one special case: Mage's Hand. The name sounds simple, but in reality it treats the caster's spiritual power as a hand to manipulate the target. It hardly consumes magic power, relying mainly on spiritual energy. More convenient still, it needs only 1 rune: guidance. The rune's shape is intuitive: 3 horizontal lines and 4 dots. To cast it, you first use your spirit to guide your magic power, creating the rune's shape. Then your spirit flows through the rune, forming the actual mage's hand. The book also mentions another approach: emitting spiritual power directly without runes. This sounds easier, but is a mark of mid-level mages 4th to 6th order. If truly mastered, you can perform spiritual scanning. After all, the mage's hand guided by magic power is like wearing gloves. Sensory feedback is weakened several times and barely detects the external environment. Back to reality, Jiang Shuzhou had tried over a dozen times and failed each time. Thankfully, This was the simplest spell, so failure only meant wasting some magic power without catastrophic backlash. But after so many attempts, his magic reserves were completely drained. Reluctantly, he decided to meditate and absorb more elemental energy, hoping to raise his magic capacity to at least 30 points, or else he'd have to stop and recharge every few days. This was the legendary frustration of having too little mana just when you most needed it. Time flew by, and now it was already past 7 in the evening. Jiang Shuzhou had absorbed 2 rounds of elemental energy, and his mana was finally sufficient to cast spells. The mana bar read, 31-31. All right. He took a deep breath and pressed his advantage, determined to master the mage's hand spell tonight. The continuous training left his body slightly fatigued, but his intellectual attribute rating of 10 kept his mind sharp and clear. Jiang Shuzhou closed his eyes, turning his spirit energy into a precise quill, swiftly sketching the guiding runes deep within his consciousness, much like preparing a code template, ready to run once supplied with computational power. This pre-cooked method of casting had its pros and cons. It consumed very little mana on failure, but required an additional infusion step, making it somewhat slower than other approaches. Jiang Shuzhou didn't mind spending a few extra seconds. It was better to get the spell running first before worrying about optimizing performance. Without being able to cast at all, there was no chance for improvement. Once the plan was set, he acted immediately. The rune took shape, and Jiang Shuzhou steadily infused his mana into it. This time, there was no collapse like before. His spiritual net pierced through the invisible barrier and reached into reality. In that instant, it was as if someone yanked back a blackout curtain. His extrasensory perception exploded within him. He could hear the faint scraping of crabs dragging across sand, catch the clear cries of seabirds flying overhead, and even distinguish the rustling of leaves rubbing against each other outside the ship. The entire vessel, along with the distant surface of the sea, unfolded before his mind's eye like a detailed, three-dimensional blueprint. This is more exhilarating than ice, he murmured inwardly. Opening or closing his eyes no longer mattered. His perception had long surpassed the limits of mere sight. After the visual breakthrough came the true test. The pages of the book on the table quivered lightly, then slowly lifted into the air. His first time commanding the spell was still a bit clumsy. The book wobbled slightly, betraying the tremor caused by his excitement. Jiang Shuzhou steadied his breath, calmed his mind, and the mage's hand immediately stabilized, flipping the pages with a crisp rustle. At last, he understood why most mages were content to stay holed up in their towers all day. The control over the natural world was intoxicating. Although Mage's Hand was one of the most basic spells, it was undeniably the core of the entire mage's repertoire. The reason was simple. 1. To cast spells at a distance, one must first have an extension of the spirit. 2. Without Mage's Hand, a mage could only complete the rune construction and detonation mentally, like holding a bomb to their own forehead. 3. The usual casting process involved guiding spirit energy around the body before releasing the spell, but this only unleashed power at the surface, making it easy for targets to anticipate and dodge. At some point, an ingenious predecessor realized Mage's Hand could extend spirit energy to a distance, allowing runes to be directly formed and activated at the hand's tip. From then on, enemies on the battlefield had to watch not only the mage's every gesture, but also anticipate lethal spells poised to launch from all directions, granting mages a tremendous tactical advantage. Of course, this approach isn't without its drawbacks. The main downside is that it requires multitasking. Not only must you operate the Mage's Hand, but you also have to construct runes while dodging attacks, and even casting close-range defensive spells. In other words, you're juggling at least 3 tasks at once. It does sound a bit tedious, but to Jiang Shuzhou, this is exactly what a mage's job is about. Study hard in peace, bleed less in battle. Mages naturally have low health and can't soak blows like warriors do. Their advantage lies in having plenty of time to pore over books and practice spells. Within the traditional mage community, Jiang Shuzhou was already considered a lazy dog for studying only 10 hours a day. If you don't study 17 or 18 hours every day, how can you even sleep? The veterans often said. No wonder mages are masters of multitasking, drawing circles with their left hand, squares with their right, all while manipulating Mage's Hand to form triangles midair. These precise maneuvers are second nature. It took him a full 2 days just to master his first spell. Feeling his way step by step toward the shore of truth, it was like walking on thin ice. A sarcastic thought flashed through Jiang Shuzhou's mind. Hey there, thin ice brother, did you make it across? Shaking his head to brush away the strange idea, he experienced loneliness for the first time, not some poetic life insight, but genuine, raw solitude. For nearly a week, he hadn't seen a living soul, either arguing online or holed up alone in his broken ship, buried in books and incantations. In the game and in real life, there wasn't a single person within miles. This must be what real loneliness is, he thought, trying to sound artsy but constrained by his high school education. He couldn't come up with a decent sentence. So graduating high school disqualifies you from enjoying loneliness? His mind looped the thought like a viral internet meme. Who isn't crazy these days? Most people are just numb. If the walls of the heart from EVA ever fell, young people today would have to reinforce those walls to absolute impenetrability. Time flew by, and 3 hours slipped away. He repeated practicing Mage's Hand dozens of times, finally squeezing the casting time down to 2 seconds before reluctantly stopping. His mana bar was completely depleted. Absorbing a full element cycle takes at least 2 hours, but his mana cap was only his spirit attribute times 10, exactly 100 points. By now, Jiang Shuzhou's eyes burned, and his willpower was hanging on just by the novelty of learning magic. But as his excitement faded, his body started to protest. He flipped open his book, wanting to switch spells for research. On the next page, a single solitary sentence caught his eye. Beginners learning Mage's Hand may construct the runes slowly, with up to 5 minutes allowed for completion. Wait, it's not timed by seconds? Jiang Shuzhou stared blankly. Previously, he had pushed himself to finish in under 10 seconds because the book said, during battle, casting should not exceed 2 seconds. He believed it, and forced himself to keep within 2 seconds, even as a novice. Who wrote this book? And why put such a crucial note on the last page? Are you kidding me? His face flushed red, and he raged inwardly. Screw this. I'm done. I'm logging off for a shower. Though he said that, he ultimately maintained his composure. After all, he was the one who hadn't read carefully, and no real harm was done. Does being too talented count as a mistake? If he was being played, he'd just chalk it up to an illusion. Best to hope it really was just that. Spell Mage's Hand mastered. Let me show you what a shadowy hand looks like. On a sunlit beach at noon, waves crashed against the shore, and a white-bellied seabird lazily perched on a rock, eyes half closed. Suddenly, a giant translucent hand formed from magic stretched out from thin air, instantly gripping the bird's neck. With a brittle crack of bone, feathers scattered like autumn leaves, and the lifeless body sagged down. Now, let me show you a mage's mighty hand. Jiang Shuzhou withdrew his fingers, and the magical glow in his palm quickly faded away, as if he'd just brushed off some dust. It had been a full week since the launch of the Deep Blue era, and he had never slackened. His mana was maxed out, and he hadn't wasted time leveling up spells. In addition to Mage Hand, he loaded 4 apprentice-level spells into his spell slot. But once his stats hit the ceiling, his progress felt like hitting a brick wall. He meditated every day without fail, yet the 3 main attributes soul, spirit, and willpower remained stubbornly unchanged. At first, he was puzzled. There was no mentor to guide him, so every obstacle he had to figure out on his own. Thankfully, there was the spellbook. Clinging to the saying "there's a golden house" in the book, Jiang Shuzhou painstakingly studied the dense runes and annotations. Finally, catching clues hidden between the lines, she was ready for advancement. Indeed, less than 2 days after becoming an apprentice, he had already touched the threshold of becoming a first-level mage. The proof was in the familiar character panel. Name: Novice Lebo. Class: Mage. Rank: Apprentice eligible for promotion. Mana: 100,100. Soul: 10. Spirit: 10. Willpower: 10. Strength: 6. Endurance: 6. Agility: 7. Spell slots: Mage Hand, Spark, Water Condensation, Magic Tricks. His stats had grown plumper than before, nourished by overflowing mana. Strength and endurance each jumped by 2 points, and agility rose by 1. As for the new spells: 1. Mage Hand, a pure telekinetic grab. The hand acts exactly like a real one, nothing more to add. 2. Spark can shoot a thumb-length flame from the fingertip. Limited damage, but great for lighting fires or warming up. 3. Water Condensation conjures a small pool of clear water from the air, which Jiang Shuzhou used frequently to quench thirst or wash up. 4. Magic Tricks, a versatile combo made from 2 runes, guidance and shaping, capable of many effects, making campfire flames dance, sculpting mini figures from waves, unlocking simple locks, removing stains. With this all-purpose magic trick spell, Jiang Shuzhou never had to get his hands dirty again, truly experiencing the mage's life of clothes come to hand, food served up. Some might ask, if you already have Mage Hand, why learn another spell? The answer is simple. Mage Hand can only grasp and move objects. It can't gather items on its own or form sea water into figures. To achieve the same effect with Mage Hand alone, he'd need to multitask dozens of hands at once. Since Magic Tricks does it all in one go, why give himself trouble? So these 2 spells became his daily go-to combo. No wonder people joke that mages have heads in the clouds and lazy limbs. Who wants to soil their hands when magic can do the work? Back to promotion. He thought that at this pace, a couple more days of practice would be enough to break through. But when he finally turned to the page listing the promotion requirements, a dense block of text it chilled him to the bone. Promotion requirements: Soul Attribute 105, Spirit Attribute 1010, Willpower Attribute 105, Burning Ritual 01, First Level Spell Mastery 01. Jiang Shuzhou closed his attribute panel, already pinpointing the problem: Burning Ritual. He had long met the requirements for soul, spirit, and willpower attributes. As for first-level spells, the spell book in his possession recorded more than 10 basic spells. With some focused practice, he could naturally learn them. But before studying spells, he had to complete the burning ritual, which was stuck due to the lack of magical materials. The burning ritual, simply put, meant burning stuff. But it wasn't just casually setting something on fire, it required burning materials infused with magical energy, and with mild elemental natures. Water, wood, or earth were best. Fire element materials were strictly forbidden, since fire itself symbolized burning, and reigniting it was pointless. The essence of the ritual was to unleash a sudden surge of magical power to impact the spirit and trigger a physical transformation. The higher one's talent, the fewer materials needed. With Jiang Shuzhou's talent, he was confident a small amount would suffice, but the reality was that he didn't have a single bit of material. What to do without materials? Go to the trading post. He scanned the hanging item list. First level magic core, wood, 19,965,740 yuan. Almost 20 million. Jiang Shuzhou suspected the seller was simply flaunting wealth, never intending to sell. Other materials were similarly absurdly priced, the cheapest still costing 4 million. Since buying was out of the question, the only option left was to do it himself. The idea of farming monsters was quickly dismissed. Common monsters only dropped magic cores, and even then, they had to be at least first-level strength. Killing one first-level magical beast required at least a small squad of apprentices. Jiang Shuzhou wasn't incapable of fighting them. It was that there were no magical beasts on his island at all. After circling the coast, he hadn't even found so much as a claw mark. What about underwater? Even less feasible. He couldn't breathe underwater, and his combat ability in the sea was severely crippled. Getting killed by sea beasts wouldn't be surprising. After much thought, he focused on the only viable plan: cutting trees. Yes, cutting ordinary trees, as mundane as it sounded. When he first read this method, he was equally stunned. Could chopping ordinary trees really yield magical materials? But the records were explicit. In environments with high elemental concentrations, plants absorb and mutate the elements, becoming magical plants, or animals can be raised until they mature into magical beasts. Then their magic cores can be harvested. The advantage, renewable and stable. The disadvantage, takes a long time and depends on luck. Other strange methods required resources Jiang Shuzhou didn't yet have. But then he came across the line about excessive deforestation triggering nature's retaliation. As everyone knew, the profession system included a branch called Druid whose duty was to maintain nature's balance. Why maintain it? Because if humans recklessly destroy the ecosystem, nature's will would exact revenge, not metaphorically, but literally, manifesting as trance. Historical records showed that humans once engaged in massive deforestation to expand, provoking nature's wrath. Billions of trees were granted life itself. This led to the decades-long Trant War, ending in the Trance victory. Terrified, humans bowed their heads, giving rise to nature worship and the birth of the Druid profession. For Jiang Shuzhou, there was only one key takeaway. Excessive tree-cutting, nature spawning trance. The wood cores inside trance are magic materials. Putting it all together, as long as he kept swinging his axe and triggered the nature will spawn mechanism, he had a chance to get wood cores. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could actually defeat them. Back then, humans couldn't hold their own, that was just their weakness. But Jiang Shuzhou was different. In those days, there were barely any mages or priests who could harness the power of nature and the gods. Humans had no choice but to swing steel swords and axes directly at magical creatures like trees. Winning was nearly impossible. Now the situation was completely reversed. Humans had long since seized control, and the trance summoning system, originally designed to punish humanity, had ironically become a blatant reward. Large groups of mages would claim a patch of land, rapidly plant fast-growing trees, or buy genetically enhanced seedlings, then immediately cut them down once mature, patiently wait for the will of nature to summon trance, and then slaughter the trance to harvest magical materials. A cold, mechanized production line forcing nature's will to play along. Jiang Shuzhou mentally cursed. As expected, not a single capitalist has a conscience. Right now, he was stranded on a deserted island, planning to follow the same routine, summon a few trance to train his blade, and gather materials. Luckily, this place was so remote that very few had ever set foot here. Otherwise, such a small number of trees would never trigger trance summoning. The will of nature didn't just count the number of trees cut, but measured how much the ecological balance was disrupted. The island's ecosystem was as fragile as thin ice. Just chopping a few trees could trigger an irreversible loss judgment. He had the plan but didn't rush to raise his axe. His pressing priority was a proper meal. The game had been live for a week, and in reality, had been surviving on nothing but nutrient drinks, never having a real meal. In the game, it was even worse, do meager meals of bread slices a day. While others played games enjoying gourmet feasts, he might as well have been filming Survivor, Wilderness Edition. Did I get cursed for 8 lifetimes? Surely getting trolled online isn't punishment enough? Not eating properly is a mindset problem. Jiang Shuzhou grumbled to himself and decided to prep some pre-battle supplies. Without hesitation, He used his mage's hand to scoop up a purple fish from shallow water, then caught a foraging seabird and secured. The fish shimmered with a ghostly purple glow. If not for the system popping up a prompt, he wouldn't dare eat it. Name: purple cloudfish. Type: food life form. Description: common fish, non-toxic and edible, extremely fresh taste. The system usually kept a low profile but came through at critical moments. Just the fish's color alone would have been enough to scare him off. Jiang Shuzhou guessed the fish probably relied on mimicking poison as protection, but the system had ruined its ruse. Fresh fish was best for soup. He first scaled, gutted, and removed the gills, then made decorative cuts along the body and threw it into a stone pot with ginger slices, sea salt, and a few wild peppercorns, adding enough water to cover the fish. The campfire crackled and flickered. The seabird underwent the usual ritual: pluck feathers, gut and clean, marinate in coarse salt for 10 minutes, brush with wild honey, then skewer and slowly rotate it over the fire. The falling fat hissed as it hit the embers. Meanwhile, he sliced mushrooms head gathered on the island and stir-fried them with pre-marinated minced meat, chopped the scraps of seabird leg meat, mixed it with breadcrumbs, and fried golden meatballs. Kept a small piece of beast meat lightly marinated and pan-fried on a flat stone until crisp on both sides. After an hour and a half of busy work, he finally set out 4 dishes and 1 soup feast by the fire. 1. Mushroom stir-fry with meat. 2. Roasted seabird. 3. Pan-fried meat steak. 4. Fried meatballs. And the soup was the purple cloudfish broth. Unfortunately, the supplies on the ship were limited. Aside from some relatively fresh mushrooms, there were basically no fresh vegetables left. What remained were all preserved meats and pickled vegetables, and the quality of those pickles left much to be desired. Jiang Shuzhou shook the bottle of oil in his hand and checked his stash of spices bought from the trading post again. These ingredients together had cost him nearly 40,000 yuan, making this one meal more expensive than attending a state banquet. Yet he felt it was worth it, because living off mushrooms and grains for too long made people irritable, sometimes even malnourished. By now, Jiang Shuzhou had no doubts about how real this game was. What he wanted to know above all else was, when would it finally become reality? He wasn't the only one thinking this way. Many players shared the same hope or fear, which drove prices at the trading post to ridiculous heights. Recently, prices had started to ease a little on one side. Big spenders had mostly stocked up and paused. On the other, some players still clung to the idea that it's just a game and refused to spend money on hoarding. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't say who was right or wrong, though he leaned toward the first camp, better prepared and not starving with a grumpy vegetarian syndrome. But no one had decisive proof whether this was virtual or real. The game developers remained silent, yet everywhere there were signs of the game: monster drops, inventory slots, equipment panels, status screens. Supporters cited these as evidence it was just a game. Opponents countered: could humanity create something this realistic? There must be something else going on. The forum was a chaotic battlefield of these debates. None of this noise really concerned Jiang Shuzhou. He wanted to stir the pot a bit, but his account had been banned from posting for sharing a set of succubus benefit images with friends, so now he could only watch, not speak. And all the while, no charges were made against him. How frustrating. Snapping back to reality, he had just wolfed down the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, leaving the bowls cleaner than they'd been washed. Poor Guille was genuinely starving. Licking the last sauce from his lips, he cursed. Damn pirates. Working their heads off every day, but too stingy to improve their food. Now I'm going hungry too. Then he softened, feeling a bit sorry for the pirates. After all, they had preserved meats and pickles, which was decent considering they weren't nobles with money for gourmet ingredients. Still, his bitterness didn't fade. His current destitute situation, stranded on a deserted island and forced to scrape by on a pirate ship, was all thanks to the Minta family and some freaking fiancé of a certain spoiled young master. He didn't even know which young master or which fiancé, but that didn't matter. Once he caught a few of them, he planned to use a few great memory restoration spells, a treasure of human civilization that cures amnesia, and the truth would come clear. After finishing his meal, he grabbed a blood-red fruit and bit into it. Name: blood fruit. Rank: apprentice. Effect: restores 0.5 health points per hour for 2 hours. Description: heart-shaped, blood-red skin, juicy and sweet. The fruit looked like a heart, no veins, but an eerie deep red. The first bite released a sweet juice that splattered warmly around his mouth, as if warm blood trickled down his lips. The sweetness on his tongue sparked a daydream. If he hadn't been stuck in this cursed place, he'd probably be advancing to first-tier mage at the academy by now. With his small talent, maybe he could have even apprenticed under a legendary mage. Simeon, fair-skinned, beautiful, and talent-starred in a rebellious mentor-disciple drama. The thought made his mouth water. Snapping back, he swore again. Damn the Minta family. Damn the fiancé. Damn the pirates. If I were still at the academy, a simple fire ritual would be child's play. The blood fruit was gone, his curses said, but his stomach full, his heart only grew more restless. Before, he had been busy studying magic and suppressed his anger. Now, even a little break let the rage flare up again. In Jiang Shuzhou's book, there was no such thing as self-reflectionally crazy output. He never wasted energy on mental struggle. All his suffering was thanks to the damn Minta family. For now, he could endure. But once he gained enough power, he would wipe out their entire clan and show them what the Chinese people's obsession with the 9 clans truly meant. After eating his fill, it was time to get to work. Jiang Shuzhou picked up the legendary lumber axe that had helped him fell more than a dozen pirates in battle. This time, the axe was finally going to do what it was meant for. 1 chop, 2 chops, 3 chops he counted as he swung, each stroke carving deep wounds into the tree trunk. Counting helped him keep a steady rhythm and work more efficiently, while also letting him estimate how long it would take to fell each tree, hoping to finish before sunset. He deliberately targeted large trees with thick roots and dense foliage. First, because these would cause the greatest damage to the natural environment. Second, to prevent the natural spirits from resurrecting these trees, since the larger the treant of the first energy rank, the more terrifying their combat strength. At first, he thought about setting the forest on fire. After all, on this isolated island with no law enforcement, even if some ridiculous forest fire chief falls for me plot unfolded, no one could put him behind bars. But considering that burning the forest would be total ecological destruction, and the natural spirits might retaliate by sending out a 3rd or 4th level treant to fight him to the death, Jiang Shuzhou decided against it after some thought. So with each swing of the axe, the trees fell one by one. Thanks to his high attack power, every chop left a gash from several centimeters to over a dozen centimeters deep. After 3 or 4 strikes, a tree that took decades to grow crashed down. Trees, like humans, took a long time to mature, but could be toppled in just a few blows. No wonder the Druids treated trees as precious lives, willing to kill loggers rather than let them cut a single tree. To ordinary people, they seemed to protect nature. To Druids, they were preventing a tragedy. Thinking this over, he even began to understand the Druid sand, especially the so-called extremists among them. Anyone who used paper, electricity, or relied on plant corpses for energy were seen as destroyers. By their standards, only primitives were innocent. Once touched by industry, one became a sinner. Most people couldn't grasp such extreme logic, yet Jiang Shuzhou found himself sympathizing amid the numb rhythm of his chopping. But understanding didn't mean agreeing. The reason was simple. Cutting trees was just too damn hard. Unlike fragile human flesh, tree trunks had far greater durability, despite the fact that he could bring down a tree in just 3 or 4 strikes. But that depended on striking the right spot with each chop. Without any experience in logging, Jiang Shuzhou had already missed several swings, wasting extra effort before finally bringing down a single big tree. Hitting the exact same spot with every axe strike was never an easy task. As night fell, he had lost count of how many trees had cut down. All he knew was that the tall trunks were almost all cleared, leaving only some saplings no thicker than an arm. What once had been a dense forest with interwoven branches was now sparse, the end visible at a glance. It's done. The rest I'll cut down tomorrow. If I don't rest soon, I'll lose my mind. Jiang Shuzhou dropped his axe, his head buzzing. If he kept going, he could even understand why radical druids hated logging so much, who knew what he might do if he swung the axe again. So he logged off. He went to the forums, to the subreddits, anywhere he could find some fun, anything to give his brain a break. With that thought, he eagerly opened the forum, planning to pass on his deep understanding of extreme druids to others, and maybe watch them regret clicking in. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. The reason was simple: the game was about to update. If it had just been minor patches, that would be one thing, but this time the official announcement was about a tournament. The rise of mages. Complete overhaul of spell learning and casting mechanics. One post to show you all the official update details. Shocking. The changes to mages are this drastic. World-shattering secrets. This and that and so on. Is the game even real? Pure nonsense, a 10th word rebuttal of conspiracy theories. Come argue if you dare. One headline after another. The forum, once simmering undercurrents, erupted completely. Jiang Shuzhou only wanted to watch the spectacle, but the hype made his fingers itch, and he immediately decided to throw some fuel on the fire. Masters of Truth mages. No need for optimization. Perfect mechanics. Perfect class. If you can't play it well, that just means you suck. Doubters come and argue. After typing it all up, he feverishly clicked send. But after many attempts, the post just wouldn't go through. What's going on? Is my internet bad, or is the server down? He checked his connection thoroughly, but found no problem. Opening his profile page, he sighed in resignation. Oh, my account's banned. I thought my network was acting up. What a low shed, missed a great chance to stir things up. Had been hoping to find some fun through that post, but because of posting demon succubus pictures last time, had been banned and couldn't get in at all. Since he couldn't post, he settled for reading the official tournament announcement. The tournament series Banquet of the Gods will officially begin 1 month after server launch, on December 1st. Use your battles to please the gods. Faith and glory, sacrifice and blood will accompany you. Eligibility. Must be at least Paragon Tier 1. Registration deadline, November 29th. Format. Preliminary Round 1 on November 29th. Preliminary Round 2 on November 30th. A total of 10 teams will be selected for the finals. Finals will be held on December 1st, with winners decided within one day. Venue, confidential. Rules, confidential. Prizes, top 3 teams will receive rare in-game reward soul weapons that grow with the player and can transform at will. Extremely precious. Note, the finals will be live-streamed for all players. Preliminary participants may stream voluntarily. If you mind, please do not register. No revival deaths will be consumed upon death during the tournament. All equipped items and inventory will be preserved, so participate with peace of mind. All rights of interpretation belong to the organizer. Why are the competition rules and venue details completely confidential? How is anyone supposed to prepare? Jiang Shuzhou stared at the official tournament announcement with a twitching scalp. Besides telling everyone the competition is coming, the entire notice was blank. Calling it promotion was a stretch. It was more like a bare-bones notification. And look at that title, Feast of the Gods. Sounds grand, but aren't mages considered gods? Are mages not worthy of the table? Why not just call it Mage Revelry instead? Muttering a few complaints, he opened the game update log. With just over half a month left before the competition, the patch was already live and its impact on him was far from trivial. We have noticed many players in the mage class complaining that the skill system is overly complicated. We sincerely apologize. While learning and modifying spells remains the core mechanic for mages, to accommodate players who prefer a lighter experience, we are introducing a brand new mage subclass. Introducing Arcane Network Mage. Arcane Network Mage? Jiang Shuzhou nearly threw his mouse. Is that even what you'd call a mage? Might as well change the name outright. Maybe others didn't realize, but he knew all too well the term Arcane Network Mage originated back when the Arcane Network goddess Mystra still walked the world. For every mage alive, Mystra was the greatest enemy they'd ever faced, for a few reasons. First, the Arcane Network itself. Mystra personally rewove the world's ley lines, the turbulent, elemental streams that mages rely on for cultivation and casting into one massive, binding web. Since that day, mages lost the freedom to modify spells at will and were forced to rely on standardized magic. Worse still, the number of times you could cast spells was tightly restricted, a few dozen per day at best, sometimes barely a dozen if luck ran out. Just yesterday, when chopping wood, Jiang Shuzhou had to use the Mage Hand spell over 40 times just to control the tree's fall direction. If Mystra's network limited him then, he would have been flattened to pulp. Second, the even more painful and unbearable system was the advancement hierarchy. The highest authority in the Arcane Network was none other than Mystra herself. Progressing beyond certain mage tiers wasn't just about personal cultivation, it depended on her favor. Lower and mid-level ranks were barely tolerable after all. A goddess had no time for little players, but once you entered the high tiers, the nightmare began. Want to ascend to the sanctuary? Either you had to spend a fortune on the magic church or endure long, grueling years to break through on your own. Statistics showed the difficulty was over 15 times greater than in the old era. Without some sort of talent that defied the heavens, a strong, prime high-tier mage could easily be dragged down to ruin halfway. How did Jiang Shuzhou know all this? Of course, it's all about studying the books. This subject has become a nightmare for mages. To avoid repeating past mistakes, the books are filled with lessons born of mages' deep-seated hatred toward the gods. The largest sections, aside from the collapse of the tower and the persecution by the protector god, focus on the oppression by Mystra, the goddess of the weave. Whenever Jiang Shuzhou came across the words the mage's god church, he couldn't help but fight back a smile. How on earth could magic and god be forcibly slapped together like that? He suspected that if Mystra herself saw this strange naming of her own faith, she'd likely wince. Yet this very absurdity underscores her defiance of convention. No one else in the world would dare name it such, but almost certainly it was her own decree. It was nonsensical but justified, baffling yet irrefutable. The difficulty of ascending to legendary status soared even higher at that stage. Pouring in endless wealth was useless. You either accepted Mystra's blessing and became a god-blessed mage, effectively a servant of the deity, or else gritted your teeth and invested 10 times the effort of a normal person to break through on your own. Who could endure such brutal standards? Where there is oppression, resistance will follow. Under the long years of harsh dominance, a genius mage finally emerged. He refused to bow to Mystra and, relying on unparalleled talent and relentless training, boldly entered the legendary realm by himself. Unprecedentedly, he discovered the method of casting spells outside the weave, freeing mages entirely from dependence on the weave. From that moment on, he became a thorn in the side of the goddess of the weave, reigniting the flames of war between gods and mages. This conflict is known to later generations as the Weave War. Its climax was the legendary spell that assassinated the goddess of the weave. The name sounds outlandish, but is shockingly straightforward. Over 80,000 primary runes and 1,270,000 supporting runes, stacked layer upon layer, ultimately slaying the goddess within the magical array. The tragic details are extensively documented in the Magic Crux. Even today, that spell scroll is still displayed in the most prominent place in the public library, showcasing the supreme power of legendary spells. The mage who unleashed this terrifying spell was named Roland. He was also the founder of the Floating City, a figure who once struck fear into the hearts of gods. Unfortunately, he showed no interest in leading the Mage Alliance and never took its helm. For centuries, Roland has not appeared. People speculate he has long since left the Prime Plane, delving into the astral or some other mysterious realm for unknown experiments and research. Recently, rumors have suddenly surfaced about the return of the Weave Mages. Could this mean the goddess of the Weave is about to be resurrected? A heavy gloom settled over Jiang Shuzhou. The goddess of the Weave's notorious reputation is more than warranted, and he certainly had no desire to serve such an entity. Weave mages cast spells through the Weave, which simplifies spell casting and eliminates the need to learn numerous spell details. They only need a spell skill book to cast spells directly. The rest of the chapter is almost mindless praise for the Weave mages. If there's any truth, it's just that the Weave mages lowered the barrier to entry. But without weathering storms, there are no brilliant rainbows. These mages have always been weak in combat, only somewhat more functional than others and completely incomparable to today's true mages. The bigger problem, they must rely on the Weave. Now that the goddess of the Weave is dead, why would mages preserve the Weave? It's mostly destroyed already, at least within the Mage Alliance's territory where it lies in ruins. The flame of magic to dismantle the Weave is now widely owned. Almost all high-level mages can cast it. Jiang Shuzhou shook his head, temporarily easing his fears. The goddess of the Weave's revival was still far off. At most, it was just the beginning of the countdown. By the time that day arrives, he might well have stepped into the legendary realm himself, and who wins or loses would still be uncertain. Thinking back on legendary mage Roland's world-shaking feats, Jiang Shuzhou's chest surged with emotion, and he sighed softly. A true man should be just so. 10 years of dedication, yet the passion never cooled. These 8 words perfectly describe Jiang Shuzhou. However, since he first touched a computer at 9 years old, his life has been inseparably entwined with the internet and with the concept of abstraction. Every day, he browsed forums, passionately debated online, keyboard in hand like a badge of honor, but inside burned a relentless desire to accomplish something great. Unfortunately, it was the off-season, and the new competitive season hadn't started yet, forcing his fighting spirit to lie dormant. Then the new GameStar realm. A rival burst onto the scene, jolting Jiang Shuzhou upright like he'd been electrocuted. This was the new goal to become legendary. But the path to legend could be taken step by step. What mattered now was sharing the fresh ideas he'd just had and having some fun first. Without fun, he feared he might lose his sanity. Since the official game forums were under maintenance, the only place left to post was the forum bar. Jiang Shuzhou raised his custom-built god machine, which had cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and tapped out a title. Fellow players, here are some unique insights I have about druids. The title had to be polite, that way people would be drawn in. The post followed immediately. Guys, today while playing I had a thought. Druids see people and trees as the same. So if a person chops down a tree, isn't that murder? By extension, extreme druids cutting people must actually be protecting their tree brethren, right? The post hadn't even been up a minute before the comments exploded. Mind blown. You're so right, brother. Dashiwang thinks the same way. What reincarnated Bobo? OP's imagination is next level. Exactly. Li Xiaohu is a staunch nature protector who uses humans to nourish nature. Why so many geniuses here? I have a friend who plays druid in the game and claims to be an extreme environmentalist. He went to join the extremists, explained his philosophy, and almost got chopped on the spot. Then the moderate faction next door got excited and slapped their thighs, saying, "Brother, you're born for us. Because I love nature and you don't. I'm going to make you become one with nature. Become one with nature? Dig a hole and bury you." The thread grew livelier and livelier, with replies popping up like fireworks, one punchline after another. Jiang Shuzhou watched the thread balloon in length and grinned with satisfaction. Good ideas have to be shared to bring everyone joy. Of course, some good stuff couldn't be posted, like that set of taboo succubus images. After scrolling through posts for a while, clutching his heavy god machine, he finally started feeling his eyelids droop in the early morning. Lights off, laptop closed, head down. Just before sleep, he faintly heard the forum's lively debate continuing, but had already made up his mind. Aside from competing, he wouldn't touch the new druid class. Relying on magic nets to cast spells is like licking ice cream. Once you start, you can't stop. Once addicted, you inevitably become a prisoner. Before magic nets appeared, mages could cast freely, right? Now everyone's hooked. The magic nets restrict elemental concentration. That's one problem, but what's worse is how deeply mages depend on them. When spells become easier to cast, who would bother exhausting themselves with the old ways? At first, the magic network was merely a convenient tool for Majesty could cast spells even without connecting to it. But as time went on, the network gradually transformed from a helpful aid into a binding cage. Mages panicked when they realized they had lost the ability to cast spells independently of the network. This scene was deeply etched into Jiang Shuzhou's mind, a harsh lesson from past failures. He resolutely decided never to become a puppet whose hands were tied by the magic network. After all, if one lost the freedom to cast spells at will, could they still call themselves a true mage? Thunk thunk thunk. The dull sound of an axe echoed through the silent forest, the blade splitting tree grain as wood chips scattered. The noise was not just the rhythm of trees breaking, it felt like a ruthless countdown to the birth of a treant. Jiang Shuzhou, sleep-deprived and rising early, swung wildly at the trees with bare, calloused arms, stacking logs that now reached half his height. He had to gather every single material needed for the burning ritual as quickly as possible, because a mountain of other tasks awaited. Burning ritual materials done. Next, learning to draw magic arrays. Once I master magic arrays, I'll have to hurry and learn first-level spells to complete my promotion. Jiang Shuzhou's mind raced through the checklist. After ascending to first-level mage, he'd have to return to the civilized world immediately. All told, he had barely over 2 weeks left. It hadn't been so urgent at first, but the reward for this competition, the soul weapon, was too tempting. Normally, to obtain a soul weapon, one must be a high-level spellcaster, complete the soul-splitting ritual, then refine soul fragments in a soul furnace over a long time before forging the weapon. This method also applied to all soul equipment like armor. The benefits were obvious. Weapons that never needed upgrading and had almost no drawbacks. But the cost of soul splitting was steep. High-level or above practitioners typically could only split their soul once. Attempting a second time often caused serious injury or even halted advancement permanently. Most reserved their single chance for life-saving items, embedding soul fragments into vessels for backup souls if their main soul perished, or using the fragments to control dual bodies for research. Lower and mid-level mages could split their souls 7 or 8 times without major side effects, and could split once more upon promotion. However, they neither qualified nor had the skill to perform the ritual themselves. It required legendary experts, and the core material, the soul furnace, was itself a sanctum-level treasure. Thus, the cost was akin to crafting legendary artifacts. Only those deeply connected with legends or possessing powerful backgrounds could hope to succeed. Yet now, Jiang Shuzhou had the chance to win a soul weapon directly as a competition prize. How could he not be tempted? But to break through the ranks in this contest, leveling up to first tier was far from enough. Needed more equipment, more weapons, more spells. Perhaps the trading post was the fastest route. Yet when he opened the interface, prices for gear that should have been falling were instead skyrocketing, refreshing every few minutes at new highs. Large guilds and clubs backed by capital quickly snapped up high-end goods. There was no chance for him. To fully augment his strength, he'd have to return to the civilized lands, join the Mage Alliance, and acquire resources through internal channels. Thinking this over, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Life is tough. Time suddenly felt like a tightening noose around his neck. Crack, crack, crack. With crisp snapping sounds, another massive tree crashed down. Yet the instant it hit the ground, Jiang Shuzhou felt a sudden chill in his heart. The air seemed filled with some enormous consciousness, churning with fury and sorrow, coldly gazing down at him. Every hair stood on end, could clearly feel that something was watching him. That was the will of nature itself. Anger and sorrow, that was the first impression nature's will gave Jiang Shuzhou. The second was one of depth and vastness. It was coming. Jiang Shuzhou didn't have time to savor the overwhelming power before nature's will's gaze swept the surroundings urgently, searching for a vessel to descend upon. A small tree, about as thick as a forearm, was chosen. In just seconds, its bark bulged explosively, the trunk swelling rapidly from forearm thickness to calf thickness and still growing taller. Are you seriously not treating me like a person? Jiang Shuzhou immediately understood his situation. Bad news. Cutting down trees wouldn't work. Nature's will would forcibly accelerate their growth. Good news. Before the treant fully formed, he still had a chance to strike first. He drew the pirate's curved cutlass from his inventory and swung it in a horizontal slash. Clang. The blade's tip struck the trunk, ringing like metal hitting metal. Yet the edge still sank 2 or 3 centimeters in. Its defense wasn't as exaggerated as had imagined. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. A furious storm of strikes tore into the forming treant, with chips flying everywhere as the main trunk neared being severed. Nature's will suddenly unleashed its power. The split healed visibly fast, leaving behind ugly scars like torn and stitched brown muscle. Seriously? You're still not giving up? Jiang Shuzhou's eyes reddened. The natural spirit's protectiveness only fueled his rage. He stopped swinging the sword and switched to his musket. Conserving energy was more important. Nature's will was clearly determined to punish him. Why not wear down this embodiment's strength first? After all, the flintlock pistol head seized from a pirate rested at his waist. With the tree's growth speed, he had at least time for 3 shots. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets blasted through, splintering wood around the bullet holes. Though the wounds still healed, their growth visibly slowed by half a beat. Makes sense, this was just one of nature's will's countless avatars. The Great Spirit wouldn't pour all its strength into punishing a mere apprentice mage. Jiang Shuzhou figured any chip he could take was worthwhile. Since learning Mage Hand, he barely went anywhere without it. Whether seasoning food or loading his musket, that translucent spirit hand did the work, making magical tricks twice as efficient. As for spark, he mostly used it to light fires. Bang! Bang! Once again wielding the mage's hand to fire bullets from his flintlock, Jiang Shuzhou turned his gaze to the chosen tree. Growth had ceased, the trunk's diameter now nearly a meter wide, crowned with dense foliage. Yet such a perfect tree bore countless scars all over its bark, each one carved painstakingly by Jiang Shuzhou's blade or flintlock shots. Sensing the moment had come, the will of nature poured its final surge of power into the tree's core. After a brief flash of green light, its presence vanished completely, clearly relinquishing any intention to meddle in this conflict any further. Is it about to start? Jiang Shuzhou rubbed his wrist, a gleam of excitement lighting up his eyes. The wrath of nature has arrived. Those who disrespect nature shall face nature's judgment. Immediately, a pale blue panel appeared before him. Treant race, Treant tier, level 1. Health, 320,320. Mana, 4,242. Spell slots, Thorn Bind, Wooden Spike, Earth Trap. Status, Malnourished. The status effect was just as striking. Malnourished, 20 max HP, 30 mana, 40 agility, 30 armor, and magic resistance. The stats were surprisingly low, easing the tension in Jiang Shuzhou's muscles considerably. His initial strike clearly paid off. This malnourished debuff proved his efforts were not in vain. As the standoff began, the Treant's deep voice rumbled, like wind rustling through dead wood. Wretched sinner, you've destroyed the ecological balance. Why? What benefit do you gain? You don't even need so many trees for firewood or cooking. It was the first time the Treant had spoken, clumsily at first, spilling out a torrent of righteous fury. Jiang Shuzhou smiled wryly. Look on the bright side, Treant. If I hadn't been chopping madly, you probably wouldn't even have a mouth to speak with. You should be grateful. True, I might have felled your parents and left you an orphan, but you still have me. I can be your guide, can't I? When it came to slick talk, head never lost. Just a few words silenced the Treant so thoroughly that its branches trembled, as if about to smoke. Sure enough, the Treant's face blushed red, its rings trembling violently as it desperately dredged up curses to hurl. You, destroyer. You, murderer with blood on your hands. Jiang Shuzhou scratched his head, secretly conceding the accusations had merit, leaving him momentarily speechless. But never one to lose face, he smirked. You're not wrong. But has anyone ever told you that your insults sound like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum? Die. At last the Treant stopped babbling and raised its massive branch-like arm, slamming it down toward Jiang Shuzhou with a thunderous crash. Getting desperate, huh? He's losing it, Jiang Shuzhou thought with a sly grin. Already declaring himself the winner after long experience online, he knew debates weren't about right or wrong, but who cracked first. Boom, boom. Shadowy limbs swirled, but Jiang Shuzhou easily dodged aside. Mage's hand lifted the flintlock and pulled the trigger twice in rapid succession. 23, 23. A total of 46 points of damage caused the Treant's bark to crack open in flakes, triggering roars of pain. Ah, damn you. What wrath of heaven? Are you really a Treant, or some kind of a bogan? Why does everyone start with a battle roar? Seeing that he still couldn't land an attack on Jiang Shuzhou, and knowing that if this dragged on any longer he'd be worn down and killed by constant harassment, the tree man's deepest core suddenly sparked with a thought. To survive, use thorn and snare. Once the idea surfaced, it wouldn't leave him, was determined. This is the punishment you deserve. Your life will be erased, just like you have erased ours. Nature will bind you. With another deafening roar, Jiang Shuzhou was almost getting used to this shout first, act later rhythm. He thought to himself, this tree man must be young and inexperienced, far less wise than the ones described in the books. He was almost foolishly naive no one would loudly announce their next move. But the tree man wasn't really human, so he clearly revealed the spell he was about to cast. Jiang Shuzhou had already guessed what was coming. Thorn and snare. Large amounts of wood element quickly gathered around him, and he could sense the green aura in the air. It might have been wood spikes, but the tree man's shouting laid it all out. There was no doubt it was thorn and snare. Jiang Shuzhou thought bitterly. This tree man must be low on intelligence to openly warn someone about the spell he's about to use. That thought flashed, but he didn't stop moving. Bang, bang, 30, 55 critical hit. 2 bullets hit the tree bark where it had already been torn open. The wound grew deeper, splinters flying, and the damage was clearly higher than before. Once the bark was broken, the soft tissue beneath offered less resistance to bullets. At the same time, thorn and snare was completed. The ground near the tree man's feet suddenly cracked open, and a thick thorny vine shot upward like a lurking python breaking through the earth. Covered in sharp, backward-facing thorns, it lunged toward Jiang Shuzhou at lightning speed. The thorns wrapped tightly around his legs, waist, and abdomen, constricting within moments and trapping him firmly. You insignificant ant, you destroy nature for your own pleasure, and now you've fallen into my hands. The tree man's huge eyes lowered, his voice heavy and cold like a wooden stake striking down. I mercifully grant you death. What's he babbling about? Sounding pretty edgy. Jiang Shuzhou dared to take on the Treant because he already had a plan in place. The Treant's signature spell, Thornbind, had an almost fatal weakness: it was afraid of fire. A real mage would embed auxiliary runes during the chanting and magic channeling to optimize the spell and minimize vulnerabilities, even if it took longer and involved a more complex process. But the Treant was just a magical creature, not an independent spellcaster. Its attacks were innate pseudo-spells that required no learning and were cast instantly, but couldn't be refined or enhanced with runes. That left obvious gaps and flaws. When Jiang Shuzhou was tightly bound by the thorns, he didn't just light a simple spark. The weak flame would take too long to burn through the thorns, and he'd probably be strangled into a mummy first. Mage hand. Spark. An invisible hand lifted the black powder seized from the pirate and scattered it over the vines at his feet. The next moment, a faint but precise spark jumped from his fingertip. Sizzle. The gunpowder ignited instantly, flames raging wildly as the thorns cracked and burst. Deprived of the magic sustaining their roots, the vines dried out in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Shuzhou leapt free, breaking the restraint. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the Treant roared and swung down its massive hand of thick branches. The ground exploded, stones and dust flying everywhere. You damn destroyer. I shall mercifully grant you death. The Treant's tantrum played out once more. Jiang Shuzhou grumbled to himself in the haze. Yeah, a strict vegetarian diet can make you irritable, especially if you're born to only eat greens. Did he dodge? Of course he did. At the critical moment, a clean, smooth roll let him narrowly escape the deadly blow-up move, almost elegant in its execution. Jiang Shuzhou was already mentally scoring his own performance while his hands didn't rest. Using Mage Hand, he pushed bullets into his 2 spears, planning to give this furious Treant an early greeting once the dust settled. Clack, clack, 32, 30. As the smoke cleared, both weapons were fully loaded. Since mastering Mage Hand and practicing diligently, he could reload purely by thought. In under 10 seconds, both spears were ready. Even better, Mage Hand could split into multiple extensions simultaneously, allowing him to reload both spears at once. While he hadn't reached a level to draw perfect circles with one hand and squares with the other, reloading 2 weapons concurrently was well within his skill, far from the mind-boggling multitasking level. It's like if a person tries to do 2 different tasks left and right. It's hard, but if both hands do the same thing, it's much easier. Jiang Shuzhou had already taken 6 shots in a row, not a single one missed. This was partly because the Treant's large size and slow, unguarded movements made it an easy target, but also due to Jiang Shuzhou's exceptionally high mental attributes. Treant species, Treant rank, level 1. HP, 137,320. Mana, 3,742. Spell slots, Thornbind, Wooden Spike, Earth Trap. Status, malnourished. A quick glance at the system panel revealed the enemy's health had dropped by more than half. Jiang Shuzhou felt confident killing it, and harvesting magical materials was just a matter of time. You coward hiding in the shadows. Always ambushing if you've got guts. Come face me directly. Stop hiding like a rat. The enraged roar echoed across the clearing. The Treant clearly realized it was losing and resorted to insults, trying to force the hunter out. Jiang Shuzhou had been on enough battles with shotguns to be immune to such taunts. He crouched behind a tangled pile of thick fallen trunks trees he had personally chopped down. Not only had he summoned the Treant, but he had also secretly prepared cover at the same Tamiya, perfect Tufferone deal. The logs on the ground were probably relatives of this Treant. Hiding behind the relatives' corpses felt darkly ironic. No wonder druids cling so fiercely to their forest protection rules, Jiang muttered inwardly. If you cut your own trees, the Treants you summon might just consider you the enemy. Sharpening his focus, he used Mage Hand to quickly reload. Bang, bang, 22-20. 2 numbers popped up as the bullets hit the massive body without fail. Boom. The Treant's giant arm smashed through, flattening Jiang's hiding spot in seconds. Normally, magic creatures with spell-like abilities are weak in close combat, but this one was the opposite. Its spells were average, but its brute strength was terrifying. Does the will of this trench-dwelling nature hate me, or what? If it hits me, I'm going to be covered in bruises. Jiang cursed silently. Fortunately, the Treant had been bombarded and starved since it first formed, causing severe malnutrition and sharp drops in all stats, especially agility, which fell by 40. Otherwise the fight wouldn't be so easy. Arg, he'll kill you. The dying Treant roared and launched a flurry of spells. Wooden Spike 6. Each spike took about 1.5 seconds to cast, and by the time the 6th spear was released, Jiang had already reloaded with Mage Hand. Bang, bang, 25-21. 2 more bullets embedded deep in the trunk. 3 more shots would bring the treant crashing down. The battle was nearly over. Jiang glanced at his mana 50-odd points left, still enough. But the bad news came right after the black powder was gone. Multiple shots, and the burning thorns had depleted the entire flask, completely empty. A small cut on his left arm from a wooden splinter stung slightly. He checked his status. HP, 141,160. An increase of 2 endurance points had granted 20 extra health. Otherwise, this scratch could have been more dangerous. First-level spells were truly formidable despite having over 20 armor points. 19 were peeled away in one blow. If the attack had fully landed, the consequences would have been grim. The thought gave him a shiver. Worse was yet to come. The flintlock was completely out of ammunition, and his ranged advantage vanished. He had no choice but to draw the cold, gleaming short knife at his waist and prepare for close combat. From now on, it was just blade against bark. In the end, it all came down to the blade. Jiang Shuzhou drew his gleaming pirate curved saber, his mind racing. How could he minimize the damage to his health? Avoiding injury altogether was nearly impossible. Although the treant was slow and clumsy, it was still a first-rank supernatural being. The previous ease of battle had depended entirely on gunpowder suppression. Now that the bullets were gone, injury was inevitable. He had to reduce the harm to a manageable level. Within seconds, he devised a plan. Hiding behind a fallen tree trunk, he raised his hand and cast 2 spells. Magic trick. A large cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Mage hand. An invisible force lifted and scattered the dust. A gray-yellow fog quickly took shape. Worried that a single smoke screen might be too obvious, he tossed several dust clouds from different directions so the particles rapidly spread across the forest floor. Boom, boom, boom. The dust seemed to mark the treant's path like a guide, as its massive wooden fists rained down, smashing the shrouded areas flat. Jiang Shuzhou, of course, wasn't foolish enough to throw the dust at his own feet. Exploiting the treant's blind rage and limited agility, he weaved along the broken wood barrier, gradually closing in on his target while drawing the treant's fire away from himself. Despicable scoundrel. Shameless coward. You don't dare face me, Heaton, do you? Coward. The thunderous roar blasted in his ears, but Jiang Shuzhou remained unfazed. That vocabulary wouldn't even help someone avoid trouble on an online forum, let alone in real life. He had no parents in reality, but his cyber parents he guarded fiercely. A dozen meters away, the massive silhouette of the treant grew clearer. He gripped his sword and took a deep breath, glancing at the last remaining revival token in his system as he forced his heartbeat to steady. An apprentice-level mage taking on a first-rank treant nobody would believe it if told. Had it not been for his battle mage talent, he would have turned and fled long ago. In other words, it was precisely because of this talent that he dared to take this risky, uphill challenge. The moment had come. Seizing the brief pause when the treant struck at the dust again, Jiang Shuzhou surged forward, covering the distance in under 2 seconds, landing at the treant's feet. The treant noticed the human who advanced instead of fleeing, its massive wooden chest trembling as it growled low. Sinner. Coward. Rat. He'll crush you to pieces. 3 old insults to start. I guess those will be your lives' repertoire. Jiang Shuzhou sneered coldly and said no more, the curved blade slicing out a sharp gleam. Thwack. The blade sank into the crack-riddled trunk. 19. The treant's health dropped to a perilously low number. Only 30 points left at this rate. Just 2 more strikes would finish him off. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted right in front of him as the treant's massive wooden fist slammed back with gale force. Jiang Shuzhou was less than an arm's length away and had no time to dodge. He could only raise his mage's hand above his head to block the blow. The translucent magical palm imprint barely formed a buffer zone. While it couldn't absorb the full force, it managed to mitigate part of the impact. 33. It felt like a sledgehammer struck his brain, the sharp pain radiating instantly down his limbs. Jiang Shuzhou's eye twitched, but since the system status bar didn't flash any serious debuffs like fractures, he knew he was still holding on. Ignoring the ringing in his head, he swung his blade back with renewed determination. Had to end this quickly. Another punch like that, and who knew if permanent injury awaited. 2025. The blade flashed twice, sending wood chips flying. After 2 precise cuts, the treant's health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. Treant. Race. Treant. Rank. First tier. HP. 0320. Near death. Mana. 3742. Spell slot. Thorn entanglement. Wooden spikes. Earth trap. Status. Malnourished. Near death. Near death. All attributes reduced by 90. Unable to move or cast spells. Still not dead? Jiang Shuzhou watched as the towering treant leaned over like a felled ancient tree. Had assumed it would drop dead outright like the pirates before, but apparently 0 HP just meant it was barely hanging on. Oh well, you won't last long anyway, he muttered. If materials were abundant, he might have drawn up a master-servant contract to recruit this wooden giant as a meat shield. The trade hub price was only a bit over 200,000 gold, not too costly. But reality left no room for ifs. His own advancement was urgent. and the treant was destined to be raw material. To preserve the integrity of the trunk and maximize magical material, Jiang Shuzhou summoned the Three Dynasties veteran logging axe, an axe that had accompanied him through 3 version updates. What followed was the tedious process of harvesting the spoils. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike of the metal blade could only chisel off about a centimeter. The tree rings in its core were so dense they felt almost like steel. He grimly calculated that he might spend the rest of daylight hours on this logging business. Night fell low, moonlight spilled like silver. Sweat had long dried on Jiang Shuzhou's forehead, only to be soaked again by fresh beads. With one last sweeping arc, the handle traced through the air, then snapped. The treant's trunk finally broke cleanly. At that moment, the system message belatedly appeared. Congratulations on successfully killing the treant. You received Lifewood Staff 1, 65 gold. Finally, an extra drop. Hunting an equipment dropping monster isn't easy, Jiang Shuzhou said as he rubbed his sore arm, quietly grateful. He then pulled up the loot's attribute panel. Item name, Lifewood Staff. Category, Weapon Staff A Keepable. Rank, First Tier. Attributes, 20 mana recovery rate. Attached spell, Rejuvenation 55. Rejuvenation, restores 10 HP instantly, then 1 HP per minute. Effect diminishes against targets above First Tier. Description, a staff made from life wood, the favored weapon of druids. Of course, their way of acquiring it is different from yours. Seeing the stats, Jiang Shuzhou didn't hesitate to cast Rejuvenation on himself. A soft green glow seeped through his skin into bone and muscle, waves of warmth washing away the lingering pain. This spell was exclusive to druids, though mages had a similar spell called Healing Light. It's not that mages don't want to learn the Rejuvenation spell, but they simply can't. This spell requires a natural will to cooperate, and the only reason Jiang Shuzhou can cast it is because it's fixed into his staff. In other words, the Lifewood Staff itself is what truly enables the Rejuvenation spell, not his own personal skill. If he tried to chant the spell himself, his natural will would never allow it. Thinking this through, he secretly reminded himself to be more restrained in the future. He shouldn't wave that staff around so openly in public. If any druids caught sight of it, it would spell big trouble. There are basically only 2 ways to acquire a Lifewood Staff. The first, and rougher, method is what Jiang Shuzhou did, killing a treant and looting the staff as a drop. The second is the orthodox druidic way, earning the forest's gratitude by doing good deeds, causing the treants to willingly offer a segment of their heartwood as a reward for the druid to craft into a staff. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shuzhou's staff is just a loot drop, not the traditional kill treant, then personally forge the staff from heartwood process. But he would never dare explain that to any druid. If he ran into a polite one, they would first cast a detect natural enemies spell to check him out. If the druid was more extremist, they'd call their animal companions and start a fight on the spot. No matter whether they were polite or radical, the outcome would inevitably be a deadly confrontation. Jiang Shuzhou did carry the label of a natural enemy, but he was currently near the coast, where druids were few and far between due to constant suppression by various forces for their extreme views. They rarely came to such remote places. As for being a natural enemy, that label wasn't impossible to clear. There's a saying that nature is humanity's mother. Jiang Shuzhou was just a bit mischievous and had been punished by nature once. If he didn't disrupt the ecological balance again within half a year, the mark would fade away on its own. For now, it was best to keep a low profile and avoid any druids. Phew, I've never felt so relieved to be back in the real world. After sorting through the loot and making sure that thick treant trunk was safely stowed in his inventory, Jiang Shuzhou logged off without hesitation. Today had been exhausting, chopping trees for the whole morning, then going head-to-head with a treant in a fierce battle, unleashing 20 or 30 spells in a row just to bring it to the brink of death, and finally hacking off the trunk by himself. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of utter exhaustion. Yet the moment his consciousness returned to reality, the aching pain that had radiated from his neck down to his calves seemed to pause everything, even felt lighter, as if the air itself was easier to breathe. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Shuzhou took a deep breath and silently made a note of the first serious task on his list: buy a saw at the trading post tomorrow. Though the treant trunk was safely in his inventory, extracting the core life would still require dismantling it by hand. After a whole day of chopping, he wasn't keen on repeating that misery. Spending some in-game currency to get a handy tool would save him tons of time and spare him from just staring at that stubborn piece of wood. With that decided, he pulled out his phone and quickly typed buy saw into his notes app, setting an alarm for 8 a.m. the next day. Done with his preparations, he opened the forum as usual, planning to unwind a bit by scrolling through posts before bed. But as soon as the page refreshed, he slapped his thigh and muttered, "I really shouldn't have posted that picture." The forum was already noisy, but today it was like a bustling marketplace in full swing. Unlike the usual trivial chatter, this time the debate centered on a long marginalized group in the game: mages. Everyone knew mages were the weakest class here, but despite that some players loved them. Skilled ones were called masters, while those who kept failing were mockingly nicknamed hopeless cases. At the heart of this storm was a user known as 99 Years One Skill Hua, the infamous hopeless case. Everyone just called him Huich. Huich claimed to be a hardcore mage fan. As long as the game offered a mage class, he always chose it without hesitation. This time was no different. Lucky enough to get a spell-related talent though, he kept the details secret, only said it boosted his casting power. The real show began once he started playing. Huich's character was born in a magic academy, a school that taught spells. At first, he enjoyed the classroom vibe, feeling a nostalgic spark of student life. But his enthusiasm soon faded, replaced by boredom. Before long, he started skipping classes frequently. Given his orphan status, skipping class had little consequence. No guardian monitored him, and at worst, the school could expel him. Huich even planned that if he got kicked out, he'd just delete the account and start fresh at a new spawn point. But to his surprise, the academy never expelled him. He was initially puzzled but eventually gave up caring, continuing to do as he pleased and skipping classes now and then without anyone stopping him. At first, Hua felt pretty good, could attend class when he wanted, skip when he wanted, and play around as he pleased. Little did he know that fate had already set a price on this freedom. Somewhere in the shadows, a pair of cold eyes watching him silently somewhere on campus. Today, that unexpected moment finally arrived. During class, as usual, he was daydreaming, not even bothering to glance at the blackboard. When the bell rang, a woman who had never been seen at school before pushed the door open. Her black robe hung close to her body, silver embroidery edged the sleeves, and a purple badge rested quietly on her chest. Her face was expressionless, her voice cold. Voller, come with me. The headmaster wants to see you. Voller was the name Hua used in the game. He guessed it was probably because he had been skipping class too much recently and was being called in for a talk. Without any resistance, he followed the woman out of the classroom. At the stairwell's corner, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, and darkness instantly swallowed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, a harsh white light bulb swung overhead. He sat in a small room that resembled an interrogation chamber. Opposite him stood two figures, the black-robed woman behind to the side, and at center a hooded man whose emerald green badge gleamed faintly under the light. Hua yelled, "What are you doing? You can't treat me like this." The hooded man tapped the table calmly and said, "Quiet. I'm going to ask, and you will answer." Hua cursed inwardly but maintained his defiant tone. "Why should I tell you the truth?" The man smirked. "That's exactly why I'm confident you will." Feigning arrogance, Hua retorted, "Ask your questions quickly, or spit out your nonsense. I'm logging off soon, let's see how you're going to stop me." The man chuckled lightly. "Oh? What do you mean by logging off?" The black-robed woman frowned and whispered, "Sir, if he dares to offend you." "Is it?" The man waved her off. "No need. Anyone brought here like this would be upset." "I understand." Hua burst out swearing, "You understand nothing. Dragging me to this dump and acting righteous?" The hooded man stopped beating around the bush. "Answer me. What exactly does logging off mean?" "Logging off means I'm done playing with you fools." Hua snarled low, but secretly, had brought up the game interface, prepared to exit the game. After tapping the screen repeatedly, there was no response. Instead, a harsh warning flashed. "Your account is locked. Logging off is not permitted." "Still here?" The man laughed softly. "Wasn't that supposed to be your big logout scene?" The room sank into a brief dead silence. The man muttered quietly, "Looks like the spell's time has run out." A faint green magical aura leaked from his fingertips, sweeping across the table and into Hua's forehead. "Once more, what does logging off mean?" His voice was gentle but utterly unyielding. Hua gritted his teeth. "Your NPCs sure are nosy. On the contrary, I really want to know. Tell me everything you know, satisfy my curiosity, and I will reward you beyond your wildest dreams." The truth magic pride opened his mouth and his defenses. Hua threw caution to the wind and spilled everything about the game world, players, NPCs, servers. The man listened silently, then nodded. "Good. You didn't lie to me." Hua shot back. "Your world's fake, how can you stay so calm?" After a moment's thought, the man looked up and countered, "Is the world really fake?" "What do you mean? Then why can't I log off?" "Simple." The man's gaze was unfathomable. "Because I have trapped your soul." A chill froze Hua's heart, his lips trembling. The man smiled as if chatting casually. "Everything comes at a price." He closed a heavy tome beside him and stood up. "Since you've told me everything, you may leave. But before you go, I have a small request." Hua warily asked, "What request?" "Post this book on spells and alchemy to the forum." "May I ask why the title of this book sounds quite similar to the mage and the spells?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hooded woman opposite him darkened instantly, as if the very air grew heavy and suffocating. "I know what you're implying, and am not accusing you of plagiarism," she said coldly. "But judging by your grades in the spellcasting class, you might not realize it yourself." "Realize what?" Hua frowned. "The Mage and the Spells was written by me, and this book, Spells and Alchemy, is my latest compilation. You can think of it as an advanced version of the previous Onite removes the basic knowledge and low-level spells, focusing instead on the study and application of alchemy." As she spoke, the shadow from her hood obscured half of her face. Hua silently thought, What good is a hood if you hide your face like that? But before the thought could escape his lips, he abruptly realized he hadn't spoken it out loud. His time for truth magic was up. Once his doubts were cleared, the man standing next to the woman spoke again in a low, controlled voice. All right, I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to decide. Complete the task, and I'll give you 1 million gold coins. Plus you can become my apprentice. And if I refuse? Huago asked. You wouldn't want to know, the man replied calmly. But his words felt like ice water pouring over Huage's heart, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Refusing seemed to promise a descent into an unimaginable abyss. There's wisdom in knowing when to bend, a voice whispered in his mind. I agree, but just the gold ill pass on the apprenticeship. What? The hooded woman gasped in surprise, clearly not expecting him to turn down the chance to apprentice on the spot. I love saying no to people who think they know everything, Huaga shrugged. You. The woman's face flushed red with anger, fury nearly bursting from beneath her hood. The man waved to calm her. Everyone has their own ambitions. Perhaps his lie elsewhere. Then he reached into his robe and withdrew a piece of dark leather parchment, handing it over. Since you agreed, sign the contract. The parchment gave off a faint, fishy odor, as if made from some unknown creature's skin. The text was brief. Party A and Party B agree to cooperate, whereby Party A provides books, and Party B agrees to upload the books supplied by Party A onto a forum and keep them available for at least 5 days. Party A will first pay Party B 1 million gold coins and guarantee Party B's personal safety and property within the Mage Alliance jurisdiction. The rest of the parchment was densely filled with additional clauses, including precise definitions 1 day, 24 hours, and detailed disclaimers. The most striking was the penalty for breach of contract. If Party B violates the contract, their soul shall be extracted by Party A. The man looked up, his tone still gentle. Please forgive my caution. I know physical death may not mean much to you, but I must warn you only your body can be protected. If you break the contract, I will directly take your soul. What happens afterward, I make no guarantees. Seeing Huage's hesitation, he clarified further. What if I don't manage to send it? Or someone deletes it? Huaga probed cautiously. Given this might involve his very life, and considering the strange circumstances, Huagu was understandably reluctant to gamble with his fate. For these unavoidable circumstances, you may be spared punishment for now, but the contract guarantees that I will find you and then we'll discuss what to do next. After answering the man's questions, he fell silent. The air instantly turned freezing cold. Huaga looked at him, seeing no more words would come, and knew he had no choice but to sign. Since the other party's attitude was at least friendly, to refuse now would be like eating too many red beans and going crazy with longing. In the end, he left a small trick wrote his online handle Fueler on the contract instead of his real name. The man glanced at the signature and smiled softly, as if he had already seen through Huage's thoughts, then stood up to leave. You haven't signed yet. Want to take another look? I already did. Huagu raised his hand, revealing another complete signature on the contract. Before he could make out the name, the parchment burst into flames without a spark, turning to ash within seconds. The contract is sealed. Do your part well, and the gold coins will be transferred immediately. Before the words ended, the man vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. This is your payment. The woman handed over a purple crystal card, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. There's 1 million gold coins on this card. Go to the bank to exchange it anytime. After saying this, she hurried away as well. Click simultaneously, the handcuffs and shackles binding Huagu fell off, restoring his freedom. But the system still displayed locked, preventing him from logging out of the game. Facing the double pressure of life and being trapped inside, he glanced at the thick tome before him the size of a dictionary and felt his head nearly burst. Fortunately, the game had a smart screenshot function that saved anything in view with 1 click. Living by the motto, whatever happens, must post on social media, he even recorded the video of himself being threatened. I'm going to upload those 2 jerks online. Grumbling aside, there was work to do. Huaga flipped through the book like the wind and took screenshots furiously, planning to post everything on the forum later. Why those 2 were willing to blow 1 million gold on a single book, he couldn't fathom. 2 hours later, with aching fingers, Huaga finally finished uploading all the images to the forum. Casual glance at the editor's name on the cover, none other than the man who had tied him up, Mage Napamila. After racking his brain with no recollection, he stopped thinking about it. Mission done, he took off, finding even the stale air in this place unbearable. First, he'll check if that card really has 1 million gold coins in the bank. 1 coin could sell for 30,000 on the market. 1 million coins equals 30 billion, enough to buy 300 small targets. If the money was really there, he'd immediately get out of the game, travel the world, indulge in seaside feasts and wild parties, and bring all his brothers along. The story ends abruptly here. No one knows for sure if the crystal card actually contained the 1 million gold coins, only that Huage's account posted all the screenshots of that book. Since then, he vanished like evaporated mist. Rumors flew. These details might be real, but it's so unbelievable, right? Huh. Why did the original poster stop talking? Got their souls sucked out? Haha. Do you think he'll believe this? People will make up anything for fame these days. If you really believe it, send me 50 bucks. Ever heard of Crazy Thursday? Jiang Shuzhou finished reading the post and clicked straight to Hua guest posting history. Sure enough, an article titled Spells and Alchemy lay quietly there. He opened the post and saved each original image using the forum's save function. Late at night, the only sound in the room was the clicking of the mouse. Jiang Shuzhou said nothing, just kept saving the pictures. No one else knew, but Jiang Shuzhou understood clearly. Brother Hua hadn't actually absorbed the textbook content. Otherwise, he would have recognized the insignias on those two men's chests with just a glance. Those were the Mage Guild's rank badges. The ranks, from lowest to highest, were Copper low rank, Silver mid rank, Gold high rank, Amethyst sanctuary, and then Ruby or Jade legendary. Rubies were awarded only to legendary mages, while Jade was even rarer, reserved exclusively for legendary alchemists. Everyone knew that not all mages were alchemists, but all alchemists were mages. So legendary alchemist was effectively synonymous with legendary mage. No wonder those two had helped compile the textbooks in the mage world where knowledge equals power. Writing textbooks meant more than just being learned. It signified extraordinary combat ability. In reality, textbook authors might be ordinary scholars. In a game world, they were absolute top dogs, true legendary mages. Yet Brother Hua had refused their invitation to become an apprentice. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuzhou angrily slapped his thigh. This was the opportunity he had dreamed of. Forget ridiculous cliches like beautiful master falls for me. Even just receiving some materials from a legendary mage would be enough to fast-track his cultivation to sanctuary rank. Not to mention, although the master was male, he had a gorgeous female apprentice. If Jiang Shuzhou became his junior disciple, wouldn't he get a beautiful senior sister essentially for free? With these tangled feelings brewing, Jiang Shuzhou saved all the thousands of screenshots from the post into the forum terminal in one go, repeatedly confirming the backup was secure, so even if the original post was deleted, his copy would remain. Then he scrolled to the very bottom of the page to find the face of that beautiful senior sister. The post only referred to her as woman, lady, or female, nothing about her appearance, so he had to verify that himself. The images and short videos loaded immediately. Jiang Shuzhou stared for a few seconds, silent. The woman on screen had the classic European cool beauty look, which might be considered stunning by Western straight men. But as an Eastern aesthetic, Jiang could only muster a lukewarm "she's okay." The goddess image head imagined crumbled. In the lower house, the uncontrollable biological urges split into factions, with hardliners and moderates arguing fiercely. To avoid driving himself crazy, he decisively closed the forum. After shutting the page, only one thought remained. If only he could restart life with Brother Hua's beginning. What a wonderful head start that would be. Lost in his thoughts, he went to wash his face, brush his teeth, rinse his mouth, and then crawled straight into bed. No use dreaming now. Tomorrow, he still had to go to the construction site to saw wood. Late at night, in a cheap rental apartment in some city, under a dim yellow bulb, a young man gripped his phone, pupils dilated, breathing so short and sharp he almost fogged the screen. Holy crap, there really is a million. It's there, I got it. The shouting man was the star of the post, Huge. He really had just gotten 1 million gold coins. Before logging off, he had already listed all the coins on the trading platform. All that was left was to sleep, and the next day, after selling them, he would be a billionaire. Study? What for? I'm rich now. Who still bothers with this crappy game? After confirming his listings on the trading platform, Huge set himself a 5-day countdown. Once 5 days passed, he'd delete that posting books thread. Although he said he wasn't afraid of players seeking revenge, just in case, he decided to keep it up a few more days. No big loss either way. Before long, the notification tone of his mobile bank app suddenly rang out. Your account has received 30 billion yuan. The huge number flashed on his screen. Huge froze for 2 seconds, then exploded like a powder keg, running back and forth around the room laughing and crying. I'm rich. I'm rich. His hoarse shouting in the dead of night sent chills down anyone's spine nearby. Neighbors heard the noise through the thin walls, but no one dared knock on his door, better to avoid trouble. What if he really was crazy? Approaching might just get you stabbed. After releasing all his emotions, Huge collapsed on his bed, closing his eyes with a mixture of satisfaction and exhaustion. At dawn, urgent knocking dragged him from his dreams. His first instinct wasn't to open the door, but to check his phone, still showing 30 billion yuan. Seeing that number, a nearly childlike pure smile spread across his face, almost too innocent to believe. He threw on some clothes and opened the door to find 2 police officers standing there. The older one spoke gently. Hello, are you Mr. Li? Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Huge gripped the door handle, ready to shut the door at any moment. The senior officer showed his badge. We're from the Special Operations Bureau. Rest assured, no one covets the 30 billion yuan in your account. Protecting citizens' lives and property is our duty. So why are you here? The younger officer added, We want your cooperation to explain your experiences in the game in detail. Why should I trust you? Because we have guns, the younger one said, reaching toward his sidearm. Stop, Xiaozhong. The older officer sharply interrupted. Enforcement must be gentle. We don't intimidate innocent people. Xiaozhong opened his mouth, then shut it under his mentor's icy glare. The senior officer reassured Huage again. Mr. Li, your safety is guaranteed. We will never force you to do anything against your will. Realizing he had little choice, Huage weighed the pros and cons and nodded. Fine, I'll come with you. With a bright future and endless money, he had no desire to cause trouble on a whim. As the police car door slammed shut, a chill ran down his spine. Where would this ride take him? Jingzhou, a research institute. Professor Wang Bowen, any progress? Has anyone mastered any spells in the game yet? A man in military uniform hurried into the lab, sounding urgent. Professor Wang, wearing a white coat and black-rimmed glasses, shook his head. No, the fastest learner only just started sensing elements. They haven't even absorbed any, let alone cast a spell. The research was clearly behind schedule. He suddenly remembered the forum post. General Liu, is the info from that poster legitimate? We've sent people to investigate. Recently, a person's bank account suddenly gained 30 billion yuan. We suspect it's him. He sold the gold coins? Yes. Professor Wang pondered for a moment and suggested, most of the post seems true. That book should be included in our study materials. I've seen the contents. Most are basic level 1 spells, which we can't learn at our current pace. General Liu raised an eyebrow. Have you looked at the back of the book? What do you mean? Alchemy. Especially one potion. What potion? Satiety potion, condensed from all kinds of food ingredients. Liu pressed his hands on the table, lowering his voice. Do you know the most important part? It shares the same properties as the nutrient solution sold on the official game website. In short, the so-called nutrient solution is actually the satiety potion. At last, it's done. Timber was tossed everywhere, rough planks piled haphazardly, and splinters scattered deep into the sandy soil. Thankfully, Jiang Shuzhou had worn a sturdy pair of hiking boots earlier. Just imagining stepping barefoot on those wooden spikes, his toes riddled with splinters, made his soles ache. It was midday on the second day after slaying the tree man. That morning, he had sold off most of the gold coins dropped by the tree man, along with the stock he had accumulated before, keeping only 10 coins for emergencies. After fees, he earned nearly 2 million in total. Clearly, some buyers were flooding the market again. Gold was steadily climbing in value. On the bright side, saw prices remained firm, spending just 5,000. He had all the tools he needed. On the ground, the timber's core emitted a gentle, jade-like glow that was hard to miss. Name, Lifewood. Category, Material. Rank, Tier 1. Description, the heartwood of the tree man, imbued with immense life force. The toughest, most exhausting work was behind him. Next came researching spells and ritual erase, a much easier task than chopping wood. Jiang Shuzhou put the lifewood into his inventory, then logged into the marketplace to stock up. Meat, flour, vegetables, seasonings, nothing was left out. Equipment prices had risen slightly recently, but ingredients had gotten cheaper. He planned to cook himself a proper lunch soon as a reward. After all, while others on the forums talked about galloping across the land and seeking adventures, he was stuck on a deserted island, battling wooden creatures and draining his stamina and funds just to rank up. Before eating, he opened the ancient book recording ritual ceremonies, determined to conquer the burning ritual today. He never expected the energy binding array to be so straightforward. Unlike struggling for hours over spell study, he mastered the drawing technique in just an hour. His talent, Master Alchemist, was clearly kicking in since ritual arrays were a major branch of alchemy. The 200 learning speed was real. With the theory understood, only practice remained. The burning ritual relied on the energy binding array, which drew to its name restrained elemental energy to prevent leakage that would cause the ritual to fail. The ritual's principle was to artificially create an area saturated with elemental energy, then resonate with mana until it transformed. Transform mana had stronger elemental control, able to suppress wildly volatile power and lay a foundation for casting advanced spells. Casting a powerful spell with untransformed mana risked failure at best, or detonating the entire array at worst. The energy binding array wasn't picky about materials, it just had to be solid enough. If feeling lucky, one could inscribe the runes on softer surfaces, but the lines had to be flawless. Even a slight distortion could break the binding and collapse the entire ritual instantly. At this thought, Jiang Shuzhou suddenly recalled a rumor about the array's origin. Long ago, before the energy binding array existed, and before the burning ritual was invented, how did mages ever control such nearly uncontrollable elemental chaos? The mystery had long puzzled them. What exactly allowed mages to tame such fierce elemental power before the advent of these arrays and rituals? The answer is simple. Back then, elemental forces were so intense everywhere that mages didn't need to transform magic. They were born able to control raw, raging elements. But now, that innate power has completely vanished. The cause lies with the magic web and the goddess who created it. The magic web calmed the once wild elemental ley lines, pulling, sorting, and diluting the swirling mists of elemental energy until they formed a tame, earth-spanning grid. Thus, the so-called legendary scapegoat goddess was born. All the bad outcomes naturally fell on her shoulders. No wonder people often wondered, how could this goddess be so cruel? Back to the point, Jiang Shuzhou now stood at the trading post counter by the ship's rail. After selecting a sharp carving knife, he returned to the deck. He planned to carve a magic array directly on the deck just around 2 square meters so, even if he made a mistake, he could cut off the bad section and reuse it. After marking the area, he knelt on the wooden boards, took a deep breath, and pressed the blade down. The first line was the binding rune, followed by the barrier, then the power supply. Next, he reserved an input node on the left, dug an output channel on the right, and finally added a closed loop cycle, ensuring the array could run continuously. The runes formed a complex pattern of lines on the ship's planks. The black cuts contrasted with the pale yellow wood, almost resembling dense lines of programming code. Indeed, logically it was like writing a program. The binding rune must be followed immediately by the elemental rune, or the binding area would spiral out of control. The barrier rune had to let air flow, or else the fire would be smothered, and people could suffocate. The power supply rune provided energy. Input nodes injected mana continuously. Output nodes discharged excess to prevent overload. And the cycle rune kept the entire system auto-refreshing. Jiang Shuzhou thought wryly. He didn't know programming, and certainly wasn't going to learn it just to master runes. But rune carving really did feel just like coding. Ready to test, Jiang Shuzhou returned to the cabin and fetched a basin of ordinary firewood. He tossed twigs inside and lit them, then carefully placed the basin at the center of the array. He could judge the binding effects through meditative elemental flow, but binding and airflow had to be tested practically. If the firewood didn't burn well, it meant oxygen was insufficient. If a person couldn't enter or carry the basin in, the binding or barrier wasn't right. After all, programmers' biggest bug test means burning a computer. A bug in a magic array could be deadly. Flames leapt up and Jiang Shuzhou activated the array. The wood crackled as it burned, but soon thick smoke engulfed it. Smoke rose but couldn't escape, trapped within the barrier. The wood kept burning, showing oxygen was flowing normally, but the smoke was firmly contained. This unexpected effect nearly choked Jiang Shuzhou, who rolled his eyes. This wasn't in any book. He stood frozen, feeling like a rookie doctor confronting a strange illness, his mind full of question marks. After checking, reasoning, and comparing rune structures, he finally pinpointed the problem. The barrier rune was drawn incorrectly. It was supposed to block harmful substances while letting air pass, but he had drawn it as filtering the air. Air could flow in and out, but smoke particles were forcibly trapped. Thankfully, only the smoke extraction function had failed. People could still freely enter and exit. He sighed resignedly and cut away that segment of the rune. Wood chips scattered, revealing the bare deck beneath. Jiang Shuzhou gripped his carving knife tightly and bent down over the network of runes again. Wish me luck. Time for a success. This is the 5th time already. If I have to make any more changes, I'll have to start over from scratch. Jiang Shuzhou stood alone in the dimly lit studio, staring at the inner J-constraining formation diagram that had been so heavily altered it was barely recognizable. The last pale rays of the setting sun filtered through the window lattice, casting a faint light on the slight crease between his brows. Headache, exhaustion, and a hint of satisfaction mixed within him. After all, this was the 5th revision, and this time it finally passed the test. One must strike while the iron is hot. Second efforts falter, and by the third one's strength is spent. He silently reminded himself that he needed to finish the ritual before dusk faded completely. He pulled the pre-cut life wood from his inventory, hugged it tightly to his chest, and stepped into the center of the formation. Crackling sharply as the dry wood met flames, the fire instantly engulfed the life wood. Jiang Shuzhou placed the burning log into the brazier, then crossed his legs to sit and closed his eyes in meditation. A wave of heat charged with dense elemental energy washed over him, surging through his limbs and bones like a tide. Magic churned within his body, reshaping itself, growing tougher and firmer, pressing close to the very fibers of his being. If he opened his eyes and checked his system panel now, the attribute changes would be clear. Strength 68. Endurance 68. Agility 79. The magic's transformation pushed his body to evolve in tandem. Every heartbeat landed like a hammer driving through bone and flesh. Time slipped away unnoticed until he gradually returned from that strange, immersive sensation. The life wood in the brazier had burned down to a pale gray ash, warm only from a faint residual heat. The system notification appeared, burning ritual complete. At last, it's done. A weight lifted from Jiang Shuzhou's heart. If I learn a new spell tomorrow, I'll officially be a mage. He had been worried before, thinking his advancement was too slow to make the competition next month. Now that anxiety felt completely unfounded. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 11 p.m. So late already? I thought it had only been about 10 minutes. He muttered. Feels like someone stole time from me. Stretching lazily, he logged out of the game pod, washed up, and went to bed. Another full day behind him. City, Countermeasures Bureau. Damn, today's been nothing but bad luck. Haven't done a single thing, just wasted all this time here. Brother Hua slumped in the stiff metal chair of the meeting room, rolling his eyes. When they first brought him in, had been nervous, but now frustration had taken over completely. His phone was confiscated and had been locked inside for 5 hours with nothing to pass the time. The door finally opened, and an elderly man in a white lab coat stepped briskly inside. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Wang Bowen. You can call me Professor Wang. The man spoke politely. Cut the formalities, what do you want? Had to drag me here, so early in the morning? Brother Hua's voice rose. And you took my phone. The worst part is, do you know how long I've been waiting? 5 hours. Not even a phone to play with. Professor Wang adjusted his glasses. Please understand, I was handling an urgent matter just now, which is why I couldn't come until now. I don't care. Brother Hua threw up his hands, voice thick with annoyance. What is it you want? If you don't explain everything clearly, I'm not saying a word. Brother Hua was demanding an answer. We work for the Countermeasure Bureau, officially called the Bureau for Handling Abnormal Phenomena, a newly established organization. Right now, our main responsibility is investigating anomalies in the GameStar realm. Arrival. Professor Wang patiently explained all this to Brother Hua. Do you have any questions? Brother Hua's earlier defensiveness had long since faded. Now that they'd revealed their official status and provided thorough explanations, he wasn't going to press any further. I just want to confirm one thing. Are the posts you made on the forum true? Of course they're true, otherwise, where would I have gotten that million gold coins? Brother Hua shrugged. All right, I still have some questions. Professor Wang placed a stack of papers on the table. Once you answer everything and sign a confidentiality agreement, you're free to go. Fine, ask away. For the next several hours, Professor Wang and his team grilled Brother Hua from start to finish: times, locations, people involved, details, even the height of those two men and the material of their shackles. Many details had already blurred in Brother Hua's memory, but Professor Wang insisted he try to recall as much as possible, even if it took extra time. At 11 a.m., they let Brother Hua out for a quick meal. At noon, he rested in the lounge for 2 hours. Otherwise, he might have lost his temper. That's all. Brother Hua ended up with a headache from the questioning. No matter how much you ask, I just can't remember anymore. Who can accurately recall how tall two guys were? Or how those shackles opened? The guy walked out and somehow unlocked it himself. I have no idea how that worked. He repeated what Head said before, and Professor Wang finally stopped pressing him. Thank you very much. Professor Wang closed his notebook and shifted tone. I have one more request. Would you like to join the Countermeasure Bureau? What kind of joke is that? Not a chance. The alarm clock suddenly rang in the room. A hand reached out from under the covers and silenced the phone. Jiang Shuzhou flipped over and sprang out of bed, fully awake. 8 hours of solid sleep finally shook off days of fatigue. Although yesterday had been relatively easy, Head still exhausted himself engraving runes on a bound energetic array now. Even standing still, he felt bone-deep tiredness, like his soul was being dragged along. But there was a magic class ahead, so he forced himself out of the warm covers. Today, if he learned the spell, he would no longer be an ordinary person but a true first-rank mage. With the ability to protect himself, he could follow the direction needle's guidance to the civilized world, no longer having to scrape by on bread and salty meat broth, or treat fruit as a luxury. From today, in returning to civilization, he threw open the curtains as sunlight poured in. The usual star realm, arrival, initiate. A familiar sensation of the mind pulling away swept over him. In an instant, Jiang Shuzhou stood on that desolate island. The surroundings remained barren. A large patch of trees in the center of the island had been chopped up and lay toppled in the wetlands, as if accusing him of destruction. But the sight didn't diminish his good mood. He'd soon be leaving this place. Before departing the island, he had to master first-level spells. The ocean was notoriously harsh. Crossing it alone in a small boat without preparation was suicide. Had already stockpiled food. If that ran short, he could restock at the trading post. Navigation was entirely dependent on his direction needle. Item name, Direction Needle Velisco. Category, Magical Item. Rank, First Level. Function, Navigation. Description, features 2 needles. The large one points south. The small one points to the port city of Velisco. An essential tool for travelers. This first-level magical item was casually given to him by a senior mage, along with the treasured book he cherished deeply. Jiang Shuzhou felt immense gratitude. What a kind soul that senior was. With all preparations complete, only learning spells remain. It was just a matter of time. Jiang Shuzhou had already planned his initial spell list. Fireball, Tongue of Languages, Identification, Mage Armor, Gale, Minor Healing, and Icebind. When selecting these spells, Jiang Shuzhou took various situations into careful consideration. He included offensive, defensive, communication, and healing spells all in one package, even preparing an identification spell to avoid being tricked. While the item inventory could identify items, it required ownership. Many on the forum had verified that mere touch couldn't reveal properties. Thus, the real solution was the identification spell, which had to be bound to a medium, usually a special book compiling magical items, to achieve maximum effectiveness. But Jiang Shuzhou wasn't bothered by these limits, since he directly bound the medium to his system, making it far more valuable than any encyclopedia of magical items. With his spells chosen, he no longer delayed. The location remained the captain's cabin, the only light still a single candle. He planned to spend the whole day refining these miracles. To his surprise, learning first-level spells was much easier than had imagined. Years of casting experience and runic knowledge laid a solid foundation. Had expected to learn only one spell, but unexpectedly, he managed to take it a step further. In the flickering candlelight, a thumb-sized fireball spun rapidly in his palm, waves of heat rolling off it, illuminating his focused and passionate expression. Fireball spell mastered. He pushed open the door and casually tossed the fireball toward a wooden barrel nearby. Bang! The wood was instantly pierced, and the small fireball extinguished, leaving only a charred circular hole. This power is almost like a bullet, he thought with quiet amazement. Indeed, reaching first level was a whole different experience, far superior to apprentice spells. Oh, now that I've learned first level spells, does this mean I've successfully advanced? The next second, the system interface appeared. Character name, Novice Lebo. Class, Mage. Rank, first level talent available. Mana, 100,100. Soul, 10. Spirit, 10. Willpower, 10. Strength, 8. Endurance, 8. Agility, 9. Spellbook, Mage's Hand, Spark, Water Coagulation, Magic Trick, Fireball. Health, 180-100. Spell Power, 100. Everything was as he expected, except the talent available line caught his eye. So talents could be acquired later? Without hesitation, Jiang Shuzhou hit confirm. He knew the difference talents made. Without talent, learning a spell took half a day. With talent, drawing runes could be mastered within 1 hour, with only occasional mistakes corrected by the 5th attempt, despite it being his first time working with runes. Filled with anticipation, his vision gradually dimmed. When it cleared, the familiar talent selection table appeared again before him. The space around him was pitch black, except for the faintly glowing tabletop, barely visible. Jiang Shuzhou scanned the surroundings and found nothing else. Sighing, he gave up his reckless curiosity and didn't dare risk venturing into the darkness to see what might be there. Usually, when he steps out of the light into the darkness, there are only two possibilities. Either nothing happens, or unknown dangers lurk in the shadows. Jiang Shuzhou stood at the boundary between light and dark, pondering what clues that mysterious second outcome might reveal. After weighing the risks, he decided it wasn't worth tempting fate. Losing his life for a mere maybe wasn't a smart trade. Even though he had a precious revival coin in his bag, he wasn't willing to waste it lightly. That coin not only symbolized a second chance, but also gave him the confidence to explore boldly. After all, death meant immediate account deletion, wiping out all the hard-earned experience and gear he had accumulated. Having come to this realization, he obediently returned to the table and sat in the only chair. When his eyes landed on the surface, he was momentarily stunned. This was the very talent selection table he knew so well, yet today there was only a single card lying there, without even a token choice to pretend with. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Great, they couldn't even be bothered to put on a show. Why drag me here at all? Grumbling aside, free is free. He flipped over the lone card, and in the next moment, his anger turned to joy. Quick cast. Casting speed increased by 100. One word: powerful. For a mage, casting speed is crucial. Most people train diligently for years to improve it by barely 30. He was doubling it outright. Even better, mages can extend spell durations to trade for greater power or reduced mana consumption. With casting speed doubled now, his tactical options multiplied, and his strength leapt to a whole new level. Having just accomplished one breakthrough, then immediately earned another, he had completely dismissed his earlier complaints, replaced only by the thought, this is amazing. After successfully leveling up and gaining a new talent, he decided to treat himself. No new spells for now. The dull, tedious chanting practice could wait. It was time for the lively and exciting art of alchemy. Looking at the list of alchemy-related topics in the catalog, Jiang Shuzhou felt utterly at ease, as if he was born for this. In the dim library, dust floated lazily in the cracks, and the flickering candlelight cast faint specks of light. His fingers gently brushed along the spines of the books before finally resting on the hefty volume titled The Alchemy Compendium. The cover had lost its shine over the years, but the intricate dark gold patterns remained vivid, resembling an ancient magical rune silently beckoning readers from another age. He opened the book's first page, and the slightly aged parchment gave off a faint aroma of herbs. His eyes fell on the author's message. Alchemy is a craft born from the ranks of spellcasters. An excellent alchemist must first be an excellent mage, because so much of alchemy relies on magic. Thus, I conclude that magic is the soul of a mage and the foundation of their power, while alchemy is their flesh and blood, the support they leave behind in the mortal world. A mage who does not master alchemy cannot be considered a good alchemist. This truth remains, despite alchemy's promise of great riches. Yet many mages abandon its study, focusing solely on spells and their pursuit of so-called truth. I do not blame them, for I am not like those mediocre souls. I walk the path of truth, not only the truth of magic, but also the truth of alchemy. To those who come after me, I do not urge you to learn alchemy. Rather, I warn you to give it up. Most mages cannot juggle both magic and alchemy simultaneously. Only true geniuses can become genuine alchemists. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, wow, does this guy really talk that big? No wonder he's a legendary alchemist with that kind of confidence. His skills must be impressive. If someone with less skill dared to publicly speak like this about their peers, they'd probably have been beaten to a pulp by now. After all, calling others mediocre without the shield of being both a legendary mage and a legendary alchemist who would dare to write such words in a book so boldly? He couldn't help but smile, his fingertips tapping lightly on the page as he turned to the next one. The sound of paper rubbing echoed sharply in the silent room. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the author's sharp yet messy signature. Underneath it, a bolder line leapt out. Welcome to the world of alchemy. Mage walking the path of truth, stranger and friend you, like me, are a true genius. Jiang Shuzhou was completely absorbed in poring over alchemy tomes on a desolate island near the stormy sea. The sea breeze whipped the waves against the rocks, making the pages flutter loudly. Meanwhile, far away on the other side, a true storm was quietly beginning. In the Holy Alliance, the parish of Saphras, the god of fate. Inside a modest noble castle's great hall, the floor was covered with a worn red carpet. Hundreds of ragged peasants were forced to kneel tightly packed, their heads bowed low like lambs awaiting slaughter. They dared not look up, not out of reverence for God, but out of fear for the priests standing on the dais. Two figures stood on the raised platform. The man on the left bowed slightly, clearly of lower rank. On the right, a young priest in clerical robes crossed his arms and surveyed the crowd coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Our Lord is merciful, Reverend, the man on the left whispered cautiously. These lowly folk are truly fortunate to hear your sermon. The priest merely nodded. Then his gaze swept across the kneeling peasants, a meaningful smile creeping onto his lips. I just noticed a few peasants distracted, he said, voice calm but chilling, daring to lose focus during my sermon. Baron, you know what to do, right? Cold sweat appeared on the Baron's brow. He hastily wiped it with a silk handkerchief. At that moment, his status wasn't much higher than an insect's. Of course, the Baron forced a smile. For those so disrespectful to the god's envoy, ordinary punishment won't suffice. They must be dealt with harshly. They will soon disappear forever. Before his words even finished, dong! A deep, resonant bell tolled from afar. At first, the priest ignored it, but as the bell rang again and again, his expression grew grave. Dong! 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 At the 13th toll, the priest's face turned pale. Without caring about the Baron's flattery any longer, he threw on his cloak, dashed out of the castle, mounted his horse, and whipped it into a swift gallop toward the bell's source. At the same moment, priests and paladins of the god of fate across the land halted whatever they were doing upon hearing the 13th toll. Those closer to the bell rushed directly to the St. Fit monastery, while those farther away hurried toward their nearest churches. Everyone's faces were solemn, as if the very air had thickened. St. Fit monastery, a place where the god of fate once made a divine appearance and left behind the bell of destiny. Whenever the bell rings, a great event is imminent. The more times it tolls, the greater the significance. Since the god bestowed this bell, it has only reached 13 tolls once before. That occasion marked the fall of the goddess of the magic web. Outside the deepest chamber of divine communication within the monastery, Pontiff Eudiswin paced anxiously, palms sweating. Ulrament, director of the religious inquisition, had just entered the corridor, cloak still settling on his shoulders. Old friend, what's happening? Why is the bell of destiny tolling? Has our god spoken any prophecy? Ulrament asked in a low voice. I don't know. Eudiswin shook his head, eyes fixed on the sealed chamber door. Our god remained silent. Perhaps mortal ears cannot hear the sound of fate. What do we do then? I have arranged the ritual. The pontiff drew a deep breath. If all goes well, the god will grant us an answer. Shaking his head at Ulrament, Pontiff Eudiswin signaled to wait for the ritual's completion. Then came a long silence. Both men understood the unspoken truth. 13 chimes tolled, yet the deity remained silent. Such silence often foretold an impending storm. Could it be that another powerful god was about to fall? Creaked heavy wooden door swung open, revealing the elderly Sister Mashali at the threshold, her voice low and steady. The ritual succeeded. Our god has responded. What kind of response? Uriman asked instinctively. Please, come in, gentlemen. The old nun offered no explanation, only a gesture of invitation. Uriman hesitated. According to monastery rules, only nuns were allowed into the sacred chamber. This was the last respect shown to those who volunteered for sacrifice. Very well, lead the way. Pope Eudiswin nodded first. Since you invited us, Sister Mashali, there must be a reason. Unlike the cautious Urimat, Eudiswin had no qualms about entering the secret room. Receiving the affirmation, Mashali turned to lead them inside. The three passed down a shadowed corridor where flickering torchlight cast crossing shadows on the walls. Opening the door, they were met with a sea of candlelight. Countless candles lined the walls, their flames dancing, wax dripping and pooling thickly on the floor, clear evidence of long, continuous burning. A faint fragrant incense filled the air, banishing any hint of dampness or decay, lending a solemn, pure atmosphere to the dark chamber. Though never having set foot here before, Yudiswin knew the layout well. As Pope, he had to be privy to every secret within the church. Urimet, director of the Inquisition, was less familiar, believed some truths were better left undiscovered. All three kept their gaze fixed forward. In truth, only Mashali and Urimet truly refrained from looking around, while Yudiswin stole glances at the candles. Each one represented a devout believer, their souls ascending to the kingdom of the Lord, while their earthly remains became useless things, transformed into this faint light. At the room's center, the abbess stopped and whispered aside, "Just ahead, gentlemen, you may approach." Without further words, the two stepped onto a seemingly empty dais. Stars shine bright. Deep lies the root of calamity. Stars will fall, but silver flames endure. A whisper echoed through the emptiness. On the platform knelt a young nun, her body soaked in a mingling of blood and candle tears. Blood dripped from all 7 orifices, trickling down her neck, yet it did not disrupt her folded hands or the ceaseless chant of the cryptic prayer. Stars shine bright. Deep lies the root of calamity. Stars will fall, but silver flames endure. As Yudiswin ascended the dais, the nun suddenly opened bloodshot eyes and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Her lips moved, words fragmented but heavy with divine meaning. Yudiswin fate changed migration planes. Though only fragments reached his ears, the legendary cleric's intuition grasped the message's intent. Turning immediately, he spoke in a low but commanding tone. "Order all favored by the gods and clergy outside to return at once. The situation has changed. We may have to withdraw from the primary plane to the lesser planes." He had yet to fully unravel the oracle's deeper meaning, but carried out his command without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, an instant withdrawal from the main plane seemed almost impossible, not to mention their vast flocks spread across the world. Should they retreat now, the Alliance of Saints would never forgive them. This vast realm, made up of countless devotees of the gods, shelters all believers from the persecution of evil sorcerers. To abruptly withdraw would certainly invite retaliation from the servants of other deities. For now, the Church of Fate continues to fulfill its obligations within the League of Saints, but Yudaswin has already decided to gradually shift its focus toward those secondary planes. When the time is right, it will completely break away from the League and carry out the divine tasks assigned by the gods. "Yes, your command. Yes, your command." The flickering candlelight cast shadows over the 3 cardinals seated around the marble round table, heads bowed in obedience. At this moment, they held most of the Church of Fate's authority and had heard the prophecy from the gods alongside Pope Yudaswin. Naturally, they understood that all decisions were born from divine will, so no one opposed the plan. "How do we explain this to the League of Saints?" one cardinal whispered. Yudaswin lifted his gaze, pointing toward the dome overhead. "When the 13 bells toll, the followers of my God will either arrive immediately or remain at their shrines awaiting orders. Such a large-scale mobilization will inevitably be noticed, so let the first half of the prophecy leak out." Before the bells rang, a low hum already filled the cathedral. Yudaswin added calmly, "Fate cannot be changed, or rather, once you observe fate, it stops changing. Fate has long inscribed your actions within it. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape its path. Even the god of fate is no exception. It is not the gods who control fate, but fate that controls the gods." He paused, as if recalling something. "Perhaps it is because we revealed only half the prophecy to the League of Saints that the prophecy must come true. But what does it matter? The most urgent matter now is withdrawal. The Church of Fate never excelled at direct combat. If we don't leave while the stars still shine, once the fall of the stars and the prophecy arrives, escaping will be impossible." Outside the council chamber, faint prayers rose from the altar of the sacred flame. A young nun, having burned out her life to divine the future, collapsed on the blood-red carpet. Yudaswin approached, his gaze complex but still composed. "The church will honor your sacrifice." He looked down at the body growing cold, sighed deeply, then turned to the chief cleric behind him. "Give her a proper burial." Stormy Sea, an unknown deserted island. Jiang Shuzhou didn't yet realize he had become what the outside world called a troublemaker. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on damp rocks, focused and content as he flipped through the book Spells and Alchemy. Thanks to his passive talent as a gifted alchemist, he learned several times faster than an ordinary person. What had started as a casual 1 or 2 hour read to relax ended up lasting over half an hour, and in that short time, he had memorized all the basic brewing techniques inside out. The thrill of such rapid progress pushed him to dive back into the book, spending the entire afternoon immersed in study. His harvest from this afternoon wasn't just theoretical formulas for multiple categories of potions, it was mastering an improved version of Mage Hand, also called the Alchemist's Hand. When making potions, alchemists must precisely control the fusion of elements and liquids. Even the slightest elemental fluctuation can ruin the final product. But nearly every spell contains elements, including the commonly used Mage Hand. Using the original Mage Hand to assist in brewing often led to contamination or immediate failure. Yet without that magical hand, alchemy efficiency plummets. To solve this paradox, alchemists endured a long, painful process of trial and error until they developed a revised Mage Hand that stabilizes elements. This version temporarily deactivates the normally volatile elements, preventing them from seeping into potions and causing contamination. In theory, it sounds simple, but in practice, it is incredibly difficult. The spell's level jumps from apprentice to first rank. The main runes required increase from 1 to 4, and auxiliary runes to as many as 36. For an average alchemist, this was nearly impossible. But for Jiang Shuzhou, blessed with extraordinary talent, it was just a matter of putting in a couple more hours of practice. By sunset, he was already casting this first-rank new spell fluently and quietly added it to his spell list. Is it this late already? He glanced at the system clock, 8 p.m. His mind snapped back from the ocean of knowledge to reality, and a wave of disorientation swept over him. According to plan, he didn't need to hurry leaving the island for civilization. But having learned so many new potion formulas, he was eager to start brewing right away to turn the theory in his head into solid, golden profits. Put bluntly, the longer he waited to set off, the smaller his earnings would be. Alchemy is known as the most lucrative yet cash-hungry profession. To fill his coffers, Jiang Shuzhou knew he first had to produce potions consistently. Confident in his talent, he believed that as long as he had materials, the profits would be beyond his wildest imagination. Buying ingredients directly from the trade market? Not for now. Prices there were outrageously high, and don't even mention the specialized equipment, which alone would cost at least 10 million to assemble a full alchemy set. Even entry-level materials meant a huge expense. Still, the trade market wasn't useless. Selling finished potions to guilds meant they'd inevitably bargain prices down. It was better to focus on hard currency staples like healing potions and list them directly on the market. That way, he'd avoid haggling and Boniscal dodge some of the taxes too. Determined, Jiang Shuzhou lit a candle and began working late into the night. No matter what, he had to master at least 2 spells tonight. The candle flame flickered in his cramped bedroom, casting a pale yellow glow that highlighted the slight bluish tint on his face. Jiang Shuzhou quickly organized his plan. Finish 2 spells tonight, get through the rest by tomorrow, and take a break the day after, whether from the game or reality. He hadn't left his room in over 10 days, surviving solely on nutrient solutions. Empty nutrient bottles were piled beside his desk. His posture in the gaming pod had almost become a coffin stereotype. Even he felt like a half-vampire. In 2 days, it would be the mid-month 15th, when someone would come to check on his status. The pressure of social interaction made him sigh. Life is tough. If only socializing was like learning spells, where you could build it step by step with formulas. With a heavy breath, he opened the massive, brick-thick tome on medieval spell theory and dove into the sea of knowledge. Every few minutes, he lifted the pod cover to try drawing the newly grasped rune combinations in the air. Silver-blue threads of light flickered crude at first, but proof his approach was right. Looks like reaching tonight's goal wasn't going to be impossible. At the Countermeasures Bureau, inside an office, Professor Wang's mood sank to rock bottom. As the project lead for the Mage program, he felt suffocated with frustration. Learning spells wasn't something you could rush. In theory, it was like programming arranging runes in a specific logic to manipulate elemental forces. But theory is simple, practice is deadly. The first hurdle was sensing elements. Over 400 recruits, most failed at this step. The second was absorbing elements to generate mana. So far, only 3 had succeeded. As for actual casting, not a single basic flame spark had been cast, and the resources were pitiful. Knight and warrior candidates were picked straight from the military strong and fit. Mage candidates? Mostly empty-headed college students, with very few top-tier talents from Huaqing University. Worse, even the smartest couldn't advance without innate elemental affinity, and there was no reliable test for that affinity yet. Gazing at the rows of gaming pods in the lab, Professor Wang felt bitter. The other programs had tall, sturdy recruits, while his lacked a solid base to build on. Who was he supposed to push forward? Maybe I have to ask above to recruit some real prodigies from the civilian side, he muttered to himself. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp knock pulled him from his thoughts. Come in. The communications officer burst through the door, almost running. Professor Wang, there's a new directive from above. What directive? The recent game update introduced the mage of the arcane web. They want you to train a whole batch of them. Professor? Professor Wang's silence left the correspondent puzzled. All right, I understand. The moment he hung up, his throat felt like it had been scraped with sandpaper, bitterness churning in his chest after years of careful planning. Half of his project was being forced to get cut. Anyone would struggle to stay calm in that situation. But as the person in charge, he had no choice but to swallow his confusion and frustration. Compared to the outsider's blanket assumption that everyone can cast spells, he knew all too well the gulf between a mage and a mage connected to the leyline network. The former could command spells freely, modifying formulas at will. The latter were bound by the network, limited in the number of casts per day, forced to follow spell templates. More importantly, he had taken on the mage project precisely because of his thirst for the unknown. If he had to shift to training leyline mages now, all the countless late nights spent poring over dense tomes would become pointless. The thought deepened his gloom. Suddenly, a casual complaint flashed through his mind. These students just aren't up to it. In a flash, he stopped in his tracks. Just because the students aren't capable doesn't mean he isn't. The project documents emphasized the younger, the better, but the data showed no inherent link between talent and age. If that's the case, why not take matters into his own hands? He turned to the mirror above the lab sink. A face just past 50, looking like a man in his 60s or 70s from years of late nights writing reports and adjusting formulas, gray hair sticking to his temples. Yet his voice was more resolute than ever. I can do this. As for the leyline mages, let whoever wants change their path go ahead. They barely needed systematic training and didn't require his constant tutoring. If they wanted to buy skill books or submit applications, he'd simply sign off. The burden lifted instantly, his back feeling as if a heavy weight had been removed. All along, he had taken the responsibility upon himself, neglecting the fact that he had a team. The mage project might be cancelled, but a complete shutdown was unlikely. As the leader, he decided to lead by example. No support? No resources? No matter. If no one else will become a mage, then he will. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already the 15th, exactly 2 weeks since the game went live. During these past 2 weeks, Jiang Shuzhou had practically flipped his days and nights upside down. Fueled by endless cups of coffee and energy drinks, he pushed through the mounting dark circles under his eyes to master every planned spell in one go. Even the alchemist's hand skill, which he had intended to learn later, was completed ahead of schedule. The results were impressive. Today, he finally closed his magic book and dusted off his long-neglected computer. With a grand gesture, he switched into retaliatory spending mode. That outrageously expensive limited skin? Bought. The luxurious decor had wanted since last year? Bought. Discounts and promos? Maxed out. Time to upgrade this place otherwise. How can it match my millionaire vibe? He muttered to himself, full of excitement. After half an hour of furious clicking, his shopping cart was emptied and his account balance took a sharp hit. 700,000 vanished in an instant. The biggest chunk went to furniture. A fully automatic Thai massage bed for 150,000, a smart storage cabinet with voice-controlled aromatherapy, and a pile of quirky gadgets that looked outright mysterious. The most extravagant purchase was a collector's level samurai sword costing 30,000. Though purely decorative, the cold gleam of the blade clearly said it could slice through a skull. As for delivery, couldn't care less. Had spent 30,000 after all. The seller would figure it out. After the shopping spree, Jiang Shuzhou contentedly soaked in a hot bath. Foam floated on the surface, and fragrance filled the air. Leaning back against the tub, phone in hand, he silently checked the time in the upper right corner of the screen, mentally estimating someone's arrival. 9:15, 9:18, 9:20. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang right on time. He stood up, quickly dried off, threw on a casual t-shirt, and walked barefoot across the wooden floor to open the door. The moment it swung open, a familiar square-jawed face appeared. Early 30s, crisp police uniform, eyes sharp and steady. Wang Guowei. The first time this man came knocking, 10 years ago, he was just Officer Wang. Now he was Uncle Wang. Since then, without fail, he appeared precisely on the 15th of every month, rain or shine. Uncle Wang, come in, Jiang Shuzhou said with a slight sideways gesture. Wang Guowei returned a friendly yet somewhat awkward smile, stepped inside, casually closed the door, and took a seat on the living room sofa. His smile was a bit stiffer than usual, as if he was here to ask a favor. Seeing his host stay silent, Wang Guowei broke the quiet. Xiao Jiang, do you still remember Annie Song? Annie Song. I don't know her. Should I? Jiang Shuzhou frowned, scrambling through hazy memories trying to place the name, only glimpsing vague fragments of familiarity. You've forgotten? She's the woman your father rescued back then, Wang reminded him. Oh right, Jiang Shuzhou said flatly, voice completely unreadable. His father had saved that mother and daughter's lives, and for a few months afterward they came by to thank him occasionally. But after a year, they vanished without a trace. 8 years had passed since. Wang Guowei hesitated. Well, there's something I'm not sure how to say. What is it? Those 2 women dead? That'd be great news, Jiang Shuzhou replied lazily, sinking back into the sofa. No. Wang cleared his throat. It's her daughter. Something's happened to her. Stop right there. What Annie Song? She's no Annie of mine. And her daughter's in trouble? That's good news. Uncle Wang, why the long face? Many people in situations like Jiang Shuzhou believe that the parents who sacrifice their lives for them live on through their children. But Jiang Shuzhou doesn't see it that way. In fact, he thinks those people are delusional. To him, no matter how heroic the story sounds, his parents died because of that mother and daughter. If only they had shown gratitude and visited regularly to care for him, he might have been able to accept it. But a year later, the woman surnamed Song completely forgot about the whole incident, who then filled the void left by the family affection he never received. Not to mention, his father had been a manager earning a good salary 10 years ago otherwise. They couldn't have afforded the 100-plus square meters apartment in the city center. Even in a second-tier city, housing prices weren't cheap. Yet his father lost his life saving those two people. As if that wasn't enough, his mother fell ill from overwork trying to keep the family afloat, and passed away a year later, following his father. By now, Jiang Shuzhou's situation could only be described as utterly broken and devastated. He feels nothing but hatred for that mother and daughter, no trace of love. If killing weren't illegal, he would have already sent them back to the fate they originally deserved. How can you say that? What do you think your father would feel? He's dead, Jiang Shuzhou replied calmly. He'll never know. And even if he did, I don't care. It's been 10 years honestly. I don't even remember what he looked like. It's not sentimentality. He hadn't seen his father once in a decade. Time doesn't heal. It only makes you forget. When memories resurface, the wounds remain there, just diluted by the flow of a new life. During the time after his parents' deaths, Jiang Shuzhou fell into a deep depression, shadowed every day by grief. Until one day at a bookstore, he came across Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and for the first time learned about Nietzsche and the four transformations: camel, lion, child, and overman. Though too young to fully grasp it then, he was captivated by the overman, a physical and spiritual being without weakness, indifferent to others' judgment. But he couldn't be that person. He still couldn't stand the pity or ridicule from his classmates. Why treat me this way if I'm supposed to be a hero's son? He repeatedly asked himself. The answer came from Nietzsche. An individual must break free from traditional morality and strive toward becoming his own overman. At that moment, it dawned on him they weren't pitying or mocking him. They were afraid of how different he was. Because of this, he concluded Nietzsche shouldn't have let children read him too early. It distorts their worldview completely. Thankfully, online games offered a partial outlet for the gaps in his personality. To win, he would do anything. If cheating wasn't just a hollow power, he probably would have used hacks without hesitation. So when Uncle Wang questioned him, Jiang Shuzhou responded with detached ease. Criticism from others is fleeting. As long as he doesn't care, it can't touch him. Although humans are social creatures, Jiang Shuzhou had always existed on the fringes of society. He could only blame his father for that after all, who abandons their child at the moment they are needed most. The living room was spacious yet desolate. Afternoon light filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting mottled shadows across the coffee table. In the center, a cup of tea still steaming sat untouched. Uncle Wang, clad in full police uniform, his face etched with deep lines carved by time, raised a hand to point at Jiang Shuzhou, his voice rising sharply. How dare you speak like that? If you talk this way, your father died in vain. I respect you calling me Uncle Wang, but do you really think you're my elder? Jiang Shuzhou settled slowly against the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the teacup. Didn't my father die for nothing? He gave his life saving others, only to leave his wife dead early and his son an orphan. And the most important part? Those two people he saved never once came to pay respects at his grave. He deliberately emphasized the phrase die for nothing, his tone sharp and cold as a thorn. Uncle Wang's face darkened, but he still suppressed his anger. Enough, Officer Wang. Thanks for bringing the news. Now you can leave. And if you're disappointed, don't come back. Jiang Shuzhou rose politely, but clearly intended to send him off. He had long suspected that Uncle Wang's visit was about those two ungrateful white-eyed wolves, Li Na and her daughter, but unlike his father, who'd rush headlong into danger, Jiang Shuzhou was no fool. Uncle Wang lowered his voice. Actually, Li Na got into trouble. I wanted to see if it's convenient for you to check on her. Just check on her, huh? No one shows up for nothing. Jiang Shuzhou squinted, clearly skeptical. Uncle Wang hesitated to respond and fell silent. A heavy stillness settled between them. Yet Jiang Shuzhou's lips curved into a faint, almost malicious smile. Knowing they were struggling somehow lightened his mood. If it's nothing, then I'll let you not waste time on me. Uncle Wang didn't move. After a pause, he asked again, hesitant. So will you go see them or not? Why do you care so much about them? Jiang Shuzhou glanced at the insignia on his shoulder and raised an eyebrow with irony. Heard you got promoted and a raise. After all these years, finally made captain? Not enough to live on. What? Now you're running a protection racket. How about this? I have a job for you. He pulled out his phone and opened his online banking app. The screen glowed, the number glaring a little over 1,000,000 yuan. Jiang Shuzhou held it up for Uncle Wang to see. Look, I still have more than 1,000,000 in my hands. You find an excuse to lock those two up for 6 months. After it's done, 50,000 is yours. And just so you know, if you really pull this off, they'll visit them every day. His tone was as casual as weather talk, but the cutting decisiveness wiped away every trace of the tea's fragrance from the room. Clearly, outside a prison cell, He never wanted to see that ungrateful mother and daughter again. Uncle Wang's anger boiled over. He pressed his lips tight and exhaled like he'd been drained of all strength. You. All right, fine, just like that, I'm leaving. He shook his head in dejection, turned toward the door, and with a creak of the handle, he didn't look back. Once the door closed, Jiang Shuzhou collapsed back onto the sofa, nodding to himself with self-mockery. Looks like my sarcasm skills haven't dulled after all. Though Head parted on bad terms with Officer Wang, he couldn't hide the lightness in his heart. After all, evil begets evil, and now that mother and daughter were finally in trouble, wasn't everything finally moving in the right direction? Watching Officer Wang walk away in solitude, Jiang Shuzhou felt a heavy weight in his heart. A gentleman can be misled by appearances, but Officer Wang was the kind of man who bore traditional morals and responsibility on his shoulders, quietly shouldering all the burdens of life. Jiang Shuzhou didn't believe Wang would come to persuade him without reason. His first thought was that those two women were using Wang's position to morally pressure him. For someone like Jiang Shuzhou, who was already turning away from conventional values, this tactic was useless, but it struck a nerve for Officer Wang. Because he sensed the full story, Jiang Shuzhou responded with a bitter sarcasm, telling Wang to stop coming around for everyone's sake. He had no intention of helping those indirectly responsible for his father's death, nor did Wang need to continue being tormented by his conscience. They had fundamentally different paths and couldn't work together. Wang was still a good man, but Jiang Shuzhou didn't want that kind of good. To put Wang at ease, he even showed his account balance on his phone screen as if to say, I'm capable of standing on my own now. No need to worry about me. After putting the phone away, he let out a long, heavy sigh. It still felt suffocating. Why were the people around him all so soft? Selfish to family and friends, but endlessly selfless to strangers. His father was like that, and so was Officer Wang. Morally flawless, perhaps, but by Jiang Shuzhou's standards, they all fell short. He raised his hand and sent Officer Wang a brief message, don't come again. A faint sigh came through, then Wang turned off his phone. What now? The room fell silent. After a few seconds, Jiang Shuzhou opened the nutrition drips cap, tilted his head back, and drained it, muttering under his breath, astral plane, activate. Since real life was full of troubles, he might as well dive into the game first. He had planned to rest today, but since he was logged in, head practice spells, then log off for a nap, and finally organize supplies on the ship before setting out early tomorrow morning. Wave creation, a first-level spell that could generate artificial waves of varying height controlled by magic. It was essential for mage sailors to speed their boats. Once he learned it, no need for oars, the waves would do all the work. The moment he first read the skill description, he was hooked. What man doesn't love riding the waves? He just hadn't had time to prioritize it until now. With time to spare, he would make up for it. 4 hours later, splash, splash, splash. Half-meter waves rolled across the virtual sea, white foam crashing against the shore. Jiang Shuzhou stood on the deck, his heart pounding with the sound of water. This is so wild. If he hadn't cast the spell himself, he wouldn't have believed these massive waves were his creation. With waves like this, the ship wouldn't slow down. Yet he had no plans to set sail immediately. After all, he still didn't know how far it was to Varisco. Although it might be possible to arrive in a few hours, arriving within just a few hours is unlikely. It was already late afternoon, with the sun sinking low in the west. If he delayed another 4 hours, Jiang Shuzhou would have to travel in the dark. Night sailing without night vision capabilities would double the risks for him. Hidden currents, unseen reefs, even sea beasts could strike in the darkness. After weighing everything carefully, he decided to wait until dawn to set off, using daylight to shorten as much as possible the segment that he would have to sail at night. The only thing he could do was pray that the distance between him and Willisco was not much farther than he estimated. Shocking. Life as a cleric in this game is surprisingly luxurious. Brothers, if you want to become a priest and rise above the crowd, hurry up and join. Unstoppable. The Empire's iron cavalry will crush all opposition. A true knight. All men should be knights. Protecting the environment is everyone's duty. Receive nature's gifts. Druids welcome you. What? You're still stuck using melee weapons. Musketeers, 1 shot, 1 down. The forum homepage was flooded with promotional posts for all kinds of professions. Jiang Shuzhou stared silently at the screen. There wasn't a single post recommending mages. What was wrong with us mages? Furious, he grabbed the keyboard ready to start a fight, but a cold notification box popped up. Posting privileges for this account have been banned. Jiang froze, thinking seriously? Who's the admin at BYD? I just posted a few slightly scantily dressed succubus pictures, and now I'm banned for a whole month? I have to appeal. He scoured the settings, but couldn't find any appeal option, only to unexpectedly discover the forum could switch languages with 1 click. That meant global players shared the same forum, but language barriers kept them from interfering with one another. Even more surprisingly, the ban only applied to the China server. The US server still allowed posting. An idea lit up in Jiang's mind. Bug exploitation. Post first on the US server, then use the forward function to pull the post back to the China server. A perfect export-import trick. My posting rights are gone, but I still have forwarding. Imagenius. He got to work and typed the title, The Flawless Profession, Punches Druids, Kicks Gods, specialized in smashing any opposition. Mage, the profession with the highest potential, bar none. Includes a legendary story of Mage Roland. To make it more convincing, he copied the story about the legendary Mage Roland from the book word for word, adding some exaggerated embellishments on the side. Looking at this well-reasoned, yet wildly fabricated post with plenty of spicy rhetoric, Jiang Shuzhou smiled, with satisfaction. The content might be over the top, but it was still believable enough to draw people in. Hey, race an excerpt. I'm sure everyone clicking on this title is curious. I know what you're thinking, but please, hear me out. At the very beginning, I proudly introduced to you a mage legend of the mage world, the mage among legends, the liberator of all mages, the slayer of gods, the founder of the floating city, and the destroyer of the magic web Mage Roland. As the words fell, the crowd stirred. The host raised his hands to quiet the noise, cleared his throat, and began to passionately recount Roland's great deeds. How he fiercely battled the Abyss Lord in the dark abyss, how he restored the first floating city from ruins back into the sky, and how he personally dismantled the magic web, instantly nullifying the divine spells of the gods. The audience held their breath, yet each exaggerated tale left them wide-eyed and stunned. 3,000 words of fabricated stories omitted here. A few minutes later, the host abruptly stopped. Silence filled the hall, broken only by the hurried breathing of the spectators. Now do you understand the true value of a mage? He looked around with a knowing smile. If you still don't get it, then one thing I'm about to say will make it crystal clear. Raising his hand, he traced an invisible path in the air, his tone slowing. I have a connection inside the Mage Alliance. It's not dangerous at all, but the profits are huge. Whispers rippled through the crowd below, guessing he meant robbing a bank. The host caught wind of this and chuckled lightly, his voice booming. By now, many of you should realize I'm talking about alchemy. Spotlights focused on him as he opened his hands wide. Yes, alchemy. You don't really think I'd rob a bank, do you? With all the outlaws around, robbing banks can't compare to alchemy for making money. Pacing back and forth on the stage, he dropped a well-known line everyone had heard before, as it said, capitalists will trample laws and morals for profit. A 10 profit keeps them active, 50 makes them take risks, 100 lets them ignore the law, and 300 has them risk the gallows. He paused, holding up 5 fingers before quickly folding one down. Now let me introduce you to a business with at least 500 profit costing just 1 gold, selling for 6 gold or more. All eyes were locked onto him. Then he shifted the tone. That's becoming an alchemist, crafting alchemical potions. And to become an alchemist, you first have to be a mage. So what do you think? Interested? He smiled confidently and pointed to the large crystal screen hanging behind the audience. Call XXX now and become an alchemist instantly. But in the next moment, his smile vanished and his voice dropped low. Just kidding. Fools like you will never become alchemists. People who can't even learn magic won't learn alchemy in their next lives. He tapped his forehead, as if flicking away an invisible mosquito, and finally let out a light, playful chuckle. Hee. Jiang Shuzhou posted the thread on the Huagua forum and was careful to enable the forum's anonymous feature. After all, he never left his name when doing good deeds. The eerie blue light from the screen illuminated his face as he pursed his lips and lowered his breath, meticulously reformatting the title and double-checking the links. He moved as stealthily as a cat slipping into the night. I'm not in this for empty fame or false profit. Jiang Shuzhou keeps a low profile wherever he goes. Suddenly, he let out a few strange chuckles before decisively clicking the share button. It's time to give the world a little wake-up call about mages, he thought, watching the progress bar hit 100 with quiet satisfaction. This wasn't just some random post. It cited literature and references, was at least 60 accurate, and packed plenty of practical spellcasting tips, a treasure trove of real content. Jiang Shuzhou knew that anyone who could understand this post was a true expert. Those who couldn't could only watch in frustration. Sure enough, as soon as the post went live, the forum homepage exploded like a feeding frenzy, attracting a swarm of sharks instinctively drawn to the scent of blood. The comments section instantly filled with rapid-fire responses. Unbelievable. Mages have become so useless, yet they still brag? Gotta admit, the upper limit is high, but don't ask about the lower. Exactly. Just wait until our musketeers upgrade to mech pilots. Try getting smashed by a mech hammer, then we'll see who's wrong. Yeah. As if mages could ever beat gods. You're just a bunch of maggots in the shadows. Alchemy does make money, but how exactly do you learn it? Jiang Shuzhou could tolerate most of the mockery except the comment about mages beating gods nearly made him lose it. The reality was that gods and mages were at a stalemate. Gods resided in the astral realm, unable to easily step down to the mortal plane, while mages, bound to the physical world, couldn't reach up. Yet saying mages had no chance was just naive. The sun god Asu was a prime example. Back then, Asu arrogantly wielded his solar authority to impose a century-long eternal night on the Mage Alliance, aiming to demonstrate divine supremacy. During that dark era, The alliance was mockingly called the Realm of Eternal Night. But pride came with a price. 12 floating cities, with tacit acceptance or indifference from other gods, united to shatter Asus' divine realm. The sun god fell in battle. Asu later clawed back from death through sheer faith power, winning a resurrection contest, but he plunged from godly might to just a weak divine presence, effectively back to square one overnight. The details remain mysterious. How could he revive so quickly after his domain was utterly destroyed? Jiang Shuzhou suspected mages had struck some clandestine deal with other gods, trading Asus' divine status as currency. TCH, the Saints' Alliance is impressive at spinning this, Jiang Shuzhou remarked with a wry tone as he scrolled to examine the profile of the fervent commenter. Was this a troll or a true believer? To his amusement and dismay, the person actually seemed genuine. Are you serious? You really believe that? He sighed softly before shrugging. Priests reciting hymns praising gods day after day fill their minds with devotional propaganda brainwashing you can see with the naked eye. Ah, what a pity. Since the post was a forwarded thread, the system didn't let him reply directly. Otherwise, he would have jumped in to thoroughly debate that God worshipper was determined to break through their defenses and make them see reason. Since my American account isn't banned, does that mean I can post a picture set again? Jiang Shuzhou sat in front of his computer, fingers flying as he clicked send. The next second, a system message in bold white letters on a red background popped up. Your account has been suspended from posting. Huh, wasn't there supposed to be freedom of speech? He muttered with a smirk, though he wasn't too disappointed. Just 3 days, which was a lot lighter than permanent bans back home. Since he couldn't post picture sets anymore and had already stirred up chaos in the forum, Jiang Shuzhou decided to shut down his computer and get some sleep. It was only 8 at night. He planned to go online again at 5 a.m. sharp, board his ship, and leave this deserted island behind to sail toward Willisco. By then, the seas would be wide enough for the fish to leap, and the skies high enough for birds to fly freely. Night falls. For young people, 8 p.m. signals lights out. For some elderly folks, it's just the start of a long evening. Since Professor Wang decided to become a mage himself, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep. The new goal felt like an invisible hand twisting his biological clock to the extreme up at 7 every morning to meditate. On day 1, he sensed elemental energy and absorbed it by afternoon. His talent was remarkable, but he was stuck on casting spells. He hadn't even mastered the simplest mage hand. Still, his solo progress equaled that of more than 400 previous researchers combined. Professor, hey, race the list of spellbooks you need to purchase. Please take a look. I'm getting old. This future belongs to you young ones. Work hard. When I retire, you take over. He signed the papers briskly and casually painted a big picture for the newcomers. Though it sounded polite, the project was indeed handed off to the young team long ago. What was once called the Mage Program had evolved into the Magic Web Mage Initiative. Nowadays, Professor Wang simply approved documents and left the rest alone. He didn't want to waste time on administrative paperwork. Every minute was better spent practicing spells. Sigh. All 400 of them just switched to being magic web mages. No perseverance at all. Looking through the office glass at the bustling lab workers below, a sudden pang of loneliness welled up inside him. Shaking his head to clear the feeling, he logged back into the game. It was only 9 p.m. plenty of time. Tonight, he swore, he would master Mage Hand no matter what. At dawn on the deserted island, just as the sky began to lighten, Jiang Shuzhou was already online. Set sail. He cut the rope and lowered the lifeboat hanging by the pirate ship's side into the sea. Equipped from head to toe, dark mage robes over chainmail, a gleaming pirate cutlass in hand, flintlock pistols on his belt, looked nothing like a good guy. It was his second morning in the game, the moment he had waited so long for. Willisco, your mage lord has returned. The lifeboat was barely 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Standing at the deck's edge already felt cramped. Luckily, there was a small sail on board. Otherwise, he'd have to row the whole way. Even with his advanced stamina, a long row would be exhausting. He hoisted the sail, his footing even tighter, but it was manageable since he was alone on the boat. Gale. A powerful wind sprang forth, propelling the lifeboat forward at great speed. Wave creation. The sea rose in waves riding the tailwind, pushing his small craft toward Willisco as the compass needle pointed. No oars were needed, just wind and waves. Jiang Shuzhou never touched the paddles, fully embodying the mage's style. Aside from steadily draining his mana, there was hardly a downside. Though he looked sloppy from staying up late practicing spells, his proud stance on the boat was undeniably impressive. The night in Varisco was unusually silent, with only 2 areas in the entire city still brightly lit. In the central district, towering spires and luxurious mansions glowed softly against the pitch-black sky. Mages bent over their desks or conducted experiments in tall towers, faint magical light spilling through the cracks of their windows. Meanwhile, nobles drank and celebrated behind heavy curtains, the sounds of revelry drifting out in broken waves. Another source of light came from the harbor district. Cranes and masts stitched together a dark silhouette against the night as workers treaded on sea-soaked wooden planks, the clinking of hemp ropes and iron hooks echoing crisply. They knew no difference between day and night, only the words piecework and wages. As long as they earned money, even the depths of night were gladly endured. Large shipments of luxury goods unloaded from the cargo ships were quickly loaded onto carts and hauled to the central district for the nobles to squander. The remaining miscellaneous goods became the lifeblood of the city's commerce. The dock workers moved like swarming ants, lifting crate after crate to keep the supply chain flowing for the city's elite. Chick, the foreman, had once been one of those ants himself. Years ago, after saving the merchant guild master's son in an accident, he had been promoted to foreman. Tonight, however, his mood was terrible suddenly. The workers at the docks grew restless and clustered together, the once smooth, unloading line grinding to a halt. If the cargo was delayed, he'd have no way to answer to the boss. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Don't you want your pay? Chick's rough voice cut sharply through the night. Be but foreman Chick. Look over there. A trembling worker pointed toward the sea. Look at what? What's there? Chick's words stopped short. The dark ocean surface held a flickering light approaching. The dock was well lit, but this flame came from a small boat slowly gliding in, without a single lamp. Stranger still, the air was still with no wind, yet the patched sails billowed suddenly as if pushed by an invisible hand. That's Willithousp. Someone stammered fearfully. Chick ignored the timid guess. He had seen true Willithousps before. Their glow was eerie blue and cold, but this fire was bright and warm, clearly normal flame. So how could normal flame float? And who was filling the sails on a windless night? His mind raced. Only mages could manipulate natural forces like this. It's a mage. The Lord Mage is here. His face changed instantly. He barked an order. Quick, gather everyone. Prepare to receive the Lord. Don't let him think we're slacking off. As the command spread, workers scattered nearby hurried to gather. Chick's anxiety vanished, replaced by an ingratiating smile. This was his territory. If the Lord Mage felt neglected, he wouldn't need magic to remove Chick. A single word would cost him his position. A little delay in unloading was fine. Overtime could fix that, and he'd pay the wages himself. But if he angered the mage, he might not even get a chance to apologize. At the same time, on the deck of that small boat, Jiang Shuzhou lay on his back, gasping for air. In theory, he could have sailed using just wind and waves, but that required magic power. Magic wasn't unlimited. Once depleted, he had to rely on physical strength, paddling shirtless. His mana and stamina had hit rock bottom several times as he finally spotted the lights in the distance. Jiang Shuzhou had at last seen the glow of the city. He took a moment to straighten his appearance. From a distance he couldn't afford to lose face. Even if there was only one person watching, Jiang Shuzhou had to maintain the elegant demeanor befitting a mage. This was his first time stepping into the civilized world inside this game, and his first impression mattered. If he landed looking disheveled and unkempt, forget about putting on airs. The city guards would probably chase him right out of the walls. The small boat rocked gently in the night, and the brilliantly lit harbor ahead looked like a golden carpet rolled out before him, easing his tension slightly. But when he caught sight of the densely packed figures along the dock, his heart immediately tightened again. The Minta family is really that powerful? They've got their hands everywhere. He murmured to himself, astonished. I just arrived, and they've already sent so many people to block me? He had no idea that the Minta family had already been thoroughly crushed by that old senior's heavy hand. Misunderstanding the situation, he drew his pirate curved blade and scanned the crowd. There wasn't a single professional fighter, just ordinary laborers, and his murderous intent flared. Good thing I returned after my promotion. These people won't stand a chance against me. As the boat landed, he had already rehearsed a bloody battle in his mind, slicing his way from the pier into the city. But the moment he set foot on the deck, he heard a chorus of orderly shouts from across the dock. Welcome, honored mage, to the harbor. We dock workers pledge to work diligently to meet your expectations. Huh, these aren't Minta family people? Jiang Shuzhou paused, suspicion creeping in. I haven't even spoken yet, so what expectations do they speak of? He kept his blade ready, wary. From the crowd, a well-dressed, middle-aged man quickly approached. It was clearly the overseer. Mage, sir, the man bowed respectfully. What orders do you bring? I will do my utmost to fulfill them. The man's politeness made Jiang Shuzhou hesitate to start slashing indiscriminately, but his doubts remained. He decided to get straight to the point. Do you know the Minta family? The overseer's name was Chi Ku, and that question hit him like a thunderclap. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The Minta family had been annihilated for treason, the last two surviving mages imprisoned in a penal camp, their lives destined for a dishonorable death. If this was an old acquaintance from the family, telling the truth might provoke the furious mage to tear him apart. Lying was impossible, since a mage's magic could detect deception, and nosing around would only expose him. Caught between life and death, Chi Ke's heart pounded wildly. Jiang Shuzhou noticed the fear in Chi Ke's eyes, but kept his expression calm, secretly activating his mage's armor. If things went south, he was ready to strike and break through. Just as he was about to cut his way from the pier into the city, Chi Ku took a desperate gamble and blurted out, the Minta family is finished. They were destroyed for treason. Only 2 mages survived and were sent to the penal camp. They will never come out for the rest of their lives. After the rush of words, he closed his eyes, bracing for death. Jiang Shuzhou relaxed his grip on the blade slightly. Good. You'd better not be lying. Your words are most correct, every single one true. You can verify with others if even a word is false. I, Chiku, am ready to accept any punishment. Jiang Shuzhou nodded, deciding not to raise his blade again. After all, this was the civilized world. If he killed without cause, he was likely to end up in the penal camp himself, alongside those unlucky Minta mages. Tell your people to disperse. I want to leave. Chiku exhaled, triumphant that his gamble had paid off and the deadly god was willing to leave. He turned back and shouted angrily at the workers. You scum. You see the noble mage here and still won't get out of the way? Do you want to die? Using the chance to clear himself completely, so the mage wouldn't take offense and chop him down on the spot. Facing Chika's fawning expression, Jiang Shuzhou felt a strange moment of surprise in his chest. Am I really the kind of person who kills innocents recklessly? Jiang Shuzhou wasn't quite sure how to define himself. Though he hadn't lowered the knife in his hand since stepping off the sure-pin fact, he hadn't directly struck anyone, yet any reasonable person would figure he wasn't exactly easy to get along with. Sir, please this way. At the end of the dock, a worker named Chika approached with a wide smile, though his eyes never left the long blade dripping cold sweat. By the way, sir, this is your first time in Velisco, right? I haven't been here for a while, Jiang Shuzhou replied evenly, neither confirming nor denying, his voice so flat it gave nothing away. He just wanted to see what the vendor's angle was. I see, sir. Chika immediately pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. This is the newest city map of Velisco. Since you've been away, you should take this chance to really get to know our local customs. Consider this map a gift from me to you. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow thoughtful. Very well, here is a reward for you. With a gentle flick, a gold coin spun off Jiang's fingertip, tracing a half arc before landing in Kike's palm. Sir, you don't have to do this, it's my duty. Chika hurriedly bowed, trying to return the coin. Jiang waved his hand dismissively. I said it's a reward, so keep it. Only then did Chika carefully pocket the coin, his smile brighter than the oil lamps along the harbor. Jiang Shuzhou inwardly mused. If this guy were born in Huagua, he'd be a top-notch salesman, really knows how to charm. This trip wasn't just about returning to civilized lands, it was also to settle a score and fulfill a promise. Thinking of this, Jiang took out his pocket watch. Do you recognize these two? Inside the watch was a faded family portrait of first mate Baker. Chika recognized it at a glance and nodded without hesitation. That's the Baker family. Sir, they live right. He went ahead and gave up. Baker's location didn't much matter since the guy wasn't trustworthy anyway. There was often blood on his cargo when unloading, probably involved in piracy. Chika only cared about money and never asked where the goods came from. Well done. Hey, race another gold coin. Keep this secret if word gets out. Jiang tossed another coin his way, his calm tone carrying an unmistakable chill of warning. He only had 10 gold coins total, had just spent 2, but thankfully still had a mother and son who could generate more coins after his promise was complete. Don't worry, sir. I won't say a word. Chika zipped his lips and quickly circled a spot on the map. Sir, this is the exact address of the bakers. Good. Jiang folded the map away without another word. To stay prepared, he cast mage armor again. A faint blue shimmer flickered across his body before vanishing. Then, steady-footed, he left the dock, nerves taut, eyes scanning every shadow. Nothing happened along the way. Only after leaving the glow of the dock's lights did he relax slightly, as his figure quickly faded into the night. Phew, that lord finally left. Chika clenched his 2 gold coins, his chest rising and falling fast. Relief mixed with excitement. First, he survived an encounter with a killing machine. Second, he not only survived but earned money from it. 2 gold coins equivalent to 200 silver coins was no small sum. Even Shaik, a foreman, earned only 75 silver coins a month. Those 75 silver coins were enough to comfortably feed and clothe a family of 3 for half a year without eating meat often. A typical person's daily ration cost just 10 copper coins, and adding a bit of meat would only bring it up to around 20 copper coins. Calculated out, 75 silver coins could even let a family of 3 eat meat every day for a whole month with plenty left over. Now, a mage had casually awarded Shaik 2 shiny gold coins, more than 2 months' wages. It was truly a windfall out of nowhere. Master Shaik, do you think we can start work now? A dock worker asked nervously. Of course, don't dawdle, work well. Shaik said happily, waving a hand. After we finish tonight, he'll treat everyone to some meat. Having clawed his way up from the rank-and-file laborers to foreman, Shaik knew what the workers longed for most. Each man earned 20 silver coins a month, theoretically enough to eat a meal with meat every day, but most still held back. Now that unexpected money had come in, he was glad to give these dozens of men a proper reward. We can never repay Master Chika's kindness. Long live Master Shaik. Cheers erupted on the docks, even drawing envious looks from other teams whose leaders gave less and never treated them to meat. Watching his men jump for joy, Shaik couldn't help but shake his head. This is as good as you'll get in your life. But he understood well for these laborers, a satisfying meat meal was the greatest hope in their lives. As for bigger ambitions, not just them. Even he as foreman had no say over that. Clang, clang, clang. In the dead of night on 66th Street in District 4, urgent knocking startled a woman from her dozing. Who's there? Who's knocking? She wrapped her shawl tighter, her voice wary. It's me, sister-in-law, came a young man's voice from outside. First mate Beak sent me. Hearing her husband's first mate Beak named, her heart skipped, but she remained cautious. Are you sure Beak sent you? Really? He feared you wouldn't believe, so he told me to bring his pocket watch. Slide the watch through the door crack. All right, by the way, sister-in-law, is your son still home? The door creaked open a slit, and a hand passed in a silver pocket watch. The woman opened her palm, immediately recognizing the familiar photo inside her standing beside her husband, little Peak held high. Instantly her guard lowered, and she replied instinctively, Peak is still sleeping. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she sensed something odd about the question, but her emotions had already swept ahead. She hurriedly opened the door. In stepped a young man in ill-fitting coarse linen clothes, the sleeves a bit short, very much the outfit of dock laborers. Because of this, her last sliver of suspicion fell away. After all, her husband's men mostly dressed like this. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, she said apologetically, explaining her caution. I understand, the man nodded slightly. First mate Beak's position is delicate. It's right to be careful. What exactly did Beak want you to deliver? She asked anxiously. I've come to fulfill a promise. The man said no more, reaching into his coat and pulling out 5 hefty gold coins. He laid them in her palm. These are from first mate Beak. The woman paused, then broke into a bright smile. Money always had a way of opening eyes wide. Please keep this money safe. I have some news about first mate Baker to share with you later. What news? The woman asked warily. The man smiled faintly, voice steady. Don't worry. There's both good news and bad news. But I can tell you this much. You and your son will soon be reunited with first mate Baker. Hearing that, the woman's anxious heart finally eased a little. She turned and instructed, wait here for a moment, I'll bring down the money I've saved. With that, she went upstairs. The bedroom was dim. She deftly pressed along a hidden mechanism inside the nightstand, revealing a secret compartment. Inside lay a pile of gleaming gold coins, the entire fortune first mate Baker had painstakingly accumulated through years soaked in blood. The woman slipped the pouch of money inside. Just as she was closing the compartment, soft footsteps sounded at the door. The man was already standing there, expression cold and still like a nail fixed to the doorframe. Is the money secured? He asked quietly. Instinctively, the woman nodded. Then I'll keep my promise. Drawing a dagger, he said in a low voice. First, the bad news. First mate Baker is dead. The good news, you and your son will soon be with him. A muffled sound of blade piercing flesh echoed through the cramped room. The woman barely had time to cry out before blood soaked her pale skirt, splattering the mattress, and the pocket watch clenched in her hand. Her vision blurred as she thought only of her son sleeping downstairs, then collapsed into a pool of blood. Jiang Shuzhou opened the secret compartment and swept all the gold coins into his inventory. Downstairs, young Peck still slept soundly, unaware of his parents' deaths. Don't worry, Jiang Shuzhou whispered to himself, descending silently. He'll help you cross the boundary between life and death. After a brief second stroke of flesh, blood splattered the old quilt beside the boy's pillow. Peck slipped away quietly in his dreams, painlessly, just as the killer had promised. Before the crimson blood could even congeal, Jiang Shuzhou cut a lock of the woman's hair, then one of Peck's, twisting them between his fingers. He left the house clutching the blood-stained silver pocket watch. At the street corner, he summoned an eerie blue magical flame. The flickering tongues of fire licked the metal, melting and warping the watch. The photo hidden inside its cavity blackened and curled. Then, he threw the blaze back toward the house. Boom. Timber beams exploded as the flames climbed the roof. Jiang Shuzhou stood across the street, watching the fire stain the night sky red. As the beams crashed down, every trace vanished in the consuming blaze. Without looking back, he turned and walked away. Reaching the fog-shrouded docks, he bound the 2 locks of hair and the charred watch chain into a bundle, gently tossing it into the dark waters. The iron chain arced coldly under the moonlight, splashing faint droplets. I promised to reunite your family, he murmured, eyes fixed on the sinking ripples, a slight smile tugging at his lips. I always keep my word. Though the vow was fulfilled, what truly satisfied him was the shining figure lingering in his mind. 519 gold. Ugh, what is this nonsense? In a guest house in District 5, Jiang Shuzhou had just brought a spoonful of stew to his mouth when, in the next second, he spat the scalding fish broth back into the bowl. The overwhelming fishy smell and saltiness almost smothered his taste buds. Maybe the bland travelers from out of town could tolerate it, but for someone like him, raised in Huagua since childhood, this was downright inedible. Where's the manager? He slammed the bowl down on the table, splashing broth everywhere, his tone cold as iron. Give me an explanation, or don't blame me for causing trouble. Before the staff could react, a chubby middle-aged man with a smiling face, obviously the owner, came jogging over. Sir, please forgive our poor hospitality. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Can you even cook? If you can't, then don't bother running a restaurant. We can, of course. The fat owner nodded rapidly, then shouted toward the kitchen. Quick! Bring this gentleman another dish, you must make it perfect. Within minutes, he personally brought back a new plate. Steam rose from the earthen pot containing beef stew cooked until tender. The rich aroma filled the air. Jiang Shuzhou scooped up a piece, biting gently. The soft fibers separated instantly, the savory flavor exploding on his tongue. It was infinitely better than the salty, fishy mess he had just spat out. This time, he'll let it slide. He put down his spoon, his tone softening, but still firm. Mind your dishes next time. That fish broth was unbearably salty, and fishy. Don't let me see it again. If it were any worse, this guest house might have caught fire tonight. After finishing, he casually tossed 2 shining gold coins on the table. This covers my room and food. The rest is your tip. Before anyone could say a word, he stood and headed upstairs. The young man in a mage's robe disappeared around the corner like a gust of wind. The front desk clerk wiped cold sweat off his forehead as he watched the figure vanish into the stairwell. Boss, who actually made that fish broth? If we really anger this gentleman, what do we do? The fat owner shook his head, waving his rag. The broth itself wasn't spoiled. It's just this guest used to the finest delicacies. Our flavors don't suit him. Remember, never serve fish broth to such high-end guests. They're too picky. Do you even know their usual tastes? After the little lecture, he wiped his own sweat and trudged upstairs to his office to rest. Meanwhile, after a long day, Jiang Shuzhou finally settled into the Velisco Inn. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he did a God of War leap onto the bed, rolling over and lying flat. With a flick of his finger, he closed the menu. The offline glow faded from his brow as his consciousness pulled back to reality. The soreness in his body subsided, but the soul energy drained from days of intense spellcasting left him exhausted. He had planned to post online and tease some netizens tonight, but he felt no interest at all now. Tomorrow he'll bring the good stuff for everyone. He mumbled, pulling the covers over himself, soon drifting into deep sleep, discussing the heavens with the god of dreams. Ring ring, ring ring. The long-neglected phone alarm rang sharply at 9 a.m. Since he started playing Stellar Realm Arrival, this alarm had become mostly decorative, was used to waking before 9. But today, for the first time, he overslept. He had never gotten up so late before. This was truly unexpected. After all, Jiang Shuzhou never anticipated that the miserable island would be so far from Veriska. Starting in the early morning, it took him all night just to arrive. If he hadn't used magic to forcibly boost the ship's speed several times over, he might have been stuck drifting at sea, watching the sunrise. Luckily, he hadn't gotten an impulsive urge to set off the night before. Otherwise, after pulling an all-nighter like this, he probably would have turned into a fossil right there on the deck. Back on land, the usual routine resumed. Freshen up, wash away the salt and fatigue, and then go online to check messages from last night. Today's agenda wasn't complicated, but each task was crucial. First, join the Mage Guild and complete his official certification, thus gaining the rightful privileges reserved for those on a higher plane. Second, put alchemy's book recipes to the test, calculate success rates, and lay the groundwork for a future money-making venture. After a good sleep, Jiang Shuzhou rolled out of the soft bed at the inn, shook the damp robe to air it out, and decided to handle the guild membership first. Without official guild status, enjoying privileges would always feel precarious. Verisco by day was a stark contrast to last night. The sun had just crept above the pointed rooftops, and the streets buzzed with activity. Horses' hoofbeats and wheels clattering formed a hectic morning symphony. Now and then, horse-drawn carts stopped curbside to load or unload goods amid a chorus of shouts. Jiang Shuzhou casually summoned a clean-looking four-wheeled carriage and instructed the driver plainly, "Take me to the Mage Guild in the city center." Noticing his deep blue mage robe, the driver immediately recognized he was no ordinary traveler, bowing respectfully with a knight's salute and inviting him aboard. With a flick of the whip, the carriage shot forward along the cobblestones like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, the driver leaned forward from the front seat. "Sir, we've arrived at the city center. Ahead is a restricted zone. Only you may proceed on foot." Jiang Shuzhou drew back the curtain to see an armored soldier jogging toward them. A sword hung on the soldier's left hip, a gun on the right. His steps were efficient, and his gaze cautiously respectful toward the mage. "May I ask your business?" the soldier politely inquired. "To the Mage Guild," Jiang Shuzhou replied succinctly. "May I see your identification?" the soldier asked, following protocol. Jiang Shuzhou raised a hand. At his fingertip, a spark of red light blossomed instantly into a small, blazing flame in his palm. The heat rippled visibly, warping the air around them. Immediately, the soldier bowed deeply, hands clasped. "Of course, forgive me, sir. This measure keeps the common riffraff from disturbing your magical research." He then turned sharply and ordered the sentries loudly to open the barricades and clear a path for the carriage. "Verification complete," Jiang Shuzhou closed the window and said coolly, "Go on." To the Mage Guild. The driver cracked the whip again, and the carriage bounced along through the guard's line. Soon, the driver looked back again. "Sir, we have arrived." Jiang Shuzhou closed the spell book in his hand, paid the fare without looking back, and strode straight through the guild's grand doors. The Mage Guild in Varisco was nothing like the quaint, ancient towers he had imagined. Instead, it was a vast five-story stone building, surrounded by a sizable buffer zone. Even neighboring structures kept their distance, as if wary of elemental fluctuations. Stepping into the spacious foyer, the lively commotion nearly made Jiang Shuzhou inhale sharply, as though the building alone contributed to global warming on the main plane. Everyone wore robes shimmering with magical patterns under the lights. However, by his estimation, few were true mages. Most appeared to be busy apprentices running errands. But that wasn't the real surprise. What made his eyes widen was the sheer number of striking young women scattered throughout the hall, all in wildly different styles: black silk, white silk, red silk, purple silk stockings, paired with skimpy tops, short skirts, and half-draped cloaks. The mature charm of some, the fresh energy of others, and the lively spirit of the young ones, combined with vividly colored hair, suddenly wished for an extra pair of eyes. This was truly next-level style. Elegant ladies, fresh maidens, youthful cuties, all in one place. It was like walking through an entire gallery of succubi models. If I had known it would be this exhilarating, why on earth did I waste so much time barely surviving on that deserted island? In the hall, Jiang Shuzhou sighed while his eyes scanned two very different groups of mages. The first group was made up of bold, flamboyant women. Their form-fitting long dresses highlighted graceful curves, bare shoulders and necks glimmered softly, and tiny trinkets jingled gently with every movement, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating scent. In stark contrast stood another group, tightly wrapped in heavy robes, each wearing oversized mage cloaks, with only a few open-minded ones daring to pull back their hoods and reveal half their faces, while the rest were bundled up so thoroughly that only their outlines were visible. Jiang Shuzhou had to rely on shoulder width and waist shape to guess their gender. Not a single detail escaped their concealment. A diplomatic view might call it mysterious and powerful. Less tactful observers would say it was like a bunch of furtive figures hiding everything but their shadows. The history of the mage robe traces back to the day the tower collapsed. Back then, the gods swore to eradicate the mage profession and launched a sweeping manhunt. To avoid capture, mages hastily donned the robes meant for ascetics, pulled hoods low, and traveled under cover of darkness. They roamed constantly, hiding in shadows, a true life of harsh cultivation. As time passed, and the threat subsided, wearing the mage robe shifted from a forced habit to a choice. The younger generation outright abandoned the bulky garment, opting instead to emulate noble attire: tailored suits, bright jackets, ornate cufflinks, anything to stand out. The group of young people in the foyer right now were a perfect example. Loud colors, tight cuts, so eye-catching that Jiang Shuzhou wasn't sure where to look. Jiang Shuzhou rubbed his brow in private frustration. His irritation wasn't caused by their allure, he swore it wasn't, but stemmed purely from the conservative belief that mages should wear their robes. Then again, the mage robe really does bring a certain dignity. Without it, with his wandering gaze, had probably have already been branded some creepy pervert by now. After watching the lively crowd for a while, Jiang Shuzhou quickly got himself back on track. Some things were better observed than acted upon. Actually practicing would cost a few thousand gold coins, and he was still young. He didn't want to blow that kind of money so early. He withdrew his wandering gaze and scanned the hall, finally zeroing in on the wooden counter labeled reception. He walked over briskly. Business came first. "Hello, how can I help you?" The receptionist behind the counter spoke softly, with a slightly sweet tone. Jiang Shuzhou thought to himself, a bit thick, but pleasant to hear, then answered seriously, "I need to proceed with rank certification." "What rank are you applying for?" "First rank." "All right, please fill out this form." She bent down and pulled out a form from under the counter. Jiang Shuzhou glanced at it. It was just the usual info: name, age, nothing too private. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote down his name, but then froze. The name Jiang Shuzhou stood out in bold characters. "Could I get another form, please?" he asked, scratching his nose awkwardly. This rookie mistake didn't fit the sharp image he liked to project. "No problem, you can fill out whichever one you like. Let me know if you need anything else," she said without missing a beat, handing him a blank form. After submitting the form, he took a seat on a nearby bench to wait. "Is Lord Novice Leborge here?" "Lord Novice Leborge?" The front desk called out twice before he snapped back to reality. "Was that himself?" He quickly stood and replied, "Here. Please follow me. Your info has been approved." "Next is the practical test," the receptionist said with a smile and a gesture. Jiang Shuzhou nodded and followed her. They passed through the noisy hall, went upstairs, and entered a quiet room behind a thick wooden door. Soft lighting filled the space. Behind a semicircular table sat 3 examiners dressed in dark purple mage robes. When he entered, all 3 raised their hands in greeting. Prompted by the receptionist, He stood in the center of the room, straightening his spine as the three pairs of assessing eyes settled on him. Magic quietly surged within him as he cast three first-rank spells in turn star-like sparks of light, an elemental breeze swirling around his sleeves, a faint protective barrier shimmering in the air. The examiners whispered to each other, confirming he had cast all the spells himself, then visibly relaxed. The rest of the time became routine chit-chat and paperwork. Stepping out of the room again, Jiang Shuzhou still felt a bit dazed. The so-called certification was just casting three first-rank spells. Once the three mages confirmed they were his, the rest was just small talk. The conversation left Jiang Shuzhou somewhat speechless. He had expected to hear some profound magical knowledge, but in reality, it was just like a normal job interview. The examiners took turns asking questions. Why do you want to join the Mage Guild? Are you interested in joining the Mage Alliance as well? What is your real purpose for joining the guild? A string of standard HR-style questions. Jiang Shuzhou didn't beat around the bush and answered honestly. Learning, resources, and communication all equally essential. Any vague idealistic answers would have come across as half-hearted. What was even more bizarre was when someone suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Do you need money?" He almost thought they were offering a loan. In such a strange atmosphere, he felt restless but held himself back. After all, it was their territory, and a few extra questions were reasonable. Fortunately, the result was good. He passed the assessment. The receptionist's voice remained astonishingly gentle. "Please wait a moment. The contract will be delivered shortly. Once you sign, you will officially join the Mage Alliance." Jiang Shuzhou admired how she kept her composure throughout, but he couldn't help asking, "I thought I was joining the Mage Guild? Maybe I didn't explain it clearly." She smiled without losing warmth. "Joining the Mage Guild is the same as joining the Mage Alliance." Her tactful answer left Jiang Shuzhou nodding coolly, pretending to be unfazed. The hall fell into a brief silence. Moments later, the gentle voice spoke again. "Here is the contract. Please verify everything before signing." Jiang Shuzhou took the quill and lowered his eyes to review it. This was his first contract. He couldn't afford to be careless and risk being sold out later. In this world, a contract is a binding agreement between people. While in reality it's backed by judicial institutions, here it's endorsed by the world consciousness of the primary plane. The latter was clearly more reliable after all. Scammers roam freely in the real world, but here, once signed, you must fulfill the contract unless someone can violently tear apart the world consciousness. The terms were not harsh, even excessively generous. Free entry and exit, confidentiality rules, periodic reports. Even after uniting into a nation, these freedom-loving mages still left room for each other. Jiang Shuzhou signed his name. The ink bled into the parchment, and the contract shimmered briefly before vanishing. The receptionist's tone immediately gained a note of respect. "Your badge, robe, and firearm will be delivered shortly. Please wait." The membership benefits came in 3 items. First, the badge already described in the brochure, so no need to elaborate here. Second, the robe is standard design, jet black, waist-fitted, ankle length, perfectly matching the usual cold demeanor of a mage. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with dim runes, enchanted with cleansing, and mage armor spells both practical and convenient. Third, the firearm. Many laughed at the idea of mages with guns, but it was actually fitting. Firearms were invented by alchemists, who were essentially mages at heart. The weapon's purpose was to maintain firepower when mana ran dry or during chanting pauses, and to fend off surprise attacks. Soon, several attendants each approached holding one of the items, standing before Jiang Shuzhou and presenting them one by one. The first thing that caught his eye was the mage robe. Nothing extraordinary, just a simple and plain black garment. The robe was extremely loose and roomy, fully capable of concealing a person within. Next came a bronze-colored badge, its front embossed with a towering spire reaching skyward, beneath which floated a city suspended in the air. The tower symbolized the mage's beacon and their masterpiece, the Mage Tower, while the floating city represented the Alliance's capital, Merohake, the ultimate evolved form of all the Mage Towers. With the spire below and the city above, side by side, it signified the mage's past and future, as well as the legacy of these two great creations. This boastful description wasn't just Jiang Shuzhou's own exaggeration. It was copied directly from the explanatory note tucked beneath the badge. He had initially thought about wearing it occasionally, but the back of the badge clearly engraved Novice Lebo's identity in this world. Carrying it around meant that whenever he went out to kill or rob, he'd have to consider opening his box first. Thinking this over, he immediately dismissed the idea of wearing it regularly. The third gift was a handgun. The moment he lifted the lid, Jiang Shuzhou froze. A gift of death, yet kept in such an exquisite box? This fancy packaging didn't improve the gun's function, but only raised the purchasing price. The cold, hard metallic sheen of the gun reflected in his eyes, its edges sharp and defined. The label boldly read, "Item name, Sharpshooter Mage Standard Issue Firearm. Category, Weapon. Grade, Tier 1. Damage, 55. Attributes, Reload Speed, 25. Aim Accuracy, 20. Recoil, 40. Description: standard firearm of the Mage Alliance, enchanted by alchemists to reload faster, fly truer, and reduce recoil, significantly ideal for killing, looting, and self-defense. Inside the box were 3 magazines and 120 rounds of ammunition. The ammo boxes were heavy iron, with no consideration for the supposedly delicate constitutions of mages. Jiang Shuzhou took all the gifts, and only then did the attendant withdraw, while the receptionist returned behind the counter. Looking at the robe, badge, and gun in his hands, he sighed quietly. It's really nice to have an organization, fully equipped from clothing to weapons. Before the thought even left his mind, the receptionist came over with several piles of books and handed them to him. Looking up, he met her gentle gaze, which carried a silent reminder. The book covers Read in Order, Meditative Magic, Mage Alliance Rules and Regulations, Handbook of Common Knowledge, and a detailed explanation of spells. What kind of spell? Jiang Shuzhou asked casually. The Mage Mark, the receptionist answered softly. It lets you contact any mage without leaving your home. You have to join the Alliance to learn this spell. With the thick weight of the books on his arm, Jiang Shuzhou fell silent. The lock on knowledge was everywhere. Lifelong learning was truly unavoidable. The path of a mage was a heavy burden still ahead, and he had only just taken his first step. Encouraged by the front desk receptionist, Jiang Shuzhou ultimately decided to join the Mage Guild. The guild not only provided food and lodging but also offered guaranteed job placement. Once certified, members could directly enter the official system and become full-time civil servants. Having a formal position right from the start was a highly attractive benefit. No wonder the guild's slogan constantly repeated, "Join the Mage Alliance now and become a proud mage." Within the Mage Alliance system, a mage typically holds 3 overlapping identities: political identity, military identity, and mage identity. 1. Political identity. If not holding any position within an alliance institution, one is considered a citizen by default. Jiang Shuzhou currently fell into this category. 2. Military identity. Mages inherently possess combat strength. Even without official enlistment, they hold a basic military rank, junior mage, which can be understood as having rank but no actual military post. 3. Mage identity. This varies entirely based on individual power and is independent of any institution, yet it directly determines the upper limits of the first 2 identities. The Alliance explicitly requires some political or military roles to be held only by mages of a corresponding rank. Because of this, the receptionist quickly handed Jiang Shuzhou an offer to become an arbitrator. Arbitrators are common positions for junior mages, combining the authority of a judge and police officer, handling grassroots judicial and enforcement duties. The instant Jiang Shuzhou heard judicial plus law enforcement, he felt a chill down his spine. Judicial agencies were notorious for endless overtime and chaotic crises. Enforcement duties meant answering emergency calls at all hours. Combining the two, he could already imagine sleepless nights and a serious toll on his lifespan. As a newly minted mage, he hoped to live longer, not dedicate his youth entirely to overtime work. Reading his hesitation, the receptionist promptly handed over a detailed job description for the arbitrator role. Jiang Shuzhou scanned it and saw that most tasks involved supervising others to complete tasks, in plain terms, being a leader. Then she outlined the compensation. Base daily wage of 100 gold coins, plus attendance bonuses. Equivalent monthly salary around 3,000 gold coins. 8 days off per month. Overtime pay at double rate for weekends. A formal position, a leadership role from day 1. Free room and board, plus a stable income of 3,000 gold coins per month. Jiang Shuzhou was nearly ready to sign on the spot. Still, he suppressed the impulse and signaled for her to hold the offer while he considered it overnight. Seeing he hadn't outright rejected it, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. His willingness to consider indicated a high chance of acceptance. Her confidence was well-founded. Junior mages were already rare, and those willing to enter the official system rarer still. She hadn't exaggerated. All the benefits were genuine. As for the robed female mages in the lobby, most were merely mage apprentices, some not even officially certified. They came to the guild only to complete enrollment formalities required by their schools. Jiang Shuzhou just happened to be in the same room. It was purely a coincidence. Turning away, Jiang Shuzhou decided to address the issue of a close combat weapon first, leaving everything else for later. He gathered his thoughts and pinned the arbitrator's badge onto the chest of his newly acquired robe within the safe zone. This small emblem could save him from countless troubles. The mage tower in the distance radiated a fierce light. Even without using soul perception, he could sense the intimidating power at its peak. Causing trouble here was nothing short of suicidal. With a simple wave, he flagged down a horse-drawn carriage. On the way, he contemplated the upcoming competition 2 weeks ahead, firmly convinced that securing a reliable melee weapon was imperative. The value of soul weapons was well known among mages. Their ability to change at will, perfect attribute alignment, and once reaching the legendary tier, their worth became incalculable. Books had mentioned that even the cheapest legendary materials cost around 10 billion gold coins. He had done rough math. Even if he worked as an arbitrator for his entire life, he might only accumulate 5 million at best, barely enough to cover a fraction of the raw materials, let alone a full legendary weapon. Moreover, at legendary levels, gold was no more than a number. Real trades often didn't involve currency at all. Just as he was pondering weapon designs, the carriage stopped. The driver was sharp and understood that a mage's needs went far beyond ordinary iron, promptly taking him to one of Varisco's most renowned dwarf smithies. A wooden sign hanging above the shop read Big Beard Smithy in bold letters, somewhat humorous, but Jiang Shuzhou didn't mind. As long as the quality was good, the name didn't matter. "Welcome, customer. What would you like forged?" The dwarf proprietor greeted him warmly. He introduced himself as Old Bick, confidently assuring top quality and fair prices. Wearing a heavy apron, with muscular arms and beard tinged yellow from furnace smoke, he looked every bit the typical dwarf blacksmith, which put Jiang Shuzhou's mind at ease. Not wanting to dampen the mood by mentioning the shop's name, he held back. Dwarves were known for their pride and quick tempers. "I want to custom make 2 weapons, a longsword and a dagger." Jiang Shuzhou got straight to the point. About 160 centimeters for the sword, 50 centimeters for the dagger. Pretending to reach into his pocket, he actually pulled from his inventory the carefully drawn blueprints he had prepared. The longsword was styled like a Miao Dao, and the dagger was doubly jet. This was the combination he had deliberated on, believing best suited to his fighting style. Old Bick took the plans, narrowed his eyes, studying them closely, his beard twitching as he murmured praise under his breath. Jiang Shuzhou waited silently, secretly nodding to himself. At last, he had made his choice. The Miao Dao, also known as the Imperial Guard sword and historically called the single-edged sword or long sword, is not actually a weapon used by the Miao people. It gets its name because its blade is as slender and graceful as Miao rice seedlings. The blade is long and sleek, capable of thrusting like a spear at long range while also able to slash and chop like a traditional sword. Its handle length falls between that of a one-handed and two-handed sword, allowing the warrior to switch grip styles fluidly. This combination of flexibility and sharpness perfectly matches Jiang Shuzhou's ideal fighting rhythm, his movements following the blade, a flash of motion, a glint of cold steel, unstoppable and powerful. At first, his attention was captured by the more fantastical scythe. However, the scythe demanded exceptional skill to wield without self-injury. Even with great strength, it would be difficult to swing such a heavy weapon for long periods. Reluctantly, he gave up on that idea. Next, he considered the tachi, but since the tachi was primarily invented by the Zaireizi faction, he felt a subtle resistance in his heart. After much deliberation, his gaze settled on the Miao Dao. It looked sharper and more handsome than the tachi, with a moderate length that could maximize his battle mage talents. His combat style was already envisioned, a long sword in his left hand, a flamethrower in the right, freely switching between close and range combat. As for magic, current spells simply couldn't achieve continuous output, high damage, and quick casting simultaneously. His spell damage was on par with normal melee attacks. So he decisively adjusted his strategy, focusing magic on support roles, with a few offensive spells reserved for emergency finishing moves. After selecting his equipment, he went to the blacksmith shop. The fiery forge fire glowed on the shopkeeper's face as his fingers moved quickly over the ledger. "Sir, those 2 weapons you want, just forging them to first tier costs at least 1,000 gold coins. Upgrading to the next tier jumps to at least 2,000. Jiang Shuzhou's brow twitched. "That expensive?" "Not really." The shopkeeper patted the blade blank. "At least 20 mountain copper must be mixed in. The blade has to be hammered hundreds of times. The material costs alone are intimidating. Then you add labor, it's a fair price." Jiang Shuzhou nodded but felt a pang of anxiety. "How long for completion?" "Normally 10 days. If you rush and pay more, we can squeeze it down to 5. 10 days will do." "He'll pay the deposit now." He gritted his teeth and took out the 500 gold coins he just received after a blink. Only 100 remained in his pocket. The remaining 400 he put down as a deposit. The worst part was, he had to pay the balance within 13 days or else he couldn't get the weapons in. Without those, he couldn't compete. Question: how can he earn the remaining 1,000 plus gold coins within those 10 days? Answer: find a job. Next time, a day in the life of the arbiter, Thavis Lebo. 10 days later, after agreeing to pay the remaining balance based on the weapon's condition, Jiang Shuzhou left the blacksmith shop with a grimace of pain on his face. He had originally planned to buy ready-made weapons from the auction house, but every piece there was outrageously expensive. Even though gold prices had dropped to 15,000 per coin, a first-tier weapon still cost 20 million, and he was ordering 2 at once. Rather than overpaying blindly, he decided to have the weapons custom made by the blacksmith. Sighing at how everyone was just chasing after a few silver coins, Jiang Shuzhou called for his carriage and headed straight to the Mage Guild, planning, as recommended by Velisco, to become the new arbiter. Robbery was fast money but illegal, so he abandoned that idea. This time, stepping into the Mage Guild's main hall, the atmosphere was much quieter. The charming female mages from last time were nowhere to be seen. leaving Jiang Shuzhou feeling empty inside. Free entertainment gone. Next time he'd have to pay to see any scenery. You're here. How can I help you? The receptionist asked warmly. I want to become an arbiter. Is there a test? She bent down and pulled a thick book and a letter from under the counter. No. Take this recommendation letter directly to the arbitration bureau. By the way, you must work at least 2 months after joining, but there's a signing bonus. How much? 3,000 gold coins. That's about a month's salary. But you have to sign a contract no quitting within 2 months. Jiang Shuzhou was stunned. Such good pay, and they're still short on staff? His gaze landed on the book. What's this? It's a tool you'll need on the job. A tool? The Mage Alliance Legal Compendium. The Alliance's laws apply to ordinary people, but mostly not to mages. Seeing his confusion, she added, that said, it's best not to break the rules. Other mages can still punish you. Got it. Don't cause trouble, and trouble won't come. After a moment's thought, he took the book and letter. The Mage Tower's authority was not to be underestimated. Now that he was officially a mage, his power was still limited, so he decided to play it safe for now. Turning right upon exiting, Jiang Shuzhou walked about 500 or 600 meters down the street and took several turns until he found the arbitration bureau according to his map. Sir, what business brings you to the arbitration bureau? If you have orders, am ready to face any danger without hesitation. The guard at the entrance stopped him, speaking respectfully, but standing firm in his way. Am here by recommendation to serve as an arbiter. Please show your recommendation letter. Jiang Shuzhou handed over the letter. The guard took it carefully with both hands, inspecting it cautiously, unwilling to damage the wax seal. After a close look, he examined the paper, noted the markings, and then returned the letter. Please understand, sir, this is to prevent any unauthorized personnel from causing trouble. The guard bowed respectfully, stepped aside, and Jiang Shuzhou strode through the doors of the arbitration bureau. Inside the spacious and well-lit office, he casually grabbed the arbitrator's work manual from the desk. As he flipped through the pages, mixed feelings swirled in his chest while in reality, he hadn't even qualified for a civil service exam. Here in the game world, he had landed straight at the top, becoming a leader overnight. The book laid out every procedure and standard clearly, so he leaned back and leisurely read through the entire manual. Rewind to that morning. Jiang Shuzhou arrived with a recommendation letter. A mid-level mage took the letter, verified the seal, and completed the employment contract on the spot. Upon signature, the mage handed him a metal card engraved with runes. This is a bank card valid at all banks under the Mage Alliance. It's preloaded with 3,100 gold coins 3,000 as a bonus and 100 as today's salary. No sooner had those words left the mage's mouth than he hurried away as if chased by time. Daily wages? Jiang Shuzhou grinned, staring at the card. This kind of treatment made the word domestic almost embarrassing to mention. Soon a steward showed him the way, and he entered what was now his office, passing the entire morning happily slacking off. That afternoon, after returning from the cafeteria feeling full, he was about to take a nap on the sofa when, knock, knock, knock. The door knocked interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The guard pushed the door open, still respectful. Sir, the director requests your presence. All right, I'm on my way. Jiang Shuzhou swallowed his irritation at the interrupted rest, mentally cursing these foreigners for skipping naps, tidied his appearance, and headed to the 3rd floor. Half an hour later, he emerged from Director Kalidi the Mage's office with a clear plan. 1. Each arbitrator is assigned a fixed patrol zone, but the actual legwork is done by subordinates. 2. He commands as many as 5 squads plus a first-level warrior deputy. 3. Their task is to maintain order in the dock district every day, standing by at all times. 4. He even managed to negotiate a 50 raise. Before parting, Kalidi handed him a silver-etched card. This bears my mage's seal. Work notifications will be sent here. Then the director hurried away, evidently squeezing time for this meeting. Back in his office, Jiang Shuzhou opened a booklet recording the mage seal spell and decided to master it. This afternoon patrolling could wait till tomorrow. Today was for indoor study. Meanwhile, in Veliskari, he had firmly established his position. Yet in the real world, someone else had stumbled. Professor Wang Bowen. Professor, due to your lack of cooperation and inaction in the Star Realm Mage project, the higher-ups have decided to remove you as project lead. Any objections? The communicator's voice echoed in the lab. No objections. They'll leave immediately. Professor Wang found it all noise. After successfully casting Mage's Hand, he had mastered 3 more spells and spent his days immersed in game spell research, leaving all administrative work to his assistants. The higher-ups grew increasingly dissatisfied, finally issuing his dismissal. But for him, this was just a change of scenery to pursue truth. This humble room is fragrant with my virtues. Although the lab was far from shabby, its occupants seemed to him like unawakened souls. For all their dithering, they had yet to grasp even basic spells. He silently packed his things and left without a word and without anyone trying to stop him. Looking back as he departed, the lab buzzed with voices debating which spells were stronger or which mage cards were the best deal. Thanks to the magic network, they only needed to pay and fight. never pondering the essence of learning or application. Each seemed a mage, but not a single one was truly a mage. Master Novice, please join the other two mages in the courtroom to carry out the arbitration. This instruction from the Crystal Seal was the first official order Jiang Shuzhou received after mastering the mage's mark. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and he had spent the entire day immersed in spells and rune formations without interruption. Unfortunately, such blissful research time was always short-lived, and the notification arrived right on schedule. Since he was earning his keep, and having done almost nothing else that day, a little overtime now and then wouldn't hurt as the workday neared its end. Officer, the courtroom is this way. A soldier clad in armor led the way briskly. Following behind, Jiang Shuzhou finally grasped the nature of his assignment was actually going to serve as a judge. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Not only did he have a bit of a lawless streak by nature, but he hadn't even finished reading the Mage Alliance's code of law. How could he possibly preside over a trial? Despite his doubts, he wasn't overly anxious. After all, 2 experienced senior mages were accompanying him. If all else failed, he could just nod along and let the veterans handle it. To appear more professional, he tucked the heavy book Legal Interpretations under his arm. If I get stuck, I can always check on the spot. Officer, here is your badge. Just wear it next to the mage emblem, the same soldier said, presenting a hefty silver badge with both hands. Got it, thank you. Jiang Shuzhou accepted the badge and pinned it to his chest. He did have an arbitrator's uniform on order, but it was still being tailored and wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. For now, this badge was all he had to prove his authority. A moment later, he took his seat at the bench alongside the other 2 mages. All 3 wore dark robes bearing the arbitrator insignia on their chests, but none had the formal uniform. Bring in the accuser and the accused, the gray-haired mage sitting in the middle said casually. Jiang Shuzhou winced inwardly at the awkward terminological to be plaintiff and defendant. This courtroom already sounded a bit sketchy. The gray-haired mage seemed to notice his hesitation and reassured him, relax. We have wide discretion here. It's okay not to know the law, don't either. When the time comes, we'll just judge by instinct. A judge who doesn't know the law? Even the underground courts aren't this reckless. Jiang Shuzhou muttered silently. Let's introduce ourselves first, the gray-haired mage laughed. I'm Master Jiang, Jian, said the middle-aged mage on the left. Novice, Jiang Shuzhou gave the name he registered with the Alliance. After a brief exchange, the initial awkwardness eased somewhat, and the 3 lawless mages began quietly chatting. About 3 minutes later, footsteps approached outside. The plaintiff, defendant, witnesses, and jury had finally arrived. Now, in the name of the arbitrators, I declare this court in session. Master Jiang raised the gavel and slammed it down with a heavy bang, officially marking the start of what looked to be a less than conventional trial. 3 documents were then handed out to the mages, who ignored the back-and-forth arguments between the lawyers below. Those exchanges were for the jurors' benefit. The mages focused solely on the evidence and facts, adding only some reasonable deductions. False testimony doesn't exist. Detecting lies is practically a must-have spell for every arbitrator. Jiang Shuzhou simply never learned it because his bureau hadn't issued it yet, and he wasn't about to waste money buying it on his own. The archive room was dimly lit in the afternoon, filled with the musty scent of aging paper. Jiang Shuzhou sat down at the long table and casually flipped open the thick case file. The first page contained a detailed summary of the scene and records from the previous trial, the timeline, witness statements, every minute detail carefully noted. The Mage Alliance did have human judges familiar with the law, but actual mages rarely bothered to study the statutes applicable only to mortals. They memorized just the laws that bound themselves. This case was in its second trial. Normally, mortal disputes rarely reach a retrial, but the defendant was so furious at the first ruling that he appealed continuously for a whole month, even voluntarily offering a hardship fee to the 3 judges. After a series of motions, the second trial was actually approved. What the heck is BYD? Did some book get transported to another world? Jiang mumbled while flipping pages. His eyes suddenly caught the 4 huge characters, marital rape. Like a hammer striking his forehead, it nearly made him jump out of his chair. Nearby, Mage Joey Nawasi lifted an elegant celadon teacup, raising an eyebrow. What's the matter? Don't freak out. I've seen cases like this plenty. The mortal world is full of surprises. The longer you stay at the arbitration bureau, the less strange things seem. He finally lowered his gaze to read the files himself. Puff the hot tea head just sipped shot back into the cup. Joey's face turned a palette of blue, pale, then read a real-life chameleon performance. Jiang smirked inwardly, thinking, so you hadn't even read the file, and were just pretending to stay calm. You are the one clueless otherworlder. Joey retorted, glaring. You don't even begin to understand how complicated human society really is. What? It's not a printing error? Then explain to me what exactly is marital rape? At the same time, Mage Jin quietly opened his copy of the dossier. He had prepared himself mentally in advance and kept his expression steady, but after reading just the first page, he gasped sharply several times, as if the heat radiating from Jiawei beside him intensified further. Stop reading. Zhou slammed the file shut. Death penalty. Immediate execution. Jian nodded solemnly. Death penalty. Immediate execution. Within less than half a minute, the two reached a consensus. Their reasoning was simple. They believed the plaintiff was maliciously framing the defendant and must be crushed severely, making that woman pay dearly. Jiang Shuzhou rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Are you guys internet judges? At least try to pretend before you pronounce verdicts. Look up the law before you pass judgment. He took a deep breath and tapped his knuckles on the table. According to existing statutes, the maximum penalty here is 20 years in prison, plus restitution of all appropriated property. He was the most versed in the legal code among the three and offered the most moderate and fair sentencing suggestion. The Mage Alliance's judicial system had two types. 1. Ordinary courts composed entirely of mortals, where judges rule based on written law and procedures closely resembling the real world. 2. Hybrid courts like this 1-3 mages serving as judges, deliberating alongside a jury of ordinary mortals. The three mages' votes counted for 50, and the jury held the other 50. During recess, the mages would retreat to a chamber for heated debate until they reached a unified stance. With a jury of a dozen strangers, unanimous agreement was rare, so the mages usually wielded decisive influence unless a ruling was so outrageous that all jurors unanimously rejected it. Same situation here. The only difference was the three mages were ready to deliver their judgment on the spot. The lawyers for both sides bickered fiercely, voices hoarse from shouting, but the judges paid no mind. To mages, even the most eloquent arguments were just noise. They trusted only the facts. But how to determine those facts? A spellbound interrogation. Of course, after all, there's a spell to detect lies. Silence. Master Jiao slammed his magic hammer down with a sharp clang that instantly subdued the courtroom's chaos. The lawyers on both sides finally ceased their endless bickering. A tense atmosphere thickened the air as his sharp gaze swept over the plaintiff, the woman accusing her husband of marital rape. His words came out cold and cutting. When you got married, was it consensual? No, it wasn't. He forced me. The woman's voice trembled, but it was filled with anger. A slight sneer flickered across Master Jiao's lips, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Good. That's a lie. With a flick of his palm, the magic of lie detection rippled outward. For ordinary people, this spell's accuracy was nearly flawless. Though professional liars or mages could blunt its effect, this woman was clearly just a commoner. Calmly, he pressed on. What exactly leads you to accuse your husband of marital rape? The plaintiff grit her teeth and answered, because he forced me. Another lie. The magic hammer pulsed with silent authority as Jiao turned to the defendant. The man's face was etched with anxiety. I didn't do it. Your Honor, am innocent. Jiao invoked the lie detection spell again, the glowing magic flowing over the man's body. This time, the spell confirmed the man was telling the truth. His voice carried helplessness and sorrow, his emotions fracturing. But the master paid the feelings no mind and asked coldly, do you still love her? The defendant answered without hesitation, I do. The spell's result remained true. Jiao's expression darkened with a hint of resignation. In his mind, he sighed. This man was a top-tier simp. Even with everything falling apart, he still held on to such deep love talk about courting misery. The very concept of marital rape was hard for Jiao to accept, and this man's stubborn devotion only made him more irritable. He was about to continue questioning when a sharp voice cut him short. Master Jiao, I accuse him of being a believer of the gods. The voice was unmistakably the plaintiff's. With the situation clearly turning against her, she resorted to slander, hoping to turn the tables. Immediately, two mages standing beside Jiang Shuzhou activated the faith detection spell. Their gazes swept over everyone in the room like blades, even scanning their own faith statuses. Moments later, the detection concluded. Everyone present was confirmed not to be believers of the gods. Each person emitted a soft, white, glowing aura that marked the faithless. Some might wonder why the possibility of anyone being a god believer made the two mages so tense. The reason was simple. Within the Mage Alliance, accusing someone of god worship was an extremely serious charge. No matter the person's status, even if they were a mage themselves, a confirmed god worshipper suffered a tragic fate. The Mage Alliance's laws explicitly stated that god worshippers possessed no human rights. They were slaves to the gods, who were the sworn enemies of mages. A servant of the gods was an enemy to the mages. Moreover, when facing someone who willingly became a slave, how could you not cater to their concern? This was an incredibly sensitive issue. Thus, the faith detection spell was devised, based on a principle summarized in 4 words, the covenant between humanity and divinity. This rule was a practical guideline developed by the Mage Alliance. The Saints League, by contrast, rejected it, viewing it as blasphemy. Now, inside this courtroom, the very air seemed constricted by this iron rule. Everyone's expressions froze into a wordless verdict. The covenant between gods and humans explains the relationship between deities and mortals, which is more like an agreement. For example, when a person worships a particular god, they offer their faith as loyalty. The god then draws power from that faith and, in return, grants blessings to the believer. Most of the time, these blessings are subtle, perhaps just avoiding a severe cold in the winter. However, there are those among humans with exceptional souls and talents whose faith contributions far exceed the ordinary. Generous gods reward them richly, allowing these individuals to quickly stand out among their peers as representatives of the gods in the mortal world, known as clergy. Since ancient times, it has been said, where there is faith, there will be a response. But to those without faith, gods remain powerless. It is precisely this offering-reward dynamic that allows the faith-detecting magic arrays to function. They don't peer into hearts, but simply scan for the presence of a god's blessing on the subject. If none is found, the array emits a soft white light. If a blessing is detected, it bursts into a glaring red glow, accurately revealing the presence of a believer to the mages. The exception is Velisco. There, followers of the gods are allowed into the Mage Alliance's territory as refugees and are held in camps rather than immediately punished, though this issue is deferred for now. At this moment, everyone inside the courtroom is bathed in a milky soft light, with not a single red gleam. The two presiding mages finally relax, then turn their cold eyes toward the plaintiff. Many may not know that the Mage Alliance imposes reverse trials for certain serious crimes. Faith is considered one of the gravest offenses. And in these Majoran courts, there is none of the tedious formality of secular law. If a plaintiff dares to speak recklessly, even their lawyer can instantly become the defendant. Provoke these living ancestors, and no jury will save you. Jiang Shuzhou quietly shook his head, deeply disapproving of the plaintiff's reckless behavior. Death penalty seemed inevitable. The law is meant to protect the weak, but don't forget, this is a nation built by true power mages. The law depends on their mercy. Anyone abusing the law is draining away the mage's last shreds of compassion. Because most mages are scholars, the Alliance still preserves some semblance of the rule of law. But the day that faint conscience is used up will bring only suffering for all. Court is adjourned. Mage Javis' gavel came down as he announced it. No, man, that's a recess, not adjournment. Jiang Shuzhou whispered in protest, trying to save face for him. Recess for 5 minutes. The three mages rose simultaneously, their robes swirling, and headed toward the exit. Though Javi was unfamiliar with legal jargon, he was experienced and gave a subtle signal to the captain of the guards, who immediately understood. By contrast, Mage Jian and Jiang Shuzhou wore hoods, and their exchanged glances went unnoticed by the captain. Meanwhile, the surrounding guards who formed a backdrop sprang into action. They restrained the plaintiff, defendant, and lawyers to prevent any escape attempts during the chaos. Perhaps out of pity for the defendant, the guards didn't use much force. They simply held him in place, their eyes full of sympathy. Alas, a truly unfortunate soul. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuzhou hurriedly led the two elder mages through the dimly lit stone corridor, their footsteps echoing off the walls. They had to first enter the small room known as the Dark Chamber to complete a symbolic negotiation, a procedural formality clearly stipulated by regulations. Otherwise, the three of them would have made a decision on the spot long ago. There had initially been some disagreement over the case's outcome, but when the plaintiff herself uttered the word false accusation, her fate was sealed like a locked mechanism, the suspense instantly dissipating. The so-called 5-minute recess barely allowed enough time to go to the Dark Chamber and back, squeezing in maybe a minute to exchange opinions. This brief break was more a tacit signal among the three mages to the courtroom. The final verdict was already written, this step merely to complete the process. In the blink of an eye, the three figures returned to the bench. This time Jiang Shuzhou read the verdict. The other two elder mages looked pale, their worldview shattered into pieces, needing time to recover somewhere else. So the young, newly appointed mage was pushed to the front. Jiang Shuzhou inwardly scoffed. Those old guys are too fragile. How could they handle this kind of pressure? He considered himself hardened by the era of the abstract internet, rarely phased except to mutter a few complaints, then calm again. With that thought, he cleared his throat and began reading aloud. After joint deliberation with my fellow judges, we have reached a unanimous decision. The judgment is as follows. First, the plaintiff must return all illegally obtained gains and shall be sentenced to death, execution immediate. Second, the plaintiff's lawyer license is hereby revoked. Third, the defendant is fined 50 gold coins. As the words landed, Jiang Shuzhou's gaze swept the courtroom, pausing notably on the jury's seats. At this moment, only a unanimous jury objection could possibly overturn the verdict. Yet the room remained silent. Clearly, everyone was wise enough not to oppose this seemingly reasonable ruling. In fact, Jiang Shuzhou himself still harbored some doubts. Why fine the defendant too? Then he recalled the defendant was a wealthy man. Otherwise he wouldn't have been targeted. He was also forced to leave the marriage without a penny due to marital rape. Without appeal, he stood to gain nothing and face imprisonment. That was why he fought so hard. The 50 gold coins were a mild punishment meant as a warning for the rich man not to be a sycophant in the future. In the end, this outrageously unbelievable case closed in the hands of three mages without formal legal knowledge. relying solely on their simple sense of morality. The process was absurd and twisted. Not only was the plaintiff convicted, but her lawyer and even the defendant were all punished. Yet the outcome was surprisingly just justice was at last served. A case of doing a good deed by questionable means, indeed. After the trial concluded, everyone else in the courtroom filed out one by one, leaving only the three wizards seated at the judgment bench. The spacious hall fell silent and empty, with flickering candlelight casting restless shadows against the high walls. The case files lay spread before them, the faint scent of ink still lingering in the air. All the other steps are done, Jiang Shuzhou said as he raised his hand to close the main file. Now comes the last part, holding someone accountable. The chaos surrounding the case was clearly due to the responsibility of the first instance judge. He flipped through the documents, his gaze settling on a few ID photos. His tightly knit brow suddenly relaxed, a look of relief creeping around his mouth. Sure enough, among the first instance judges there were two women. One was the presiding judge, and the only male judge was also the sole dissenter against the verdict that men must leave clean. That makes sense now. He pointed at the names of the two female judges with his finger, addressing the two beside him. I recommend a focused investigation on these two. Agreed. Jian and Zhou responded in near unison, without hesitation. The direction of investigation is straightforward. Jian mulled over the files as he spoke. First, see if they took bribes. How much would it take to make a judge decide like this? I'd look at it from another angle, Jiang Shuzhou replied, his smile fading. Pull up every case they handled. Then compare the verdicts for male defendants versus female defendants to see if there's any obvious bias. You mean female defendants had an easier time bribing? Jian raised an eyebrow. It's not about bribery, Jiang patiently explained, but about special treatment based on gender identity. Zhou frowned, partly understanding. You mean gender discrimination? A brief silence fell. Just then, a server entered with a stack of thick files, the edges of the papers worn from flipping. The three exchanged a look before each took some records. Thanks to Jiang Shuzhou's tip, the two wizards immediately focused on the verdicts rendered by the two female judges. The rustling of pages echoed faintly between the stone walls. It's really true, Jian whispered first. No way. Zhou stared in disbelief. The data showed that in the early years, the two female judges' rulings were relatively balanced. But over time, a trend of favoritism toward female parties became increasingly obvious. Out of 18 relevant cases, 12 verdicts clearly favored women. The remaining 6 involved only male parties, so no bias was apparent. What do you think caused this? Jian closed the file. Bribery? Twisted values? Or something else? Identity, Jiang Shuzhou said quietly, just 4 words. Zhou was stunned. What could they possibly identify with? Jian suddenly understood. Like we formed the Wizards Alliance pursuing truth, and clerics band together through faith to form the Holy Alliance. These two bond by gender and naturally stand together. Zhou murmured the words under his breath, absent-mindedly rubbing the corner of the file. The empty judgment bench was bathed again in flickering candlelight. A heavy weight settled on his shoulders, and a sense of melancholy welled up inside him at this moment. He truly felt old and out of touch with the times. This kind of situation absolutely cannot be allowed to spread through our arbitration bureau. Jian slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing through the empty courtroom. His words came across as firm, but clearly fell into 2 parts. The first half full of routine complaints about the law earning no respect and more extremists cropping up. Nothing new. But when he shifted to our work will only increase from now on. His brow furrowed deeply. For this mage, who chased truth with single-minded zeal and wished there were twice as many hours in a day, the endless stream of case files was utterly intolerable. Let's discuss the punishment and wrap this up quickly, so we can get back to our own work. He waved his hand, urging his colleagues. Jiang Shuzhou sat on the bench, studying the patterns of gravel beneath his feet, silently muttering. An entire hour wasted here. If it weren't for the 1,000 gold coins as hardship pay, his face would be darker than his robes. Since the truth was already clear, the best course was to pick a solution and end this over time. Death penalty. The conservative Jave was the first to speak, tone cold and stiff, clearly despising the two involved judges. Death penalty. The radical Jian agreed without hesitation, adding, people like them should have been wiped out long ago. Careless case handling, unfair trial style, just wasting air. Caught in the middle, Jiang Shuzhou only wanted to finish quickly. He didn't care at all about the fate of the two judges, so to avoid further delay, he raised his hand. Majority agrees death penalty it is. Good. Jave nodded steadily, flicking his wand as the case files and judgment scrolls flew neatly into the designated magical array. I've sent the sentencing and related materials to enforcement. Case closed. The three stood at once, the wooden chairs scraping in order on the floor. Their robes swished as they walked side by side through the towering stone archway before parting ways. Work was done. Overtime? Don't even think about it. Not without extra pay. But even then, any overtime would just be wasted time. They all knew the unspoken rule within the bureau. Jiang Shuzhou casually summoned a carriage, hopping into the cabin. Head to the big beard blacksmith. He was paying extra to speed things up. The faster his weapon was ready, the more days he could spend training combat skills. If only he hadn't been so stingy before, but back then he was flat broke. Now, as an arbitrator, he realized this job really did pay well. Besides costing time, it had almost no flaws. Strange no one else had signed up. After a bumpy ride, the carriage stopped at the Ironwork Street corner. "Sir, we're here," the driver called over his shoulder. Jiang Shuzhou jumped down, and sure enough, the bearded old Bick greeted him. The heavy clang of anvil rang from deep in the workshop, sparks flying, mixed scents of burnt coal and metal in the air. "You're back again," old Bick called out confidently. "I'm your man. Rest assured you won't go wrong with old Bick." Jiang Shuzhou twitched his mouth, wondering if the guy had swallowed 2 liters of strong liquor. Seemed totally high. He went straight to the point. "How soon with extra pay can you finish forging?" "Just add 500 more gold coins hardship fee, not counting today, and it'll be done in 3 days." Old Bick's eyes lit up like shiny, freshly forged steel the moment money was mentioned. Jiang Shuzhou almost suspected this guy was a burly goblin in disguise. Dwarves were said to be honest and blunt at worst, maybe boastful and fond of drink, never greedy or lustful, but old Bick clearly valued gold coins more than his beard. He pulled out a heavy cloth bag with a clink of metal, 500 as deposit. "I expect quality and quantity guaranteed. If the final delivery's unsatisfactory, no balance payment." Normally dwarves wouldn't allow defective work, but although old Bick looked like a dwarf, he seemed like an outright shrewd merchant in some ways. Shuzhou decided to use the deposit as leverage to prevent any cutting corners. "Don't worry." Old Bick cradled the coins, dramatically slapping his chest. "Old Bick works by real skill, never cuts corners." "Better be so." With that, Jiang Shuzhou turned and flagged down another carriage. To the Mage Guild. That was where he stayed and stored meditations. At night, wheels rolled over cobblestones, torches flickered along the street, and he silently resolved. Tonight, burn the midnight oil and study meditation techniques. From now on, replace sleep with meditation. No more restful nights or breaks. Why sleep long in life when eternal rest awaits in death? It turns out that chasing after the truth really does cost a fortune. Jiang Shuzhou had just stepped out from the Mage Guild's counter, still weighing the bill in his palm. 1,200 gold coins, not a copper less. The 6 books were divided into 2 categories: Fundamentals of Rune Studies, Introduction to Spell Control, and the Art of Spell Application covered magical theory, while Rise and Fall of the Mages, The Eternal Tower, and an in-depth look at the Prime Plane powers leaned more toward humanities and history, but every single one was listed as required reading. "Only those with money are truly masters. Those without are just apprentices," he muttered half jokingly, half regretfully. The books were incredibly heavy, but thankfully the guild had assigned 3 attendants. Otherwise, even if he could squeeze them into his inventory, Jiang Shuzhou would be in trouble. Inventory slots were tight, and each book took up a full slot. "This is the spot." He pushed open the door to the inn suite and pointed to the empty floor space beside the desk. The attendants stacked the books into a neat, square tower about a meter tall. The sight made Jiang's scalp tingle. The knowledge was not only expensive, but physically oppressive. He had no choice but to digest the 3 theory volumes. Among the humanities ones, Rise and Fall of the Mages and The Eternal Tower overlapped in content. Yet the Mage Alliance insisted The Eternal Tower was recommended and required. "You can dislike it if you want, but you have to master it," Jiang snorted. "Do you know what one true love means? Looks like this alliance is never going to get over the tower's collapse." Grumbling aside, he shifted his focus back to the copy of Silver Flame Meditation on the desk. This meditation method was a technique to concretize the abstract soul, spirit, and will. Silver Flame Meditation was the most widely circulated version endorsed by the Mage Alliance, also known as the Mage's Fire Meditation, said to have been created by the legendary mage Roland. Alongside it emerged the continent-famous offensive spell, Mage's Fire Only. Those who practiced this meditation could materialize their soul and ignite the silver flame that cuts through magical webs of destruction. The book laid it out plainly. The soul is the flame core, the root of all. The will is the inner flame, the heart's shield. The spirit is the outer flame, releasing wild energy outward. Together as one, they form the silver flame. Jiang Shuzhou sank into meditation, the noise outside, and the ticking clock fading into the background. Time stretched thin, slipping silently away. He had no idea how long had passed, when suddenly the seconds hand on the clock became eerily clear, ticking tick-tick-tick like sharp knocks in his ear. At the same time, Silver Flame Meditation in his hands ignited without fire, the pages curling from the edges and turning to ash, silver sparks glowing in the ashes. He remained calm. The last page bore a tiny magical array. The Mage Alliance had deliberately installed a dual safety measure, detection and self-destruction, precisely to prevent this meditation method from falling into the wrong hands. It had 2 primary functions, detection and self-destruction. There's a mechanism that detects whether the reader has signed a contract with the Mage Alliance. Once the reader finishes reading and memorizes the content, the magical array automatically activates, destroying the book. Jiang Shuzhou pinched the burning scroll in his hands, frowning at the acrid smell of singed paper that hit him sharply. Setting up a self-destruct enchantment like this inside a book must have cost no less than 10,000 gold coins. She didn't believe otherwise. Using his dwindling alchemical knowledge, he came to the same conclusion as the facts. Magic cannot be handed out lightly. Without a contract with the Mage Alliance, such secret scrolls wouldn't see the light of day, let alone be obtained by someone of his current strength. Looking up again, the quartz clock in the living room showed 11 p.m. To keep the promise he made to himself last night, tonight, he'll definitely have some fun on the forum. Decisively logged out of the game pod. Every time he climbed out of the pod, he felt like a millennium-old Zongzi freshly unearthed, his whole body dry and stiff, his soul forcibly dragged back into his flesh. Since officially becoming a mage, the gap between reality and the surging magical strength and extraordinary physique in the game had become painfully stark. He began to fantasize. If only the game could merge with reality, wouldn't he, this for-aptitude mage, ascend in a single bound? With this hope, he logged into the forum, intending as usual to borrow hot topics for internal reposts to unban his account. Unexpectedly, a system message popped up as soon as he reached the homepage. Posting privileges have been restored. It turned out that the newly enacted one-click amnesty law in Huagua had unbanned all accounts previously silenced for various reasons. The forum instantly buzzed like a lively temple fair, as all the once-hidden trolls and nitpickers re-emerged en masse. Maybe I should post that succubus image set again? The thought barely appeared before he pressed send. Sacrificing long-term glory for a momentary thrill is not wise. Now that his account was free again, he had to repay this generous grace. Someone, bring me a pen. The keyboard clicked furiously as a thread title flashed onto the screen. Gods. He'll make sure they come, but never return. The Assassination Chronicles of the Strongest Profession Mage. God Believers Come at Me. Includes 100,000 words of actual divine slaying records. Type 1 in the comments if you want to read. As a mage of the new era, Jiang Shuzhou was determined to fight the puppets of the gods to the bitter end, boldly opening fire on the cyber battlefield himself. Such a blatant provocation instantly ignited the scene. The priest players were the first to blow their tops. You're talking nonsense. What is a mage? How dare they compare themselves to us priests? The great god of fate shall strike you with divine punishment. 11111. Are you serious, bro? Within less than a minute, the post racked up pages of replies. Some even poked fun. Some people really need to chill. Playing a game and treating yourself like a believer, can't stand others telling the truth. Besides, all of this has true records backing it up. This really needs to be addressed. People treat the gods in the game like their own fathers, worshipping them blindly. If your god is so powerful, how come mages keep dying to kicks from opponents? Damn it, you're really something. Looks like someone's getting worked up. Below the popular post on the forum homepage, the flame war burst like fireworks. Jiang Shuzhou stared at the screen, a smirk curling on his lips. This was the most familiar scent of all on the internet. Once the keyboards start clicking, everyone turns into mortal enemies. The thread was flooded with mocking comments calling mages weaklings, but he didn't bother replying. The logic was simple. If the mage class is weak, it's not the class fault, it's yours. If you don't have the perseverance to study late into the night and just claim you have average talent, then why bother learning mage at all? Suddenly, a post title caught his eye. Answering all questions about mages honestly, except for Mage of the Arcane Web. In this day and age, could there really be a helpful player like this? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow and clicked it open. The poster's username was Teacher Wang, the research enthusiast, and he seemed genuinely passionate. Jiang had a few lingering doubts about the Silver Flame meditation spell. He could probably figure it out on his own, but going it alone risked errors. Discussing with fellow players was always better. But reality didn't live up to his expectations. Teacher Wang wasn't completely clueless, but his level was still beginner at best. One ignite technique had him stuck for half an hour, and although many chimed in, no one had provided a solution. Jiang Shuzhou had planned to stay silent, but when he got to the 6th page of the thread, he couldn't help himself. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed. Is it possible that your rune order is wrong? The flame rune should be last, with guiding runes up front. Also, you have to cast quickly, or your guiding runes lose effect. And don't draw runes mentally while injecting mana at the same time. Careful you don't mess up and cause an explosion. Just a few lines, but it ended the half-hour stalemate instantly. Less than 2 minutes later, the questioner replied with thanks and showered Jiang with grateful emoji. Clearly, the spell worked. Jiang Shuzhou looked at the screen and thought, have these people ever practiced magic? How do they make such basic mistakes? A system notification popped up. Teacher Wang, the research enthusiast, has requested to add you as a friend. He raised his hand and closed it. Jiang Shuzhou always did good deeds anonymously. Answering a question was fine, but adding friends? No thanks. I made it. I finally made it. Inside the Mage Guild's secret chamber, Jiang Shuzhou couldn't hide the excitement in his voice as it echoed off the stone walls. Barely awake at dawn, He eagerly logged into the game, just wanting to test the waters and see if the silver flame meditation spell was difficult. To his surprise, his first attempt went flawlessly. Instantly entered a meditative state, successfully activating the self-sustaining flame cycle. Unfortunately, he had other plans today. As an arbiter, he still had to maintain order at the dock district, so he couldn't meditate for long. Since he couldn't focus on his meditation, at least he could study some theory and spells. Although the dock area was noisy, the soundproofing was decent. Jiang Shuzhou casually shoved 3 books: Basic Rune Studies, Advanced Elemental Affinity, and Mana Circuit Analysis into his inventory. He then tossed back into his room the pointer needle, fragment gun, bullets, and other miscellaneous items he wouldn't need for now. They weren't worth much if sold anyway, so he preferred to keep them as a memento of my heroic battles on the pirate ship. Exiting the Mage Guild, he waved down a horse carriage heading straight for the Arbitration Bureau. It was only a few hundred meters away, but Jiang Shuzhou wasn't about to walk. His daily wage could cover hundreds of rides. Why bother saving that tiny amount? In the office, his official appointment letter lay quietly on the desk. From now on, he would have to say goodbye to the spacious office at the Arbitration Bureau and dive into the chaos of the dock district every day. Jiang Shuzhou understood clearly. He might lose the big office, but he would never be far from an office. The symbol of power would always be with him. Let's move out. Time to take up my post at the docks. After receiving his uniform and the necessary spell scrolls, he set off with the 50 guards assigned to him. Thus, an unusual scene appeared on the central district streets: a copperplate carriage moving slowly forward, surrounded by layered guards on high alert, swords and guns ready at their sides. At the front, someone held a flag high to clear the way and prevent traffic jams. Jiang Shuzhou sat comfortably on a soft cushion inside, the carriage moving steadily, and his mood was quite pleasant. Most residents in the central district were wealthy or noble and used to such displays. They immediately recognized that this was yet another arbiter taking over a new district, the 4th time this month alone. Something big is coming, whispered a cloaked noble, turning away hastily, clearly preparing for the storm he sensed was approaching. 10 minutes later, the convoy left the center district. If anyone dared to stare at Jiang Shuzhou while in the center, once entering other districts, no one dared meet his gaze directly. To sum it up in one phrase, no one dares to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the heavenly envoy. The once noisy streets fell instantly silent. Vendors who had been loudly hawking goods and cursing porters all fell quiet and stepped aside. Jiang Shuzhou enjoyed this rare moment of peace. Half reclining in the carriage, he opened Basic Rune Studies, fingers occasionally tracing rune structures in the air. In the past, his limited theoretical knowledge had trapped him, making many spell modifications impossible. But today, research and enhancement were officially on the agenda. Time flew by as he studied eagerly, and soon Jiang Shuzhou arrived at the dock district. When you think of the dock area, who comes to mind? Of course, it's Foreman Chick. This sharp-minded, street-smart guy had already made a strong impression on Jiang Shuzhou a few days ago. Now that Jiang is taking over management of the docks order, he naturally needs a well-connected local big shot to help him out. In the tactful, emotionally savvy Chick is the perfect guide in his eyes. Recently, things have been relatively smooth for Chick. As one of the few conscientious foremen at the docks, he rarely exploited the workers. But with the recent surge in cargo unloading several times the usual amount, had no choice but to make the workers put in extra hours. Still, Chick firmly believed in the harder you work, the more you earn, and the pay rose accordingly, so no one complained. Foreman, it's bad. A big group of men armed with knives and guns just arrived outside. Chick, who had been lazily lounging in his office, jumped up at the urgent report, muttering to himself, I haven't upset anyone. Why such a show of force? But panicking wouldn't help. He knew he couldn't handle this kind of situation on his own. So he steadied himself and said in a low voice, Don't panic. Where are they? Take me to see. Outside the dock, a dozen horse-drawn wagons were lined up side by side, their guard teams flashing cold steel. Chick was momentarily stunned until a hand pulled back a carriage curtain. Jiang Shuzhou stepped down from the carriage, removing his hood. Recognizing the mage who had once asked him for information, Chick hurried forward with a broad smile. My lord, do you remember me? I'm the foreman you questioned the other day. Of course I do. Jiang glanced at him. I came this time to find you. An hour later, Jiang Shuzhou was leisurely seated behind Chick's worn but polished desk, casually flipping through some books. Chick stood obediently nearby, showing no complaint about this uninvited guest taking over his office. Serving a lord like this was an honor. To Chick, keeping order at the docks didn't require Jiang to get involved personally. Once the lord gave the orders, Chick and his men would take care of the dirty work. Time flew as Jiang focused on his reading, the sunset casting a dark golden hue across the floor through the window panes. Rubbing his eyes sore from long hours of study, Jiang noticed Chick still standing stiffly nearby. The guy had stood silently for quite a while. Definitely a tough one. Next time, find a chair and wait until I call you. Jiang nodded approvingly, clamping the book shut and rising to leave. He still had evening cultivation and meditation to do, so the sooner he finished work, the better. My lord, These are snacks from the merchants of the dock as a token of their respect for you." The voice was not Chick's, but Hayes, one of Jiang's top officers. This first-tier warrior had a scruffy beard and a weathered face, looking just over 30 but commanding more than 50 guards. Experienced and shrewd, Hayes had earned Jiang's trust. Jiang was aware of his own lack of military background and, in this world where personal power trumped everything, wasn't worried his subordinates would try to usurp him. That's why he never purged the original guard. She didn't have many allies to replace them anyway. It seemed that his men were smart enough to first offer this pledge of loyalty. Jiang casually flipped open the box and picked only a small portion from the top, tucking it into his robe pocket. "We'll just have a little. Give the rest to the brothers. And next time, take less, don't scare off the merchants." Casually grabbing a handful of coins from the bag, about 20 gold pieces, Jiang Shuzhou tossed them back into Hei's hand. The pale gold coins traced an arc through the air, landing with a soft clink in Hei's palm, their gleam flickering under the candlelight. Since his subordinates understood the importance of showing respect, as their leader, if he refused to accept even a single coin, it would only stir up all kinds of wild rumors. "The boss doesn't want anything. Does that mean something's wrong with you, Heis? Are you signaling that others can make a move against you?" Rather than letting suspicion fester, it was better to go along with it smoothly so that both sides could avoid trouble. Being a leader was always complicated, but luckily in this world, strength spoke louder than paperwork. So long as you had power in your hands, you didn't have to worry about being sidelined by political games. Besides, Jiang Shuzhou never intended to get deeply involved in bureaucracy. The focus here was on cultivating strength first, then deciding what office to hold later. For example, his position as an arbitrator wasn't due to smooth handling of affairs or exceptional skill set, was all because he held the title of a rank 1 mage. But if his power stopped there, no matter how many military merits he earned, he would only be stuck with a small desk handling civil disputes. Therefore, Jiang Shuzhou kept his demands on his subordinates very simple: get the work done efficiently and without headaches. As for corruption or abusing power, he couldn't be bothered. So long as the job was done, that was enough. He wasn't the auditor. Moreover, mages weren't subject to ordinary laws. The only thing that could truly get them in trouble was massive embezzlement, which usually involved research funding. At his current rank, he hadn't even reached the threshold to be part of a project team, let alone manage the finances. After sending Heis off, he waved for an ebony carriage and patted the door, instructing the driver to head back to his residence. His workday ended 2 whole hours earlier than Heis. As the wheels rolled over the cobblestones, he leaned back against the soft cushion and mused wryly to himself. "Good thing I'm not from Shandong, otherwise becoming a mage would have me stressed to the point of coughing up blood. Ah, right," he thought. "I should post something later on the forum. If the people from Shandong saw this, it would definitely blow up big time." Jiang Shuzhou's practice of the silver flame meditation was remarkably successful, perhaps too successful. In this technique, he had to envision his soul as a flickering silver flame, bright, fierce, and insatiable. The flame continuously devoured the elemental energies around it, refining them into the purest power. With each fragment of element consumed, the flame would blaze even stronger. For a mage, elements were as essential as water is to fish indispensable. The more the silver flame flared, the greater his soul's strength grew. The core of the meditation was simple: use the soul's fire to burn away impurities in the elements, leaving only their essence. The only limit was talent. How much elemental energy he could refine each day depended on his innate aptitude. He sat steadily on the edge of his bed through the entire night as elements drifted in like a fine rain, drawn into the silver fire. He expected to feel some fullness or fatigue, but his soul remained ravenous. Such an astonishing appetite was a clear sign of extraordinary talent. The value of his fourfold gift was undeniable. "I didn't choose to be a mage. The mage chose me," he said proudly, tilting his chin up with a smirk. "They say genius is 30 destiny, 70 hard work, but the other 90 is pure talent." The system panel appeared before him. Character name: Novice Lebo. Class: Mage. Rank: First rank. Mana: 110,110. Soul: 10. Spirit: 11. Willpower: 11. Strength: 8. Endurance: 8. Agility: 9. Spell slots: Mage Hand, Spark, Water Conjuring, Magic Tricks, Fireball, Language Comprehension, Identification, Mage Armor, Gust, Minor Healing, Icebind, Faith Detection, Lie Detection. Health: 19,080. Spell Power: 110. Finishing a meditation session, his spirit and willpower both rose. The greatest gains always came from the first practice session, as the book had explained, so he wasn't surprised. He pushed open the door. The corridor lights were still dim. Yet he felt a dreamlike disorientation, as if days had passed since had been in the room. The system's clock reminded him it was only one night. The huge disparity in subjective time made him shake his head. This must be what the book calls time perception distortion. After long meditation, the sense of time warps. The only way to overcome it is to practice until you become numb to it. Like sleep, Mages can shorten it, delay it, or even skip it occasionally, but they never go days without rest. Similarly, even the laziest mage carves out 1 day a week for meditation. In other words, the answer is simple. Keep practicing. No shortcuts unless you can truly bear to meditate briefly every single day. 3 days later, the silver flame flickered out again. He opened his eyes as slanted sunlight spilled through the window. The system's timer showed 10 hours. Quickly comparing it with his mental estimate, it matched almost perfectly. Not bad at all, he said, cracking his knuckles and grinning with excitement. With such precise time awareness, he could finally control the length of his meditation sessions, never again worrying about being late because of his training. In just 3 days, Jiang Shuzhou had already been late twice because he was practicing his meditation techniques. Luckily, as a leader, he didn't have to clock in personally. No one chased him down for being a few hours late. Otherwise, with his work attitude, he'd have been reprimanded long ago. Exiting the Mage Guild, he casually hailed a horse-drawn carriage by the street and instructed the driver to head to the bearded blacksmith shop. The timing was right, his weapons should be finished by now. Guest, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Come see old Bick's new creations. Inside the shop, the stout dwarf old Bick welcomed him enthusiastically as always. On the workbench lay a brand new Miao Dao sword and a dagger. Normally, the weapons would only be ready 10 days after ordering, but driven by financial incentive, these had been completed 6 days ahead of schedule. This is the remaining payment. Jiang Shuzhou weighed the blade thoughtfully and slid over the prepared gold coins. He inspected carefully the spine a bit thicker, the edge smooth, the dagger's balance slightly shifted forward. Not too much, not too little. It fit his style perfectly. He had to admit, this dwarf really knew his craft. You get what you pay for. I deliberately thickened the blade to make it easier for you, a distinguished mage, to inscribe runes. Also, with the final payment in hand, old Bick rambled on passionately about the materials, forging temperature, and his meticulous craftsmanship. Excellent, a master's work. Jiang Shuzhou generously praised, casually humoring the blacksmith's pride. But his gaze clung to the Miao Dao's gleaming edge, a strong urge to test the blade stirring in his mind. How to test it? The answer was written right in his professional attributes. As an arbiter, cutting something was never difficult though. Of course, he wasn't reckless enough to randomly stain the blade with the blood of a lowly commoner like some samurai from distant islands. Being civilized, he had his legitimate ways. Busy with official duties, must take my leave. After a brief farewell, he walked out, leaving the still chatty old Bick behind. Dwarves rarely stopped talking once started. Jiang Shuzhou, having complimented and patiently listened for 2 minutes, was already being very polite. Any other hot-tempered mage would have slammed the door and left by now. Hailing another carriage, he directed the driver straight to the dock area. Just last night, Heiss and his team had spotted signs of the god-worshipper smugglers without any clergy present. Since his equipment hadn't arrived yet, had put things on hold for the night. Now that his weapons were ready, it was time to eliminate the threat. Commander, please give the order. Heiss' eyes sparkled with excitement as Jiang Shuzhou finally decided to act. Each mission completion came with performance rewards. For mages, the money was nice, but not essential. Yet for combat specialists like Heiss, it was their lifeline, buying breathing techniques, body refinement potions, and even supporting their families. With limited salaries, these rewards formed their real income. Impatient again, Jiang Shuzhou understood Heiss' eagerness, but refused to take risks. First, gather more intel. Have we pinpointed these god worshippers' hideouts? There's only one life. Although he held a resurrection token, it wasn't something to use carelessly, especially since Heiss' team had no such luxury. If a member died, Jiang Shuzhou would have to write a lengthy report, wasting precious time. Sir, I was out of line. Realizing his rudeness, Heiss quickly apologized. No worries. Clearing threats for the Alliance is good. Just don't rush. Jiang Shuzhou never put on airs. He didn't take Heiss' slip to heart. Besides, he had no intention of staying with the Arbitration Bureau forever, just a couple more months to save startup funds, then he'd devote himself to alchemy. With less than 10 days until the big competition, his focus needed to be on cultivation and combat to secure the sole weapon he desired. Losing sight of that for a small matter was unwise. Heiss silently breathed a sigh of relief. From his experience with mages, this meant the commander really wasn't holding a grudge. With someone else, that "please give the order" might have been the spark for a firing. Time passed quietly. Inside the room, only the occasional clink of weapons echoed as Jiang Shuzhou gripped the new sword, its cold gleam reflecting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Heiss anxiously awaited news from the informants. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Sir, we've got a lead. Sir, we've found them. A guard hurriedly approached Jiang Shuzhou and Captain Heiss, dropping to one knee. Though his voice was low, urgency trembled beneath. Based on our investigation, those devotees of the gods sneaked in illegally. They're all hiding inside a clinic at the docks run by a doctor. We've locked onto the place and are ready to wipe them out at your command. Jiang Shuzhou raised a hand to halt the eager plea for battle. Hold your positions for now. Captain Heiss and I will go there immediately to take charge. Lead the way. Yes, sir. The guard stood and quickly led the way as the two men followed. Wesley Clinic. The damp sea breeze, tinged with the scent of medicine, drifted into the cramped room, mixing with the quiet moans of the sick. Dr. Wesley stood at the door, feeling a heavy weight on his chest. All 7 iron beds were crammed full, and some patients crouched beneath beds, in the hallway, in corners counting roughly. There were 28 in total. 3 nights ago, one person stumbled in, holding the wall for support. Soon after, 2. Then 3 more arrived one after another until the entire group of stowaways had gathered here. Since dawn the next day, they had been quietly praying beneath the cracked window, a forbidden act by the Mage Alliance that fully revealed them as devotees of the gods. Bound by his medical oath, Wesley could not abandon them to die, but the teachings instilled since childhood commanded him to report these illegal worshippers immediately. If they were sent to refugee camps, from his own experience there, it was like sending them to their graves. So, he chose silence, living in constant fear that the medicines might fail and his sheltering be uncovered. Dr. Brother, you're a good man. A pale little girl stood on tiptoe, pressing a wildflower into his hand, her clear eyes shining. She had sneaked outside unnoticed just to bring this flower for the kind doctor. Thank you, Wesley whispered. Are you feeling better? Much better. Thank you, big brother, and thanks to the merciful God who healed us. It's really the medicine, Wesley muttered in his heart as he placed the flower in an enamel bottle and paced the crowded room, trying to calm his growing anxiety. The food, clothing, and medicines for 28 mouths were all his responsibility. His savings could last only 3 more days. What would he do then? My God is merciful, said an elderly man with white hair but blazing eyes. He had been the first to arrive here and was recognized by the others as their leader. Dr. Wesley, why do you seem so troubled? Pray to my God with me. His name is Heim, the God of protection who will surely watch over us. No need, Wesley waved a hand. I only worry about running out of food and medicine. Of course, the wicked mages have hoarded everything. The old man cursed fiercely. This land, cursed by the gods, will never bear blessed fruit. The harsh words brought Wesley no comfort. Instead, their echoing curses in the cramped clinic deepened the doubts stirring in his heart. Am I really doing the right thing? But soon, Dr. Weasley no longer needed to be troubled by such pointless doubts. Because Jiang Shuzhou had arrived. Bang! With a fierce kick, he flung open the heavy door. Immediately, a squad of soldiers bearing swords and knives filed in one after another. The lead soldier cast a sharp glance over every face before finally fixing his gaze on the little girl. Sir, it's right here. I saw it with my own eyes, the soldier said, voice steady but tense. Good. I told you, it's better to cast a long line and catch a big fish. If you'd rushed in earlier and grabbed someone, how could we have gotten this many? Jiang Shuzhou replied calmly. You're right, sir. He'll remember this credit, the soldier said respectfully. Jiang Shuzhou knew exactly what his men needed. He never hesitated to reward talent. The ability to notice something strange from a girl's prayer as she picked flowers, and to deduce the secret hidden here, that was no small feat. The soldiers gripped their blood-stained blades tightly, eyes grim and unyielding, as if they were cold wheels set to crush the sick people before them. These were their victories, and there was no way they would let any escape. The thought only made their expressions harder. Any hint of attempted flight would be met with zero mercy. You bastard! An old man with a stooped frame glared furiously, teeth clenched, shouting, I actually thought you were one of the rare consciences left in this accursed land. I even wanted the light of Wu Shun to shine upon you. But the anger in his face quickly shifted to heartbreak as he spat. But you're nothing but a liar. He suddenly grabbed a nearby stool and swung it at Dr. Weasley's face, ready to strike with deadly intent. But fate had other plans. Jiang Shuzhou's patience had finally snapped. You think I don't exist? How much face have I given you? He roared, drawing a freshly forged meow blade from his waist. The cold gleam of the blade cut through the air as he swung down hard. With a sharp slice, the old man's body was split clean in two. Crunch! Bloodied flesh separated, and the old man collapsed onto the floor, wailing in agony. Crimson pooled slowly beneath him. Jiang Shuzhou watched the scene with a hint of pity before raising his gun to the fallen man and firing twice more. The shots finally ended the old man's suffering. Killing but not torturing, he muttered, playing with the gun. This weapon handles surprisingly well. Guess there's a reason for the fancy packaging. It really is effective. With the chaos settled, Jiang Shuzhou moved on to the routine procedures. Hastily ending the old man's life was somewhat against protocol, but rules are made for paper, not people. Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures. He cast the faith detection spell, instantly releasing dozens of beams of light. Though not offensive, the spell still drained magic power. Luckily, not too much or else Jiang Shuzhou would have been drained just from casting. The room suddenly shifted to a harsh crimson glow, revealing at once who held heretical faith and who did not. Only Dr. Weasley radiated a soft white light. Jiang Shuzhou stared at the white glow surrounding Weasley in shock and disbelief. He even released a few more attack spells at Heiss and a soldier. White light similarly flared around them, while the dead old man and other corpses pulsed with the crimson hue. By the way, even the dead can be tested for faith by this spell unless they've been dead over 7 days. What the hell, a moral giant? In another world like this, someone willing to selflessly help others? Could this really be another world? Jiang Shuzhou was stunned inwardly, but a sardonic corner tugged at his lips. Moved by Huagua? No thanks, I'm not buying into that kind of routine. Now that the situation was clear, it was time for questioning. He cast lie detection, fixing his gaze on Dr. Weasley, ready to get to the bottom of things. All right, I've cast the spell. If you lie, they'll see everything. Don't try any tricks, just answer honestly. Dr. Weasley's face was pale, but his tone held a faint relief, barely noticeable. He knew the struggle of doubt and fear would finally end. It was liberation and closure. As an educated man, he understood the possible consequences. Harboring over 20 followers of divine faith was a serious crime potentially punishable by immediate death. Jiang Shuzhou was well aware of this too. Since receiving Haste's report on the divine followers yesterday, he had already reviewed the relevant laws before training. Good. They'll ask, you answer. Goodness, what a truly pure-hearted person. After hearing Dr. Wilei's confession, Jiang Shuzhou was utterly stunned. This doctor seemed to save everyone he met, criminals included. But this time, unfortunately, had saved people who shouldn't have been saved at all. Sir, what should we do with these people? His question pulled Jiang Shuzhou back to reality. That confession had been shocking in this harsh, survival-of-thefitist world. Here was a doctor who had spent all his savings to save a group of criminals, like a real-life Schindler's List. Jiang Shuzhou had thought the beacon of civilization was just the Mages Alliance boasting, but now he had to admit, they truly were a beacon, cultivating people like this. He took a deep breath, about to send all the followers to the refugee camp, when a sudden thought struck him. Do you know which god they worship? He asked Weilai. They seem to worship the Protector. Bang! A gunshot cut off Weilei's words, and a follower fell bleeding to the ground. Reporting, sir. He tried to escape, so no need to explain. If this happens again, shoot to kill immediately, no need to report to me. Jiang Shuzhou didn't blame Hayes. He knew these followers could do anything. If they let their guard down, they might even attack the guards. Such a rare good person can't be killed off one death, and they're gone forever, Jiang Shuzhou thought. He still hoped Weilai could improve the Mages Alliance's moral rating. Despite his pale face, Weilai showed no fear, which made his kindness even more precious. There's a way. Jiang Shuzhou quickly formulated a plan. So long as their mindset didn't collapse, there were always solutions. He would find a suitable place for this compassionate doctor. But excessively kind people are the easiest to exploit, and these followers were proof. Jiang Shuzhou never trusted that they felt gratitude. To them, being saved was divine protection, and Weilai was just a replaceable tool. By the way, repeat that. Who exactly do they worship? The Protector, sir. Before Weilai could answer, Hayes replied. Good. Followers of the Protector, no witnesses remain. Jiang Shuzhou's expression darkened. Velisco had a pilot policy. All god-worshipping followers could be taken in and re-educated. If they renounced their gods and embraced freedom, they could be rehabilitated. But there were 2 exceptions, those who relapsed into faith after reform, and those born within the Mages Alliance territory who still believed in gods. Since they made this choice, they had to bear the consequences. Send them back in? Did they take the Mages Alliance for a charity? Shameless. Better off dead. Then came some unwritten rules. Followers of the Protector and the Weave Goddess were to be killed if possible, leaving no survivors whenever they could. These 2 deities were the greatest threats to the mages. One orchestrated the collapse of the High Tower, and the other enslaved mages for years. Yet now, their situations have hardly improved. Once mighty gods of protection, they have fallen to mere moderate power. The goddess of the magical network has even died, leaving only vestiges of her divine office struggling to resurrect herself. But the mages will never let her succeed. She is doomed to endure several more epochs trapped in a dungeon. Driven by revenge, the mages have mercilessly hunted down the followers of the god of protection, executing any they find on the spot. It was this ruthless resolve that finally dethroned the god from the once untouchable seat. Deities may pride themselves on being eternal, yet they forget that their power flows from mortal faith. When the god of protection's strength suddenly waned, the entire divine realm was shaken awake. Heretics fell silent, faith wars ceased, and even the pantheon stopped their infighting. The gods hastily drew their curtains and formed the All Saints Alliance. In truth, the founding father of the All Saints Alliance is none other than the mages themselves. All Saints Alliance. I am your father. Returning to the present, the captured devotees no longer needed to wonder about their fate. After a brief silence, Jiang Shuzhou stood amid swirling dust at the street corner, looking down on the huddled crowd of trembling men, women, and children. He spoke loudly. By law, I should send you all to the refugee camps, and Dr. Weasley here would be executed. But I have a kind heart. If you agree to trade 3 lives, I will do everything I can to save your benefactor. Now who's willing to die for Dr. Weasley? At his words, the crowd first stirred, then descended into a deathly silence. No one stepped forward. Only a trembling girl of about 10 took a hesitant step, but a woman behind her grabbed her back roughly. Why? Why don't we save Big Brother? He's a non-believer, the woman replied coldly. But he saved us. He's in danger now, we have to. He said it's a non-believer. The woman cut her off with iron resolve in her eyes. Those without faith deserve to die. It's his luck he saved us. Besides, Father was even going to grant the glory of our God to him, and he refused. But is faith really everything? Silence. If you want to go, go. The woman, furious, shoved the girl toward Dr. Weasley. Witnessing the argument, Jiang Shuzhou felt a surge of emotion. If even gods cannot fully bind human thought, then hope still flickers. But the matter had to proceed. Pointing at the lone child had stepped forward, his voice chilled. See that? Only she is willing to give her life for your sins. How pathetic. At least on the road to the afterlife, you'll have a companion. The girl's thin shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Dr. Weasley bent down quickly, embracing her, his voice shaking. Sir, please don't harm her. She is just a child. Jiang Shuzhou nearly lost control. His hand brushed the hilt of his blade, memories of old wounds flashing through his mind. Suppressing his feelings, he summoned several soldiers and whispered orders in their ears. The soldiers responded in unison. With a wave of his palm, Jiang Shuzhou's tone was icy and resolute. Take them both away. The soldiers who had just heard this immediately charged toward Wesley. Despite Wesley's desperate struggles to resist, they showed no hesitation in dragging him and the girl away together. Jiang Shuzhou nodded slightly, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. He felt relieved by the soldiers' decisive execution of orders. Capturing these people was necessary, since the followers of the Protector God could never be allowed to undergo reform. As soon as these words were spoken, the believers erupted in outrage, cursing Jiang Shuzhou's cruelty and mercilessness in unison. Fueled by rage, some even grabbed nearby debris to use as makeshift weapons, attempting to incite a riot. Jiang Shuzhou sneered, curled his lips, and taunted, "Followers of the gods are born to die like this. You should consider yourselves lucky I'm even sparing you. Yet you still dare to resist." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shuzhou gave a slight wave of his hand. Dozens of soldiers wielding clubs surged forward, instantly engulfed in chaotic fighting with the believers. The soldiers swung their sticks fiercely, unleashing a relentless barrage that even triggered deadly combos. Under such efficient suppression, delivering 6 strikes per second, all the struggles and resistance from the believers were rendered powerless, and the disturbance was soon completely crushed. The subdued believers were forced to stand in front of Jiang Shuzhou. He gave a subtle gesture to Hayes, who immediately understood his meaning. Jiang Shuzhou asked in a low voice, "Why are these people still standing?" Upon hearing the order, the soldiers responded, stepping forward to force them onto their knees to confess their guilt. "Never!" One of the captured followers shouted angrily, his voice shaking the surroundings. "The followers of Heim will never bow to you evil sorcerers." But seeing the others already kneeling one after another, this defiant believer only grew more arrogant in his shouting. The soldier's expression darkened. He raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick, smashing into the believer's leg bone. With a sharp crack, the follower screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground with a thud, finally forced onto his knees. Ignoring the agonized cries, the soldier's face strangely softened, as if he found peace again. Jiang Shuzhou's eyes tightened as he looked at the believer, whose bones were shattered. Gripping his knife handle firmly, he muttered, "Don't be afraid, it'll give you peace soon." Wesley and the little girl were escorted by soldiers onto the carriage. As the carriage began to move forward, Wesley had no idea what fate awaited them, just as he was unaware of the destination the carriage was headed for as it rolled down the road. "Sir, everything has been handled," Hayes saluted beside the carriage. The door to Wesley's clinic was slightly ajar. From inside came intermittent sobs and muffled curses. Blood trickled along the threshold, staining the bluestone floor red. Jiang Shuzhou flicked the blood droplets off his blade, nodded briefly, and then asked, "Where's Wesley?" "He's been taken into custody," Hayes replied quickly. "Once I finish the mission report, they'll submit it for your review." "Go ahead," Jiang Shuzhou responded coolly. Not long after, Hayes passed over the draft report. Jiang Shuzhou skimmed it, then crisply edited between the lines. Changed harbored 28 believers to forcibly housed over 20 believers. Replaced clearly new with vaguely aware. After finishing the last edit, Jiang Shuzhou set down his pen and handed the report back. "Go over it carefully. Is there anything that doesn't match the facts?" Hayes lowered his head to read it again. The more he read, the more unsettled he became. The facts remained unchanged, but the tone and characterization had shifted dramatically. He took a deep breath and signed quickly. "Sir, I have no objections. Good work. You'll be rewarded handsomely," Jiang Shuzhou said casually. He knew well that a mixture of intimidation and incentives was the most effective method. The funds came from the treasury. All it took was his word. Hayes bowed in thanks, but silently calculated that if he ever fell out of favor with this sorcerer superior, a single report like this could ruin him forever. The carriage rolled toward the arbitration bureau, the street and alleys passing by outside the window in reverse. Jiang Shuzhou leaned back in his seat, pondering his next moves. Still, the image of the helpless little girl made a faint ache pulse in his temple. A dull headache lingered mostly because of her. As everyone knows, although Willisco has special policies where even followers of gods can live in refugee camps, the unspoken rule is that protectors' devotees are not included in this protection. Jiang Shuzhou flipped through the case files, calculating in his mind. The Mage Alliance has always been lenient toward underage believers, reasoning that children's values aren't fully formed yet, just like that little girl with a conscience still intact. If handled properly, maybe they could get this whole group settled into the refugee camp. With that in mind, he quickly submitted the task report, and the trial schedule was set. That day, the courtroom was brightly lit, 3 tall back chairs standing solemnly. Jiang Shuzhou took the central judge's seat once again, flanked by his longtime colleagues Mage Jiawei and Mage Jian. On the plaintiff's bench sat Hayes and his lawyer side by side. On the defendant's bench were Dr. Wesley, the little girl, and their lawyer. Because the case involved followers of a deity, it was directly handled by the mages. Due to staff shortages, Jiang Shuzhou stepped in as the presiding judge, a role normally filled by the public prosecutor, leaving Captain Hayes, the lone figure at the prosecution table, would have to apply to government departments for funding himself. The atmosphere was completely different from last time. Neither side's lawyers uttered a word. A prior reminder had made it clear to them that when it came to divine followers, this hearing was more like an internal mage discussion, where they neither had the standing nor the courage to speak. Court session begins. Jiang Shuzhou struck his gavel. The records showed the defendants had once considered reporting to authorities. Mage Jiawei was first to question, raising his hand and casting a spell. The pale gold runes flashed as the lie detection took effect. Did you really ever consider reporting them? Wesley stood, gripping the edge of the testimony stand. I did have that thought. The detector showed no fluctuation. Jiawei's brow twitched slightly, and the attacks softened instantly. Mage Jian took over, magic swirling. The materials say you took them in out of sympathy. Is that true? Another lie detection cast. Yes. I couldn't bear it, so I helped them. Truth. Mage Jian felt a ripple within. Such morality from a mere mortal? It reminded him vividly of the shock from that previous case about marital repeat, was remarkably similar. He pressed on, unwilling to relent. You didn't take a single cent from them? Yes, sir. They had no money to give. Again, the truth. Jian was silent, emotions conflicted. He hadn't expected someone under the Mage Alliance's jurisdiction to come this far. Seeing this, Jiang Shuzhou probed for a final opening. Still using what appeared to outsiders like routine lie detection. Were you morally coerced by some followers, pressured into sheltering them? Normally, with this question repeated, the defendant could easily pass by answering yes. Yet Wesley surprisingly seemed devoid of any survival instinct, as if wanting to reveal everything. Sir, answer me. Look me in the eye and don't divert. Jiang Shuzhou's tone grew icy, locking the options tight. Yes. Wesley hung his head in admission. The detection barrier still showed no disturbance. The 2 mages stood frozen. Their lie detection was still valid. So this was really the truth? Unbelievably, Javi and John once again pressed Wesley for details, whether the old man really intended to attack him, and if the little girl truly stepped forward to defend him. After receiving affirmative answers, the 2 wizards' expressions shifted noticeably, a mix of pity and hesitation flickering in their eyes. At that moment, everyone understood. Saving Wesley was no longer the issue. The real danger lay with the little girl. She was the only believer who had stood up. Her faith, not yet fully corrupted. Jiang Shuzhou knew this clearly. But to the other 2 wizards, the followers of the protector god were still enemies. The gods instilled hatred. And naturally, the Wizard Alliance hated the gods, especially the protector god and the goddess of the magic web. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shuzhou knew it was time for him to step forward. He strode ahead, his voice ringing like a bell. Everyone, hear me out. Why do we despise gods? Why do we hate their followers? Is it instinct? No. It is because we resent how gods enslave human minds, because we yearn for freedom, because we thirst for truth. All eyes turned toward the little girl cradled in Wesley's arms. Pushed into the spotlight, she said nothing, feeling the hostile, pitying, and indifferent gazes from every direction. Her small frame trembled slightly. Noticing this, Wesley gently stroked her back in an attempt to soothe her. Jiang Shuzhou continued loudly. Perhaps you see a soul corrupted by gods, but I see a noble and resilient spirit struggling in the mud. Think about it. We won't those believers exchange their lives to save others? Because their souls are polluted, they choose to fall, abandoning human morality to become slaves to gods. But she, this young child, continues to resist. As wizards, can we stand idly by and watch a child fall? Moreover, she has proven with courage that humanity still lives. A gentleman is born in a land of villains, but it's not his fault. Born into slavery, it's not her fault either. Her resistance is her struggle. Ending a life is easy. Saving one is hard, but aren't we wizards meant to face challenges heat in and break through hardships to glimpse the truth? As his voice faded, silence hung for a moment before applause erupted. First from Javi and John, who openly expressed their approval. Then Hayes joined in, followed by the rest of the onlookers echoing their applause. So true. Wizard Javi exclaimed sincerely. As expected from that West wizard, those words hit deep, John added. Loyalty. Honor. Hayes shouted excitedly. A surge of relief and pride swelled in Jiang Shuzhou's chest. I feel so powerful right now. I could go to the tavern and celebrate. Amid this momentum, the situation became clear. Dr. Wesley was lifted high, then gently set down. The final judgment. Wesley was sentenced to 30 years in prison, suspended for 30 years, meaning he would not spend a single day behind bars. At the same time, since he was no longer deemed fit to practice medicine, his clinic's license was revoked. Considering that Wesley needed money to survive, and after Jiang Shuzhou's persuasion, the judges decided to assign Dr. Wesley to work at the medical station inside the refugee camp. Tents in the camp were packed tightly in rows behind barbed wire fences, and the newly set up white canvas roof of the medical tent flapped loudly in the wind. Local doctors avoided the place due to their disdain for the cult followers there. The camp was already short on medicine and staff. With patient-doctor relations, extremely tense fights would often break out between them. Putting Wesley inside was partly a make use of available resources decision, but it also carried the flavor of house arrest after all. He had sheltered so many cult believers. Now having him serve as a medic, fulfilling a role of great charity, seemed fitting. In contrast, the little girl's case was not so straightforward. Jiang Shuzhou, Master Jiawei, and Jian debated quietly but fiercely over the wooden table at the temporary court, almost wearing down the surface. The sticking point was that Master Jiawei, caught up in an impulsive moment, proposed to adopt the girl himself and act as her guarantor, completely unwilling to send her into the refugee camp. Jiang Shuzhou was initially stunned, but then, pulling and persuading, roped Jian in to help talk him down. After a long struggle, they finally convinced Jiawei that if the master took the girl away privately, Jiang Shuzhou would be considered an accomplice in the offense, which was a serious crime. Surprisingly, the venerable master was easy to sway and changed his mind in just a few words from Jiang Shuzhou. In the end, the three agreed. The girl would still be sent to the refugee camp, since she was young and fragile, and to prevent any accidents, Jiang Shuzhou suggested Dr. Wesley serve as her guardian. After all, they lived in the same camp, making it most convenient to care for her. The proposal passed smoothly, and the judge's gavel fell. Thus, the case wrapped up abruptly in a rather loose atmosphere. Both plaintiff and defendant lawyers remained silent throughout. Jiang Shuzhou won MVP with an impromptu speech, and Wesley and the girl essentially won without effort. The Mage Alliance court never failed to disappoint in this case as well. The procedures were still informal, but at least the masters, though unfamiliar with law, were decent people. Jiang Shuzhou not only saved Wesley's life, but also raised the moral standards of the Mage Alliance a notch, topping it off by earning a boost of self-righteousness to indulge freely from here on out. Days passed one after another, and before he knew it, the date had come to November 28th. During this week, Jiang Shuzhou pushed his schedule to the absolute limit, staying up all night practicing the meditation technique until dawn, spending mornings sparring with Hayes, refining their movements and weapon skills to build real combat experience, and dedicating afternoons in the archive room, poring over spell theory, memorizing the scrolls left by his master until they were second nature, then immediately practicing newly learned spells while the knowledge was fresh. As his training progressed, so did his character stats, rising steadily. Character name, Novice Lebo. Class, Mage. Rank, First Tier. Mana, 110,110. Soul, 11. Spirit, 13. Willpower, 13. Strength, 9. Endurance, 9. Agility, 10. Spell slots. Health, 233,233. Spell power, 143. Attack power, 66957. Armor, 37,928. Magic resistance, 35728. Compared to before, his attribute panel had expanded significantly. The most eye-catching line was spell power 143. For a mage, spells were lifeless, no exceptions. In just a few days, he had mastered multiple practical spells: Smokescreen, Stone Toss, Thunderball, Summon Succubus, Summon Oil Slick. More impressively, he had specifically studied runic script, allowing him to modify spell structures, trading longer cast times for reduced mana cost, stacking runes to boost effects, or forcibly extending summon durations. Once he mastered these techniques, his tactical options multiplied exponentially. He had gone from merely knowing how to use spells to truly modifying them. This was real mastery. Today, he wrapped up early and casually asked the director for 3 days off. The director readily approved, reminding him on the way out, December 3rd, go to the airport district. It's important. Jiang Shuzhou agreed on the surface, but inside he was nervous. What big event could possibly involve him? Most likely a few VIPs showing up, sitting down, and saying, "I hereby declare." After leaving the branch office, he skipped the carriage and walked with Hayes beside him, since witnessing Jiang's tongue-lashing debate. the first-tier warrior had become unwaveringly loyal. Jiang felt he had only stated the truth, that Dr. Wesley's sheltering of the believers was out of sympathy, hardly distorting the truth. But since Hayes volunteered so eagerly, he didn't refuse and cheerfully assigned him the assignment of competing alongside the leadership's sparring partner. Hayes just had to walk the fine line of not losing too badly, but not winning too easily, always reading Jiang's expression to decide the outcome. Given Hayes' physique, that wasn't hard. The only wildcard was that Hayes seemed to have forgotten one thing: the traditional mage robe must always be worn on stage. It was well known the robe came with a hood, and Jiang Shuzhou was not the type to seek the spotlight. In actual combat, Hayes couldn't read Jiang Shuzhou's expressions at all. He had to rely solely on his own experience to decide whether to deliberately lose or win during training. Years of practice had helped him master the rhythm, and it finally paid off. Jiang Shuzhou came to acknowledge him. To outsiders, they were just ordinary subordinates, but Hayes was regarded as a true, trusted lieutenant. Jiang Shuzhou's recognition naturally came with tangible benefits. At the moment, Hayes urgently needed several bottles of cultivation-enhancing potions, but his personal purchase quota was maxed out and wouldn't be replenished for another 2 months. This was a soft limit set by mages on warriors without enough loyalty. Promotions would be delayed, yet someone as loyal as Hayes could receive extra rewards. Although Hayes' quota was used up, Jiang Shuzhou, as a mage, had near unlimited purchasing authority as long as he had the money and the guild had stock. So the two set out side by side with a clear goal: to buy potions. Hayes only needed to bring a permit stamped with Jiang Shuzhou's mage seal, but Jiang Shuzhou planned to pick up a few more consumables and some filler gear for tomorrow's match, so he insisted on going himself. As a local, Hayes volunteered to act as their guide, showing Jiang Shuzhou around Varisco. Along the way, he casually introduced the city to this official from the Mage Alliance's home territory. Varisco was located on Faxi Island and served as the Mage Alliance's headquarters in the Storm Sea. Due to the region's unique conditions, all creatures of sanctuary rank or above were banned, so the area remained surprisingly peaceful. Because of this, the three major factions had each staked their claims and signed the Storm Serrando Archipelago Parliamentary Agreement. The treaty assigned 3 islands to the Mage Alliance, 3 to the Saints League, and 2 to the Ovid Empire. To prevent conflicts, the 8 islands formed the Rando Archipelago Parliament with 8 councillor seats allocated by island count, no speaker, and every decision requiring unanimous consent, giving each member veto power. The result was obvious: the parliament was largely ineffective, a temporary compromise to maintain peace. Hayes didn't elaborate on the Empire's 2 islands, and Jiang Shuzhou didn't press. Relations between the Mage Alliance and Empire were decent, and the Empire's presence was minimal. What Jiang Shuzhou was truly curious about was the Saints League. This religious federation, whose very name meant holy, nonetheless had constant defections, people willing to risk death just to escape. He was eager to understand why. "Sir, don't be fooled by their name, and don't trust their sweet talk," Hayes warned. He didn't think Jiang Shuzhou was gullible, but a subordinate must still do his duty. With that, he began sharing his personal experience. He was only 21 then, full of youthful passion, tired of the exploitation by imperial nobles, and determined to strike out alone. He had heard glowing tales about the blessed land and, full of hope, stepped into the legendary Saints League, said to be a land flowing with milk and honey. Born into a wealthy peasant family, Hayes enjoyed a relatively comfortable upbringing and began learning martial arts from a young age. By the age of 20, he had already reached the apprentice level as a warrior. Compared to many young people who toiled daily just to make ends meet, his starting point was undeniably fortunate. Yet, to 19-year-old Jiang Shuzhou, that luck seemed insignificant. Next year, Jiang might advance to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of mages. For ordinary-born Hayes, merely stepping into the warrior path by 20 felt like a blessing from fate. That day would become a turning point he would never forget. At the village entrance, dust swirled thickly as 17 unburied corpses lay scattered, victims of failing to pay their farmland taxes. The baron's retainers rode atop towering horses, their steeds still scented faintly with iron and blood not yet dried. Hayes gripped his wooden-handled long knife, eyes burning red with fury, and rushed toward the baron's manor. Behind him, anxious voices called out one after another. "Hayes, you can't go? Hayes, that's the baron himself. No matter that you're a warrior, it won't work. Hayes, do you want to get us all killed?" The crowd scolding pulled him back like a snare, finally forcing the young man to halt. He spun around and shouted, "Why? Because he's nobility. He can do whatever he wants, even slaughter 17 innocent people?" A fire burned inside his chest, constricting his breath. His father stepped forward, his voice grave. "We've shielded you too much. You don't understand what the world outside is like." His mother grasped his sleeve gently, soothing, "Son, it makes me proud you care, but some things are far too complicated to meddle in." Hayes hung his head, his fingernails digging into his palm, and whispered finally, "I understand. I want go." Night fell, and the fire's glow stretched their small wooden houses shadows long. His mother brought out the fragrant venison, his family's favorite. No one spoke at the table, only the soft clatter of chopsticks against pottery. After dinner, each retreated to their rooms. But Hayes tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened the worn book. He treasured the blessed land flowing with milk and honey, a realm of beauty free from hunger and injustice, protected by gods, and won through the blood spilled resisting evil mages. The pages rustled softly beneath his fingertips, stirring the fire in his heart once more. At last, he resolved to act. In the deep darkness, with only a small fire flickering, he quietly donned his well-worn leather armor and slung his long knife over his shoulder. Carefully tucking the book close, he wrote a brief but firm note, then pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped out into the cold night wind, leaving home behind. When the door swung shut again, moonlight spilled inside. His father sat silently on the doorstep. His mother found the note on the table, her hand trembling as tears dropped onto the paper. "Why didn't you stop him? It's so dangerous for him to go alone, don't you know?" She wept. His father remained silent. "He's your son. How can you be so cold and heartless?" After a long pause, the father lifted his head, voice low but certain. "Because he is my son, I know him and believe in him. Our blood is bound. I did the same when I was young. That adventure was why our family finally ate meat. This time is no different. It can't shelter him forever. Without weathering the storm, how can you see the rainbow?" He let out a long sigh, though a spark gleamed in his eyes. "They say like father, like son. Hayes is just like me when I was young. If I were a great noble, I would have dealt with that bastard myself long ago." His mother's sobbing quieted, and his father gently patted her shoulder. "Don't sigh so much. Come, sit down. See what I've prepared for you." She forced a faint smile and nodded toward the venison on the table. The aroma returned to the quiet room, but one seat remained empty. Outside, the night deepened as wind swept across the fields, stirring the letter left under the oil lamp. The father picked it up, then set it down again, looking out into the darkness and whispering, "Let him go." Hayes had walked all night, fleeing his hometown. Clatter, clatter, something rattled inside his pouch. At first, he kept running without looking, but when he finally stopped, gasping for breath, he rummaged out a rough cloth money bag. Over 20 gold coins shimmered coldly in the moonlight, and beneath them lay a neatly folded letter. "Child, I know your thoughts. Go to the Storm Sea. I have heard you can join the Saints' Alliance there. But remember, never put your faith in any gods. I once met a wise sorcerer who helped me much on my journey. Before we parted, he gave one warning. Do not trust gods, they only seek to enslave you. Take this money and chase your dreams. May you find your true home someday. With love, your father." The weight of a father's love was silent but heavy. Hayes stroked the handwriting, took a deep breath, and boarded a merchant ship bound for the Storm Sea. He was certain a future awaited him there, even if it meant his dreams might be torn apart. Dong 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 dong. 4 bell strikes woke him from his dreams in the cramped cabin on deck. This was St. Martin's Isle, controlled by the Saints' Alliance. Within 6 months, he had joined the Alliance army as a recruit. Unlike others, he kept his father's advice and never truly worshipped any gods. During group prayers, he folded his hands and moved his lips, but never called any deity's name in his heart. At first he hesitated, but soon, what he saw and heard extinguished all doubt. Behave. The baton struck hard, blood splattered. In the dim barracks, the captain was ruthlessly punishing a civilian, each wooden blow slicing the air. Hayes clenched his fists, fury nearly burned through his chest. "Sir, he's innocent." "Of course I know," the captain replied coldly. "If he wasn't, why would I hit him?" The truth was cruel. A nobleman had killed the man's daughter, but the Alliance forced this father to take the blame. In just 6 months, dozens of such injustices had occurred. Looking at the dried blood and tears in the corner, Hayes' heart churned. Is this really the perfect kingdom the books described? If gods exist, why do they watch their people suffer? The answer came under cover of night. After a patrol, an elderly sorcerer patted his shoulder and whispered, "Suffering makes faith shine." A chill ran through Hayes, yet somehow it made things clearer. Dong. The prison gate opened, and a bloodied figure was dragged inside. "Hayes, you disappoint me." The captain's voice was dark as it struck. "What did our gods teach you?" "They taught me only to fight injustice." Hayes bit back, earning only a cold sneer. For trying to stop the whipping, he and that poor father were thrown into the same cell. Late at night, under the dim prison light, Hayes leaned toward the man's iron bars. "I can help you. I have proof the nobleman killed your daughter. Let's find the Judge Yuliso together." He still believed that the kingdom was only infested with corruption. True justice could still prevail. The next day, the man came as promised, with no one following. But Hayes did not fully trust him, feared the man might betray them out of fear of the nobleman. It turned out he had not been betrayed after all. "Do you have any other evidence?" Judge Yuliso sat in his high-backed ebony chair, his voice deep and commanding. For a defendant, that voice was chilling. For Hayes, it had once sounded like a father's. "My lord, all the evidence is right here." Hayes presented the dossier with both hands, speaking respectfully. "Very well." Yuliso's tone suddenly sharpened. "Guards, seize him." Hidden doors snapped open around them, the clashing of armor ringing out. A dozen soldiers poured into the chamber, Several faces Hayes recognized all too while they had once shared drinks together. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I am not a criminal. No, you are. Yuliso's expression remained cold as he tore the documents to shreds before Hayes' eyes. We have found the person who killed your daughter. At that moment, a ragged man was dragged before the bench and fell to his knees with a thud. He looked up, tears and reverence filling his eyes, praying to the gods for justice, thanking the merciful Judge Yuliso. A flash of cold steel, the prayer frozen on his face. The man's head was severed with a single stroke. Excellent. A fine addition to the collection. Yuliso murmured with satisfaction. Hayes' heart plunged into darkness. This place was no earthly paradise, but a hellscape. For the sake of the so-called divine kingdom, he had crossed mountains and seas, left his family behind, only to witness hollow piety soaked in blood. He recalled everything he had seen. Nobles slaughtering commoners for amusement. Peasants burdened with crushing taxes, barely fed by the meager rations left by gods. Priests lounging in opulent churches, indulging in luxury alongside their deities, lost in daily drunken stupor. And what of those like him who still kept their conscience? Betrayed by those he sought to save, betrayed by the very kingdom he dreamed of. Why? Tortured countless times until his flesh tore, yet he could never understand. Why do the gods not love their followers? Why do companions who once drank with him now wield clubs and whips with stone faces, beating him to bloody pulp? This is your book. Read it well. May death absolve your sins. A cold voice echoed as a heavy tome slammed onto him. Thud. Blood splattered, soaking the pages. Staggering to his feet, Hayes forced himself to open the sections not yet stained. In C opposite, evil, break free, escape. Inside the book was a letter in a Maphis father's handwriting, also stained with blood. Only scattered words remained clear. Alliance, mages, journey, gods, slavery, dream, journey, love, your father. Hayes had never believed in fate until now he had no choice. The bloodstains nearly covered the entire map except for a single clean spot labeled Mage Alliance, a place spoken of by all as a den of evil. Was it truly evil? Hayes did not know, but he understood one thing. He could not give up now. The gods may have abandoned him, but fate was still calling. In the cold prison, a warm fire began to kindle. Hayes was caught completely off guard, still carrying the flintstone on him. Probably because everything happened so fast, neither Yuliso the Inquisitor nor anyone else bothered to search him thoroughly. They only saw a pathetic guy without leather armor or weapons who would suspect he was hiding anything. But Hayes knew every crack and crevice of this dungeon like the back of his hand. He had once been a prison guard here, and now he was a prisoner. As usual, the patrol was absent at night, leaving only him and the cold iron bars in the dim stone chamber. To survive, he tore open a moldy book titled The Blessed Land, the land of milk and honey. He stuffed half the pages into his mouth, chewing frantically as paper bits flew everywhere, while using the other half as kindling. Flames flickered as he held the burning paper against his raw, whipped-back wounds. The smell of burning flesh mixed with blood filled the cramped cell. The searing pain nearly made him pass out, but finally the bleeding stopped, the flesh scorched and sealed shut. Yuliso clearly intended to bleed him out slowly to silence his testimony forever, but Hayes had found a brutal way to temporarily close the wounds and keep himself alive. His back went numb from the burning, but he barely noticed the pain. Though the door had iron bars, its frame was old wood. The fire, fueled by the book, quickly consumed the wood, crackling loudly. No living person usually stayed in this empty cell, only the dead or those soon to die. With the flames closing in, Hayes threw the rest of the book into the fire, then used the heat to dry his blood-soaked clothes. As the wood door collapsed, he gritted his teeth and broke through the inferno. The fire licked his shoulder, but it couldn't stop him from racing toward freedom. In that moment, it felt as if a floodgate inside him had burst open. Strength surged through him. Through the agony and the exhilaration, he broke through and ascended to the rank of a first-tier warrior. 2 days later, he arrived in Velisco. At 21, ragged and unkempt, he declared himself escaped from hell. Passers-by laughed derisively. After all, a mere first-tier warrior wasn't even qualified to step into hell, let alone escape it. A passing mage mocked him loudly enough to broadcast his absurdity to the entire city. The commotion quickly attracted the arbiters. After the usual interrogation, Hayes recounted everything in detail. His capture, the burning to staunch blood, the fiery escape through the collapsing wooden door, the injury, and his flight. Having no allegiance to any deity proved crucial in sparing him from the noose. After deliberation, the arbiters rewarded him for his background as a former prison guard and his first-tier strength, a small house in town, a handful of heavy coins, and a menial job. People with stubborn luck always find a way to claw back some breathing room. Unnoticed, Jiang Shuzhou had listened to this strange tale outside the apothecary shop. So, how do you view the mage union now? He asked the key question. Hayes pondered briefly. Not too bad. It's not exactly equality, but at least there's order. As long as you live by the rules, you don't have to fear suffering without cause. Jiang Shuzhou nodded quietly. Though he couldn't help feeling uncertain, at least on the surface, it sounded better than that bunch from the Saints Alliance. Jiang then asked, what about their followers? Many seem to have lost themselves, whether because of environment or faith. Hayes was silent for a moment, then spoke softly, forget it. Look forward instead. Let's not dwell on heavy things. He pointed to the shop door. Come on, sir, let me buy you some potions first. After buying the potions, Hayes spoke cautiously. Sir, it's all over now. I brought my parents here. They won't be bullied by nobles anymore. You still collect protection fees. Jiang frowned. Hayes smiled wryly and bowed. Please forgive me, sir. I can't change the rules here. Jiang sighed. Sigh, trouble follows everywhere. Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll give you a day off. Go home and rest well. After buying potions for Hayes, Jiang Shuzhou also picked up some recovery potions for himself. Seeing Hayes reach to pay, he waved him off, considering how badly Hayes was doing. It felt wrong to squeeze more gold from him. Occasionally asking Hayes for help was one thing. Taking his money was another. When they finished paying, Hayes dragged him through the shopping district, picking out a few fillers, a silver ring that reduced mana consumption, a bronze necklace that sped up mana recovery, and some affordable trinkets. When the card reader finally stopped buzzing, the bill totaled a staggering 3,126 gold coins. Jiang Shuzhou's wallet took a serious hit, and his once comfortable finances suddenly looked tight. But thinking of the soul weapon, he gritted his teeth and accepted the cost. It was worth every coin. Such weapons were as valuable as legendary gear, highly sought after by any professional. Back in their room, he twisted open a bottle of satiety potion and gulped it down. With the upcoming competition, he decided to hole up and stay indoors, telling others he was secluded for spell research. The warm potion slid down his throat and settled in his stomach as he pulled up the virtual forum. A few days ago, had transferred all his data into the system, so now he didn't even need to log out of the game to browse posts and handle tasks. Before, had been too busy leveling and traveling to keep up. This rare break before the contest was perfect to check for updates. The forum was still buzzing with excitement. Discussion threads about the competition filled the screen. Are the rules finally out? Many post titles asked. The rules had actually come out a week ago, but he hadn't checked the official website since registering. He clicked the page and scanned the rules quickly. 1. The tournament has 2 preliminary rounds, the qualifiers tomorrow and the day after, with the main event on December 1st. 2. Each team plays 2 matches during the qualifiers. Teams consist of 3 players. 3. The top 20 teams by average score across the 2 matches advance. 4. Scoring. Eliminating one opponent gains 1 point. First place gets 20 points, second 15, then 5 points less per position until 5th place receives 0. 5. The format is similar to a battle royale, with monsters and quests spawning on the map. Killing monsters or completing quests grants temporary talents that are buffs during the match. The rules were simple but fair. With a stroke of luck in getting powerful talents, underdogs could still upset stronger opponents. Jiang Shuzhou remained alert. A careless mistake could still sink him unexpectedly. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Wait a minute, did I forget something? His mind raced, then froze. Damn it, I don't have any teammates. Rushing to find partners on the forum was clearly too late. But after reviewing the rules again, he relaxed a bit. Solo players could participate, though at a slight disadvantage in numbers. But that disadvantage didn't faze him. As a melee mage, his summoning spells hadn't been neglected. Although level 1 summons weren't powerful, they were more than enough to act as cannon fodder or cover. Thinking that through, he abandoned the idea of hastily joining a team. Teaming up with strangers seemed less appealing than relying on his summons as substitutes. This is mainly because Jiang Shuzhou is well aware of his own flaws that nearly every mage shares. He is headstrong, cold, lacking in team spirit, and has abysmally poor discipline. These traits cling to him like armor, making it almost impossible for him to form equal partnerships with others. Unless his teammates willingly hand over complete trust and top command, any hastily formed team will inevitably fracture. He has thought about changing. But ever since stepping into Velisco, he immediately understood that becoming a mage was no accident. This place is filled with kindred spirits. Almost every mage here carries the same bad habits, some even worse than his. At least he's willing to take on the role of arbitrator when necessary, which is the last shred of his team awareness. Many other mages don't even bother to be arbitrators, completely free-roaming. Were it not for the path of truth philosophy perfectly aligning with every mage's ambitions, they probably wouldn't even join the Mage Alliance. After all, mages have always been solitary scholars. Because of this, Velisco offers Jiang Shuzhou no incentive to change. It's full of people just like Mehanisly. I'm loving it. On top of that, he learned and trained according to the lone wolf model, mastering control, healing, defense, offense, and logistics. His entire set of spells forms a closed loop. One person is effectively a whole squad. This is the standard for most mages. Since he decided to compete as a lone wolf, getting to know the competition became necessary. Luckily, it wasn't hard. The game's popularity is off the charts, and anyone with some skill is streaming live. Low-key experts like Jiang Shuzhou can stay hidden, but the professional players backed by capital have no way to avoid exposure. He casually opened a streaming site and immediately got flooded with professional team promos. Most videos seemed mediocre to him. Chances of making it past the preliminaries were slim. Only a few teams truly caught his attention, with the most eye-catching being the Sangtian team. Sangtian team is a streamer-based team composed of Sangzhou Assault Skeleton, Genius Youth Lao Sharon, and No Fake Medicine. Together, they boast 30 million fans just on that site, combining traffic and skill. In their promo, each wielded 3 muskets as they stormed a goblin nest. The clicking of metal triggers and booming gunpowder fire echoed nonstop. Between rolls and reloads, they even threw carefree hand gestures to the camera, showcasing their pro swagger perfectly. The location wasn't specified, but Jiang Shuzhou quickly deduced they were very close to the Mage Alliance, or possibly within its territory. The reason is simple. Muskets are an alchemist's specialty, and the Mage Alliance has long been at odds with the Saints Alliance. Alchemists would never supply firearms in large quantities to the Saints. The Empire also strictly controls ammunition flow. The farther away from the Alliance, the more expensive bullets become. In the Saints Alliance, shooting like in the promos praying continuously would cost tens of thousands of gold, something no one could afford. Their marksmanship was terrifying, nearly flawless. Bullets pierced goblins' foreheads with surgical precision, even painting pictures with the trajectory of shots. Undoubtedly, they have the talent to be top-tier musketeers. Musketeers already dominate the current meta with their high output, and stacked with premium gear, this team could very well place among the top ranks. Do you understand what it means to be a meta T0 tier? After watching the full team's brutal kill-focused lineup play out, Jiang Shuzhou moved on to check out some other squads. Only one team left a deep impression on him. It was the roster of the veteran club Imperial Dynasty. Their information was carefully concealed, but one thing was certain: they had a paladin on the team. What caught Jiang Shuzhou's attention immediately was the holy shield emblem hanging from the paladin's chest, the sacred emblem of the protector god. That single insignia alone confirmed to Jiang Shuzhou that this was his toughest opponent in the match. Over years of conflict, the Protector Church and the Mage factions had inflicted casualties on each other and developed countless countermeasures. Techniques like divine magic, detecting spells, and engraving holy emblems on weapons and armor to weaken magical damage were standard church tactics. Paladins were already known for their heavy armor, but when blessed by the Protector God's emblem, they became near impenetrable mobile fortresses, stubborn and tough as iron turtles. Jiang Shuzhou mentally marked this foe and resolved to intensify his study of the poison mist technique, specifically to counter such stubborn armor. He also planned to buy a bottle of potent poison before the match to coat his dagger in a deadly green sheen. After all, the battlefield changed in an instant, and lacking targeted strategies would only multiply troubles. The rest of the promo videos were lackluster by comparison. Professional clubs weren't streamers. They had no need to reveal info to attract viewers. The clips mostly showed vague slashing scenes against monsters, only enough to guess the classes involved. Their battle skills, talents, and actual combat feel remained completely hidden. Still, it was worth something that Jiang Shuzhou had already locked down his toughest rival well in advance. Now all that was left was to wait for the match to begin. Map: Nightmare Island. Participants: 61 teams, 21 status. Match starts in 10 minutes. Inside the holding room, Jiang Shuzhou maintained the classic mage appearance, his wide, deep purple robe hiding all movements and gear completely. The faint magical runes embroidered on the fabric shimmered subtly in the light, but no one could deduce any details. Hey, isn't that the mage guy? Did you finish your doctorate already? A warrior swinging a greatsword sneered sarcastically. Haha, no way, man. Where'd you find time to study? What degree you got? A nearby musketeer chimed in with a smirk, mocking him but somewhat restrained. Facing their sarcastic jabs, Jiang Shuzhou just glanced down and checked his system panel without responding, like talking to a summer insect about ice. Better to let the battlefield prove the truth. He noticed the participant list: 61 players, 21 teams. The numbers didn't add up, meaning the system had forced him, a lone wolf, into a match full of fully formed teams. Well, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. At his waist, and tucked inside his robe pocket, 10 well-prepared potion bottles jingled softly. 1. 3 healing potions, deep red liquid swirling inside. 2. 3 mana potions, pale blue with a cool glow. 3. 2 barrier potions, etched with protective runes on the glass. 4. 1 fire-enhancing potion, sparks visible with a slight shake. 5. And finally, a small bottle of dark green poison, waiting to bloom on his dagger's edge. By the rules, all used consumables would be fully returned after the match. In other words, if it was worth using, he should use it freely, no need to worry about wasting resources. In the final 2 minutes, all the contestants were transported into a black void. This time was set aside specifically for organizing their gear, preventing any spying on each other's information. The phase of research and study was over. The battle was about to begin. Jiang Shuzhou immediately drew his cold, gleaming seedling sword with one hand, while steadying his pistol in the other, barrel pointing down, fully prepared. A flash of white light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown into the official competition map. This doesn't look good, Jiang Shuzhou murmured to himself as he landed and looked around. The withered plants curled into charred, blackened branches. The air was heavy with the foul stench of decay. The sky had lost its sun, replaced by a dense gray shroud pressing down every sign, signaling danger. Together, these omens almost spelled out the answer. He pulled out the magical map distributed by the system. Every contestant had one. The red dot at the center represented himself, with clear task coordinates and nearby blessing locations marked around it. Jiang Shuzhou quickly placed a blue indicator on the closest mission point and set off at a brisk pace. After several hundred meters, he abruptly stopped. A sharp but indistinct roar sounded from the silence ahead. Damn, it's an abyssal demon. Jiang Shuzhou's heart clenched tightly. Abyssal demons, born from the bottomless abyss, embodied pure chaos and evil, devoid of mercy, without sympathy, created solely to kill and destroy. The dead vegetation, putrid stench, and sunless sky were all classic signs of their arrival. Confirming his suspicion, Jiang Shuzhou's expression darkened slightly. He wasn't afraid of low-level demons, but if he encountered higher-tier monsters, it would be dangerous. He crouched, constricting his breath, moving cautiously toward the sound. Another ear-splitting echoed ahead in abyssal tongue. He neither understood nor planned to waste mental effort decoding if these chaotic creatures probably just hurled curses about ancestry and parents nonstop. Jiang Shuzhou had seen records of these insults in ancient scriptures, vulgar and twisted enough to get anyone banned on public channels. He thought wryly that not understanding abyssal language was actually a kind of protection. Besides, his current rank limited his ability to use it effectively anyway. Among the withered branches, over a dozen demons tore at each other, flesh and blood flying. In the blink of an eye, 3 primal demons and a timid demon were ripped apart by their own kind, collapsing spastically to the ground. The shrill abyssal curses came from them. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but wonder, what was the reason for this large demon gathering? Suddenly, a timid demon let out a piercing howl, the tone as grating as metal scraping glass, clearly calling out in abyssal. The response was a pitch-black clop piercing through its chest. The timid demon didn't even have time to scream before collapsing limp. The other demons remained indifferent, instead baring their blood-stained fangs with dripping saliva. Without hesitation, they opened their gaping mouths wide and began feasting on their fallen comrades. Jiang Shuzhou recognized the owner of those razor-sharp claws. It was a Quasi demon, a type of low-level demon. Born to be exceptional assassins, they could naturally turn invisible, and their claws were coated with deadly poison that would infect anyone they scratched. The Quasi demon's limbs were covered in sharp claws. It had a pair of curved, pointed horns on its head, a tail bristling with barbs, a slender frame, and its entire body gleamed with a dark green sheen. Mage, having fun watching? Want to join me in slaughtering these filthy fools? The Quasi demon suddenly shouted in Jiang Shuzhou's direction. Clearly, it had sensed someone observing from the shadows, yet it didn't choose to attack outright. Instead, it politely issued an invitation. Sure, I'm eager for it. I heard another group of humans arrived nearby. Let's go kill them together. The demon's voice carried a mix of excitement and menace. Quasi demons were not dumb. Speaking human language was common for them, and many mages even kept them as demonic pets. But Jiang Shuzhou didn't believe a single word. It was just a trick to lure him in, since it had failed to kill him outright. If he fell for it, the demon would betray him without hesitation. Demons never keep their word. Come on, I'll take you to meet my foolish kin. Let's share the thrill of slaughter, came the demon's formulaic invitation, the kind many mages use to fool demons. The Quasi demon added, exactly, those scum don't compare to you. Come closer, and let us form a contract. Its true intentions were clearly showing. Abyssal demons rarely had an intelligence above 50. Speaking at all was rare. They could never hide their cunning. They blurted out traps while still babbling nonsense. Hardly the kind of opponents who could fool a mage. Still, Jiang Shuzhou began closing the distance cautiously. He wasn't afraid of its melee skills. What worried him was the demon vanishing into invisibility to escape. If it got away, his blessing quest would fail, his power wouldn't grow, and he'd constantly have to watch out for a hidden assassin. So they circled in the shadows, each trying to bait the other closer. This time, they were truly rivals. Right, come, let's sign the contract, hee hee. The demon chuckled foolishly while secretly hiding one hand behind its back, obviously preparing an ambush. Its laughter brimmed with excitement at the thought of tasting mortal blood. What are you laughing at, idiot? Jiang Shuzhou cursed coldly and suddenly lunged forward, drawing his blade and slashing at it. The blade flashed with lightning speed. The Quasi demon hadn't expected this mage to be skilled in close combat and didn't react in time. With one stroke, its body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere, completely lifeless. How could this be? Didn't the inherited memory say mages don't fight up close? was its last thought before plunging into darkness, its body dissolving into a puddle of pus. Jiang Shuzhou reacted quickly enough to avoid the stinking spray. These demons are really easy to fool, Jiang Shuzhou muttered. Chaos and evil were ingrained in their instincts. Demons always came up with wicked, insane schemes, only to botch them, and sometimes even give away their plans prematurely. It was inevitable that was how their base programming worked. If they weren't chaotic, they wouldn't be demons at all. As embodiments of chaotic evil, demons have no concept of unity. Their gathering here was likely nothing more than a forced convergence driven by Quasimo's death. With Quasimo dead, if these were humans, this ragtag group would have scattered like birds and beasts. But demons are far from normal beings. They continued to lunge fiercely at Jiang Shuzhou, even clawing and biting at nearby kin. One primal demon was about to raise its sharp claw when another shoved past and growled angrily. Did you ask for my opinion? How dare you prowl in front of me? What are you looking at? Instantly, the two creatures locked into a bitter struggle, twisting and grappling so violently that their momentum pushed them crashing toward Jiang Shuzhou. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots erupted, tongues of flame flickering in the chaos. Previously, Jiang Shuzhou hadn't used his pistol against Quasimo because that fiend was resistant to ordinary physical attacks. Bullets couldn't kill it with a single shot. However, his Miao Dao sword, infused with Han copper, was both sharp enough and capable of bypassing that resistance. Allowing Quasimo to escape and launch a surprise attack while Jiang Shuzhou was engaged elsewhere would have been disastrous, so the blade had to finish the job first. Now that Quasimo was dead, Jiang Shuzhou fired his gun with one hand while swinging the meter-long Miao Dao with the other. The blade traced graceful arcs, each cleanly slicing through the demon's tough flesh. Bullets pierced the gray-green bodies with just a few shots, leaving the enemies barely any time to react. Suddenly, a sickly green poisonous mist rose from deep within the mob. The coward demon had unleashed cloud of stench, a foul fog that obscured vision and poisoned those exposed to it. Jiang Shuzhou wasn't about to gamble on his constitution. He immediately cast the Gale spell, summoning a howling wind that tore the toxic cloud apart and revealed the coward demon's bluish face. With their last leverage gone, these low-tier demons relied solely on numbers. In a true abyssal invasion, they would number in the billions. Despite heavy casualties from infighting during the march, their sheer scale was overwhelming. But the current forces were far too few to compensate for their weakness. Gunfire continued unceasing, blades flashing. As they faced death, the demons either tried to seize Jiang Shuzhou or randomly clawed at allies, but none could break through the enchanted mage armor on his robe. That shield was as solid as a fortress wall. Claws striking it only sparked harmlessly. Every demon attack missed its mark, and their fury turned inward, causing several to die by the hands of their own kind. The battle ended with a complete victory for Jiang Shuzhou. Most of the demons had been utterly destroyed, reduced to nothing but puddles of pus. The few that remained, too close to him, were sliced in half at the waist. Despite their terrifying vitality and deep-seated hatred for orderly beings, they dragged their severed bodies forward, inching toward him. Jiang Shuzhou was too bored to waste bullets anymore. Gripping his sharp military knife, he raised his arm and brought the blade down sharply, swiftly finishing them off. Even with the blade mere inches from their faces, the demons continued in chaotic frenzy, clawing and biting each other. One paw reaching for Jiang Shuzhou, the other claw or fang sinking deep into their companion's body, as if their instinctive internal struggle persisted until death. It was over. Watching the demon corpses melting into thick, viscous pus before him, Jiang Shuzhou finally allowed his taut nerves to relax. It wasn't the demons that truly mattered. These monsters had attacked in mass, but were little more than a joke. What really occupied his mind was the upcoming competing teams. Fighting humans was infinitely more enjoyable. The game had only been online for a month, and breaking through the first tier was a 1 in 10,000 feat. Yet with a huge player base, over 10,000 had already advanced successfully. Against the backdrop of billions of players, this number seemed negligible but proved their strength and confidence. Every player possessed unique skills, myriad combat techniques and endurance abilities were emerging. Just thinking about it thrilled Jiang Shuzhou. To keep leading among these experts, he knew he had to constantly improve himself. Mission complete. Please select your blessing. The system's prompt boomed. With a flash of white light, Jiang Shuzhou was once again beneath the familiar starry sky. Countless stars glittered like innumerable lighthouses suspended in the deep night. He had first logged into the game here, but now, returning, his identity had evolved from a naive newcomer to a learned mage. The same voice, impossible to distinguish gender or age, spoke again. You have come, and the stars still shine. But time is running out. Cherish these peaceful moments while they last. It sounded half like a hint, half like a prophecy. Jiang Shuzhou silently thought, the Riddler's at it again, but asked nothing. If the voice wished to explain, it would have done so long ago. Since it hadn't, he wasn't about to press. He quietly stepped forward, stopping before the figure draped in large, aged mage robes. The robes bore no insignia and were clearly from an era long before the establishment of the Mage Alliance. Beyond that, no clues could be gleaned. The white light flashed again, and the scene instantly shifted. Jiang Shuzhou now stood before the long table for talent selection, the same place he had visited several times, well acquainted now. Looking around, he knew from forum posts that this spot was supposedly completely safe, but he wanted to test it himself. Without hesitation, he rose and sprinted into the surrounding darkness. After running for a while with nothing happening, he turned back to see the table under the light, unchanged, just as before. No matter which direction Jiang Shuzhou went or how long he walked, whenever he looked back, the table was always there, standing silently and unchanging. As expected, there was no surprise. It was entirely the work of a true mage. He had been sprinting through the labyrinthine darkness for several minutes, sweat trickling down his temples. But when he turned around, he found he had only moved about a dozen meters before ending up back in front of that stone slab table. The surface still held only a single pitch-black card. With no other choice, he reached out to flip it over. Rapid recovery. Natural health regeneration speed increased by 100. Natural mana regeneration speed increased by 25. The stats were decent, but not extraordinary. Doubling health recovery didn't help much in his current situation, but the 25 boost to mana regen would definitely come in handy, allowing his mana bar to last longer. A few seconds later, the card's glow faded, and Jiang Shuzhou's vision returned to the game world. At that moment, the last demon's corpse dissolved into thick pus, filling the air with a sickening stench of rot and sulfur. It was as if the table and the card had been illusions. Yet Jiang Shuzhou knew better. His internal mana flow felt noticeably smoother than before. Frowning, he stared at the pus on the ground and raised his hand to cast a silvery rune. Identify. Item name, Abyssal Pus. Rank, First Tier. Description, pus left behind from the death of an abyss demon, highly valuable for practical use and research. After purification and neutralization of its chaotic nature, it can be used to brew various potions that enhance physical strength. Just as he had expected, it matched his theory perfectly. Alchemy was all about turning disgusting waste into precious resources, and abyssal pus fell into that category. However, Jiang Shuzhou had no intention of collecting it for now. He lacked suitable containers, couldn't carry it out of the instance, and the substance was just too revolting. Even he found it hard to tolerate. Having seen such outrageous alchemical materials, he felt more confident than before. Without lingering any longer, he turned sharply and strode away, as if he had made a firm decision. Compared to Jiang Shuzhou easily slaughtering a group of demons, the other teams weren't having it so easy. In this match, Jiang Shuzhou never expected that the walkthrough author he had once stayed up all night reading known online as She's 87 Sweet, or simply 87 was actually one of the contestants. What the hell is this thing? With the rifle but pressed against his shoulder, 87 peered through the scope at the twisted, deformed monsters in the distance and muttered under his breath. Should be demons. I've seen them in some old lore collection, said the man to his left. His ID was Big Guy a warrior with bulging muscles, whom everyone just called Big A. I think these things were definitely conjured up by a mage, chimed in a woman on the other side, frowning as she spoke. Her ID was Wei Xia, and her bias against mages was clear the moment she opened her mouth. She was obviously a priest. 87 sighed inwardly. Here we go again. He wished he hadn't teamed up with a priest. Maybe a druid would have been better. Big A was 87's diehard fan. When he heard his idol needed teammates, he signed up without hesitation. After a quick test, he was gladly accepted. Wei Xia was recruited on a forum post 87 made last minute. Because 87's username tended to scare away female players, he had almost no female fans, but priests were in short supply, so he cast a wide net. Once he confirmed Wei Xia didn't mind his username, she joined the team. The trio had all three roles covered: melee, ranged, and healing, appearing to make a perfect combat setup. Unfortunately, things weren't so harmonious internally. 87 always felt his priest teammate was way too superstitious, constantly cursing mages. The mages hadn't killed her entire family, they were just the opposing faction in the game. Was all this bitterness really necessary? What annoyed 87 even more was that the healing potions he planned to buy were vetoed by Wei Xia with a single line. Those were made by mages. She even threatened to quit if he bought them. After careful consideration, 87 reluctantly gave in. Luckily, Wei Xia wasn't sharp enough to realize that his own sniper rifle also came from a mage's workshop, otherwise things would have gotten a lot worse. Warrior on the front line, Big A, hold the formation. Wei Xia, stick close and heal on the fly. 87 quickly gave orders. Got it. Clearing evil is my sacred duty. Wei Xia raised her staff, her tone devout. At least as long as mages weren't involved, the priest was obedient. 87 raised his customized sniper rifle, planning to pick off a few lesser demons before taking on the bulky ones. But as he sent his teammates forward while hiding in the rear to scope in, the seeds of failure were quietly sown. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp gunfire shattered the silence, bullets piercing through several demons' skulls. The creatures, which had been tearing each other apart moments before, abruptly turned and let out piercing, indescribable roars as they surged toward the source of the shots. But someone was faster. Big A charged in using his warrior skill, ramming several demons into a pulpy mess. Ugh, he immediately regretted crashing into him. Boss's powered armor was smeared with the shattered remains of a trembling demon shard. Rotting flesh mixed with pus oozed down the metal seams with a dripping sound, filling the air with a suffocating stench nearly strong enough to make him lose his mind. Luckily, he had preset the simulation intensity to 50%. Otherwise, even just the smell would have driven him insane by now. Bork, a harsh, grating string of demonic curses suddenly blasted into his ears, followed by a thick, greenish poisonous fog that instantly blinded him the trembling demon's cloud of filth. In the next moment, a rustling sound came from the shadows. A gaunt, emaciated trembling demon lunged at him fiercely. Clang! Its clawed blade scraped against the armor, sparks flying, but the alloy plating held firm. Boss A steadied himself and swung his sword in a wind-slicing arcing. A cold gleam flashed, and the trembling demon was cut in two before it could even scream. This is what you call numerical domination. Boss A laughed triumphantly, but his pride lasted only half a second. The severed upper half of the demon's body dragged its intestines in the pus, thrashing its claw desperately, still trying to attack him. Meanwhile, further away, Wei Xia was also trapped in a tight circle. Fangs, broken wings, and sticky slime tangled around her, leaving her no room to free her hands to help others. Bang! 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 The sharp crack of gunfire pierced the chaos. Two small devils attacking Wei Xia were riddled with bullets and collapsed instantly. The shooter was 87, using precise sniper fire to carve out a temporary escape path for his teammates. Through the scope, 87 gritted his teeth and muttered curses. This battle had been a miscalculation, it was all because his initial deployment had been too optimistic. Worse yet, there was something off about these demons. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a short figure lurking in the shadows nearby, bent over with a twisted grin. Thanks to his firepower, the frontal pressure was reduced. Most of the demons were either accidentally hit or cut down by the rest of the team. Boss A and Wei Xia seized the opening and broke through to join him. 87 let out a long breath, folding his sniper tripod and preparing to retreat. Thunk! A cold claw suddenly pierced through his back, spraying blood. From the shadows, a ugly Quasidman appeared with a sharp, mocking laugh. He, weak mortal, a pathetic breed living only by relying on tools. It clearly reveled in its successful sneak attack. But 87 wasn't finished yet. Despite his abdomen being punctured and intestines spilling out, blood staining the earth beneath him, he gritted his teeth and pulled out his pistol. Bang! 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 Several bullets found the Quasidemon's knee joint with surgical precision, shattering its slender leg into a bloody mist. As a commander, maybe he had erred, but as a marksman, he was still deadly accurate. The Quasidman collapsed on the spot, losing its invisibility and agility, forced to writhe on the ground dragging its ruined limb. Sensing its end was near, its violent nature erupted roaring. If you want let me live, you want live, either die with me. It abandoned all hope for escape and lunged wildly at 87, howling, let's perish together. Bang! 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 After a brief regroup, Boss A and Wei Xia followed the comms signal back to the high ground where 87 had set up his rifle, only to be met with a shocking scene. The corpse of 87 was shattered and mangled, pinned beneath a frail demon. They must have fought fiercely in their final moments. Their bodies were soaked with dark, fresh blood. Did they die together? Wei Xia blurted out, her voice trembling. Boss's throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a single word. The scene before them was too overwhelming, though his mind knew it was just a game. That 87 had simply been eliminated by the system and not truly killed. The vivid sights and smells still stunned him momentarily. The two of them stepped toward where 87 had fallen. The captain's death had shattered the team's morale, and in that shock, they overlooked some subtle but deadly signs. The flickering embers on the rocky wall cast uneasy shadows, and the pungent stench of blood swirled in the narrow corridor, yet no one spoke a word of warning. Wei Xia knelt down and reached out to push aside the demon corpse lying atop the captain. Boss A bent down to help. This simple, natural action would seal their fate. Suddenly thrust. A sharp claw plunged into Wei Xia's chest from behind, and a fountain of blood exploded into the air. Quace demon, learning from its prior mistake, didn't rip open her abdomen this time to improve its accuracy. It went straight for the heart. Warm blood splattered all over Boss as face and body. He stared blankly as Wei Xia's body went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. Only at that moment did Boss A realize the terrible truth: demons don't leave behind corpses once they die. But it was already too late. Ha ha ha. Human emotions are your greatest weakness. Mortal, your companions are all dead, so why don't you? Quace demon's mocking laugh was cut short by a flash of cold steel. Boss A swung his blade fiercely, fueled by rage and fear, delivering a brutal horizontal slash. The exhausted Quace demon couldn't withstand the blow. Its head was sliced clean off and tumbled against the stone wall. Yet, its twisted face still wore a sinister grin, and from the shattered vocal cords erupted its last horrific laugh and eerie declaration of victory. Wei Xiao lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing. She was the only one in the team capable of casting healing divine magic, but at death's door, she couldn't even complete a single spell. In theory, if someone injected her with a few bottles of potion or applied healing salve to her wounds, she might have survived after all. This was another world, where even a broken heart wasn't necessarily a death sentence. But alas, there was no if. Unfortunately, Teacher 87's competition journey ended here. A lone survivor in a three-person team can do nothing alone. Jiang Shuzhou's contest had only just begun. Now he moved stealthily on his own, crouching low along the broken wall's base, silently inching toward the mission point ahead. He had no intention of tangling with demons again. The rules didn't reward those who killed the most monsters. Defeating monsters only granted temporary talents. If everyone gained power by farming monsters, a three-person team could each collect a full set of talents from one wave, while he, alone, would only gain one. Over time, the gap would only widen. What truly made him decide to avoid battle was the demons themselves. Demons weren't just chaotic by nature. They inherently corrupt the mind. Many mages who commanded demons for long periods ended up tainted by chaos and fell into the abyss. Even Jiang Shuzhou, who kept thinking of summoning a succubus, only dared to call forth a carefully limited projection. The Mage Guild's spellbooks warned clearly, don't get too close to demons. Prolonged conflict damages the mind and spirit. So Jiang Shuzhou chose to lie low, stuck near the objective, waiting for others to clear demons and complete tasks. When both sides were locked in a fierce battle, he would appear to snatch rewards and kills, gaining blessings and experience without missing a beat. This was the optimal strategy in the current version, a stealthy lone wolf. Without teammates, with smaller targets, he naturally had better concealment. The landscape along the way was bleak. Withered grass and trees stretched out in dull gray, with occasional skeletal white branches jutting out. The earth was drained of color, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Jiang Shuzhou gripped his gun in his left hand and carried a knife in his right, moving cautiously forward. Woof! Suddenly, a dog bark shattered the silence. He immediately dropped down, crawling behind some rubble. The stench here was overpowering and all-encompassing foul odor, so he didn't worry about the hound tracking him by scent. Then came the sharp cry of an eagle and the roar of a bear. With such a well-rounded animal lineup, Jiang Shuzhou instantly deduced there must be a druid in the opposing team. Only druids could summon so many animal companions. Unfortunately, the air was thick with the gray haze of chaos dust, abyssal dust. If the eagle flew too high, it would likely mutate upon landing. For abyssal creatures, it was just normal dust, but for beings of order, it was highly toxic. Without a strong will, it was best not to engage. Jiang Shuzhou considered his mental resilience decent, but did not want to risk his sanity. Fortunately, the chaos dust hung high above. Otherwise, he would have turned back long ago. Physical wounds could heal, but once the mind was corrupted by the abyss, it became a serious problem. Physical injuries could be treated, but mental damage was much harder to fix, especially when caused by something like the abyss, a cesspit so vile that even a slight contamination required a long time to cleanse. Bang! Gunfire erupted, clearly signaling that the squad was engaged in combat with demons. Jiang Shuzhou quickly ducked low, using the noise as cover, and crouched his way toward a natural barricade formed by several dead, withered trees. The cracked bark crumbled like ash beneath his boots. Pressing against the rough trunk, he peeked out toward the battlefield. Just as he expected, a small team was locked in close quarters with the demons. The sheer number of fiends far exceeded anything Jiang had seen before. Among them lurked several Quasimo demons, small, sneaky creatures about the size of a fist, with short horns, notorious for their stealth. Oddly, each Quasimo was marked with fresh scratches, as if they'd just clawed each other raw. Such is demon nature. The closer their ranks, the more vicious their infighting. Even with enemies right beside them, they'd stab their own kind in the back without hesitation. A roar tore through the chaos as a massive black bear lunged forward. When its jaws snapped shut, the sickening crack of bone breaking echoed sharp and clear, severing a demon's waist in one bite. The demon died instantly without even a scream, its body dissolving into steaming abyssal pus that dripped sticky black-green goo between the bear's teeth. Jiang frowned. This bear was ruined, heavily contaminated. Yet in a way, the scene fit his stereotype of druids as ignorant and savage. But where was the druid himself? He scanned around. Only 2 people and 3 beasts stood on the battlefield. One wore plate armor, sword gleaming cold, a warrior by any measure. The other held a modified lever-action rifle, firing swiftly and steadily, clearly a marksman. Neither looked remotely like a druid. No one commanding the beasts? Or, am I wrong, there's no druid at all? Jiang muttered inwardly. only to immediately dismiss the thought. The seamless coordination between human and animals was too perfect to be anything else. No other class at this level could synchronize so smoothly. There had to be a druid hidden somewhere on the field. A roar again. The black bear surged at a Quasimo demon. The demon sneered, retreating, preparing to vanish using its innate invisibility and strike again from the shadows. But just as it began to disappear, a dazzling scarlet light suddenly flared, crawling from its chest out to its limbs. Enemy of nature detection. This spell was the ancestor of wizard's faith detection, with the same effect of locking onto a target. The fading invisibility was shattered instantly, and the Quasimo scampered helplessly like a mouse caught in a lighthouse beam, nowhere to run. The warrior seized his chance, shouting a fierce battle cry as he swung his sword down. The steel blade sliced a bright arc through the air, blood mist scattered chaotically. The assassin's fate close to the warrior was inevitable. The Quasimo was extinguished within moments. Yet something unsettled Jiang. The druid's spell range was limited. Whoever could light up the Quasimo that fast was obvious. But the black bear was still gnawing on demon remains. Considering that druids could shapeshift, not magic, but a class ability, the answer became clear. The bear was the druid. That's ruthless. Even the battle-hardened Jiang had to admit the opponent's boldness, transforming into a bear to rip demons apart with teeth and claws. Demon's pus was not just foul-smelling, but dangerously toxic, highly mutagenic. Anyone careless risked monstrous corruption. Yet this druid dared to bite directly? Until now, Jiang had rarely been truly impressed by anyone. Now he felt something like awe, perhaps stunned by the druid's recklessness. The earliest spellcasters, yet utterly ignorant of abyssal pus. Maybe they treated it like a game, never bothering to study the theory. No, I can't wait any longer. Jiang tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes fixed on the enormous black bear trapped in the corrupting pus. If I delay, that druid will mutate. Abyssal pus was like nuclear fuel to mages. Handled properly, it offered enormous power. Handled poorly, it meant death. Occasional splashes of pus from the abyss on the skin, or accidentally swallowing a few drops, weren't a big deal. But like this druid, putting it straight into the mouth, well, the consequences were obviously not good. Jiang Shuzhou had no time to worry about that person. He raised his gun and locked onto the Black Hawk flying in the air first. Since it was the most mobile target, it had to be taken out immediately, or the follow-up harassment would be extremely troublesome. Bang bang bang. A whole magazine unloaded in 1 second. The black feathers were torn apart by the muzzle flash. The eagle's wings and chest took bullets simultaneously. Flapping, it crashed toward the dead tree canopy. Its sharp beak broke a branch, and it fell to the ground, effectively crashing. What the hell? The unexpected angry shout came from the musketeer, not the druid. He swore continuously and pulled the trigger again and again, several rounds skimming off Jiang Shuzhou's mage armor with ringing clangs. Meanwhile, on the other side, a warrior who had just hacked down a charging demon also noticed Jiang Shuzhou like a fisherman spotting a catch. After a brief hesitation, he chose to retreat, planning to take Jiang Shuzhou out first. In contrast, the druid paid no attention to his companion's life or death. His black bear form kept barreling through the demons, blood and pus covering its fur, looking as if it had become one of the demons. Jiang Shuzhou quickly chambered a new round while raising his hand to cast oil slick. Thick black oil spread out directly in front of him, waiting for the warrior's charge. Sure enough, the heavily armored warrior roared and dove in, but slipped on the oil with about 10 meters distance, tumbling forward helplessly as if the support beneath him had been pulled away. Using the opponent's momentum, Jiang Shuzhou twisted his wrist and sent out a sharp blade. SSSHH, the keen edge pierced under the warrior's faceplate, white eyes and blood bubbles bursting out together. The warrior twitched a few times before going silent. The system finally popped up a notification. Points 1. Since entering this battle, the item bar, attribute bar, and combat data had almost all been sealed off. If it weren't for the exit button still functioning, I'd have suspected the system crashed. Now there was at least some sign of life. After dealing with the warrior, he swapped magazines. The musketeer seized the open window and fired his lever-action rifle in full force, a dozen bullets cutting metallic ripples through the air, but all were blocked by the mage armor. Jiang Shuzhou calculated silently. His armor rating was 37 points. The shooter's gun did 40 to 50 damage per bullet, meaning after defense, actual damage was less than 10 per shot. In contrast, the warrior's slashing attack had a base damage of 60, likely over 100 with skill bonuses. This was why, even though Jiang Shuzhou carried a gun, he used it only as a secondary weapon for clearing minor mobs. It simply couldn't hurt heavily armored targets. More importantly, his armor came from his talent, not dependent on equipment durability, so there was no risk of it breaking. After more than a dozen ineffective shots, the musketeer's face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? A single mage withstands more than 10 bullets? That shattered his worldview completely. It's rude to take without giving back. Jiang Shuzhou had just taken a dozen bullets without flinching, and he wasn't about to swallow that for nothing, especially since his pistol was out of ammo. Bang, bang, bang. A fresh magazine slipped into the grip, and bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. Jiang Shuzhou fired with one hand, while controlling the mage's hand with the other, suspending the next box of ammo in midair, ready to reload at any moment. He stopped dodging and instead stepped forward, closing in toward a waist-high pile of rubble. Behind the cover, the musketeer curled up into a tight ball. Those dozen bullets had slammed into Jiang Shuzhou's face, but the musketeer hadn't dared take a single shot himself. Regretting his choice to be a musketeer, he watched the military dog beside him cower and growl incessantly at the smell of gunpowder. He wanted to send the dog out to harass, and then fire a few more shots hitting the mage, even once would at least cause some damage. But as long as the mage's magic held, his armor wouldn't break. Seriously injuring them was nearly impossible, except through a surprise attack. Woof, woof. The dog barked furiously, but the musketeer gripped its leash tightly, knowing full well that as soon as that dog's head popped out, it would instantly become a corpse. He wasn't completely alone. His druid teammate was shape-shifted into a black bear, caught in deadly combat with a demon. That thick fur might just give the mage something unexpected. He poked his head out to check the fight, only to see a flash of cold steel cut through the air swish. The enemy's head dropped, rolling onto the rubble. The musketeer didn't even have time to pull the trigger. His last thought was a desperate, "Teammates? Somebody help me." 1 point. The remaining dog snarled and lunged at Jiang Shuzhou. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out as the dog's chest exploded with a hole. Its body tumbled a few times before going limp. As for their so-called teammates, one was still locked in a brutal battle with the demon. It wasn't betrayal, just madness. The signs were unmistakable, clearly poisoned by abyssal pus. Jiang Shuzhou hoped the organizers would cleanse this mental contamination after the match. Otherwise, that player was probably done for in real life. The unknown aftereffects scared him far more than the fight itself. Once your sanity evaporates, what did winning this game even mean? At the far edge of the arena, the black bear roared and dove at the demon, ripping into its flesh with fangs. The blood and flesh dissolved instantly into a viscous black fluid disgusting beyond words. A closer look revealed bloodshot eyes, a twisted face, longer, sharper teeth, and gleaming claws, the classic signs of abyssal corruption. No more delay. Once the druid finished mutating, he'd turn into an unstoppable monster. The demon would probably just find a corner to fight to the death, but Jiang Shuzhou wanted points. Strike while it's weak. Big body, weak gait, lots of hair, weak fire. Jiang Shuzhou raised his hand, gathering his magic as orange-eared flames swelled in his palm, ready to explode. Boom! With a loud bang, the black bear's fur suddenly caught fire. Fierce flames spread along its thick coat, filling the air with the sharp smell of burning hair. Yet the bear seemed unfazed by the pain. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto the demon before it as it snarled and bit with a savage fury. Crimson saliva and sparks flew in all directions. Jiang Shuzhou stood not far away, his expression calm. He slowly waved his arms, hurling one clump of fat after another. The oil fire technique clung to the bear's body like a relentless plague, fully engulfing it in flames. The fire burned on for a long time, the crackling merging with the demon's howls echoing through the forest. Finally, with a heavy thud, the massive bear collapsed to the ground, a plume of scorching ash rising half a meter into the air. Even as its life faded, it kept roaring, as if swallowing its regret and rage in the fiery inferno. Points 1. The notification announced the total annihilation of a squad. Objectively, that team was not weak, but their fatal flaw was total ignorance about demons. Their strongest fighter was corrupted by the demon, leading to their complete destruction. Refusing to learn leads to this kind of fate. Jiang Shuzhou efficiently cleaned up the remaining demons, then opened the talent selection screen. This time, the talent he drew was quite good. Robust health, increase maximum HP by 20. This completely made up for his previous weakness of low health. Another warrior collapsed heavily, the last survivor from his team. Points 1. Clad in a robe, Jiang Shuzhou holstered his still-smoking flintlock pistol, the barrel trembling slightly. He had first killed a druid, then, embracing the mindset of always play smarter, stealthily ambushed and wiped out 2 more teams. The opponent's resistance was dismal. The entire process was almost a one-sided slaughter. Due to the flintlock gun's popularity this tournament, almost every team brought one, but flintlocks were countered by heavily armored targets. Conveniently, Jiang Shuzhou's talent bonus classified him as heavy armor. So most opponents were glass cannons who could be knocked down with a single kick. Points 20. The system's final settlement rang out, signaling the end of the match. Jiang Shuzhou unsurprisingly took first place. Originally planning to hunt down a few more teams, he remained eager for, in his view, only a handful of teams had truly fallen to other participants. Considering the demon's current power level, roughly half the participant deaths were combat-related and the other half non-combat. After all, some druids dared to drink abyssal pus. The competition was over, with another match scheduled for tomorrow. Now was rest time. Taking advantage of the downtime, Jiang Shuzhou opened a streaming platform again. Although many casual players didn't live stream, Professional club players and various streamers all broadcasted matches publicly for views. This was exactly what he needed to gather intel. A quick search brought up a flood of headlines. The steel shield forged by faith. The invincible paladin. Unstoppable. The Imperial dynasty is dominating the tournament. Clearly just club-sponsored hype. But for Jiang Shuzhou, it couldn't have been more perfect. He needed these players' gameplay footage to prepare for future encounters. The captain of the Imperial Dynasty Club was called Attitude, known as the Guardian God Paladin. Everyone hyped. Hurry, Tyson, we need to get to the mission point quickly and grab our talents. The commander in Attitude led the team swiftly toward the mission site. Like Jiang Shuzhou, they had all been born on Nightmare Island, or rather, every participant in today's competition was playing the same map. Understood. One soldier-clad teammate snapped a salute. I suggest setting up a perimeter watch, said another wearing a mage's robe, glancing around with a low voice. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Are there other mages besides me who've already reached the first tier? He had thought first-tier mages were rare, but suddenly encountering one so casually confirmed that geniuses competing here were as common as fish in a river. However, the mage's next words immediately shattered his illusion. No rush. Everyone's currently focused on getting their first blessing. Don't waste precious spell slots. So this is a mesh mage? Jiang Shuzhou snorted silently. I knew teaming up with the paladin of the god of protection meant this guy was a divine lackey. The old mesh mages were the predecessors of today's mages. Sorry, I'm cutting ties early. The camera shifted back to the commander in Attitude. His heavy armor gleamed cold and steely in the sunlight. Dragging a giant shield over 2 meters tall, the dull scraping of metal blended with crunching sand like iron stamping every step the team took. So it really is this set of gear. Jiang Shuzhou judged. A normal paladin at first tier could hardly sprint around wearing full heavy armor and carrying such a giant shield. Only a follower of the god of protection could use divine magic to lighten the load, and with high strength, treat the armor like cloth. But Attitude's equipment was extreme. The massive shield required both hands to fully block attacks. One-handed could only barely move with it. In other words, he sacrificed almost all offensive capability, focusing entirely on survivability and taunt. The battle quickly unfolded. Attitude slammed the giant shield into the sand. The holy emblem gleamed as he loudly chanted divine magic, condemning the demons. Instantly, swarms of demons charged like ants grabbed by fiery tongs, howling as they crashed against the steel barrier. Waves washed over the rocks. The giant shield collided again and again with flames and claws. Demon fangs scraped the armor, sparks flying, but they never pierced the sacred light. From an observer's perspective, Jiang Shuzhou could clearly see the demons lose their minds under the taunt, shoving each other. Meanwhile, the dynasty's ranged and melee fighters cut them down with surgical precision. Under this double assault, the demons soon became nothing but a heap of black ash on the ground. Mission complete. Let's get those blessings. Attitude retracted his shield, voice booming. Mike Tung, you go claim the blessing. It's Mach 10, you said it wrong. The mage sighed, correcting. I don't care what it is, that's how I say it. Hurry up and get the blessing. The mesh mage Mach 10 could only obediently go claim the blessing after hearing that. In less than a second, the Arcane Network mage had claimed his blessing. Since he was live streaming, he didn't say a word about the blessing specifics, and the footage was immediately cut and fast-forwarded to when the team encountered enemies. This round, the paladin completely stole the spotlight. He planted his massive shield firmly on the ground, and its surface began to glow with a radiant holy light, turning into an impenetrable metal wall that nullified every attack. The Arcane Network mage hid behind the shield, unleashing spells like a tidal wave of mercury. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp metallic clangs of bullets hitting the shield came through the first-person perspective. Although the viewers only saw the player's viewpoint, Jiang Shuzhou could tell from the shield's barely noticeable movements just how absurd the defense was. In less than half a minute, the Imperial team wiped out the small squad of 3 musketeers with ease, all while acting nonchalant. It turned out musketeers were a total liability in the current patch. Nearly 100 bullets hammered the paladin's shield without leaving a single scratch. Retracting his shield, the paladin strode off as the camera briefly focused on the shield still flawless, without even a shallow dent. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but comment, this defense is just ridiculous. Maybe it was the luck factor, but the Imperial team wiped out 4 squads in total, racking up 12 kills. Combined with the 20 points for first place, their total score of 32 put them comfortably in the lead. The following fights were unremarkable, but Jiang Shuzhou still came away with valuable insights. Previously, he had assumed one task each team member gets a blessing, but now he realized that a single task grants only 1 blessing. Only high-difficulty commissions might award 2 or 3 blessings at once. Also, task types were not always monster clearance. Could involve escort or capture point objectives, modes he had never encountered in solo queue. Back when he just picked any nearby task point and dug into some bushes as a potato mine trap, luck was heavily on his side. In the second match, he stumbled upon 2 teams fighting each other, literally scooping up the kills and ending the match abruptly. He never got to experience other game modes. After reviewing battle footage of other teams, he didn't spot any strong squads threatening his position, just a bunch of weaklings. Of course, some might be hiding their true strength, just like him. Jiang Shuzhou's skill was enough to wreck opponents in solo queue. With two powerful supports, he would be nearly unstoppable. The problem, Wash couldn't get paired with any. At this stage, he couldn't form a team with any support class. 1. Mages or Arcane Network mages. There were no pure mages available at all. The moment an Arcane Network mage appeared, it made him nauseous, especially since he himself was a mage without a spell slot limit, so he immediately passed. 2. Priests. Devotees of gods were completely incompatible with him. If a priest dared team up with him, their faith points would drop like a waterfall, maybe even costing them their rank. 3. Druids. He couldn't adapt to their wild and civilizing ways. Besides, let's not forget how Jiang Shuzhou had risen to first-tier mage status in the first place. The natural enemies buff could just hang there uselessly. Although a druid couldn't immediately tell something was off with him, once you'd spend enough time interacting, it was obvious. So, to put it nicely, no one's qualified to be his support. To put it bluntly, he's managed to offend every potential support player. So in the end, he had to rely on his own team. Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but think of Heiss, an old soldier who had fought alongside him many times. Heiss was strong and experienced. Even if he couldn't do much as a support in matches, at least he could soak up some damage, which was way better than the dead weight on the current stage. Thinking of this, Jiang sighed and logged back in, determined to learn some counter tactics against paladins. Once he switched to a mage, he'd finally feel like he had truly found his place. News spread quickly that Teacher 87 drowned in the scrimmage. After all, he was a streamer. Nearly 1 million viewers witnessed Quasi-Demon's sneak attack and the one-hit kill, filling the chat with laughter and teasing. So this is the legendary roar? Hilarious. A marksman dares to wander alone, serves him right, getting cut down by an assassin. Old 87, you're such a liability. You die and still drag your team down. Love watching you drown in qualifiers. The chat was full of jokes, since no one expected 87 to get far. Though he was a strategy streamer, that didn't mean he was a top-tier player, just better than most. At least this time, he managed to injure Quasi-Demon before dying, so it wasn't a complete embarrassment. Sigh, guys, be careful out there. 87 looked pale. The pain from being gutted was no joke. Careful? You want to have a heart first. Careful your guts. That joke's never getting old. The chat kept up the teasing. Coughing twice, 87 slipped back into streamer mode. As a strategy guide author, you only see me get ambushed, but you don't see how strong that demon really is. If I'd known Quasi-Demon was on the enemy team, I'd never have let our squad split up. This loss taught me a lesson. He'll put together a full monster guide, soon, make sure to check it out. After speaking, he ended the stream and went off to research. The competition? Participation was what mattered. He definitely wouldn't be winning any prizes. Just as viewers were about to flood the chat with questions, the streamer interface went dark. Given 87's grim situation, his guts nearly turning blue, no one really blamed him. There were many players like 87 eliminated early. Fortunately, the authorities recently rolled out a stream rating system. Content with potentially bloody scenes like Astral Realm Descent were put in an 18 zone, requiring face verification to enter. That alone showed the government's stern approach. Yet, when it came to the game itself, they were nearly powerless. Even the supposedly jointly managed by international authorities forums were out of reach. These forums appeared to be run by AI, which automatically moderated content based on each country's laws. So the only thing governments could do was keep tweaking their laws. That approach only worked so far. Some countries passed real name registration laws, but the forums didn't respond. Meanwhile, China tried passing laws to restore muted users' right to speak, and the forums actually complied, just like how Jiang Shuzhou's account was reinstated. Whatever controlled the game, the nations of Blue Star had to accept reality. Rather than trying to block everything, China quickly implemented a rating system, loosening restrictions on game videos. That was how 87 could stream matches so freely. Otherwise, under previous regulations, his channel would have been shut down long ago. Some found joy, others sorrow. The first day of the competition came to an end, and the second day was about to begin. Map: Crimson Beach. Participants: 61. Teams: 21. Status: match starts in 10 minutes. As was his usual habit, Jiang Shuzhou entered the preparation room 10 minutes early. His gaze scanned the surroundings until it suddenly fixed on a certain direction. The Holy Knight of the Imperial team stood not far away. Fortunately, he had done thorough homework before the match and devised several strategies specifically to counter the Holy Knight. The only unknown factor was any hidden trump cards the opponent might hold, something beyond his control. He did his best and left the rest to fate. A careful second look revealed no other familiar teams, and Jiang Shuzhou quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about unexpected confrontations. Good luck to everyone in the competition. I hope our Imperial team can improve together with all of you, the team leader generously wished, displaying the poise of a captain. Jiang Shuzhou nodded in return. Others began to encourage each other in turn. The countdown hit 0. A flash of white light. Everyone was teleported out of the prep room. In 2 minutes, they would officially arrive on the map. Darkness enveloped the space once more. Jiang Shuzhou expertly opened his inventory and swiftly equipped his full gear. Unlike before, this time he brought an extra bottle of blue potion and a vial of poison, both reserved for that holy night. As enemies on opposing sides meeting Hedon, there was no reason to go easy. Another dazzling flash of white light, and Jiang Shuzhou landed on the shore. The air was thick with the pungent stench of rusted iron. Before him, the sea ran crimson as if a tidal wave of blood had surged. Frowning, he muttered, "Why are these maps never friendly?" The apocalyptic scene clearly signaled danger, yet he decided to head to the mission point first to assess the situation. Striding along the coastline, shattered waves churned frothy, blood-colored foam. Not far away, a battered wooden boat lay half embedded on the sand, surrounded by a cluster of humanoid figures. They appeared to be ordinary civilians, empty-handed, but the staggering steps, intermittent growls, and festering flesh revealed their true nature. "Unlucky," Jiang Shuzhou muttered, recognizing Themful Shamblood abominations. There is a saying among the Mage Alliance: when learning magic, beware losing your humanity in the process. Flesh and blood abominations serve as a grim example. Long ago, a deranged sect called the Flesh Gospel abandoned humanity completely, mercilessly slaughtering mortals and forging their blood and souls into puppets. Their cruelty enraged the Alliance, leading most mages to launch a sweeping grand severance purge that nearly eradicated the sect. Only a few scattered remnants lurked in the shadows, too fearful to reveal themselves. The strength of these abominations derives from the material they were made from in life. Generally, they are somewhat stronger than when alive. These puppets rely on weapons formed by bones hidden inside their bodies to attack. Some of these flesh and bone constructs could even cast spells, and their former professions were obvious. That's why the Mage Alliance has always struck them down mercilessly. Unlike demons, they carry almost no contamination, but possess near-monster-level combat power. For flesh and bone constructs, the outer shell is mere disguise. Their true menace lies in the unfathomable bone weapons within, like the bone-shooting spear, which can fire razor-sharp bone spikes instantly, with power far exceeding conventional firearms. Even today, all information about the Flesh Gospel sect remains stored in the Mage Alliance archives, though parts have been redacted for harmony and stability. Any mage continuing to research such spells must sign harsh contracts to avoid repeating past mistakes. Right now, Jiang Shuzhou crouched behind a reef, carefully counting enemies on the beach through a high-powered scope mounted on his pistol. 1 heavy, 5 ranged, and 11 melee. All 17 were grotesquely stitched and modified flesh and bone constructs. The heavy's subdermal armor bones were strikingly visible. The ranged ones were lean, while the melee brutes had thick, powerful limbs, sinews taut like steel cables. These traits were meticulously engineered by the Flesh Gospel sect. The outer human skin was just disposable camouflage to be torn off once battle began. After a quick reconnaissance, he fired several test shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pierced the flesh but kicked up only small dust clouds in the sand, alerting the constructs but barely breaking their defenses. As expected, mere penetrating wounds were useless. Jiang Shuzhou lowered his pistol and gripped his blades with both hands, his breath tightening, murderous intent fully revealed. The enemy constructs no longer played dead. They ripped off their skin in whole sheets with powerful arms, exposing crimson muscles and white bony armor in the sunlight. Then their abdomens split open and hands plunged in, instantly arming themselves with bone knives and spears of various types. Their roars sounded like saw blades scraping metal. More than 10 melee constructs suddenly charged with a rushing skill, scattering sand and gravel underfoot. Muscle memory is stubborn. Even puppets charge, Jiang Shuzhou sneered, fingers twitching as a blue magic array flashed. Brief spell. A thick film of sticky oil spread instantly across the ground ahead, but the constructs didn't collapse as expected. Their steps slowed instead. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. If they can't be knocked down, they can at least be burned. Fireball. A blazing red fireball plunged into the oil, spurting flames several meters high. Flesh and bone constructs were naturally resistant to piercing attacks, but flinched like rats at fire, their screams blending into a chorus. To be safe, Jiang Shuzhou fired several more oil bombs in quick succession, flames licking up the oil and instantly charring both melee and ranged constructs to charcoal. Within minutes, only the heavy construct remained on the beach, still standing firm with its shield. It was clearly smarter, avoiding oil bombs and raising its massive bone shield in time to block attacks. Jiang Shuzhou fired several rounds with no effect and had to cease. The construct steadily advanced, seemingly certain that close quarters meant tearing the mage to bits. Eliminating the other 16 cost him 2 blue potions. Flesh and bone constructs were far more troublesome than demons, though fortunately without the risk of contamination. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Now, the wind shifted gently, flames swirling with the scent of burning flesh, as the intense heat pushed the heavy construct closer. It clearly saw Jiang Shuzhou as a typical frail caster prey to be destroyed at close range. Too bad Jiang Shuzhou was no ordinary mage. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets struck again and again against the grisly bone armor of the flesh and bone abomination, merely shaking its massive frame and slowing it down by a few heavy steps. The monster kept advancing steadily, each step thudding heavily as if victory was already clutched in its grasp. A gust of wind sliced through the air as the abomination swung its bony blade, spraying a crimson rain of blood. Clang! Jiang Shuzhou raised his dual Miao Dao swords, blade clashing against blade. The force radiated up his arms to his shoulders, numbing his palms. Knowing a direct fight was futile, he used the momentum to retreat several paces while summoning the hand of the mage to manhandle his handgun from a distance, firing another volley of bullets. The metallic thuds burying themselves in bone made the abomination hesitate for a moment, granting Jiang Shuzhou a brief but precious respite. Grease spell. Fireball spell. Flames instantly erupted, engulfing the ground in a blazing inferno. The heat pressed mercilessly as the flesh and bone giant stepped back, lingering at the edge of the fire line with cold, watchful eyes, apparently abandoning its reckless charge for now. Jiang Shuzhou felt a surge of satisfaction and deliberately avoided summoning forest wolves or other minions. Those heavy bone plates rendered them nearly immune, their lives wasted and his energy drained for no gain. He was no mage willing to trade summon lives for borrowed time. The cost simply wasn't worth the benefit. Seizing the moment, he quickly traced several runes in the air, channeling a tidal wave of magical power, preparing to strike with everything he had. The abomination appeared to sense danger, taking 2 tentative steps forward before freezing at the fiery barrier. Its survival instincts made it hesitate. Death is coming. Time for you and your master to rot in the dustbin of history. Jiang Shuzhou taunted casually, feeling surprisingly upbeat. Unexpectedly, his words seemed to ignite a fuse. The abomination roared fiercely, forcing down its fear of the flames and barreling straight into the fire. Such a cunning reaction defied its usual sluggish nature, making it eerily unsettling, but Jiang Shuzhou had no time to analyze further. The magical core in his palm rumbled. This was a fireball spell. Through rune refinement, the original fireball rune had been enlarged and intensified into a far more destructive orb, though it took longer and much more magic to cast. That's why he had set up the fiery barrier in Advancito by time. Living. A chilling, hoarse voice rasped from the abomination's mouth, though it should have been incapable of speech. What nonsense are you babbling? Go chat with my fireball. Jiang Shuzhou sneered coldly, hurling the burning red orb with all his might. Boom. A deafening explosion sent shockwaves rippling outward as the fireball detonated against the bone shield. When the smoke cleared, the abomination's form was grotesquely shattered, its bone shield splintered to fragments, its right arm that held the shield gone completely, the thick bone armor spiderwebbed with cracks. It was left almost completely immobilized, only the jagged maw opening and closing as if trying to say something. Go cave fire. The blood and flesh construct repeated those words over and over, clearly obsessed. Jiang Shuzhou raised his knife and ended its miserable existence with a single strike. Dark red blood dripped from the blade to the ground. In the brief silence, Jiang Shuzhou's mind raced to connect the pieces before him. The fact that this flesh and blood abomination could speak meant it was likely influenced by some kind of flesh and blood creation. More precisely, the flesh and blood nest often used by the flesh and blood gospel sect to enhance the intelligence of such constructs. This thing was like a base station, not transmitting signals, but directly pouring a soul into the flesh. That explained why the construct's soul had awakened strangely inside the body. Just as the thought formed, a familiar dark room suddenly materialized, and Jiang Shuzhou was pulled once more into the talent selection interface. In the dim space, there was only a table, and on it, a row of cards. Strong Mage, Spell Power 100. So simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Jiang Shuzhou's first reaction was that this talent would perfectly synergize with his existing Battle Mage talent. The numbers quickly multiplied. Armor rose to 57, magic resistance to 55, and his health and attack strength increased as well. With such toughness, ordinary firearms could no longer pierce his defense. A surging power flowed through him, raw and violent in its intensity. Is this second-tier spell power? He murmured. His spell power had now reached the level of a typical Tier 2 Magatha before true higher tiers. These 100 points might be only a mere appetizer. Still, any increase in strength was good news. Wanting to test it out, he decided to try it on something. The ideal target was naturally the bone armor of the flesh and blood construct. But as he approached the corpse, a glint of metal caught his eye, a badge shining brightly in the sunlight. Arbitrator's badge? The Arbitration Bureau had existed since the formation of the Mage Alliance over 4 centuries ago. The emblem, featuring intertwined swords and staffs, symbolized the unity of mages and warriors. On the back was a name engraved, Mini Elysia, a name that clearly belonged to the flesh and blood construct in its former life. Questions came flooding in. How did an arbitrator end up here? Was this even Mage Alliance territory? Did this region truly exist in the main world? What connection did it have to the flesh and blood gospel sect? Amid the swirling doubts, Jiang Shuzhou's instincts pulled his gaze toward a dilapidated ship not far off the direction from which the constructs had come. Perhaps the answers lay within the ship. Splash, splash, splash. Crimson waves slapped against the hull, salty spray splattering the deck. Jiang Shuzhou stepped onto the rotting planks and boarded the broken ship. Inside the cabin, a scene both familiar and sickening greeted him. Walls and ceiling emblazoned with blood, torn flesh, and pulsating hearts arranged into grotesque emblems, standard flesh and blood gospel markings. Between them were hastily scrawled phrases. These ignorant mages. They don't understand what we're doing at all. Why? Why? Flesh and blood is the gospel the world has given us. We must use it. Revenge against those foolish and ignorant. All this is just a small sacrifice. The crew's sanity was clearly shattered long ago. Following a dark corridor, Jiang Shuzhou pushed open a creaking wooden door and entered a room crammed with books. Tables and shelves overflowed with forbidden tomes. Flesh and Blood Gospel, 100 Methods of Flesh Cultivation, The Sound of Souls, How to Raise Flesh and Blood Constructs. So many banned writings lined up neatly, impossible to find through official channels. Facing this treasure trove of knowledge, his breath grew heavy, silently relieved that he had chosen to dig deeper. On the center of the desk lay an open diary, pages turned halfway through, then left unfinished. The fluttering paper seemed to whisper softly. Its owner had left in a hurry and never returned. I am the owner of this diary. My name is Ryan Bart. By the time you read this, I may already be dead. Opening the worn cover, lines of dark brown ink leap into view. October 10th. This is the first day of my escape. I still don't understand why my colleagues who greeted me with smiles yesterday are now driving me into a corner like enemies. For the future of the flesh gospel, I have no choice but to leave. October 12th. Everything has changed. My companions in the flesh gospel have all lost contact. They are dead. October 15th. When I was told there were secrets hidden in the ship's library, I felt overwhelming dread. Why is this happening? October 17th. I'm slowly accepting my mission. The heavy burden of inheriting the sect rests on my shoulders. No matter what, I must continue the legacy. October 25th. Why? Why has the sect abandoned me? They don't understand at all. December? I've lost track of how long I've drifted at sea. What day is it today? I can't remember. What follows are chaotic ramblings, curses against the Mage Alliance, bitterness towards the flesh gospel sect, pages filled with madness. Jiang Shuzhou closed the diary. His mind already made up. This mage was nothing more than bait pushed forward. The true legacy was likely uprooted long ago. Who would have guessed that the bait would barely cling to life until the very end? Flipping to the last page, his eyes caught a line of blood-red writing tearing through the paper. I will survive. The truth is drawing closer. Everything in this world is made of flesh. That is the true nature of existence. He's gone mad. Jiang Shuzhou shook his head. The flesh gospel sect often modified their own members' extra heads. Extra arms were common. If their power was insufficient, madness was expected. Pitiful? Perhaps. But it was none of his concern. Looking around the cave, he could almost picture how Ryan Bart built this flesh nest after leaving the ship and how he met his inevitable fate. Now, it was time to loot. In the cave were dozens of thick tomes, the very essence of the flesh gospel sect. Among them were legendary-level secrets, foundations more precious than any legendary weapon. Normally, non-core members would never be allowed to view them, yet here they lay completely exposed, more heart-pounding than a succubus collection. As for mental contamination, some gamers had already tested that in the game if even those corrupted by demons were unharmed. He had no fear. The only challenge was memory capacity. Jiang Shuzhou knew he couldn't memorize all the content on the spot, but the system's built-in livestream feature gave him a shortcut. If he could broadcast, he could record. Capturing the entire text, then taking screenshots manually, he could package all the knowledge to take with him. With that in mind, he immediately set to work, efficiently clearing the desk, sweeping all unrelated items along with the diary onto the floor. Then, using a mage's hand, he combined the 4 books into one volume, allowing him to record all their contents in a single session. He raised his hand and waved. Delicate strands of pale golden magic weaving the 4 ancient tomes together, their curled corners and spines aligning perfectly. In an instant, they melded into a massive, unfolded volume. Jiang Shuzhou rested the crystal inscribing pen in his palm and gently touched the pages. A soft glow flowed along the pen's tip, signaling the official start of the recording ritual. At first, his fingers flipped the pages swiftly, like the wind. But by the 3rd page, his pace slowed sharply, his eyes frozen in fascination. Flesh workshop? Biological alchemy. This can mass-produce potions, a stroke of genius. So this was how the dreaded war beasts of the Mage Alliance were bred. Living weapons, capable of growing alongside their masters. tapping mortal potential to the fullest, producing soldiers by the batch. A fervent fire ignited in his gaze. The book was no longer lifeless, but a learned mage, staring across time and space to teach him directly. Flesh Mage Tower, Flesh Floating City. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. His mind rapidly sketched a blueprint of the future. Mastering this system, how flesh magic could overturn the existing order. There is no evil knowledge, only evil people. He whispered to himself. The treasure of the Flesh Gospel School fell into the hands of mediocrity and became a war machine. The cheapest yet most precious thing in the world is flesh itself. Suddenly, he let out a soft laugh, which vanished as quickly as it came. You mocking your mother? I think you're a failure too. Anger burst out, catching even himself off guard. This wasn't right. Just then, the refined, kind apparition before him warped violently. Replacing it was a grotesque giant with 5 arms and 3 heads, waxen pale skin veined with dark bloodlines. Wielding a blood-embedded jade staff, its identity was unmistakable, the legendary Flesh Gospel Mage and Alchemist. Long dead, yet still using the lingering soul in the tome to try and drag the next generation into the old wrong path. But Jiang Shuzhou only narrowed his eyes, unafraid. Beneath his humble exterior lay an undeniable stubbornness. He gratefully embraced the knowledge, but scorned the opposing ideology. The Flesh Gospel revered the flesh and soul as a so-called world blessing. But to him, they were nothing but clay figures. The true gift was thought. Everyone has flesh and soul, but only thinking elevates life to higher dimensions, bringing it closer to truth. So he accepted flesh techniques, but refused to castrate thought at the soul's core. You're just a shadow of failure. Still trying to make me repeat your mistakes? Jiang Shuzhou looked up, his tone icy. How many years have you been dead? Your boat is long cold. If you hadn't lost back then, how could the Flesh Gospel have been wiped out? The Flesh Grand Mage was silent for a moment, as if savoring the youth's wild words. Then, he withdrew his extra limbs, leaving only one face, and handed over a crimson crystal. Very well, I underestimated you. Take it, young one. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Really, man? After calling you all that, you're not even mad? Do you know how petty that makes me look? The legendary alchemist smiled faintly, voice hoarse yet unusually kind. I never intended to control you, child. You and I are of the same kind. The words and rules of others or the outside world are nothing but nonsense. We only follow what we choose to obey. No one else or any rule can truly bind us, right? The 3 heads of the legendary alchemist mites tilted upward simultaneously, one high, one low, one hoarse. Their laughter echoed through the space, sharp and piercing like metal striking glass. The gray-white chamber, less than 100 meters in radius, trembled slightly. The floor and dome were composed of semi-solid streams of spiritual energy. A clear sign, this was only a hastily created subplane. I also know this is a subplane created temporarily, one of the heads added in a low voice. Jiang Shuzhou stood before them, his brow raised, about to ask. So do you realize he wanted to ask if the other knew he was merely a copied remnant? I do, the 3 heads said in unison, each with a different tone, but it's nothing like what you think. A legend can only be unique, I can never be truly copied. There is only one of me across the multiverse, or rather, no matter how many MES exist, they all share the same soul. Unfortunately, I cannot sense the others. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Shuzhou's eyes. Could this old man be trying to seize his body while he had the chance? Mites saw through his suspicion, and the eldest head shook gently. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I can do nothing now. He spread his hands, and his fingertips began to turn into semi-transparent streams of light, like ashes scattered by the wind. After a brief silence, he raised his gradually fading gaze to Jiang Shuzhou and solemnly introduced himself. My name is Mites, creator of the Flesh and Blood Gospel, a legendary alchemist. My legend ends here. From this moment on, it's your turn to write a new one. The transparency spread from his arms to his chest. He seemed to recall his most glorious years, his voice tinged with faint regret and satisfaction. Youth is wonderful, so full of drive and energy, truly. Jiang Shuzhou could no longer hear the rest. In the next instant, Mites vanished completely, leaving only a few cold gusts swirling in the empty subplane. The ghost of a bygone era had turned to dust. Death was his only destiny. But his gifts surged like a tide. Flesh and Blood Gospel, 100 methods of flesh cultivation, Sound of the Soul, methods for creating flesh puppets. A total of 52 books have been added to your bookshelf. Before disappearing, Mites hacked into the game system and wholeheartedly handed over the Flesh and Blood Gospel to the young man who had been wary of him from the start, someone just as resolute in pursuing his chosen path. Staring at the books within the system, Jiang Shuzhou fell silent. Only now did he realize that he had misjudged the founder of the infamous Flesh and Blood Gospel School. The figure was not the ruthless, conscienceless monster he had imagined, but a traditionalist alchemist deeply committed to preserving legacy. This revelation far exceeded Jiang Shuzhou's expectations, yet it only strengthened his resolve for what lay ahead. At this moment, his top priority was no longer flipping through books after all. The most valuable texts were already in his hands, but to hurry and join the long-delayed competition. 2 full hours had passed since the start, lost to his immersion in knowledge, but he did not mind the delay. His plan was already taking shape. If he could first locate the flesh nest, he might follow the trail to master the blood and flesh puppets and ultimately control the entire situation. The blood puppets he had once manipulated left behind clues for navigation, so finding the way was not difficult. The nest could not be too far from the puppets and had to be close to an ample source of nutrients. The vast ocean before him was the perfect answer. The organic matter drifting in the seawater was enough to sustain the nest's food supply. Thinking this through, he followed the damp coastline. After an hour, he found a deep cave hidden behind some unremarkable reef crevices. He breathed in the salty sea breeze and drew the slender Miao Dao sword at his waist. The blade flickered with firelight, a new spell he had just mastered yesterday, flame attachment, which allowed him to envelop any object in flames without harming himself. Once only enough for illumination, the spell's power had now doubled, and the scorching heat was lethal. With his left hand holding a gun and his right hand lifting the flaming blade, he stepped into the dark cave entrance. The flickering firelight illuminated the path ahead as the damp, cold air filled with a mix of brine and decay. Underfoot, the deep red moss felt slippery and alive, like stepping on flesh that oozed sticky liquid when twisted. Amid the moss snaked numerous thick and thin, slow-pulsing, blood vessel-like tubes apparently nourishing some enormous creature. Deeper inside, the vessels grew denser and thicker, and the cave walls began to seep dark red fluids, dripping with echoing sounds. Jiang Shuzhou's instincts sharpened even further. The blood and flesh nest was just ahead. Suddenly, a strange whisper arose from the darkness. It wasn't a clear word but sent chills down his spine, a hoarse voice carrying the tone of crying, cursing, as if crawling out from the depths of hell. Holding his breath, Jiang accelerated his pace. Then, a clearer, agonized wail shattered the silence. "Help me, all dead, why?" The sorrow was so intense it seemed to make the rock walls shudder. Jiang raised the blazing blade higher, its firelight revealing an overwhelming mass of blood-red flesh tangled within the rocks, the flesh nest itself. Countless tendrils and blood vessels pulsed and writhed in the crimson slurry, greedily consuming the life energy from the seawater. Jiang Shuzhou had found the blood and flesh nest. Though prepared, he could not suppress a deep shudder of horror. The cave walls were covered in flesh and blood. Before Jiang Shuzhou loomed a pool of blood red, formed entirely from living flesh. At the bottom lay a small hill made by fusing together dozens of skinned human heads. On both sides, the walls were just as horrifying, countless upper torsos of people stacked and stitched together. Their skinless faces twisted in pain, wailing in agony, cursing in hatred, trembling with terror, yet somehow still retaining a faint trace of self-awareness. A chill ran through Jiang Shuzhou's heart. The records clearly stated that creatures in the flesh nest lost all cognition. He had overestimated that mage's sanity and underestimated just how uncontrollably insane the mad creator's work was. The flesh gospel sect was already extreme. If its founder descended into madness, the outcome was inevitable. He was already regretting stepping into this place when suddenly a voice, steadier than the surrounding wails, exploded through the cave. "Who are you?" From the wall emerged a creature, 4 arms, 2 heads, its body pierced with countless thin tubes that intertwined with the flesh of the cave walls. Like the walls, it was bare, skinless. "I am a mage," Jiang Shuzhou replied cautiously. Since it could speak, he would try to communicate. After a moment of silence, the creature asked, "Then who are you?" "I am Ryan Bart, a mage just like you," said the 2-headed monster. Jiang Shuzhou's pupils constricted. Ryan Bart, the insane mage from the records. He had transformed himself into the core of the flesh nest. Such audacity was almost godlike. "Are you from the Mage Alliance?" Ryan Bart suddenly demanded. Jiang Shuzhou didn't answer, taking a cautious step back. He knew that admitting or denying either way was dangerous. Ryan Bart hated both the sect and the alliance with a deep bitterness. "I knew it. Ha ha ha, die. All must die." The brief clarity vanished into madness again. Ryan Bart's 2 heads twisted desperately as his body struggled, but was tightly bound by the tubes linked to the nest. The plan to control the flesh nest was obviously shattered. The creator had merged with it and gone completely mad. Control or even communication was impossible. Just then, a pop-up from Jiang Shuzhou's mental game system appeared. Hidden quest triggered. Destroy the flesh nest. Method: burn it down with flame. Fire purifies all corruption. Requirement: after deciding, hold your position for 1 hour. Success counts as victory. All other contestants will be eliminated and credited to you. Your coordinates will be revealed. All others will treat you as an enemy. If he couldn't use it, then he would destroy it. Such a thing was a menace anyway. The nest's surface constantly oozed flammable slime. The pool's blood plasma was this same viscous substance, perfectly suited for the task. Roar. Ryan Bart had completely lost all semblance of human thought, and now only beastly roars remained. He lunged at Jiang Shuzhou but was tethered tightly by the tubes and could barely move. Jiang Shuzhou drew his blade, the blade flickering with scorching flames. He plunged the tip into the blood pool boom. Flames erupted instantly, spreading like a raging ocean, engulfing the entire flesh nest and Ryan Bart himself in a blazing inferno. The fused figures on the walls spat curses and vile words. The voice rose from 1 to 1,000, then became a tidal wave of curses. Countless mouths directed their attacks at Jiang Shuzhou, bombarding his mind like sharp needles. But his will was steel hard. Such assaults barely fazed him. Resolute, he turned away, ignoring the inferno and curses behind him. Without a direct means to attack, the flesh nest was no longer a threat. The real danger was the contestants soon to arrive. None would accept his victory without a fight. Flames lit the cave entrance, the hot air shimmering. Jiang Shuzhou gripped his burning blade tightly, drew a deep breath, and thundered his voice toward all who would soon gather here. To all contestants, this is a declaration of war. Half an hour earlier, Mac 10 glanced at the dozen or so writhing flesh and blood horrors not far away and leaned toward the heavily armored captain, Attitude. In a quiet voice, he said, "Captain, you should take the second blessing." "All right." Attitude nodded slightly, then added, "Don't waste spell slots. He'll handle these monsters." Before he finished speaking, he hefted his shield and crouched low, launching into a paladin's charge. Several hundred kilograms of steel and muscle became a battering ram. What does it feel like to be hit head-on by a heavily armored man weighing hundreds of kilograms? In 2 words, sheer impact. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled crashes, the flesh and blood horrors slammed into by Attitude shattered into pieces instantly. In just a few seconds, a single combat skill cleared out most of the enemies. "The rest is up to you," Attitude said, planting his shield deeply into the sand and leaning heavily against it, breathing hard. Clearly, that charge had drained a lot of his stamina. Mac 10 tidied his staff and joked, "Captain, every time I see your death charge, I want to say you really are just born lucky." "Get lost," Attitude rolled his eyes. "Quit yapping and finish this quickly. If you keep whining, next time I'll charge right into your face." Though there's no friendly fire penalty in the match, Mac 10 didn't want to find out what being hit by Attitude's luck felt like firsthand. He grumbled to himself and went to mop up the last few horrors. The Dynasty team quickly finished clearing the field. Just as Attitude finished selecting his talents, a sudden system alert sounded. "Warning! A contestant has activated a hidden quest. All contestants must kill this player within 1 hour to stop them from completing it. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of all match points. The enemy's location has been marked on the map. Looks like there's no rest yet," Attitude said, looking around. "Dynasty team, assemble. Move to the target." He drew his shield and charged to the front. Shurson and Mac 10 dropped any thought of resting and followed immediately. A silent, deserted village. "Captain, not even a single live rat here," a soldier whispered in complaint. The musketeer captain scanned the corpse-strewn ground. "These things are like zombies who can't leave any of them alive." "Then what are we doing here?" "Looking for the hidden quest. It could be lurking in some corner." At that moment, the system alert sounded again, almost at the same time as Dynasty's. "Warning! A contestant has activated a hidden quest. The enemy's location has been marked on the map." "Hidden quest really exists?" the soldier said bitterly. The musketeer shook his head. "Enough. Let's move. Someone else must have taken it." With a bang, a wooden door slammed shut, and the village fell back into complete silence. Inside a cave, Jiang Shuzhou leaned against the damp, cold stone wall, bored out of his mind. When he sent out the solo challenge request broadcast across the whole map, had been a bit nervous. There were several teams on the field, including a paladin of the God of Protection rank. It was the perfect test of himself. But as each minute crawled by, half an hour passed. His anticipation was slowly worn down by the endless waiting. Another half hour would clear the map automatically, but not a single enemy had shown up. He had already set all his traps and polished his weapons, then started counting the seconds in boredom. Jiang Shuzhou was fully prepared, yet the enemy still hadn't appeared. Originally, he planned to strike a cool pose inside the cave, acting like a big boss. Jiang Shuzhou crossed his arms, slightly tilted his head up, and the gravel beneath his boots crunched sharply. The dim torchlight stretched his shadow long and fierce. He was just waiting for challengers to come experience what invincible truly meant. Yet several minutes passed, and the cave entrance remained empty. Not a single player showed up, not even a rat scurried in. Instead, it was the flesh and blood nest behind him that grew impatient. One curse after another, filled with malice and filthy language, rolled out in waves, the stench nearly suffocating. How could Jiang Shuzhou stay silent at that? He fired back immediately. The humanoid flesh tumors on the nest might not exactly count as people, but their insults were sharp and unambiguous. They unleashed all the hatred toward the living, bitterness against the mages, and memories of that sword that chopped off half of Jiang Shuzhou's head. But Jiang Shuzhou was no stranger to virtual battles, a veteran of endless keyboard fights. Today, he gained a new advantage. He couldn't be targeted. Orphaned early, with no relatives or friends left to care about, the flesh nest couldn't find any emotional weak points in him. In some ways, the nest was in the same boat pluck any piece of tumor, and it might be a relative. So the two sides were evenly matched, their cursing escalating to a full-blown war. People without shame are unstoppable. I see you've lost all your skin. Kid, you're truly invincible. Did you guys catch some skin disease? Why can't you find a single patch of good skin? Every hellish joke Jiang Shuzhou threw out was met with even more frenzied howls from the cave walls, as if someone was hammering on a massive drum. He took pleasure in it. They're getting desperate. The classic tactic is working. Master of the 6 arts in the new gentleman's way, he felt fully in control. Inside the cave, the bickering heated up, while outside tension rose like a drawn bow. In the open space at the cave entrance, 6 squads totaling 18 people gathered, their captains forming a half circle. The cold wind swept across armor and robes, torchlight flickering, revealing cautious eyes. Are all our teams here? The first captain scanned the surroundings. Should be. The second checked the list. There were 21 squads total this round, 7 confirmed eliminated. Those still missing, I suspect they were taken out by monsters. Humph, what useless trash. Can't even handle some little monsters. The third captain sneered, his tone much harsher than usual. No big deal. A heavily armored knight on a fiery steed raised his rifle. We've got 18 people, can't we handle the 3 inside? His mount stomped and flared nostrils, as if agreeing. So what now? Who's calling the shots? Or are we fighting each other first to decide a leader before going in? The fourth captain's voice was low and serious. As soon as he spoke, the crowd instinctively parted. A tall figure called Attitude stepped forward. His magnetic voice and towering presence couldn't be overshadowed even by the mounted companion beside him. Instant silence fell over everyone. No one was eager to give up command. They weren't true allies, only sharing a goal beyond that. They were all still rivals. Attitude surveyed them all and spoke slowly. Hey, race the deal. We're all here for fame and fortune, but many of you probably won't make the official competition. What do you mean by that? The other 5 captains' faces darkened. Some even felt inclined to help those 3 inside block the Imperial team. If you think I'm out, why not give you some trouble? Attitude raised his hand to calm their anger, voice steady. I promise this: if everyone agrees to follow my command, regardless of success or elimination, each will receive 50 million in compensation. And if your scores qualify for advancement, while ensuring the Imperial team moves on, I will do my best to get you into the official competition as well. That sounds reasonable. The captain's expression softened. Ranking rewards only went to 3 teams, 1 in 100 million odds. They hadn't expected much anyway. 50 million cash plus a chance at promotion was a good deal. I need to discuss with my team first. One captain spoke, others nodding in agreement. Decisions weren't theirs alone. Very well, I await your reply. Attitude folded his arms, firelight reflecting steady determination in his eyes. It seemed they were convinced. Inwardly, he calculated. He had to win, no matter what. For what was about to unfold next, victory was essential. In the cave, the firelight flickered across Jiang Shuzhou's face, briefly revealing the features hidden beneath his hood before plunging them back into darkness. He no longer bothered arguing with the twisted mass of flesh and blood behind him. The creature was like a broken record, repeating the same insults over and over. No matter how harsh the words, both sides had long since become numb to them. Jiang Shuzhou let the hoarse curses fade away and steadied his grip on the knife. Ahead, there was movement. Plop plop. First came the crisp sound of hooves, followed by uneven footsteps. Judging by the noise, about 10 or so people, but Jiang Shuzhou tilted his head slightly and estimated there were actually 18. A group was cautiously advancing deeper into the cave. The damp, dark stone walls left them no choice but to rely on their torches to measure the path ahead, all while staying alert for ambushes, which naturally slowed their progress. At every corner, crevice, or protruding rock, they raised their flames to check their surroundings, nerves taut as if on the edge of a cliff. Why is no one ambushing us? One soldier whispered. How would I know? Replied a leather-armored musketeer, slightly raising his gun. If it were me, I'd pick some shady spot to set a trap. Better to stay tense no matter what. The group instinctively tightened their formation, their shoulder plates nearly touching, as if that made them feel a fraction safer. They pressed forward silently, slowly, until a new flicker of fire suddenly leapt from deep inside the rocky wall. Look, someone's there. Don't shout. Another promptly warned. Could be bait. Everyone stay alert. They were certain no one would dare light a fire right now, but Jiang Shuzhou did just the opposite. Behind him, the blood and flesh nest blazed fiercely, filling the air with a scorched, roasted scent. He lifted his own torch fully into view, not to hide from his enemies, but to make them back away. If a fight broke out in total darkness, he wasn't some assassin. Besides, he still held a smoke bomb, ready to vanish the moment he wanted. The footsteps grew closer. When the 18 finally took in the scene, their breath caught all at once. In the firelight stood a man cloaked in a robe, hood shadowing his face, but for a sliver of cold gleam. His long sword was wrapped in blazing flames, tongues of fire dancing down the blade's spine. Even more terrifying was the monstrous figure behind him, the blood and flesh nest pressed against the rock, consumed by flames, its bulbous humanoid tumors howling curses that made the stone walls resonate with a sharp, eerie hum. My head aches so much. Mine too. Two musketeers dropped to their knees, clutching their heads, clearly overwhelmed by the psychic assault of the nest. The remaining musketeers and soldiers, though still standing, looked pale and strained, veins bulging at their temples. Priest, hurry, don't just stand there. Use the purification spell. A commanding voice rang out. The man with the burning sword showed no sign of weakening, truly a paladin, his willpower unshakable. With the only two priests in the team casting their divine spells, everyone affected visibly regained their composure, clearly feeling much relief from their headaches. No, do you really think I don't exist? How dare you prepare right in front of me? Jiang Shuzhou's face darkened, but he held back. His moment hadn't come yet. Frontline melee hold the top, others stay ranged and back. The captain, Taidu, gave the order, yet a strong sense of caution crossed his mind. Mages are the hardest to deal with. He hoped this one was just from the arcane network, not one of those monsters from the Mage Alliance. The front gradually advanced. Taidu lifted his massive shield and led the way with steady steps, seemingly fearless of Jiang Shuzhou's magic. Push forward, yes. Right now a cold glint flashed in Jiang Shuzhou's eyes. Fireball! Watch out! Taidu shouted sharply, slamming his shield into the ground as everyone either blocked or dodged. But the fireball didn't target any of them. It struck the ground instead. Boom! Flames roared and spread wildly across the earth. Taidu recognized the trap from the explosion's sound. Fall back! Trap! Tongues of fire licked at their feet. The melee fighters rushed, but not forward. Instead, they retreated to a safe zone. Jiang Shuzhou was still dozens of meters away. A heated fight meant certain injury or death. Priests! Damn it! The knight and Taidu shouted simultaneously. The knight was fine, but his mount screamed in pain and collapsed. The heavy thud echoed in everyone's chests as the terrified warhorse bolted madly, disappearing down the tunnel. The narrow cave suddenly descended into chaos, with only Taidu standing alone in the fiery inferno. A faint holy glow flickered over his armor, the divine protection of a paladin, granting him a shield and high magic resistance, allowing him to almost completely ignore the searing heat. Priests, keep casting. Heal the injured. Musketeers, suppress fire. He ordered calmly as he steadily fell back. From a distance, Jiang Shuzhou watched the out-of-control horse with a smirk. Seriously, who dares ride a horse into a cave? But his expression remained cold. His live stream was still on, and his image had to stay sharp. The mockery was for the audience to savor later. He still had a big surprise in store. Once the enemy was fully out of the flames and the priests finished healing, the melee regrouped. Jiang Shuzhou raised his hand slightly. Second phase of the trap. Smokescreen. The flames abruptly vanished, and thick black smoke billowed, completely engulfing the enemy. Report status. Mach 10. What's the situation back there? Taidu immediately sensed the threat of assassins and called to the rear ranks. A low, bleak buzzing was the only response. The black smoke concealed everything. No one dared move for fear of a cold blade cutting their throat the next second. Retreat to the rear. Regroup with the others. Taidu commanded again. Got it, came the chorus of replies. The team trusted this paladin had saved them before and obediently fell back, closely packed. Strangely, no one was attacked during the retreat. The quieter it got, the heavier Taidu's heart grew. He knew, without doubt, that trouble had struck somewhere in the rear. In fact, his guess about attitude wasn't wrong. There really was trouble behind them. Jiang Shuzhou swung his blood-stained Miao dagger. A cold flash of steel grazed the trapped priest's neck. Blood sprayed out as the head rolled away. The priest died on the spot. Anyone who dares challenge a mage to a duel, whether by choice or not, ends up the same way. Jiang Shuzhou dares to fight here. And you all actually came? He sneered quietly, scanning the surroundings. The energy-binding magic array he had set up earlier was quietly running. Originally meant to restrict only energy, the runes had been modified slightly to become a prison specifically for living beings. The entire rear row was trapped inside, their cries for help completely cut off. The array was designed to allow entry but forbid exit, letting Jiang Shuzhou calmly pick them off from outside. Want to escape? Just break one rune beneath your feet. But these clueless fools didn't even realize the answer was right under them, idiots beyond saving. The priest was taken out first, not because of personal vendetta, but because their terrifying support capabilities posed a serious threat to Jiang Shuzhou. Next, the druid and the musketeer fell. Druids excelled at support too, while the musketeer got caught simply for being too close. Now it's your turn. Jiang Shuzhou glanced at Mach 10 with a mocking tone and added, by the way, we were from the same family 1,000 years ago. He raised the still dripping dagger and closed in. Not a chance. A roar shattered the silence. Jiang Shuzhou's hackles rose as he spun around. The paladin stood towering, shield raised, shouting as he charged forward. Seriously, dude? How does someone carrying hundreds of kilos of gear even charge? That thought flashed through Jiang Shuzhou's mind as he stepped back quickly. Using mage hand, he dragged several priest and musketeer corpses into place, clattering them together to form a wall of flesh. Bang! The paladin's massive bulk smashed first into teammate Mac 10, but there was no friendly fire in their team, so Mac 10 was unharmed except for the psychological trauma of being a human battering ram. But attitude didn't stop. Twisting his shield, he barreled straight toward Jiang Shuzhou again. It turned out he had used the talent Agile Charge to forcibly modify what should have been a linear charge into a high-speed advance that could change direction at will, though it drained more stamina. Jiang Shuzhou was ready. Quietly, he laid a new restraint magic array right in Attitude's path, its runes glowing faintly now. Sure enough, the paladin charged straight in, stepping onto the center of the array. Jiang Shuzhou's heart leapt got it. But in the next instant, Attitude's charge didn't slow. He only dipped his head slightly, shifted direction, and charged at Jiang Shuzhou once more. Smack! The sound of rune overload was unmistakable. The binding formation's runes couldn't withstand such a powerful impact, and had clearly overloaded. The paladin stood tall and straight, his boots crushing the scorched earth beneath as he charged at Jiang Shuzhou with a gust of howling wind. Jiang Shuzhou had already hastily erected a temporary shield wall in front of him, a defensive barricade made by piling up corpses. He met the charge calmly. With a wet splatter, flesh burst apart, bodies shattered into pieces, and bones mixed with blood splashed onto the shield in Jiang Shuzhou's hand. The defensive line shattered but successfully halted the paladin's momentum. Glancing down at the blood and gore smeared on his shield, Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but sneer. You charge fast, brother, but too bad you ended up as mud. Before the words had even left his mouth, to prevent any counterattack, he repeated the trick and raised his hand to cast another smoke screen. Thick black-gray mist rapidly engulfed the battlefield, and his figure quickly vanished into it. Seeing Jiang Shuzhou trying to retreat, several soldiers instinctively pursued, but were stopped by Captain Taidu's outstretched hand. Don't go. Regroup and assess our losses first. What if there's another trap waiting for us? The troops stared silently at the swirling smoke ahead. It wasn't cowardice, but caution. The other competitors looked reluctant, but accepted Taidu's words, and then turned to Mac 10. Does he have any backup? No, it's just him the whole time, Mac 10 replied, clutching his chest, his face still pale from fright. Captain, maybe be more careful next time? He almost gave me a heart attack. You weren't wounded, and your heart's still intact, so that's not bad, Taidu replied casually while his gaze rested heavily on the mangled limbs and bloodstains scattered behind them. They'd lost half their team in one round: 2 priests, 2 druids, 3 musketeers. If not for timely aid, the lone arcane mage and 2 remaining musketeers wouldn't have survived. Even more pressing was time. Only 18 minutes remained before the hidden mission deadline. While pondering their next move, one soldier suggested, why don't we just charge indirectly? 9 against 1, and we can't win? No, Taidu shook his head. What if there's fire again? He pointed toward the depths of the smoke. I can handle it. Mac 10 patted his chest confidently. I know smokescreen magic too. He casts one, he'll dispel it. He'll make sure we get through. After a moment of thought, Taidu finally nodded. There was no more time to waste. He recalled what their paladin mentor said: too cautious, lacking Daringa, common flaw in all paladins. They were trained to be shields, not spears. When the smoke clears, we charge immediately. Musketeers provide suppressive fire. Mac 10, the rest is up to you, he assigned. It's Mac 10, Captain. Mac 10 corrected. He'll get the job done. Meanwhile, during a quiet moment when the Imperial team was discussing tactics, Jiang Shuzhou was quite at ease. Peering through the smoke, he muttered quietly, pretty cautious, typical paladin. Then, he cast his slicking spell again, quietly spreading a thick layer of oil across the ground. Seeing the stillness of the smoke, Jiang Shuzhou layered the slicking spell repeatedly, coating the ground with oil after oil. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to take out the enemy war mage instantly, but that didn't really matter. If Jiang Shuzhou dared to cast spells recklessly, look at that war mage, would he dare? The reason the mages rebelled against the war goddess wasn't just empty talk about seeking freedom. The real burden weighing on them was the spell slots, rigid and inflexible, like an abacus. Imagine a legendary powerhouse who could only cast 20 low-level spells a day. It's as absurd as asking a dragon to gnaw on a chicken bone. In contrast, Jiang Shuzhou unleashed over a dozen level 1 firebolts in a single match. A true legendary mage, yet shackled and feeble. That's why mages push themselves to exhaustion, even risking madness, just to develop spell scrolls to pry open the chains forged by the war goddess in another way. Every time Jiang Shuzhou thought about this, he would quietly reflect. Life always finds its way out. Bang! The rifle fired. The bullet tore through the smoke and hit Jiang Shuzhou straight in the chest. Are you cheating? You can shoot through smoke? Jiang Shuzhou joked, but inside he was calm. The small caliber bullet couldn't even scratch his shield surface. What he truly feared was the Holy Knight's heavy, forceful charge. If he hadn't spent over 20 minutes setting traps and dominating the terrain, Getting slammed twice by that steel torrent would have been disastrous. Thick fog swirled, and several figures lunged from the smoke. Jiang Shuzhou raised his hand and fired. Firebolt. Whoosh. Flames licked the ground, red light flickering through the gray smoke. The enemy war mage finally couldn't sit still and shouted loudly, "Smoke screen." A denser dust curtain fell like a veil, sucking the oxygen dry. The fire meant to engulf the land hissed a few times before dying out. Luckily, the dust used for the smoke screen was non-flammable, or else it would have triggered a dust explosion on the spot. Jiang Shuzhou squinted. All right, want to compete on clearing the field? He took a light step, wind patterns flickering at his fingertips. Gale. A roaring gust swept away the smoke screen. Then, firebolt. Another round of flames erupted, the scorching waves forcing the opponents to retreat repeatedly. Jiang Shuzhou laughed freely. Brother, how many spell slots do you have left now? The distant war mage replied grimly. I've still got a bottle of mana potion, and even without it, I can cast 10 more spells. How about you? Got enough spell slots left? This is bad. The opponents are mages from the Mage Alliance. That's what Taidu thought at this moment. Until now, he had been clinging to hope, assuming they were just ordinary network mages, but the sheer number of spells they cast shattered that illusion. Captain, don't worry, I can do it too, came Mac 10's stubborn shout through the headset. Suddenly, a billow of gray-white smoke exploded outward as the smoke screen spell spread rapidly across the center of the battlefield. A bunch of soulless non-mage SWAT kind of magic is that? You call that skill? Jiang Shuzhou scoffed, raising his palm. With a roar, a raging wind spell surged forward like an invisible giant hand tearing through the smoky veil. The wind swept away the lingering dust. Without missing a beat, he tossed a fire or boom. Flames tore through the air. The two sides exchanged spells in succession. Smoke rose, wind scattered it, and flames burst anew. After 2 cycles, the fire grew fiercer, but no new smoke appeared clearly. The enemy was running out of resources. Jiang Shuzhou was inwardly shocked. The opposing side had cast so many spells in a row, far beyond his expectations. It was obvious the mage network goddess had spared no effort to ensure these resurrected mages would win. The blaze formed a red moat, blocking anyone trying to approach Jiang Shuzhou. Yet one person pressed forward without hesitation. Paladin Taidu, captain of the Imperial team. Only 10 minutes left, he announced grimly, revealing the final strategy. He'll engage him directly. You wait for the right moment. When the flames die down, rush in to support immediately. With that, he raised his massive shield and stepped into the inferno. The flames lashed like whips against his armor and skin, the scorching heat filling his mouth and nose. Then, a gentle but impenetrable holy light blossomed around him, the blessing of the gods forming a pearly white barrier. Alongside his already formidable resistance, it held back the blaze. His heavy metal armor turned fiery red, the iron-heated temperature making sweat boil and evaporate instantly, steam pouring from every gap. His untrained body was battered by the heat, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, leaving scorched footprints behind. He could have dropped his shield and lunged forward or turned to flee the agony, but he didn't had to win. For Heim. For salvation. A roar burst from his throat like war drums, keeping him alive. The pale holy radiance penetrated every inch of flesh, banishing fatigue and replenishing his depleted divine power. Jiang Shuzhou watched the staggering yet determined figure through the flames, rare seriousness flickering in his eyes. Someone in this world was truly willing to fight to such lengths for victory. I acknowledge your resolve, he murmured, quietly dissolving the spell formation and ceasing his attack, waiting. Such will deserve a direct confrontation. Clang, clang, clang. Dense bullets flew in from beyond the flames, sparking against Jiang Shuzhou's heavy armor. Not even breaking his skin was just as tough in full plate. Inside the fire, Taidu staggered forward. Sweat slid down his chin only to sizzle away instantly. A raging inferno seemed to churn in his chest, but he still gripped the heavy shield tightly. Step by step, he finally crossed out of the blaze. 666. No need for acting anymore. Jiang Shuzhou sneered as the once-dying paladin suddenly swelled with fighting spirit. Heim really has no shame. If not for the god's unseen support, he'd have devoured that staff for dinner. Blessed by Heim's divine power, Taidu made it through those final steps. Jiang Shuzhou saw clearly. This was typical of gods intervening casually in mortal affairs, treating human will like a plaything. Although the paladin could have held out on his own, he was forcibly wrapped in an aura of divine might. This victory was now all thanks to Heim's power. Looking at the paladin standing before him, Jiang Shuzhou felt a deep sense of regret. Such unwavering determination, yet he was a slave to the gods. Perhaps he himself did not fully realize Heim's aid. Or perhaps he did, and that thought filled him with joy. How does it feel? Does the power of the gods make you feel whole? Jiang Shuzhou asked with keen interest, but the paladin stood silently, offering no response. Jiang Shuzhou had originally intended a direct confrontation, a fair fight, to defeat his opponent and grant him an honorable death. But once Heim's divine power was involved, he suddenly understood that all the paladin's efforts were in vain, as was the respect he had held for him. At that moment, he chose not to press further, sparing this resolute paladin some dignity. Before receiving the godly blessing, the paladin's stance had been heroic in Jiang Shuzhou's memory. Yet with Heim's intervention, his brilliance faded instantly, reduced to a mere mortal barely standing by the mercy of a protective deity. Once again, Heim had unfurled his shield for his faithful servant. The paladin silently raised his heavily scarred shield and stamped the ground with force, the clash of armor against earth ringing out sharply. Like a steel-tipped spear, he charged straight at Jiang Shuzhou. I spined. Jiang Shuzhou formed the hand sign, and a chilling frost spread from his feet. The ground shattered instantly, sharp ice shards forming a deadly maze blocking the paladin's path. The paladin faltered but gritted his teeth, stubbornly recalibrating his charge towards Jiang Shuzhou. Endless sidesteps and slides quickly drained his stamina. Heavy breaths rattled inside his helmet, forcing him to halt. After a brief pause, a holy radiance suddenly burst from within him, rekindling his divine power. Seconds later, he raised his shield again and charged like a rampaging mammoth. Jiang Shuzhou sidestepped with the grace of a seasoned matador, watching the armored bull's strike miss its mark. The paladin gasped for air a third time. Jiang Shuzhou sensed yet another surge of divine energy building. With a slight raise of his brow, he pulled a dark green vial from his belt and flicked it with his fingertip. Poison cloud. The glass shattered, releasing a rare neurotoxin that thickened instantly into a sticky mist, enveloping the paladin. Jiang Shuzhou shrugged. I'm no saint either. No need for fair play poisons, just more effective. After several seconds, the toxic fog dispersed with the wind. The paladin still glowed faintly with holy light, struggling to dispel the poison. But his rank was too low to hold out for a miracle. With a thunderous crash, his tall frame collapsed, armor slamming the ground as dust billowed up. Here, I regret to tell you, your journey ends, Jiang Shuzhou said coldly, withdrawing his gaze. Clang, clang, clang. The musketeers in the rear line snapped awake, their triggers pulled in unison. Bullets rained down on Jiang Shuzhou, gun barrel steaming, but he did not flinch. He raised his gleaming Miao Dao high. The blade gleamed coldly before descending like thunder. Thrust. Blood splattered across Jiang Shuzhou's robe and stained the ground beneath him. It was over. As he stared at the fallen paladin slumped on the floor, Jiang Shuzhou thought the battle had finally ended. Just as a wave of relief began to wash over him, reality swiftly shattered that hope. Was it really over? The truth was that gods knew no limits. Even with the paladin's head mangled and dripping blood, Heim, the god of protection, refused to give up. Divine power surged instantly into the warrior's body. The bleeding stopped, shattered bones twitched, and wounds healed rapidly. Heim seemed determined not to let attitude fall so easily. I was going to leave him mostly intact, but if you insist, I won't hold back. Jiang Shuzhou muttered under his breath. Grasping his knife with his left hand, his right palm burst into fierce flames. The fire clung to the heavy armor of the paladin. Suddenly, Jiang Shuzhou slammed his right hand against the steel chest plate. Flames erupted and engulfed the entire paladin in an inferno. Under the scorching blaze, the rate of healing slowed drastically. Charred wounds kept tearing open only to seal again. The new scars born from the fire frustrated even Heim's power. Eventually, the paladin's last trace of divine energy was depleted, and the healing stopped. Attitude collapsed heavily to the ground. Even gods choose to let go when the cost outweighs the gain, indifferent to emotion. The moment Heim released his grip, the system chimed. Points 1. Clearly, attitude was truly beyond saving now. In the distance, the Imperial team witnessing the scene saw their morale shatter instantly. It's just a game. They're that strong, so let it go. We already got 50 million. That's enough. No way we'd win anyway. Whispers spread throughout the team, and no one wanted to keep fighting hard. Time ticked by second. During that time, a player named Mac 10 tried extending an olive branch to Jiang Shuzhou, offering 1 billion if he gave up. Jiang Shuzhou glanced at him dismissively. Just a billion? With 1 gold coin worth around 5,000 yuan, his daily income alone could bring in over 22 million a month, not counting all the extra sources. More importantly, he no longer saw this as merely a game. The legendary alchemist Mit's ability to directly manipulate the system proved something deeper was at play. What NPC responds at will the system commands? What was this created secondary dimension really? Jiang Shuzhou already had vague suspicions, but confirming them meant facing that sorcerer in person. Something told him that once he acquired the soul weapon, they would meet again and then the truth might finally come to light. The countdown continued to 0, the mission time down to just seconds. It was over. The nest of flesh and blood let out a piercing screech at the last moment, then was consumed wholly by roaring flames. Flesh turned to ash, and the world fell silent once more. Everyone but Jiang Shuzhou lost consciousness at the same time, eliminated. Points 8. Points 20. The system tallied one after another. The area was cleared. Jiang Shuzhou earned the points of every remaining player present. The competition had come to an end, and without a doubt, Jiang Shuzhou took first place with a score of 68. But that was hardly surprising. No ordinary team could reach that level. After the intense matches, he unusually didn't jump straight back into the game. Instead, he leaned back in his chair scrolling through the forums. Everyone needs a break sometimes. Besides, Hayes was watching the dock area, so if anything happened, he could just credit that kid later. If someone was useful, he should be put through more practice. He refreshed the page again and again as popular posts and heated arguments flooded in like a tide. Just as Jiang Shuzhou was engrossed, an unexpected private message popped up. Hello, I'm a forum administrator. Do you have a moment? I thought I turned off private messages. He opened it and saw the sender's profile clearly marked as admin. Since he had stirred up plenty of trouble in the threads, his inbox was basically a junkyard, so he had blocked all messages altogether. What's the matter? Well, they quickly got into conversation. The admin wanted Jiang Shuzhou to provide guidance on the upcoming team promotional video, but only for his own team. Can I make it abstract? Jiang Shuzhou asked. No, but if you end up winning the championship, you'll have full control over the content of your professional promo. The admin's tone was polite but mechanically precise. Jiang Shuzhou's mind raced. Are you a tailing AI? I'm more advanced than that. So there was hope. Then what are you? The other side went silent. Hey, are you there? Still no reply, except for one last message. If he won the championship, he would meet a certain special person. Jiang Shuzhou had a vague idea who that might be. Next, he threw out a dozen wildly imaginative ideas, all politely turned down by the admin. After some back and forth, they finally settled on a final concept. The team introduction would soon launch, and Jiang Shuzhou's reputation would rise accordingly. Let everyone see the real power of our mage. He laughed to himself. 3 hours later, the qualifiers were over, the leaderboard refreshed. Jiang Shuzhou still held first place with 68 points. Meanwhile, team promo videos began appearing across major streaming platforms, and one title grabbed everyone's attention. The Shadow Chasing the Mage, God's Nemesis. Compared to the typical bland XX team official promo, those 8 words hit home like a hammer on the front page. In just 10 minutes, it surpassed 10 million views. Jiang Shuzhou put on his headphones and leisurely clicked open his masterpiece. The video opened with an interview. Against a dim background, he wore his mage robe, preserving the aura of mystery by only showing the line of his jaw. Do you consider yourself a pro player? I do. Jiang Shuzhou's voice was calm but certain. What do you think of the other teams? So far, they're all pretty average. The only slightly tricky one is Huan Chao, but it's nothing special. Any message for the other competitors? The camera zoomed in on his eyes, hidden under the hood but twinkling with amusement. I suggest you give up quickly. Don't embarrass yourself trying to save face, or you'll end up like that paladin, and don't come crying to me for emotional damages later. Then the screen faded out, but curiosity was already running high. The chat exploded with messages flooding across the screen. Who the heck is this guy? Full of half-truths and hidden motives, and still so arrogant. What does the same fate as that paladin even mean? I've seen what happens next, won't spoil it, but it's brutal. No wonder the Imperial livestream cut out. Anyone who's been through that would have nightmares for days. Been through it. Just watching it gives you nightmares. Jiang Shuzhou wasn't about to let that slide. He quickly started a new thread to reply to his viewers. Hey bros, what's this guy's profession? How can he talk so big? Wizard, avoid at all costs. You'll have to grind through multiple 5-3 sets nonstop. It's impossible, just give up. Don't give up. This thing can lead to a government job. Succeed and you become an official wizard, get a permanent position, and even a leadership role. After posting those comments, Jiang Shuzhou felt refreshed. The exhaustion from competing instantly lifted. Surfing the web and letting loose, that's what keeps the mind sane. Soon the chat shifted topics. Can wizards really be leaders? Looks like yes, but only in the game. Would you want that? Of course. Hey, race a secret. They earn 100 gold coins a day. No way. Jiang Shuzhou laughed heartily watching it unfold. Chinese folks really can't resist official positions. Too bad he only got to shine in interviews. After that, he just had advisory status, and his abstract journey ended there. The interview wrapped up, and the battle highlights began. The usual 3-person team promo was cut short, but Jiang Shuzhou's solo run left no time for an introduction. So the exciting footage that followed felt especially lengthy. The highlight reel was divided into 2 acts. First act, he skillfully parries a demon, ultimately stabbing it in the back. On screen, it was a battle of wits and deception with smiles concealing knives. The dialogue was dripping with false friendliness, yet the viewers went wild smashing their keyboards. Man-eating tree, social tactics, dark psychology. You stabbed the demon in the back? You're tougher than the demon itself. Demon isn't your buddy. That's some lightning-fast reflexes. This world's not about loyalty. It's about who draws fastest. You got that right. Take this blade. Second act, the direct clash against team attitude. The stirring music started, and Jiang Shuzhou's squad met them blade to blade. The battle sequence closely followed his actual fight, but he asked the video team to add music and adjust the lighting. The fiery flesh nests blazing behind him were dimmed deliberately. while the Attitude team stood under sparse torches but appeared bright and clear. These artistic touches made the promo more vivid, pacing tighter, and naturally more entertaining. Though not the slickest, Jiang Shuzhou's promo was bursting with fun. The camera shifted between flickering flames and shadows, synced to the music's rises and falls, turning the fight into an epic duel. The video froze on the final explosive beat, capturing Jiang Shuzhou's smiling face gripping his blade. Flames roared behind him, fallen foes ahead. The screen faded to black. His promo might not be the most polished, but it was by far the most enjoyable. That concluded the whole segment, and made it all the more unforgettable. As Attitude broke through the wall of flames and steadily advanced toward Jiang Shuzhou, the barrage of live comments was filled with shock and admiration. On the screen, streams of bullet text exploded like a sudden downpour. This kind of willpower is practically steel. Wait, don't you guys know you can just turn down the pain settings? Do you know Attitudes never turn them down? Always maxed out. I give up. Why are there trolls everywhere? Can't we just appreciate this? Doubt, questions, and respect intertwined. But in the end, admiration prevailed. In the following scene, Heim appeared amidst the blazing fire, and the audience instantly credited this manifestation to Attitude's perseverance. The phrase "mortals tempered by fire," emerging reborn flooded the chat, dyeing the entire comment section a deep crimson. Jiang Shuzhou, however, recalled what was about to happen next and couldn't help but smirk. At last, before all eyes, he raised a handful of purplish red flames and gently pressed them against Attitude's armor. The fierce flames spread naturally, the scorching light bleaching the metal to a pale hue. The long-anticipated true fire forging had arrived, but humans are not gold after all. Within moments, Attitude could no longer withstand the intense heat, collapsing noisily and losing all chance to continue the competition. The comments section instantly fell into a stunned silence. Taking advantage of the lull, Jiang Shuzhou decided to stir the storm further. He quickly typed and sent out, "Bring Attitude back to life. How can you eliminate such a hardworking player? Everyone, shout with me. We have to make the officials hear our resolve." Attitude, as the star player of a major club, already had a massive fan base. Jiang Shuzhou's words sparked a wildfire. Countless fans joined in instantly, flooding the chat with the double entendre "our Attitude" pun. Riding the momentum, he pushed a little more, then smoothly stepped back, leisurely waiting for the fallout. As for whether the officials would truly bring Attitude back for the finals, the odds were overwhelmingly no. After all, the officials in this game weren't human in the real sense. No matter how many tens of millions petitioned, it was impossible to move the slightest bit. For the entity that created the game system, mere mortals were but a flick of the finger away from extinction. The internet is like an ocean, and rhythm is like the waves. Some people are natural surfers, but Jiang Shuzhou prefers to stir up the waves. Closing the pop-up window, he leaned back in his chair, the hood casting a shadow over his entire face. Throughout the whole video, he never showed his face directly. Anyone trying to cyberbully him has no target, which perfectly captures the meaning behind the title "Shadow of Law Pursuit." If he were to pull off the hood now, it wouldn't be Shadow of Law Pursuit, but moth chasing the flame, knowing the burn but still diving in headlong. Unless one harbors an ambition reaching the skies, it's nothing but blind folly. The promotional videos for all competing teams had already gone live. Jiang Shuzhou rubbed the corner of his eyes, reached out, and clicked the playlist. Hope it brings some surprises. 2 hours later, the screen went dark. He exhaled deeply and sank into thought. Every team had deliberately held back their trump card, which was only natural since the information was public, anyone showing their hand risked being targeted and destroyed by rivals. Just like himself, he had never revealed the spell overload technique on camera. That one time against the Paladin, he didn't even get to use it. The Paladin's armor and magic resistance were absurdly high. Without Jiang Shuzhou's inherently strong magic power and decent base damage, he would have been defeated long ago. The problem with spell overload was the long charge time. Even with a talent for rapid casting, it still took over 10 seconds to complete the chant. During that time, he had to concentrate fully. Facing a Paladin's bulldozer charge was almost impossible to defend against. Yet in the end, he proved himself with skill and patience. The Paladin mindset fell beneath his staff. Back on track, there were 3 teams worth studying closely this time. The first was the Chinese streamer team professional squad Songtian Sky Dominion, with members Songzhou Assault Skeleton, Genius Boy Lao Sharun, and No Fake Drugs, all musketeers. Jiang Shuzhou hadn't been optimistic at first. Everyone knew musketeers had their weaknesses, and 3 rifles felt too one-dimensional. But to his surprise, they'd acquired fully automatic firearms. While other players still relied on lever action or semi-autos, they carried restricted fully automatics, a network that was almost absurd. Jiang Shuzhou knew while the Mage Alliance's long-standing arms trade typically sold only semi-automatic weapons, rarely full autos. Most likely, bribery and corruption were behind it. Armed with 3 fully automatic rifles, they swept through the arena, scoring an impressive 56 points. The second team was the Western Phoenix team, also known as Phoenix Squad. Their setup was brutally tough. 2 paladins and a priest, maxed out on sustain and defense. Though their damage output was low, their near-indestructible resilience earned them 54 points. The third was Japan's genius team, consisting solely of arcane mages. 3 supposedly obsolete professions united to reach the finals, proving once again how solid the mage system's foundation was. Jiang Shuzhou was paying attention because these 3 seemed to have unique class talents that made their spells stronger than ordinary mages. Unfortunately, the limited number of spell slots remained a major constraint. Such wasted talent. If he really put in the effort, wouldn't he be a far better mage than just some magic network caster? The rest of the team performed so-so, nothing worth mentioning. Jiang Shuzhou was too lazy to analyze further and decided to just wash up and get some sleep. To him, the match was won, and any future threats were limited. Sleeping till dawn was the priority. However, for the Imperial Club, who had also competed but were knocked out, this night was destined to be sleepless. Who is that guy? How can he be that strong? The Imperial manager leaned back in his chair with a grim expression, repeatedly demanding answers in the conference room. Manager, we scoured all the professional circles and major streaming platforms, but couldn't find any record of him. The assistant reported quietly, wiping sweat from his brow. He's a complete unknown. Bang. The manager slammed his palm on the table, making the teacup vibrate. What use are you then? Go investigate immediately. No one leaves until you find something. Yes, we'll start now. The staff nodded repeatedly but swallowed their frustration silently. Nobody dared talk back, as mere employees. The manager pressed on. Contact him first. I recall he registered alone on that team, right? Manager, you mean? Put one of our guys on his team. Promise him anything. The manager raised his voice again, banging the table. Understood, we'll get on it right away. The assistant agreed quickly, silently cursing. Damn manager, he wouldn't dare order this if it weren't for him. When things go wrong, the blame gets pushed down. He immediately dumped the task on intern Xiao Li and prepared to leave on time. Worst case, he'd just go home and game. At least gaming wouldn't starve him. The dim light in the rented room flickered softly. Huayang. Lin Huayang. Repeated calls pulled the young man from his memories back to reality. Lin Huayang, known online as Attitude, was recruited into the Imperial Youth Training Camp at 14 for his exceptional talent and was now a seasoned 24-year-old veteran. What's wrong? Did something happen in the match? His mother looked at him with concern. Mom, I'm fine. I just zoned out for a moment. Are you really okay? Yes. No such thing. His father Lin Yixing stood nearby with arms crossed, tone equal parts angry and hurt. I told you 100 times to lower your pain setting, but you insisted on experiencing a real battlefield. So you ran straight into the fire and got one-shotted. Does it hurt now? Dad, really am fine. Lin Huayang shrugged. When pain hits the limit, the brain automatically blocks some of it. Lin Yixing stared at him for a few seconds, confirming his face looked normal before sighing. All right, I ordered a game pod too. Later, the two of us will practice together and take back the arena. After his father left, his mother patted his shoulder. Losing once isn't scary. What's scary is giving up. Don't pressure yourself so much. Lin Huayang forced a small smile. He wasn't worried about winning or losing, not really. He was worried about something else. Mom, I'm going to buy you a game pod too. You can play with Dad sometime. The 3 of us can meet up inside the game. He'll take care of it without affecting your work. His mother hesitated, about to decline, but seeing the stubborn determination in his eyes, she relented. All right, no problem. You're grown now. It's time for your mom to lean on you a bit. Saying that, she went back to her room to rest. The living room fell silent again. Lin Huayang stared at his parents' bedroom door, lost in deep thought. He hoped that when that day came, his parents could be a little more at ease. In his mind, the bishop's low warning echoed again. At most 3 years left. Everything will end then. Son, remember, followers of Haimu must not fail to protect even their own family. The next morning arrived. Jiang Shuzhou still wore his deep blue mage robe, trimmed with gold at the cuffs, the magical patterns faintly glowing. He strode in confidently yet relaxed, pushing open the door and taking a seat directly in the players' lounge. Clearly, the Imperial side had come up empty-handed. Overnight private messages were closed, his number was blocked, and they had no way to contact him. The competition rules have been updated. All players, please check. The system alert sounded the very moment Jiang Shuzhou crossed the threshold into the lounge. 1. Whenever a team is eliminated, every remaining team on the field earns 1 point. 2. The team that lands the final blow on the eliminated target gains an additional 1 point. 3. The map continuously shrinks, forcing engagements to happen more frequently. This system obviously favored the stronger teams. The weaker lost their blessings, and any plans to hide and develop quietly were instantly ruined. Several teams had even privately agreed not to fight for an hour just to farm blessings, but now that was a joke. Only fierce battles remained, with no second chances. Teleportation quickly took place. A familiar white flash hit, and all 20 teams were thrown into the brand new battleground. Map: Valley of the Gods. Participants: 58. Teams: 20. Status: Match has begun. As usual, Jiang Shuzhou scanned the surroundings. Sheer cliffs everywhere, grass seeds swirling through cracks in the stone. The only difference was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, much better than the stench of blood and decay from the last match. Mentally noted, a small smile tugging at his lips. Outside the arena, the internet was ablaze. The officials required all 58 players to stream live in their own rooms. This was the only reason Jiang Shuzhou reluctantly appeared on camera. Meanwhile, the Chinese authorities built an official commentary room using live feeds from the forum. Since they couldn't stop viewers from flocking there, they decided to control the narrative themselves. "Ladies and gentlemen, all teams have now entered the battlefield," said the female commentator Li Hua, adjusting her headset, her voice clear and crisp. "That's right, Li Hua," her male counterpart Xiejuan chimed in. "While viewers are still gathering resources and info, why don't we introduce the participants to those less familiar with them?" "Good idea." Li Hua opened the profiles, starting with the current leaderboard leader Shadow of the Mage. This team is the most mysterious. It consists of a single player whose appearance is hidden and whose gender is unknown. Some fans have guessed it's a male from his voice. His profession is mage, and his mastery of spell combos is exceptional, truly a highly skilled contender. Next up was the Tsangtian team from Huagua. This team was led by. After some introductions, all the teams were presented by the host. "All right, Li Hua, the players and teams have all been unveiled. Who do you think has the best shot at winning?" The male host handed the microphone to his co-host. "If you ask me, there are many strong teams, but if I had to pick, I'm leaning toward Shadow of Pursuit," Li Hua said, adjusting her headset, her voice clear and confident. "Oh, what makes you say that? He's so mysterious. The promo video was full of power, and he was last year's champion. I really think he's the favorite." Before she finished, the giant screen above the stage switched to a new live feed broadcast number 089. The audience immediately perked up. On screen, Jiang Shuzhou crouched in a patch of grass waist high, eyes fixed intently ahead. 100 meters away, two teams were facing off, the tension so thick you could almost smell the gunpowder through the screen. The host grew a little awkward. Just praised moments ago, Shadow of Pursuit now looked like a lurking lynx. Li Hua cleared her throat nervously. "Well, this player seems to excel at strategy, very much embodying the idea of when two fight, a third benefits." The live chat exploded. "Very strong. Camping in the grass like that is seriously impressive. No shame, no limit. Resurrection attitude." The director glanced at the feed and decisively cut away, switching to the intense battle between the two other teams. On screen, blades flashed and flames roared. Heavily armored warrior charged with shield up, metal clashing loudly. Musketeers laid down suppressing fire, spent casings bouncing on the grass. Priest huddled behind a giant stone, white light stitching wounds. 7 or 8 minutes passed, the commentators shifting perspectives frequently to keep viewers engaged. But when the camera returned to feed 089 after 10 minutes, everyone held their breath. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Shuzhou stood with a single-edged sword in one hand and a black steel pistol in the other. 6 bodies lay in disarray at his feet, no survivors in either team. "Wait, where did the rest of their players go?" Teacher Xie was the first to ask. The director quickly pulled up the playback. Rewinding. In the grass, Jiang Shuzhou stood perfectly still like a statue, quietly scanning the battlefield. The two sides were locked in fierce combat, but he never pulled the trigger, patiently waiting for an opening. Suddenly, a priest on the opposing team mispositioned, caught bullets repeatedly. Before collapsing, he tried to heal but only managed to faint, fading holy light. Without their healer, the team's morale shattered instantly. Warriors retreated while covering fire desperately tried to hold the line, but the tide turned. Jiang Shuzhou sprang up like a coiled bow, bursting out of the grass with his pistol firing 3 quick shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck a warrior's knee, ankle, and shoulder, halting his movement. The enemies unleashed full firepower to stop the retreat. Bullets rained down, sparks flying on Jiang's robe. But an invisible shield shimmered into existence, transforming the assault into pale blue ripples. To the audience, the shield looked like a transparent bubble that repelled every bullet. The musketeers pulled back in panic, but the blades came swiftly. Cold steel sliced through the air, blood sprayed. Before the warriors could be finished off by the enemy, Jiang fired another shot and swiftly finished them. The remaining musketeer barely raised his gun before Jiang's sword sliced through his throat. In just a few seconds, the battlefield fell silent, leaving only bloodstains and smoke. The chat exploded again, crazier than before. "No way. Everyone knows he's immune to bullets, right? That wasn't bullets at all, it looked like fireworks. Decided I'm becoming a mage. Worst case, he'll repeat senior year. Who's afraid?" The commentators were speechless. Li Hua's eyes widened. Teacher Xie finally exhaled. This player's skill is truly terrifying. On screen, Jiang Shuzhou wiped blood from his blade and scanned the empty battlefield. After confirming there were no survivors, he slipped back into the grass. His mindset was simple: rules required wiping out all enemies to score points. If even one escaped, he'd end up working for someone else. That was why Jiang Shuzhou had been crouched in the grass for so long. The next stretch of the tournament felt like wasted time, almost deliberately arranged so that no strong teams faced each other. It was mostly weaker teams jostling among themselves or strong teams easily dispatching weak ones. The audience quickly realized there were no exciting matchups to look forward to during this period. Meanwhile, on the field, Jiang Shuzhou continued skillfully executing his fishing for advantage tactic waiting until two teams were locked in a tight battle before sneaking in to land finishing blows. He eliminated two more teams in succession. One trick, working wonders so long as it was effective, he'd keep using it relentlessly. Within an hour and a half, only 4 teams remained. These 4 were Jiang Shuzhou's Shadow of the Law team, the suddenly popular Animal Friends team, the Phoenix team from Europe and America, and Longting, a powerhouse from China. The Animal Friends had been unknown until now, composed of 3 druids, but what made them stand out was their absurd number of summoned creatures, over a dozen animal companions. Their sheer numbers helped them defeat many opponents. For instance, the formidable Tsangtian team, 3 musketeers with high attack but low health, equipped with automatic firearms, still struggled against the swarms of beasts. Despite killing 8 animals, they were eventually overwhelmed and torn apart, eliminated bitterly. Seeing the final 4 made the Chinese audience proud of their players except for Phoenix. All the teams were Chinese. The live chat exploded with comments like "All Chinese squad. China is awesome. Come on. Push the foreigners out." The atmosphere was electric. Then the broadcast caught the moment when Animal Friends and Phoenix were about to clash directly. The commentator eagerly told viewers to switch to the main camera, showing the 2 teams facing off nervously in an open field. Everyone knew only 4 teams remained, and the top 3 would receive rewards. Of course, everyone wanted the championship, but even securing a spot in the rewards was valuable. Neither side wanted to make the first move. Tension and caution filled the air. Suddenly, the director cut to another camera angle behind a huge rock. Jiang Shuzhou crouched hidden, calmly observing the potential battle, clearly planning another ambush. The live chat instantly blew up. Truly the Shadow of the Law. Always sneaking attacks, never front-facing battles. Better rename him Shadow of the Stab. No assassin hides better than him. By the way, where are the rogues? Fun fact. Rogues have high attack but low defense and short range, completely dominated by musketeers in this meta. Don't mistake the musketeers' many losses for weakness. Turtle. Number 1, sense of smell. Wherever there's a fight, there's Shadow of the Law. Clearly, Shadow of the Law had found another perfect ambush spot, watching the 2 teams like a hungry tiger. Neither team wanted to start a fight, but also couldn't turn away who could trust the other not to strike from behind. In theory, they could negotiate to go their separate ways, but soon they found an awkward problem. Phoenix only spoke English and French, while Animal Friends only spoke Chinese. After a long, clumsy game of gestures, they still couldn't reach any understanding. There was no other choice. Both sides suffered from a lack of cultural understanding. If even one person among them had known a bit of a foreign language, this fight never would have happened. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. They simply didn't trust each other, and conflict was inevitable. Break through them. The 2 paladins raised their shields almost simultaneously and charged with low growls. Unlike the heavily armored Attitude Squad that once weighed hundreds of kilograms in total, these 2 weighed less than 80 kilos combined. Wearing only light armor, their hurried footsteps lacked that overwhelming power. The 3 druids opposite them scrambled to cast spells. With a whoosh, thick bramble vines erupted from the ground like living creatures, snaking toward the paladins. The vines cracked sharply, quickly trapping the 2 shield bearers in place. Their light armor didn't provide enough momentum to break free, forcing them to halt and freezing the front line instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuzhou finally decided to act. He had never thought much of the holy light believers on the Phoenix team, and now that the chance was right before him, he aimed to take them down first. Although he knew he didn't get along with the druids either, that was old grudges. With the situation critical, environmental concerns had to wait. Bang! A crisp sound broke the air as he fired his pistol. The high-powered scope, originally meant for battlefield observation, now served perfectly as a sniper's sight. Clang! The bullet struck a paladin's chest, denting his iron armor with a hole the size of a fingernail. The protection was clearly weaker than the ones facing the Attitude Squad before. Back then, a paladin's armor wouldn't even deform after death. This shot was just an appetizer. Jiang Shuzhou didn't stop moving. Pressing forward toward the Phoenix team, he kept firing in bursts. The gunfire echoed like drum beats, pushing the battle's tempo higher again. Friends over there, since we're all from Huagua, why don't we clear out those guys first? We can sort everything else out later. Sound good? He called out loudly to the nearby Animal Friends team. All right, we agree, came the immediate response from the only male among the 3. What's wrong with you? Why agree so easily? The petite girl in revealing green attire, barely reaching 1.6 meters, whispered sharply in protest. Kai Kai, you still don't get it. The red-haired girl beside her lowered her voice. Every extra person means more fighting power. Our goal is a solid top 3 finish. First we grab the rewards. The man nodded in agreement. Right? Fake cooperation for now. We'll see after the fight. He regulated his breathing, ready to advance alongside Jiang Shuzhou, focusing only on securing a top 3 spot. Their strength had been halved after a fierce battle with another team. Nearly all their tamed animals had been wiped out. Were it not for the ability to revive fallen animal friends in this contest, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his energy competing any further. The remaining 2 silently shifted into their beast forms, directing the 5 surviving animals to assist Jiang Shuzhou's advance. At this moment, Jiang Shuzhou was fighting 2 paladins alone. The 2 paladins positioned themselves on his left and right, cutting off any escape routes and planning to wear him down through sheer endurance and defense. But what they never expected was that the squad, which had been standing by idly, suddenly jumped in to support Jiang Shuzhou from a distance with skill casts, instantly disrupting their rhythm. Even worse, they could not break through Jiang Shuzhou's impenetrable protective barrier at all. These 2 paladins had always relied on their heavy armor and divine magic, first blocking attacks, and then slowly grinding down their opponents through stamina advantage. But Jiang Shuzhou's protective spell was astonishingly tough. Every strike they landed felt like hitting solid rock. Clang! The longsword and battle axe struck Jiang Shuzhou simultaneously, the clash of metal ringing loud and clear. The recoil traveled up the blade, numbing Prolan's hand so severely that he nearly lost his grip. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? So hard. He swore instinctively in English. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuzhou, though well-educated, didn't understand any foreign languages, and his only response was a counterattack. Poof! A flicker of purple-gold cold light pierced through a damaged gap in Prolan's armor at his waist, blood spurting out instantly. After a prolonged fight, Prolan's armor showed multiple cracks, and his divine magic reserves were completely drained. Prolan. Vina's face changed drastically beside him. She hurriedly raised her hand, casting healing magic to stop the bleeding and stabilize her comrade's wounds. Then her gaze flickered toward the distant position of the priest. This is bad. The priest is in danger. Almost simultaneously, nearly 10 summoned beasts charged recklessly toward the priest. A chill ran down Vina's spine, extinguishing any thought of continuing the fight. She stepped back 2 paces, preparing to provide support. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Shuzhou growled sharply. He tapped his staff on the ground, and an intense magical array flickered into existence immediately. Whoosh! A towering wall of fire surged up along the retreat path, the flames roaring and twisting, completely sealing off any escape. The scorching heat hit them full force. The 2 paladins exchanged glances, finally realizing the battle was over. If even melee fighters couldn't overcome a mage, what chance did they have from a distance? 20 minutes later, staring at his 2 fallen teammates, Mooncat calmly accepted his own death. In the end, the Animal Friends team was brutally wiped out. At that moment, his mind was flooded with regret. If only he had stopped his teammates sooner, maybe things would have turned out differently. 10 minutes earlier, the battle had been going remarkably well. The entire Phoenix team had been wiped out. The final kill credit went to Jiang Shuzhou, who had dealt the killing blow to the last survivor. Once again, the facts prove that a priest's sustain could never match that of a paladin. Right then, Munkath, captain of the Animal Friends team, a professional druid and streamer, was gathering his thoughts. This druid stood a solid 1.89 meters tall, his 8-pack abs clearly defined, yet he only casually covered himself with strips of animal skin and grass ropes in a standard wildman style. He stood there like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. But when he spoke, his tone was calm and civilized, surprisingly at odds with his imposing appearance. Jiang Shuzhou gave him a nod, the usual mage's proud greeting, a stance he never abandoned in matters of showmanship. My name is Kai's Cabbage, what about you? Asked another druid, a young girl dressed lightly as if she had just run out of a tropical rainforest. Jiang Shuzhou glanced at her and thought to himself, young and fiery, wearing less to avoid heatstroke makes sense. You can call me Shadow Pursuer, Jiang Shuzhou replied in his usual calm tone, dropping a fake name. He neither streamed nor wanted his real name exposed in any case. His own team was called Shadow Pursuer, so giving out the team name was convenient and sensible. I mean your real name. The girl wrinkled her nose, her excited, primitive jungle-style enthusiasm on full display. Jiang Shuzhou thought, now this is the wild impulsiveness a druid should have. I already told you, I'm Shadow Pursuer. Do you think I want to tell you my real name? Besides, who's to say this name isn't real? I thought of Shadow Pursuer after a lot of thinking. You. Never mind. Are all mages so rude? No manners at all. Jiang Shuzhou shrugged. You know, that's actually true. Except among fellow mages, we do try to be polite. Tired of the pointless name game, he cut to the chase. Since the enemy is temporarily wiped out, what's next? Spread out and fight individually, or join forces to finish off that last team before settling the score. To Jiang Shuzhou, these people were just strangers passing through. He chose to cooperate temporarily only because holding back 2 teams alone and preventing their escape was too difficult. With only 2 teams left besides himself, one posed no real threat to him. His eyes flicked to the Animal Friends team. That team favored a swarm and overwhelmed beast rush strategy, but Jiang Shuzhou excelled at fighting against larger numbers, especially with his summoning spells. A dozen beasts or so. Child's play. He sneered and stepped forward, the glow of magic flaring in his eyes. I have no patience for those who hide their true intentions. Let me see what you're really made of. It seemed that Kaikai's Baikai was clearly upset about Jiang Shuzhou leaving her aside, and without hesitation, she unleashed the Detect Natural Enemies spell. Suddenly, a crimson glow surged over Jiang Shuzhou's shoulders, like two invisible hands pressing an alarm behind his back. How dare this brat? He snorted coldly, already knowing there was no turning back now. People often joked that druids stayed in the forest all day because they were a little slow in the head, and now that notion was confirmed. Whenever they saw a stranger, they'd just throw detection spells right at their faces. Even the Mage Alliance Jiang Shuzhou belonged to made sure to file reports and check they could overpower the target before casting such spells. But druids seemed oblivious to the concept of underhanded tactics and casually threw detection magic around like it was nothing. Such naivete was truly exasperating. Before anyone else could react, Jiang Shuzhou lunged forward aggressively, his Miao Dao slicing upwards with a cold gleam. The blade aimed straight at Kaikai's Baikai. The unprepared druid was instantly beheaded. Her head tumbled onto the grass as blood spurted out. Her two teammates were momentarily stunned, then scrambled to command animals to block him. But Jiang Shuzhou charged like a cannonball, breaking through their defenses, ignoring claws and fangs flying at him, until he stood before the red-haired female druid. His second slash cut a beast, blocking his way in half through the waist, then with undiminished force, split the red-haired druid herself down the middle. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Half Moon Cat stood frozen, his claws trembling. Jiang Shuzhou pointed his blade at him calmly and said, "Listen up, couldn't just toss detection spells around, especially not at people you can't beat. What if you actually find something you don't like?" Before he finished speaking, his blade flickered again. Half Moon Cat, as if resolved like a determined fighter, made no move to dodge or counter, simply faced the cold Archetan. The next moment, his head was severed and flew through the air, his final word eliminated, exploding in a spray of blood. The competition suddenly became incredibly dramatic. The chat room exploded with messages. They're not wrong. Think before you throw detection spells. A friend of mine died just like that. Quick question, how exactly does Detect Natural Enemies work? Basically, it's like a radar for locating enemies. Haha, epic humor from that green-haired girl. She dares to do anything. Honestly, no one matches her. That's called social skill. The blade never sheaths. Stealth attack can be social skills. I'm studying dark psychology. Winning by sneak attacks just isn't honorable. She won with skillful stealth. Besides, she only snuck on one opponent. The other two fought hidden. You have no clue what you're talking about. The chat grew louder and louder. As everyone knows, good looks often shape people's values, and faced with the unknown visage of Jiang Shuzhou, many fans preferred to root for the prettier Kaikai's Baikai. So even with Jiang Shuzhou dominating the game, some voiced sympathy for her team. Jiang Shuzhou, however, couldn't see any of this. The system blocked live chat on the players and to prevent location leaks through the comments. At that moment, he was contemplating how to find the last team. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Competition ended. You are the champion. What? What just happened? Not only did Jiang Shuzhou freeze, but the entire audience was left baffled. Rewinding to when the Animal Friends team was just wiped out. Captain, what now? One member of Long Tongue team asked quietly. Wait, and then commit suicide, the captain replied calmly. We already have enough points for second place. Just collect the rewards and leave the glory to someone else. This was a prearranged plan before the match. Announcing it now was just to explain to the audience. Understood. Almost simultaneously, the three players took out hidden vials of poison and drank them down. In the military base's monitoring hall, General Liu stared at the screen, watching the Long Tongue team members collapse one by one. Mission accomplished, he exhaled deeply. The competition was settled. Champion Jiang Shuzhou, runner-up Long Tongue team, third place Animal Friends team. All three teams would receive rewards, a soul weapon. This weapon would accompany them throughout their lives, until death. A flash of white light blinked, and Jiang Shuzhou was transported to that familiar place, the very spot where he first entered the game. Above him, a lofty dome scattered starlight like diamonds, while beneath his feet floated a high platform suspended in midair. Around him, countless stars adorned the deep night sky, as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the star realm, gazing down upon an endless sea of stars. At the center of the platform, a figure clad in a deep blue mage's robe stood at the end of the stairs. His staff hung by his side, gold threads woven into its surface shimmering softly, as he quietly fixed his gaze on Jiang Shuzhou. You've come. I've been waiting for you a long time, the robed man said, raising his hand in invitation, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Are you the legendary mage Roland? Jiang Shuzhou stepped onto the stairs, his tone questioning but firm. Our time is limited. No need to waste it on things already clear. Roland nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Shuzhou spoke up, then I want to know about the game. Do you really think this is just a game? Roland interrupted, not waiting for an answer before continuing. 3 years remain. In 3 years, the gods will descend into this world. They come to gain new followers. New followers? The word echoed in Jiang Shuzhou's mind as he mulled it over. After a moment, understanding dawned. Followers are the lifeblood of gods. If they have enough, even weak divine power can grow into mighty strength. If followers are few, even great power wanes to weakness. The billions on Blue Star aren't large by the standards of the Sacred Alliance, but not insignificant either. If they all worship the same god, it could support a powerful deity. His expression darkened immediately. His homeland must never become a playground for the gods. But you don't need to worry. I will act. Roland's voice arrived again. Those kingdoms unwilling to bow to the gods will be protected by the Mage Alliance. This is help I promised in exchange for your victory. As he spoke, his golden eyes seemed to pierce through the shadow of his hood, locking steadily onto Jiang Shuzhou. His solemn promise rang clear. He would help part of Blue Star's people survive the coming crisis. Thank you for your generosity, Jiang Shuzhou nodded. He hadn't expected this elder to be so straightforward. Roland twirled the runes on his staff and said calmly, any other questions? Heim's interference has granted us a little more time to talk, but I've sworn an oath to the gods I can't speak too long. Don't ask about the core aspects of the game, I want answer. Jiang Shuzhou changed course bluntly. Then, why is it so difficult for mages to learn skills? Because I'm too lazy to help fools, and they don't deserve to be mages, Roland scoffed. Jiang Shuzhou touched his nose. You say that out loud. What else can I say? Lucky for me, I'm not one of them. What about a price? I must pay something, right? Not yet. You don't have to pay anything for now. Meaning I will pay later. A flash of lightning struck through Jiang Shuzhou's mind as countless speculations rushed in. He pressed on. Do the nations on Blue Star know about the god's arrival? They know, to some extent. Some have already been warned, Roland said with calm tone, but that carried an inscrutable meaning. With that, Jiang Shuzhou was nearly out of options. Clinging to a last sliver of hope, he tried to mooch some more benefits. Look, I'm empty-handed. How can I possibly resist those evil gods? Maybe. Knowledge is the most precious wealth, and I've already given you plenty. Roland saw through his intentions and chuckled lightly, showing no anger. Jiang Shuzhou scratched his head awkwardly. Well then, you really got me. Jiang Shuzhou understood Roland's meaning clearly. It was obvious the knowledge of the flesh gospel came from him, and his own talent probably bore Roland's mark. Sir Roland, he took a deep breath. As we all know, psychological warfare is just as crucial. May I take part in the game's publicity? If I can control the narrative, perhaps I can slow the spread of the god's faith. Of course, Roland nodded slightly, a glint of approval in his golden eyes. Young man, your talent for stirring public opinion is exceptional. You're destined to be an outstanding strategist. Well, that's quite a compliment. Jiang Shuzhou chuckled inwardly, but didn't forget to respond politely. I appreciate your kind words. Although he didn't gain any tangible benefits right now, he obtained the sharpest spear of criticism, the ability to release videos anytime on official platforms to freely attack and slander the gods. A small blessing amid misfortune, at least he walked away with something. Roland gazed at him, as if seeing through time and space the younger version of himself, full of ambition, but shadowed by inner turmoil. Those dark years had forged his brilliance. Lost in the river of memory, Roland fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Jiang Shuzhou quietly stood aside. What needed saying was said, questions now would do no good. Since the elder had shown him respect, he owed him patience. After a moment, Roland regained composure. His tone suddenly grew serious. One last piece of advice: never ignite the divine flame. It's easy to light, but almost impossible to extinguish. Now time's up. Claim your reward. With that, a fist-sized orb of light appeared floating in front of him, like frozen dawn. Jiang Shuzhou nodded and stepped forward, reaching out to touch it. Relax. The pain is normal, Roland warned. The instant his fingertips met the orb, searing pain like electric current tore through his marrow. It was as if his soul had been forcibly ripped out. The dazzling light flowed down his arm, rushing into the depths of his flesh. Before darkness swallowed his consciousness, he heard Roland's low voice. In a month, the soul weapon will hatch from your soul, with no side effects. That was the last thing he heard before sinking into a long-awaited deep sleep. Report. An urgent shout shattered the silence. Yes. Inside the brightly lit highest defense military base, General Liu frowned. Not long ago, 3 members of the Longting team had simultaneously fallen unconscious. This unit carried the hopes and efforts of the entire Huagua nation. To maintain secrecy, major domestic live streams barely mentioned the Longting team. Even event introductions rushed past them, their images flashing fleetingly. Without forced coverage by the organizers, they would rather have kept the broadcast off entirely. How is the Longting team's condition? General Liu asked quietly. An officer lowered his head and reported, initial assessment shows no life-threatening issues, just unconscious. Don't state the obvious. The general slammed the table. I know they're unconscious. I want to know why. Silence fell. Dr. Zhao stepped forward hesitantly. According to the expert team's analysis, it might be related to the so-called soul weapons. Explained fully. But no one continued. Dr. Zhao opened his mouth, then swallowed the words back, looking embarrassed. General Liu scanned the room and finally understood all speculation, no solid evidence. If only Professor Wang were still here, he muttered. That old professor always provided the most reliable answers, unmatched in his research of both game and real-world knowledge. Sadly, now only memories remained. But he was gone. All right, you go ahead and take good care of them. Under no circumstances can anything happen to them. If anything comes up, report to me immediately. General Liu waved his hand, signaling the guards to escort Dr. Zhao away. Only after their footsteps faded down the corridor did he let out a heavy sigh, the deep furrow between his brows stubbornly refusing to smooth out. With his military rank, he could have directly confronted Professor Wang to uncover the truth behind Shadow of the Law winning the championship. But this research involved top-secret matters. Revealing even a hint unauthorized would be dereliction of duty. A soldier's job was to obey. No matter his doubts, he had to push them down. Fortunately, from the information he had, after that mysterious competitor dominated the arena once again, proving the viability of the mage system, orders had come down to recall Professor Wang and restart the mage project. Whether Professor Wang would agree to return remained to be seen. In the capital city, at Professor Wang Bowen's home. Old Wang, what are you up to? It's time to eat. Mrs. Wang stood at the study door, carrying a steaming dish. Though her husband was well into his 50s, he had plunged headfirst into the online world. She didn't mind it was better to embrace new things than to grow disheartened. In watching the match, just a moment, came Professor Wang's excited, hurried voice from behind the closed door. Mrs. Wang set the food on the dining table and called out, "Dinner's ready. Remember to eat when you're done." She knew her husband was in a slump. After years of hard work as project leader, finally making some progress, he had been forced out of the institute. She often thought that with Bowen's academic level, he could have excelled in another field long ago. But 20 years earlier she had decided no matter how unconventional his path, she would support him fully. Ring, suddenly the phone rang. The caller ID flashed the institute's number. Mrs. Wang's brow instantly tightened. Ease that nerve they had, calling after kicking old Wang out. "Hello? What is it?" Her tone was cold. The voice on the line was submissive. She replied tersely, "Oh, I see. Old Wang's busy now. Send someone over to talk in person. My stance is the same as his. Whatever he decides, I support. That's all." Then she hung up. So they want old Wang to come back after all, she thought, devising her approach. Since they were asking, it was time to make clear who had the upper hand. No more treating him like a football to be kicked around. Minutes later, the study door burst open abruptly. Professor Wang came out radiant and rushed into the living room. "What's going on? You look so happy." Mrs. Wang raised an eyebrow. "I told you the mage system is right. All that so-called magic network mages are just rubbish." Professor Wang slammed the table, laughing heartily, no trace of his usual gentleness. All right. What match got you so worked up?" "Ah, nothing much." He cleared his throat, tamping down his excitement. "My hypothesis was proven correct. It's hard not to get excited." Mrs. Wang placed the freshly warmed dishes before him. "The institute just called. They want you to go back." "What? Did you agree?" Professor Wang raised his eyebrows. "No, but I didn't refuse either," she shrugged. "I told them to come over the day after tomorrow to talk." "Good." He nodded emphatically. "It should have been done like this long ago. When they need me, they squeeze me dry. When they don't, they kick me out. Now they see him valuable again. They dare ask me to come back immediately?" "Humph." He snorted, but his eyes gleamed shrewdly. This time, I'm the one making the demands. If I don't make them bleed, I'm not Wang. Watching her husband fuming, but with that stubborn spark in his eyes, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but smile. 20 years had passed, yet his temper remained unchanged. Some rejoiced, others lamented. Against this backdrop, the competition finally drew to a close. Jiang Shuzhou gradually regained consciousness, still feeling a lingering pain deep in his soul. With technology this advanced, how was there still no painless mode? He muttered inwardly as he pushed himself up against the edge of the gaming pod. Now that his condition was stable, it was the perfect chance to take a break and maybe do something that would truly delight the players. "Is the admin around? What about the video editing we talked about?" "Your master already agreed. A mage system's promotional videos will be my responsibility from now on." He called out to the intelligence system outside the pod. "Respected Knaves Lebo, you have been authorized to handle the related matters. I will fully assist you," came the calm, precise mechanical voice. "Perfect," Jiang Shuzhou said proudly, quickly adding a flattering remark to smooth things over. "Mage Roland really is the world's greatest mage, firm and decisive. I couldn't compare." Rubbing his still slightly sore shoulders, he said, "Let's get started, then let's make that promo video." The brief activity helped relax him considerably. Without the pressure of life or death, even his smile seemed fuller than before. Not long after, several promotional videos led by top players from various classes in the recent tournament began appearing on major video platforms, titled The Star Realm, Arrival class series. Releasing promos a whole month after launch. Some criticized, but the hype was undeniable. About 200 million active users daily, at any hour, and sales were booming. According to official stats on Gaming Pod sales, 400 million units of various configurations had been sold worldwide. Even the lowest-end model cost nearly 10,000 yuan, demonstrating the astonishing revenue power of Star Realm Arrival. As a result, the official class promotional videos quickly became the focal point on forums and live comment sections. Each class had a unique focus and style, but the priest video Healing of the Saints drew special attention. Ethereal and sacred music began to play softly. Today is the day the gods descend. The camera sweeps over wide, spotless stone-paved streets, countless believers flooding in and bowing deeply before rows of priests marching solemnly, voices chanting praises to the gods' glory. Thanks be to the merciful Lord, who frees us from the persecution of evil mages. Thanks be to the merciful Lord, who delivers us from hunger and disease. Thanks be to the merciful Lord. The scene shifts. Dustless brick-laid roads glisten. Golden hues shimmer on the cathedral's soaring frescoed dome. Towering bell towers and dignified stone statues form a magnificent, peaceful holy kingdom panorama. As soon as the promo aired, the comment and bullet chat sections exploded. So beautiful. I wish I were born here. A truly sacred kingdom. How dare anyone defame the gods? Glorious, majestic, elegant. This place is my dream come true. Comments like these flooded the video repeatedly, drowning out the few skeptical voices. Jiang Shuzhou dismissed it with disdain. That's just how things go online. Any sane person wouldn't believe a brick-paved road could remain spotless, let alone whole groups of worshippers kneeling reverently before a priest. To him, these people mostly fancied themselves as priests being worshipped, failing to realize they were actually the ones kneeling down as faithful followers. Besides, even if they were priests, shouldn't they be kneeling before a deity's statue? With that thought, Jiang Shuzhou switched to another link. The screen lit up with a church promotional video titled Holy Knights, Banishers of Evil. The scene opened on a peaceful village bathed in morning light, with stone wells and wooden eaves glowing golden. A squad of fully armored holy knights stood in formation at the village entrance, followed by a white-robed chaplain. Subtitles informed viewers that the church had received intel about an impending attack by evil sorcerers. These heavily armored warriors swore an oath to protect the sacred land, vowing not to retreat an inch. What followed was utterly predictable. The sorcerers advanced in black clouds. Villagers screamed and scattered. The holy knights brandished swords, engaging in street fighting with the evil sorcerers. In the end, a devout holy knight broke through in blood and fire, beheaded a sorcerer before everyone, and saved the village. Golden letters appeared on screen. As long as there is kindness in the human heart, the guardian god will never abandon any of its children. Evil will be burned away by divine wrath. Return where you came from. The video ended, and Jiang Shuzhou curled his lip. This one's even worse than the last. The previous promotional video at least had a collection of pure landscapes and architecture with minimal lines might barely qualify as an art film. But this Holy Night short was just painfully cliched. Normally, you'd expect some betrayal or romance like a captain secretly colluding with sorcerers or his daughter falling in love with a young knight, ending in a tragic but heroic conflict. But nope, the director didn't bother. Jiang Shuzhou mentally judged it a flat, uninspired dud. Yet the comment section and bullet chats were abuzz, with viewers arguing why sorcerers would attack a rundown village and nitpicking details in the video. Jiang Shuzhou had plenty to say about that. Unless there was something valuable buried under the village, no sorcerer would waste time on that nowhere place. And come on, a single young sorcerer convincingly driving off the Sorcerer Alliance? Nonsense. The evil sorcerer in the video didn't look nearly as strong as he did himself. He shrugged. Promotional videos were just meant to stir things up. He left a comment in the chat. Guardian God never abandons any follower? What a joke. Go visit the Wesley Clinic and see the Forgotten Believers. Don't forget, the Inquisitor in the Hayes story was also a follower of the Guardian God. So, Guardian God, who exactly are you protecting? Don't pretend this isn't bias. Protecting nobles is protecting, too. Then he clicked on the next video, The Musketeers' War. It was an account of internal empire conflict. 3 brothers enlist together, their conflicts arise and subside throughout the war, and in the end they survive to embrace a so-called better future. The film was steady and unremarkable, but coherent as a whole. The comments there were equally unremarkable, mostly just ordinary praise. Following that were the virtues of knighthood and the mighty natural powers of druids, neither of which were particularly impressive. Clearly, no top-notch writers were involved. What was worth mentioning, however, was the druid promotional video. Not for its plot, but for the captivating young woman featured in it. On screen, green leaves and thorny vines intertwined as a barefoot, blonde druidess stepped lightly on moss, her scant vine adornments fluttering in the breeze. As a druid, her skin exposure was naturally more daring than other classes in a bid to stay closer to nature, something Jiang Shuzhou fully approved of. Though he considered himself an enemy of nature, that didn't stop him from appreciating the druids' dedication to their faith. The promo then shifted to a short film for the thief class called Hands of the Master. In dimly lit alleyways, the protagonist darted across rooftops as silver coins and jewels glittered under the moonlight. He slipped stolen goods into the hands of the poor before spinning away with flair. Jiang Shuzhou suddenly remembered the thief class even existed in the game and muttered to himself. Almost forgot about them. Though he had to admit the clip was Medea classic otherworldly rogue tale. Next up was a teaser that caught Jiang Shuzhou off guard. An archer promotional video titled The Hunter. Set in a forest scene, an archer drew back his bow and released an arrow that sliced through the air, while faint smoke hinted at a musketeer battle in the background. Archers had largely been replaced by musketeers, but a loyal group of players still clung to their longbows. That must be love for the class. By contrast, mages often got scolded as the game's dumpster class, yet Jiang Shuzhou knew the issue wasn't with the class but the players. The Mage Alliance was one of the world's 3 great powers, with strength second to none. Plus, Jiang frequently stirred up forum discussions, keeping mage topics consistently hot, almost universally recognized. Compared to that, archer posts were sparse and bleak. Fortunately, this time the official videos gave every class some screen time, though duration varied with each class popularity. After finishing The Hunter, Jiang Shuzhou turned his attention to the main event, the heavyweight mage promotional video. This was a project he had personally planned, written, directed, and even starred in. He had even used his admin privileges to apply AI-powered face swapping and adapted his own life experiences into a magical epic. Under a grand celestial dome, a floating city rose from the ground. Star energy storms swept past spires. A staff struck the earth, instantly conjuring a magic circle. The final caption burned across a black screen. Mages, seekers of truth, we never slack off. The title of the sorcerer's promotional video was so outrageous, completely unlike the serious titles most others had, that it instantly piqued the curiosity of a large audience. What kind of film would dare to call itself Sorcerers? Pursuing truth, we never slack off. Filled with questions, viewers clicked play, and a fantastical journey unfolded. The screen first showed a brief preface. Since the establishment of the Sorcerers Alliance, generations of sorcerers have embarked on the path to seek truth. Today, another young man follows in their footsteps, becoming a novice sorcerer. The camera spun around and settled on the protagonist, Jiada, 21 years old, a first-tier sorcerer, youthful and full of ambition. Newly promoted, his pockets were empty and he looked a bit embarrassed. Sensing his financial tightness, a staff member from the Sorcerers Association handed him a thick letter of introduction, informing him he could take a position at the Arbitration Bureau. Thus began Jiada's first step into the officialdom. A lively tune started to play. 3 or 5 brushstrokes inked the paper. A partridge cries, who understands the tune's meaning? Broken strings await your binding, singing cheerfully. Jiada pushed open the door to the Arbitration Bureau. Along the way, passing employees nodded and smiled at him, their words tinged with flattery. He walked down a long corridor carved with ornate decorations, past the spacious archives, and into the warmly lit administrative hall. Finally, as the song's last note faded, he put on the assigned dark blue uniform and officially became an arbitration officer. The live chat exploded instantly. No way, sorcerers actually get assigned jobs? Totally true, I've seen it. Too bad I didn't get promoted or ID score some official post too. I'm from Chilu. Offline civil service exams are brutal. Brothers, see you in the cyber civil service test. Awesome, Chilu never disappoints. Yanjiao checking in. Haven't you seen it? 100 gold coins a day equals tens of thousands RMB. Not going is just stupid. Watching the flood of comments on the screen, Jiang Shuzhou smiled faintly. It's not that they fear more applicants, but that no one bothers to come. Among 100 sorcerers, if even one is willing to squeeze out time for administrative work, it's a miracle, and usually it's only the old-timers who take on easy administrative tasks. As for arbitration officers who must both stand watch and be ready to use force, no one wants the job at all. After all, they deal with ordinary mortals. Even if the Arbitration Bureau chief is a mid-tier sorcerer, he can hardly interfere with Jiang Shuzhou's work. So-called power only appeals to ordinary people. For sorcerers, everything is measured by gain. Administrative posts offer limited real benefits, so naturally few will stoop to them. Don't let mundane matters disturb the sorcerer's pursuit of truth. This is an unspoken consensus among sorcerers. No matter how generous the alliance's rewards are, they are at most cultivation resources. True prestige always depends on power. Without sufficient strength, one is doomed to remain at the bottom. With enough power, even without achievements, one rises above the rest. Hayes is a prime example. He tirelessly runs around doing all kinds of work, but has yet to get promoted. By contrast, Jiang Shuzhou is a sorcerer who can vaguely be called humane. He works hard and never accepts less than fair pay. He receives the rewards he earns. Of course, his direct boss barely makes an appearance. Jiang Shuzhou had only met the bureau chief once at onboarding. Every other contact happened through sorcerer's marks. As Jiang Shuzhou's his direct superior, he almost never manages his subordinates, which says a lot about the situation. Within the Mage Alliance, how well you perform barely matters. As long as your power is strong, you can climb the ranks as high as you want. To get back on track, the promo video had just reached the part about becoming a Judhaya scene Jiang Shuzhou personally experienced. The scenario played out exactly as he remembered it. A nearby mage admitted frankly that they didn't understand the law, leaving the audience stunned and the live comments section instantly buzzing. A mage doesn't understand the law. It's normal for a mage not to know the law, but a judge being clueless is absurd. This is unbelievable. Wait, it gets crazier. Next came the courtroom session. To avoid revealing his identity, Jiang Shuzhou had changed every detail. Still, the woman's outrageous statements left viewers both angry and amused, and the man's comments were equally bizarre. What does it even mean still love? Huh? The mage in the middle of the room turned red-faced. Just shows how inexperienced they are. Am I the only one wondering why they're using magic in court? Is this even allowed? Don't take it too seriously, it's not a real court. No sooner had the mockery quieted than the audience witnessed the mage's approach to handling the case. Ignoring the lawyers who each spoke their own side, the three mages held a brief discussion and then announced a recess. They gestured for the guards to detain everyone present and left the room. 10 minutes later, they returned and issued the verdict on the spot. Plaintiff death penalty, immediate execution. Plaintiff's lawyer fined 300. Defendant fined 150. The shockingly drastic judgment caused the comment section to erupt completely. Which court finds the plaintiff? Fine plaintiff and fine defendant? Seriously? Is this court even legitimate? Feels like amateur hour. Unbelievable. Opinions quickly split. Some cheered it on, while others questioned the legal process. The debate ended abruptly when one comment nailed it. Look around, what world do you think you're in? This is perfectly legal here. No need for you to worry. In reality, it wasn't that lawful, just no one bothered to scrutinize it deeply. The scene then shifted to depict the grand inauguration of Jada. Dozens of escorts flanked a splendid carriage while a song played once again. Wrongly entering the heavenly realm, be advised to drop the sands in your hand. Jada sat calmly inside the carriage as curious nobles gathered outside. Once they left the city center, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Nobles kept their distance and watched from afar, but commoners all bowed their heads silently. This is terrifying. The oppressive presence of mages feels like medieval oppression, but even worse. Come on, at least they don't make people kneel. Unlike those propaganda clips where everyone's crawling on their knees, don't forget those. That's true, and these commoners actually seem better off. There's still some light in their eyes. The scene then cut to Jada spending nearly all his time in his office, buried in stacks of books studying magic, with only rare glimpses of him handling other affairs. So this is what it's been about all along. No wonder it's called that, truly a pursuit of truth, never slacking off. As soon as the mage promotional video started playing on the screen, the comment feed exploded. I said, they pursue truth and don't slack off, but that doesn't mean they don't slack during regular work hours, right? Don't be ridiculous. They have subordinates. Of course, the actual work gets handed down. Why else do they keep them? Watching this makes me want to be a mage. This job looks way too easy. Up next was the haze incident, carefully adapted by Jiang Shuzhou. He deliberately blurred names, dates, and locations, but kept every other detail intact. How Hayes got stuck in the quagmire of the shining yet shadowed city-state of the All Saints Alliance. How he barely survived amid the carnage of the Judgment Platform, eventually joined the Arbitration Bureau, and finally met Jade in the climax. The bizarre and bloody scenes flickered in the footage. The Alliance was full of all sorts of twisted characters. Hayes' tragedy seemed almost commonplace. And that ordinariness was repeatedly confirmed by the official ads featuring priests and paladins. The more they tried to cover things up, the more undeniable the truth became. The story cut off abruptly just as Jade appeared, leaving countless viewers breathless and stunned. No words. That last part was legendary. How did he even get out of there? Priest, speak up. Is this what you call heaven on earth? Don't hate on it. For priests, it really is. You know, this is the only promotional video that actually shows civilian life. I've been to the All Saints Alliance in-game. It's pretty much like that. I've never been slandered, but people there often got murdered terrified me enough to run straight to the Empire. I thought it was just bad security, but turns out it was something else. Same here. Seriously, avoid that creepy place at all costs. I have a friend who became a priest and got way more devout, even though he used to not believe in anything. I suspect there's something wrong with the game, especially with the priests. Watching the chaotic comment stream, Jiang Shuzhou felt satisfied, abstract enough to provoke thought, loaded with controversy, and most importantly had successfully put the priest and paladin groups right under the spotlight. Professor Wang, take a look at this promo. Just after the military meeting projection ended, General Liu hurried forward. He was surprised to see Professor Wang back at the base after only one day. Rumor had it the top brass had made immense concessions to bring this top scholar homie a price unimaginable to outsiders. But to General Liu, none of that mattered. A soldier's duty was simple: follow orders. We need to be cautious, Professor Wong said gravely. This is a warning. The giant screen froze on the tagline. Mage, pursuing truth, never slacking. The first half brags about the privileges of mages but slips in some agenda. The second half grows darker and heavier, clearly trying to convey something else. He took off his glasses and quickened his pace. Old Liu, check into the priest project. Is there a problem? Yes, sir. General Liu responded immediately, dialing the priest project chief directly. As soon as the call connected and brief greetings were exchanged, Liu's face turned ashen. What? How long has this been going on? Why wasn't I told sooner? His angry roar echoed through the room as he stood abruptly. Control all priests immediately. Before he finished, the call was cut off. Professor Wong frowned. Something's wrong. Have those priests switched allegiance? General Liu's voice was low but still shocked. How could this? Don't waste time. It's obvious, right? They implied the All Saints Alliance's faith is basically brainwashing. So how stable do you think those priests really are? Professor Wong rubbed his temples. Freshly returned to the country and already cleaning up this mess. Old Liu, report to headquarters immediately. Tell them these priests and paladins pose a risk of rebellion. Similar situations occur in institutions across various countries. Some dismiss them outright, while others approach with caution. On the other side of the screen, Jiang Shuzhou leaned against the headboard, his fingers scrolling through his phone. Defaming the gods wasn't his original intention, had merely wanted to toss out some abstract art for fun and stir up an online flame war to amuse himself. If the moderators hadn't persuaded him otherwise, he might have already unleashed even spicier content. Watching major platforms erupt in conflict, with clear divides between allies and enemies, he finally nodded with satisfaction, treating the chaos as a late-night pastime. The glow of the phone illuminated his narrowed eyes. He casually scrolled through comments the entire night, savoring this rare moment of relaxation before fully immersing himself in his new life as a mage tomorrow. Early the next morning, a familiar sensation of detachment swept over him, and Jiang Shuzhou instantly returned to his old domain Varisco. The guest room's window had long been sealed. He reached up and unlatched it, and immediately a fresh morning breeze filled with sunlight rushed in. The bustling early market on the street and the distant tower shimmered in the golden glow. The fleeting illusion of being separate from the mundane world quickly dissolved, gently brushed away by the warm sunlight. Jiang Shuzhou squinted his eyes and quietly savored this brief tranquility. Clang, clang, clang. Master, it's me. A somewhat urgent voice broke the room's peace from outside the door. Jiang Shuzhou sighed quietly to himself. Time to get to work again. Even as a mage who barely managed his duties, he disliked working. As soon as the door creaked open slightly, he tossed out, "You better have a good reason." Hayes straightened up and lowered his voice to report, "Master, Wesley is still in prison. The refugee camp has approved his application to work as a doctor. You instructed me to report any news immediately." Seeing Jiang Shuzhou's indifferent expression, Hayes didn't linger and quickly laid out the key points. "Not now. I'm heading to the airport district soon. We'll talk this afternoon." Jiang Shuzhou nodded, then closed the door. He waved his hand, and white and blue water swirled in the air like a living thing, wrapping around his limbs. Within minutes, he finished washing. Even the droplets evaporated by his magic. The entrance to the airport district was located in the city's central hub. Jiang Shuzhou paused at the ticket counter. "Master, here is your ticket." The clerk immediately stood and handed him a silver-edged ticket embossed with the emblem of the skyship. Jiang Shuzhou accepted it with a slight nod. The clerk added, "If you can cast flight magic, you may board directly in the air, and the ticket is free." Unfortunately, flight magic was an intermediate spell he hadn't yet mastered, so he kept the ticket. He stepped onto the boarding gangway covered with deep red carpet. Crystal chandeliers on the ceiling cast soft light on the walls. A waiter approached with swift footsteps and a polite smile. "Respected mage, do you require assistance?" "No need." Jiang Shuzhou waved him off. The waiter bowed and withdrew. The luxurious decor, exquisite gold-trimmed railings, and the clouds outside all combined to inspire admiration indeed. A skyship catering to mages was truly worth the cost. More than 10 minutes later, the skyship smoothly docked at the cloud platform. Jiang Shuzhou stepped into the airport district. This was a massive floating platform high above, resembling a miniature sky city from afar, but fundamentally different. Real floating cities were typically military installations equipped with spellcasting aids, astral jumps, spatial stabilizers, and other complex systems. In contrast, the airport district was a civilian adaptation of some floating city technology, stripped of spellcasting aids and such features, retaining only slow levitation and shield capabilities. You could say the two were completely different. Jiang Shuzhou walked along the wide road paved with white marble, feeling a surge of awe he couldn't suppress, while the ground-level city of Varisco still retained a look reminiscent of 20th century London. The aerial port above seemed like something from the future. Massive airships took off and landed along high-altitude flight lanes, their silver-gray hulls reflecting soft sunlight, cargo containers piled inside their cabins. Below, the unloading docks were deserted by people. Purely magical-powered mechanical arms connected, sorted, and moved cargo with unceasing precision. Only now did Jiang Shuzhou truly understand that the so-called aerial port was indeed a genuine sky harbor, even bearing a hint of cyberpunk flavor. Without pausing, he recalled the main purpose of his trip and, within seconds, followed the glowing marker on a hovering signboard into a huge convention hall. The entire building was designed with multiple circular tiers and could accommodate over 10,000 people. At the center stood a large spherical platform hovering midair, inscribed with pale golden runes, overlooking the whole hall. Jiang Shuzhou casually took a seat on the edge. At this moment, the attendees were few, but from the styles of robes and badges, the majority were clearly mages. Other professions filled only scattered seats. Over the next hour, seats gradually filled. Jiang Shuzhou opened the basic rune studies book he carried, passing the time between runes and annotations. The noisy chatter slowly subsided, replaced by a growing atmosphere of solemnity. Looking up, he saw someone appear on the central platform, a gold badge gleaming on the chest, unmistakably a high-ranking mage. Beyond the Storm Sea's periphery, reaching high rank was already a pinnacle achievement. Advancing further to the sanctum meant you could no longer access this region. Everyone, please be quiet. With that brief command, the hall fell instantly silent. Jiang Shuzhou clearly sensed the powerful silencing spell just cast. I am High Mage Harvey, also the mayor of Varisco. Harvey's voice was evenly amplified throughout the room. I regret to inform you all the Second Storm Sea War is about to begin. His tone was measured, but each word hit its mark. This conflict stems from the broken treaty by the fishfolk. Over a month ago, they attacked Piston on Fannin Island, causing tens of thousands of casualties. The Mage Alliance will never tolerate such treachery. We must defend our interests in the Storm Sea. At this point, his voice rose sharply. Today, we mourn the fallen. Tomorrow, we make the perpetrators pay. Any aggression and harm will be punished. The great mages will never yield. Our shared losses unite us. The fishfolk and their allies must answer for their persecution of humanity. Yet the mages below remained stern and unmoved. War was war. The passionate slogans could not change the harsh reality of sacrifice. Who would pay the price? Who could guarantee survival? The toll from the first Storm Sea War a century ago was still fresh in memory. Tens of thousands of low-level mages and thousands of mid-level mages perished in those turbulent waters. Today, everyone was weighing whether they could walk away alive from this second battlefield. Beneath their calm robes, countless thoughts swirled. Perhaps the wisest course was to return promptly to the Mage Alliance homeland. As for Varisco, they wished it well. Facing nearly 10,000 mages below the stage, High Mage Harvey knew that if he didn't act immediately, by tomorrow only a handful of them might remain. The spacious council hall felt stiflingly hot, and the once orderly formation of mages was now subtly restless. Whispers swelled like an advancing tide, threatening to overwhelm discipline at any moment. Harvey gathered his concentration. The hems of his robe stirred as if caught in an unseen wind. Raising his hand to signal silence, his voice resonated across the vaulted corridor with an unyielding magical authority. Everyone, there is no need to panic, he began clearly. This war started because the fishmen broke the treaty first. The merfolk cannot offer any support. As his words fell, the clamor indeed diminished. Seizing the moment, Harvey continued. Furthermore, the terms the merfolk signed with us long ago are far stricter than those with the fishmen. Unless they are willing to break the treaty at the cost of 2 legendary heroes' lives. Then he deliberately paused, letting the final note hang heavy in the air. All eyes in the hall turned to him. The unease in their gazes swiftly gave way to a gleam driven by self-interest. The fishmen were vassals of the merfolk. So logically, if the fishmen entered the conflict, the merfolk must intervene to uphold their supremacy. But years ago, the Mage Alliance's treaty with the fishmen was more symbolic than binding, only emboldening the fishmen to breach it first. Once they discard that allegiance, the vassal oath becomes meaningless. Expecting the merfolk to fight recklessly for the fishmen? Only if the merfolk sacrificed 2 legendary lives, and that was clearly impossible. Suddenly, the tide turned. The Storm Sea beyond was rich in low-tier resources piled high, and ample mid-tier materials as well. Though rare top-grade materials were missing, the sheer volume could compensate for quality. A successful campaign to seize control of this sea would fill the mages' ledgers with golden figures. After a brief silence, calculations churned through minds. Fishing crystals, tide stones, secret silver from sea mothers converted to gold coins. Even after accounting for risks and costs, the net profit remained substantial. Some high mages already cast resolute looks. Most mid-tier mages' eyes sparkled, fingers twitching as if the spoils division was already decided. As the saying goes, men die for wealth and birds perish for food. That adage echoed deep in their hearts. Previous indifference and hesitation stemmed from the belief that losses outweighed gains. Now, with the merfolk's terrifying deterrent removed, the fishmen's limited strength posed no real threat. Of course, many low-tier mages still felt disinterested. For them, the gains were meager, and despite the fishman's weakness, their ground forces remained substantial. If war broke out, these juniors would be cannon fodder. Watching the hesitant, whispering young faces at the back, Harvey knew well, it was far from a time to celebrate. A ripple of his mental power swept the crowd. He understood their emotions perfectly. Most high-ranking comrades clearly supported the plan. Nearly every mid-level mage was eager. The low ranks, however, were biding their time, planning to buy up resources cheaply after the conflict. Harvey wasn't surprised the Mage Alliance was more like a profit-driven guild to its members than a family. Expecting loyalty without incentive was a fool's errand. The Alliance did have one trump card, a mandatory mission right granted upon signing contracts. If approved by the High Council, all contracted mages must answer the call, provided the mission was not a certain death sentence and remained within reasonable difficulty. Otherwise, this card would be null and void. Yet, for now, Harvey lacked the authority to invoke that final safeguard. He preferred to sway the crowd with words and benefits. One single statement could instantly shift the low-tier mages' minds and rally everyone to willingly join this fierce and promising maritime campaign. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes locked on him. A slow smile spread across his lips as his voice struck the hall with unmistakable clarity and strength. Finally, on behalf of the Storm Sea branch of the Mage Alliance, I solemnly promise. This war is entirely voluntary. Each of you must choose whether to join. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted beneath the council hall. Under the glow of the torches, faces half hidden by their robes flushed with excitement. The crisp tapping of hats and staffs striking the floor rose and fell like waves. The low-ranking mages who had been hesitant about the war now cheered most enthusiastically, as if their doubts had never existed. The uproar echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling, surging again and again without end. Jiang Shuzhou stood in a remote corner, his eyes sweeping over his fellow mages caught up in emotion. Silently, he mused. Are these guys chameleons? How can they flip their moods so quickly? He had already planned an escape route, but was moved by Mayor Harvey's sincerity and passion. After much thought, he decided to delay his departure. After all, for mages, war or peace is just a choice depending on the benefits. Who really cares? As long as it didn't interfere with his pursuit of truth, he could bear it. The dark clouds of war approached, but to Jiang Shuzhou the storm seemed distant. A low-ranking mage had no place on the battlefield. Such conflicts required intermediate mages or higher to survive. Even cloaked, the low ranks were just slightly tougher cannon fodder. Sir, here's your ticket. The attendant handed over the return airship ticket respectfully. Back aboard the airship headed to the surface, the wind brushed across the deck, stirring Jiang Shuzhou's restless thoughts. Mayor Harvey's promise sounded sincere, and he generally trusted it would be kept. But who could guarantee the war wouldn't suddenly collapse? If the Mages Alliance tumbled against the Storm Sea Fishmen, and their nemesis the Saints Alliance secretly intervened, the situation could flip in an instant. Ultimately, he could rely only on his own strength. Reaching intermediate rank in the near term was a luxury, but ascending to second rank was almost within reach. Since acquiring the spell knowledge of flesh and blood gospel, he felt an obvious dual elevation of soul and spirit, both attributes reaching 15, with only his willpower lagging behind. Once that third attribute crossed the threshold, promotion to second rank would be inevitable. Meanwhile, he planned to formally study alchemy. Becoming an alchemist would raise not only his rank, but also his status. Even if drafted, he would most likely be assigned to logistics rather than the front lines. Besides, he possessed the master alchemist talent, which he had yet to unleash. 3 hours later, Velisco prison. The corridor of cold, gray stone was damp and shadowed, torchlight flickering against the walls. Guards kept their distance, leaving only footsteps to echo down the empty hall. Hayes walked ahead holding a lantern, leading Jiang Shuzhou. Sir, this is the place. Good. Release the man. Hay raced the handover document. Jiang Shuzhou handed the signed papers to the bald deputy warden beside him. The deputy glanced down and immediately softened, a ruthless edge fading from his brow as he forced a smile. Sir, a matter so minor hardly needs your personal visit. Just have Brother Hayes bring him next time you've troubled yourself unnecessarily. Nonsense. We're all working for the Mages Alliance, Jiang Shuzhou said curtly, then gestured to Hayes. Bring out the item. Follow procedure. Hayes understood, pulling a heavy cloth bag from his pocket. The clear clang of metal striking metal spilled out, sounding almost painfully loud to the guard's ears. Sir, this the deputy reached to take it but instinctively withdrew, hesitation flickering in his eyes. This is a small personal token and unrelated to the mage, sir, Hayes said earnestly, stepping forward to offer it. He really knew how to handle things. Hearing this, the deputy's tension instantly melted away. His smile became warmer than the torchlight. He gave a heavy nod. Brother, since you say so, what more can I say? Taking the bag, he gave it a casual shake, listening to the clinking of gold coins inside. The deputy warden's face turned solemn once more, but this time his gaze toward Jiang Shuzhou, and Hayes was unusually kind. He raised his hand, signaling for 2 guards to step forward immediately. Open the cell. The heavy iron door slid open with grinding metal sounds, revealing the flickering torchlight outlining Dr. Weissley and the little girl inside, both held in the same cell. To Jiang Shuzhou's surprise, their complexions looked far better than expected, neither emaciated nor frightened. He glanced around and nodded inwardly. This was the source of all his remaining conscience. The bit of mercy he had spent during the earlier ambush had finally been replenished. Let's go. It's time. His voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable charge of responsibility. I hope after you go in, you'll genuinely reform yourselves and don't waste my sincere efforts. Master Mage, we will never forget this, Dr. Weissley replied earnestly, the little girl staying close at his side. Jiang Shuzhou turned, leading Hayes, Dr. Weissley, and the girl down the cold corridor toward the prison gates. Sunlight fell softly on benches and stone steps, while a faint metallic rustiness lingered in the air. By coincidence, the refugee camp stood just across from the prison, clearly positioned for ease of control and oversight. A few minutes later, they arrived at the camp entrance. A few soldiers standing at the gate had clearly been waiting for some time. One of them handed over a transfer document with both hands. Sir, here is the handover sheet for your review. Jiang Shuzhou scanned the content briefly. After confirming there were no errors, he branded his unique mage seal onto the pale blue magical frame on the paper. The document shimmered faintly, marking the completion of formalities. The soldiers then escorted Dr. Weissley and the others into the camp, where the smell of campfire smoke and fabric tents filled the air, signaling the start of their new lives. Hayes stood still, his eyes following their departing figures with a faraway look. If only back, then his heart surged with unspoken thoughts. This is for you. Jiang Shuzhou casually pulled out 20-some gold coins from his pouch, the coins jingling as they dropped into Hayes' palm. It's not my habit to make subordinates pay out of pocket for gifts. The metallic chill pressed against his hand. Hayes clenched his fist and looked up, responding, all right, it's time to go. Yeah, it's time to go, Hayes thought to himself. Chick was standing at the edge of a construction site, now serving as the supervisor. Hurry up. It must be finished by tomorrow. If you finish today, they'll pay you extra. He shouted loudly at the workers with his hands on his hips. Hearing about the additional pay, the workers' enthusiasm surged, the sharp clang of hammers striking stone ringing out one after another. Anyone observing closely would notice this site was the old clinic of Dr. Weissley. Back when Jiang Shuzhou helped Weissley overturn a death sentence, the doctor, grateful for his life being spared, insisted on transferring ownership of the entire clinic to him. Jiang Shuzhou originally had no intention of taking advantage, but Weissley's repeated pleas left him no choice but to accept the property. When this information reached Chick, the business association backing him quickly guessed Jiang Shuzhou's needs. They would fund the project, Chick would supervise, and the clinic would be completely renovated, aiming to turn it into Jiang Shuzhou's office in the dock area. The plan was straightforward: 2 floors, with the upper floor as Jiang Shuzhou's personal office, and the lower floor for Hayes and his bodyguards to use as a rest area. Although Jiang Shuzhou only planned to keep working for 2 more months before quitting, who would refuse free real estate? After all, the deed was in his name, so how he disposed of it later was entirely up to him. To finish before Jiang Shuzhou's term ended, Chick practically stayed at the site every day, pushing the workers 3 times daily. In less than half a month, the new building had already taken shape. That evening, Hayes hurried over, glancing at the steel frame and scaffolding. Chick, how's it going? Will it be done by tomorrow? The Lord plans to come see. I guarantee it'll be wrapped up by tomorrow morning. Lord Hayes, Chick said confidently, patting his chest. Hayes nodded, but left quickly. The patrol duties around the docks had suddenly increased, requiring him to reorganize shifts daily. Apparently, some kind of stir was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, the Mage Guild's dormitory was brightly lit. Jiang Shuzhou lifted a clear test tube, studying it carefully in the candlelight. After deciding to formally study alchemy, he had immediately gathered his equipment, a nearly new set of second-hand alchemy tools bought from the Mage Alliance for just 150 gold coins, likely because the previous owner had failed and sold off the kit to recoup losses. Alchemy encompassed many branches: potion making, rune engraving, magic circles, clockwork devices, and even the blood and flesh forging Jiang Shuzhou had read about in the Gospel of Flesh. The most common and lucrative was potion making. Rune engraving was expensive, and Jiang Shuzhou lacked sufficient magical materials. The other branches required starting from scratch and progressed slowly. As for blood and flesh forging, although he understood it, the risks were too great. One mistake could cause huge problems. After careful consideration, potion making was the best choice: easy to start, quick to pay off, and safe. He decided to begin with the simplest entry-level potion: magic water, a potion with no direct effect on the human body. Its sole purpose was to act as a carrier for other potions, serving as the base liquid in potion brewing. By blending elemental energy with water and carefully calibrating the mixture, one can produce magical water, the simplest potion of all, without exception. However, The word simple belies the reality. The process is a true test of patience and skill. Jiang Shuzhou stood before a long wooden table, a faint blue aura of magical power hovering in his palm. This was already his fifth attempt. The flame beneath the flask was kept low and steady, while tiny bubbles began rising in the clear water inside. Bit by bit, he channeled elemental water into the liquid. The previous 4 tries had failed because of contaminating elements sneaking in, causing the flask's mouth to emit sharp, acrid smoke. Magical water demands extreme purity. Aside from the exact proportion of water element, any foreign element instantly ruins its clarity. After more than 2 hours, Jiang Shuzhou finally stabilized the flow of magic, allowing the pale blue element to dissolve evenly. At last, a bottle of crystal clear, flawless magical water was produced. He didn't dare relax, immediately pouring base water into a clean flask for a second batch. The flame licked the bottom just right. Holding a gleaming water control stone, he channeled magic into the water as fine threads. Trial after trial 20 times and all the solution either clouded suddenly or boiled with a hiss. Only on the 21st attempt did he succeed again. When the second bottle of transparent magical water refracted a faint glow in the lamplight, he exhaled quietly. Finally made it. A single bottle of magical water sells for 10 gold coins, though the raw material is just a few ounces of clear water. Using other ingredients leads to higher tier potions altogether. At first glance, earning 10 gold coins in 2 hours seems unprofitable. But this was Jiang Shuzhou's first foray into potion making. He was still fumbling with measuring cups and flow tubes, yet he managed to create magical water. The potential profit was clear. No wonder many mages prefer to spend all day in their labs rather than take other jobs. Producing around 10 bottles a day covers daily expenses easily. In fact, many mages only know how to brew this one potion, but do it so expertly, it becomes their main source of income. The widespread purchase of this anyone can brew base potion may sound strange at first, but it's common practice. Early alchemists invented mechanical devices to imitate potion-making techniques, precisely controlling herb addition timing and simmering heat to mass-produce low-tier potions. Based on this, alchemical workshops sprang up everywhere, assembly lines churning out most low-tier potions reliably. Some exceptions still require a potion master's close involvement and can't be mechanized. As for mid and high-tier potions, these must still be handcrafted by alchemists. Mass production barriers remain unbroken. Magical water exemplifies the most iconic low-tier potion. Its only step is inject water element, and its sole ingredient is water. Yet this step can't be shortcut, it must be done by a mage capable of elemental control. As a result, major alchemical workshops continuously buy up magical water in nearly unlimited quantities to keep operations running. Without the base potion, even abundant materials can't yield finished potions. Workshops consume it at a staggering rate. Typically 2 parts magical water and 1 part other ingredients produce 1 finished potion. Jiang Shuzhou's efficiency is low only because he's a beginner. Once skilled, he'll reach the standard pace of 5 bottles per hour for an average mage. Certified alchemists can produce dozens in the same time. However, of-course, no alchemist would ever produce magical water as a source of income alone. After all, only knowing how to make magical water doesn't qualify one as an alchemist. A true alchemist must master at least 3 different methods of brewing potions of the same tier. Magical water doesn't count. Otherwise, they're nothing more than a mage with some alchemical knowledge. Jiang Shuzhou refused to settle for being a mage who just knows a bit of alchemy. He believed he had the talent of a master alchemist, and his minimum goal was to become a high-level alchemist. Anything less would be embarrassing. Silently, he vowed to pour all his focus back into perfecting the brewing of magical water. The fundamentals had to be solid. Although magical water was cheap, it was the foundation for all other potions. If he couldn't even brew it smoothly, blindly attempting more complex, costly potions would only drain his funds. So tonight, instead of meditating or training, he stayed up all night at his alchemy bench. At first, it took him 2 hours just to barely manage 1 bottle. As the flames flickered, he carefully adjusted the temperature and infused elemental energy, steadily controlling the faint blue glow on the water's surface. Progress soon accelerated. An hour for 3 bottles. Then by dawn, he was producing 15 bottles per hour. To improve efficiency, he began experimenting with the batch bottle method. He would brew a whole cup of magical water in a large beaker, then quickly divide it into smaller bottles using a bottle divider, producing 5 or 6 finished bottles in just minutes. This technique doubled his output, but brought stricter challenges. One misstep and the entire batch could be corrupted by elemental contamination and wasted. With the batch method, his pace initially slowed. If he had stuck to single bottles, he might have pushed to 20 or 30 per hour, but that would be a mindless, repetitive process with little benefit from mastering advanced potions. Jiang Shuzhou's true goal was to master multiple brewing methods, not to trap himself in one formula. He rotated through various techniques, steadily refining his skills. At this rate, brewing 100 bottles per hour wasn't just wishful thinking. Although the batch method still had a high failure rate, His successes were steadily increasing. Someday, he might truly be able to brew a whole vat at once and treat magical water like ordinary drinking water. After all, it was just water. For now, it was time to get to work. Before heading to work, Jiang Shuzhou planned to sell the dozens of magical potions he had just brewed to ease his tight financial situation. Recently, he had invested heavily in potions and magical equipment, nearly emptying his savings. Now, carrying a wooden box containing 50 bottles of magic water, he hurried downstairs. The box bumped against the stair railing with a soft clinking sound. Upon reaching the first floor, he handed the box to the Mage Guild's front desk. Within minutes, the payment magic circle lit up, and he received a full 500 gold coins. The receptionist then passed him 50 empty potion bottles, explaining that this was a small subsidy from the guild to support further production. Jiang Shuzhou nodded and placed the bottles casually on the counter. Move these to the front door for me later. For such low-value consumables, he had no interest in storing them in his inventory. Looking at the gold coins in hand, he once again marveled at how well-organized the guild system was. Mages disliked going out, so the guild had integrated everything: food, lodging, and more inside this building. Even buying and selling could be done instantly with a quick word and a magic contract. The only drawback was that, unlike his homeworld of Blue Star, there was no internet platform. Here everything still had to be done face-to-face. Exiting the guild, he summoned a horse-drawn carriage, handed the empty bottles to an apprentice at the door, then headed straight to the wharf district of Velisco. The familiar cobblestone road creaked under the wheels. The salty sea breeze seeped through the carriage curtains, rough and nostalgic. The docks bustled as usual. The armor of patrolling soldiers gleamed coldly in the sun. Workers sweated as they moved crates, their footsteps blending with the cries of seabirds just like always. But his workplace had changed. The large second-floor room in the former Wesley Clinic had been converted into his private office. Jiang Shuzhou pushed open the door. The spacious wooden floor was nearly empty, prompting him to whisper, "Indeed, having a private office is good." He arranged the alchemy equipment from his inventory neatly on the long table: flasks, crucibles, mana conduits, all in order. His plan was clear: study alchemy in the morning, research spellcraft in the afternoon, meditate and cultivate at night. Time was limited. Every step had to be scheduled precisely to maximize efficiency. But before officially starting, he wanted to remind his diligent subordinate. Jiang Shuzhou looked up and ordered the gatekeeper, "Go, call Hayes here." Just as he turned the page to the third one, footsteps approached. Hayes arrived at the door, panting slightly, raising his hand in salute. "Master, what do you need me for?" "Come in," Jiang Shuzhou replied casually. His gaze lingered for a moment on Hayes, silently approving. Though not as powerful as himself, the man was extremely capable, and having him lead the team lately had saved many headaches. Hayes felt his scalp tingle under that intense look. Everyone knew mages were mostly cold and aloof, and this one was no exception. Though compared to others, he wasn't completely devoid of humanity. Suddenly Jiang Shuzhou spoke. "How are your parents lately? Are they feeling unwell anywhere?" "That, Master, they should be fine." Hayes was stunned. Was he really summoned just to be asked about his family? "You haven't taken them to the clinic for a checkup. How can you be sure they're fine?" Jiang Shuzhou shook his head with a faint gaze. "Besides, studies show that living in a coastal city like Velisco, exposed to sea wind year-round, gradually worsens one's health." "I remember your parents are from the Oei Empire?" Jiang Shuzhou set down his quill and looked up from the documents to the soldier before him. "Yes, sir," Hayes replied at attention. Jiang Shuzhou raised his hand, signaling him to relax. "If you have the chance, go visit them more often. It's hard to leave your homeland. Don't let your parents keep running around after you. They're getting old, they should rest." His tone was calm, but carried a deeper meaning. A strange nervousness stirred in Hayes, but he kept replying with affirmations. "Has the frequency of patrols increased recently?" "Yes, sir. That's normal. Hard work pays off." Jiang Shuzhou nodded casually, then asked, "How much money have you saved?" "Sir, I spent it all buying medicine from you just days ago." He chuckled lowly, didn't press further, and bent back over his notes, the pen scratching quietly on paper. After a moment, he looked up again and said, "Try to save more money in the coming days. Your position might change soon. If you smooth things over with the right people, you might get an easier post." "Understood, sir." Hayes grew increasingly uneasy but couldn't grasp the full meaning. Then Jiang Shuzhou shifted subjects. "This is a time of expansion, much like the First Storm Sea War. Return home, more patrols, changes in position, expansion, Storm Sea War." These words echoed in Hayes' mind, and his face turned visibly pale. He finally realized the mage was warning him. War was coming. "Sir, this. Go home and spend more time with your family," Jiang Shuzhou said, setting down his pen. He pulled a letter sealed with red wax and a heavy pouch from the drawer. "You're off this morning. This is an advance on your pay. Don't let your family suffer, and keep them safe from the sea breeze. Tickets are hard to get, but this letter of introduction should help." Hayes took the letter and pouch, bowed deeply, and hurried out of the office. In the hallway downstairs, his brisk walk turned into a run. Watching through the window, Jiang Shuzhou smiled quietly to himself. Good skill, poor social sense. If he hadn't been straightforward, by the time Hayes caught on, the cannons might already be firing. Jiang Shuzhou thought of that mobilization meeting where they expected secrecy despite announcing to 10,000 people the news would spread like wildfire someday. For now, it was still relatively safe. At least no mage was foolish enough to leak details directly. Pulling his gaze back, Jiang Shuzhou organized his potion notes and told a servant to fetch Chick. The foreman they met the first day on shore was brought in, and Jiang Shuzhou merely gave a brief warning. Big things might happen soon, just keep that in mind. Chick was an ordinary man, hard-working and socially capable, but limited in ability. Jiang Shuzhou said no more. Whether he understood was up to fate. After sending Chick off, he sat back down at the long table to continue studying alchemy. As for the other soldiers, he had no plans to tell them after all. Not only were they incompetent, but also untrustworthy. After all this time, not one had left a real impression on him. While Hayes was busy as ever, Jiang Shuzhou leisurely studied pharmacology in the office. Mom, Dad, wait here for me a moment. I'll be right back. The ticket booth at the harbor was bustling with people. Hayes steadied his parents to the side and hurried to the window. The clerk who had just claimed that tickets were sold out immediately frowned when he saw him return. Sir, there really are no more tickets. Please don't trouble me further, the clerk said with a helpless gesture. Hayes took a deep breath and handed over the letter of introduction personally written by Jiang Shuzhou, slowing his speech. This is a letter from the master magician. Please show some leniency. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a small pouch of jingling gold coins forward. The clerk calmly pocketed the money bag and carefully examined the letter. The clear wax seal with the magician's insignia made him murmur to himself, a golden stamped seal like this was nearly impossible to forge. After confirming its authenticity, he sighed deeply and pushed 2 sailing tickets through the window. You are truly fortunate to meet a merciful master. These are your parents' tickets, 10 gold coins total. A ferry that once cost 1 or 2 gold coins had now multiplied several times over. Hayes knew this was the reality of these turbulent times. Clutching the remaining coins, he returned to his parents and handed them the tickets. My son, I trust your decision. Old Derby took the tickets, patted Hayes on the shoulder, and added thoughtfully, sometimes, choosing wisely matters more than hard work. Remember, if you don't act soon, this might be the last thing that master does for you. Hayes sensed his father's warning about refusing the magician's offer. His gaze flickered between the ship's deck and his father. I understand, father. I will consider it carefully. Old Derby gazed at his son for a moment, then sighed, turning away to take his wife's hand waiting nearby. The elderly couple stepped onto the gangplank. Bells rang along the ship's side as sailors loosened thick ropes, and the snowy white mainsail billowed in the sea breeze. Hayes stood on the shore, watching until the bells' echoes faded and the ship set sail, reluctant to leave. Time passed quickly. 4 whole days had gone by since Hayes had seen his parents off. During these 4 days, Hayes was almost constantly out on extra patrols, often returning to base late at night under the stars. In contrast, Jiang Shuzhou enjoyed a rare stretch of quiet and peace. The morning sunlight filtered through the window lattice, shining brightly on the glassware atop the workbench. Today, Jiang Shuzhou didn't touch the common magical water potion, but instead prepared to tackle a more complicated low-tier healing elixir. He put on his goggles and reached into a wooden box to retrieve a fully bloomed waterflower. Gently pinching its petals, he ground them finely in a mortar, releasing a faint, fresh herbal fragrance. With a soft hiss, he sprinkled the powder into the simmering magical water. 15 precise turns, he murmured, stirring in measured circles with a wooden spoon. Steam rose, wrapped in the delicate scent of herbs. After 15 rotations, he carefully timed 10 minutes by the hourglass, allowing the water flower's essence to fully meld with the magical water. When the ticking stopped, Jiang Shuzhou activated his elemental vision. The pale blue magical glow pulsated within the glass, with no signs of impurities or stray sparks. He nodded in satisfaction. Next, he took several dried earth mushrooms and crushed them into powder with a small hammer, adding the powder counterclockwise into the solution. The stirring grew more rapid, bubbles gurgling as if applauding the upcoming transformation. As the temperature rose, the grayish liquid shifted to a pale red. Again activating elemental vision to confirm stability, he decisively shut off the heat. The glass funnel, residue bag, and collection bottle were all neatly used in sequence. The clear liquid dripped through filter paper, displaying a sunset hue that gently swirled in the slender test tube. As it cooled, the red deepened, resembling a solid gem. After a third inspection found no discoloration, he stamped it with his personal seal and sealed the vial. Including material costs, this low-rank healing potion had only cost him 5 gold coins to make, though it sold for 30 coins on the market. Although the profit margin wasn't as high as with magical water, the alchemy workshop could reliably produce these potions in batches with a low failure rate, ensuring a solid return. He swept the leftover dregs into the waste bin, then picked up the finished product, examining it against the light. The crimson liquid was crystal clear, free from any floating debris, an entirely different level from the dark red, visibly impure novice-grade potions he had bought before. If it weren't made by his own hands, he would truly worry if those mass-produced workshop products could pass China's food safety inspections. Industrial potions are thankfully only expected not to be toxic. Nobody cared much about appearance. After putting the vial away carefully, he dove back into practice, determined to master the novice healing potions soon, before moving on to more advanced formulas. With war potentially breaking out in Velisco at any moment, obtaining official alchemist credentials was his top priority if he wanted to secure a foothold in the coming chaos. Time slipped away silently, and before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. "Sir, you called for me." Hayes entered, still dusted from his patrol uniform's buttons. "You've been working hard lately." Jiang Shuzhou closed his recipe book and looked up with concern. "I heard you've been on the streets a lot these past days. Please be careful out there." He handed over the freshly brewed vial of bright red potion. "This is a novice healing potion I made this morning. Keep it on you just in case you get injured. It'll be a safeguard." Hayes paused, then quickly waved his hand. "Sir, this is far too valuable." Jiang Shuzhou smiled and pushed the vial forward. "We're on the same side. No need for such formality." That simple phrase struck something deep within Hayes. He instantly understood the meaning. This was an official invitation into the inner circle. After a brief moment of consideration, he accepted the potion solemnly, his eyes firm. "I won't let you down, sir. Your wishes are my commands." A bit dramatic, but sincere. "I won't make empty promises. For now, I can't guarantee anything. But once I truly become an alchemist, the matter of your contract will be much easier to resolve. Just trust me and follow along for now." As Jiang Shuzhou spoke, he casually sketched a fragrant big pancake on a piece of paper, vividly painting a bright future as an alchemist. Then he raised his hand, signaling Hayes that he could leave. The young fisherman warrior was clearly moved by the prospect. He bowed respectfully and retreated silently. Watching Hayes' figure fade down the corridor, a sudden lightness stirred inexplicably in Jiang Shuzhou's heart. Taking on a subordinate for the first time felt like a fledgling bird basking in its first sunlight, an unforgettable memory. Hayes' strength might not be top tier, and his social skills were nothing remarkable, but he was the first person in Jiang Shuzhou's life to place complete trust in him. That uniqueness was as precious as a cherished first love. Because of this, when Jiang Shuzhou advanced to a second-level mage at dawn the next day, he instinctively shared the good news with Hayes in his mind. In the upcoming wars, he finally had some real means to survive. On St. Martin Island, the sea breeze rustled softly. At the island's center stood a towering church piercing the clouds, where morning light filtered through stained glass, casting solemn shadows of the colossal statues inside. The choir's youthful voices echoed beneath the dome, flowing pure and clear like a spring. Bishop Mage, his hair streaked with gray, knelt with hands clasped, immersed in the rhythm of scripture. "Bishop Mage, there is a letter for you." The sudden voice broke the silence. The row of chanting boys instinctively lowered their volume. The messenger was young priest Angelo, smiling yet walking without restraint. "Angelo, can you speak more quietly? You're almost drowning out the choir." "Come on, teacher, if I'm not loud, how would you hear me?" Angelo shrugged, clearly used to the rebuke. Mage snorted softly and took the letter, quickly breaking the wax seal. As his eyes scanned the page, his expression darkened within seconds. The warmth of his wrinkles faded, replaced by a sharpness. "Arrange a ship for me, immediately." Angelo froze. "Where are you going?" He caught himself too late, but the bishop shook his head and muttered, "No, that's not right. I should discuss this with the other two bishops first." Angelo noticed the unusual hesitation and grew more curious. "What is it? What could make you so unsettled?" Mage took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on his protege. "The Mage Alliance is planning to go to war with the Fishman tribe. They want us to sign a non-aggression pact, pledging neither side will enter the other's main territory." "What? Then shouldn't we take the opportunity to strike them down by surprise?" Angelo blurted out, voice rising again. "Are you stupid?" Mage snapped, uncharacteristically cursing. "If we ambush them, we'll be dragging ourselves into war with the Mage Alliance. This conflict is meaningless for the church." Angelo was taken aback, but pressed on. "Then what should we do?" "Missionary rights. That's what we want." The bishop slammed a fist in the air. "Missionary rights for the Mage Alliance? Use your brain. Is that even possible? Our mission is to preach to the Fishman tribe." "What? We sign a peace treaty with the Mage Alliance, then go preach to the Fishmen?" Angelo forgot all decorum. "Do you want to preach to the Mage Alliance instead?" Mage countered sharply. Angelo went silent. Mage rubbed his temples, inwardly sighing that he had sheltered this boy too much. His political instincts were almost non-existent. But to become a bishop, piety alone wouldn't suffice. He immediately marshaled his divine power, a golden holy emblem appearing in his palm, sending a summons to the other two bishops and 3 senior paladins on the island. Urgent and unmistakable, no words needed. After this, Mage looked back at his disciple, tone slower but heavier than before. Angelo Alcott, I can protect you for a while, but not forever. If you want to rise higher, you must learn compromise, you must learn politics. Tomorrow, you come with me to the Fishman Tribunal running away. Your parents entrusted you to me, so it's my responsibility to guide you. The Alcott family cannot fall by your hand. Angelo pressed his lips and quietly replied, Yes, uncle. I'm not your uncle. I'm your teacher, your guide. Milaji cut him off before he could speak again and turned away. His robe scraped steadily across the marble floor like a ticking clock counting down to a coming storm. Outside, the church bell tolled, the long peal mingling with the crashing waves. Angelo stood still, watching his teacher's retreating figure, suddenly realizing, adults speak only of interests. The conflict between the Mage Alliance and them barely touched the Fishman tribe's interests. Besides, they were not against fighting, they simply planned to fight cautiously, steadily, and flexibly, in a way that conformed to doctrine. The weather in Velisco was always like this, fine rain falling softly on the streets, sending up little splashes. Outside the window, a gray-white curtain of rain stretched across the sky, while inside the house, the fireplace blazed warmly, casting a red glow on the dark wooden walls. In his office, Jiang Shuzhou leaned back in a cushioned chair with a contented look. Earlier this morning, he had just been promoted to a second-level mage. Thanks to his exceptional alchemy talent, he had also successfully mastered a brand new method for brewing potions. Good things kept coming, and naturally, his mood was light. In a few days, as long as he passed the upcoming assessment, he would officially receive the title of alchemist. Then, the smoke of the front lines would no longer be just a danger to him, it would become a path full of opportunity. If he were still just an ordinary mage, even though senior mages promised no forced conscription, if the battle turned unfavorable, he could be sent to fight at any moment. But as an alchemist, things were different. If conscripted at all, he would most likely be assigned to the logistics workshop, tending the alchemy furnace, mixing medicines, and perhaps even earning some extra perks. As for the question of what if we lose this war, Jiang Shuzhou simply refused to dwell on it. Velisco was backed by the Mage Alliance, a regional power extension in the Storm Sea. If they lost, the situation would likely only remain as is. The stronghold would never be wiped out. What truly worried him was the Holy Alliance. The conflict between mages and priests had lasted over 1,000 years, and it was easy to predict how the Holy Alliance would respond. Anyone attacking mages would certainly force their hand to deliver justice from heaven. It was very likely to become another three-way chaos. Jiang Shuzhou didn't want a direct confrontation with the clerics. The ridiculous combat style of the paladins still haunted him, individually terrifying, and with divine support, at any moment one prayer could instantly break through limits. Anyone would shudder at the thought. Thinking about the upcoming Heisher contract mission, he considered his options. 1. Complete the contract and leave immediately, safe, but no extra gain. 2. Stay in Velisco, risk danger, but gain huge resources. After a moment of weighing, he decided to stay. I have a resurrection token. What's there to fear? Jiang Shuzhou clenched his fist and joked to himself. Fortune favors the bold, not the timid. You only win if you dare to fight. If only he were skilled in divination. Magic diviners always picked the most advantageous choice amid countless options. She sighed, but quickly cast that thought aside. He had a busy day ahead, studying alchemy, practicing second-level spells. Every task required time. His once loose schedule had tightened again with his lightning-fast promotion. Well, that's what happens when you're a genius. While others took years, or even decades to level up, he had crossed that threshold in less than a month. This must be what genius feels like, he chuckled to himself and turned back into the sea of knowledge made up of bookshelves and chemical reagents. For him, today was no different from any other day. However, not everyone was so calm. What? This can't be. You're just taking advantage of the chaos. Accept it if you want. Refuse and get lost. In the damp, chilly council chamber, voices clashed incessantly. Bishop Mirjes stood at the end of the long table, his gray-blue eyes unreadable. The deadlock before him marked the 11th round of negotiations between the Holy Alliance and the Murloc Kingdom. Every round of negotiations ended without agreement. The Holy Alliance insisted on gaining missionary rights within the Fishman Kingdom's territory, but the Fishman Kingdom stubbornly refused, only willing to cede a few nearby islands and partial deep-sea mining rights, and even then only if the Holy Alliance would help them fight the Mage Alliance. With such a one-sided deal on the table, the talks were doomed to deadlock from the start. If it weren't for the Archbishop repeatedly ordering Bishop Milagizi to secure the missionary rights at all costs, the bishop would have walked away long ago. After all, the Holy Alliance had already signed a non-aggression pact with the Mage Alliance. No matter how fierce the naval battles, both sides' homelands remained safe. This meant the Holy Alliance held the upper hand at the negotiating table. It was just a matter of how much they could gain. The dignity of the storm god is inviolable. The fishmen have worshipped him for generations, yet you demand the right to preach. What exactly do you intend? The fishman representative suddenly stood, his scales glinting coldly in the light. Hearing this familiar accusation, Several clergy of the Holy Alliance simultaneously rolled their eyes. The line was old and worn out by now. We have never taken away the fishman's freedom to worship the storm god, Bishop Milagizi replied patiently. We only want to offer them more choices. Impossible. The fishman representative rejected again, then shifted tone. If you help us drive out those evil mages, I am willing to cede 1/4 of the nearby islands and open deep-sea mineral rights for your development. Milagizi sneered inwardly. It was the same old song. He countered, if I recall, one of your high priests was already killed by the Mage Alliance, yes? Are you sure you can hold your territory? That is our own concern. The fishman representative cut him off coldly. The atmosphere instantly frosted over. Milagizi had nothing more to say, and the talks broke up again in discord. This stalemate had dragged on for many rounds. Always the same lines and the same sour endings. The Holy Alliance sought to show the Fishman Kingdom that fighting the entire Mage Alliance alone meant certain defeat or annihilation. That was why they offered missionary rights to form an alliance against the enemy. But the Fishman Kingdom suspected an inevitable war between the Holy Alliance and the Mage Alliance, so they delayed on purpose, hoping to freeload support once the battle began, preferably without spending a single coin. But could that scheme really work? The Mage Alliance was expanding and so was the Holy Alliance. Was only the Mage Alliance allowed to grow? According to the law of expansion conservation, both sides expanding meant neither truly gained ground. It looks like it's time to activate the backup plan. Bishop Milagisis' eyes darkened. If negotiations failed again, he would report to the Archbishop and immediately launch the second plan. This war could not leave the Holy Alliance on the sidelines. If we can't fight the Mage Alliance, then he'll fight you instead. Deep beneath the storm sea, in the Merfolk Empire's palace, golden jellyfish lanterns swayed while currents gently lapped the jade steps. Father, why do you remain silent? The young princess, Serena, stood beneath the throne and asked. The tall king remained silent and contemplative, while her voice echoed in the empty crystal hall. She was disappointed by her father's attitude. Serena, you are a princess, possibly even the future empress of the Mermaid Empire. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. You always say that. The war is coming. How many of our people will die because of it? As their sovereign, why can't we help them? Serena's tail fin flicked sharply, scattering droplets of water, her voice sharp and trembling. Because of the covenant. Helix, seated on the throne, tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. The clash of scales against metal rang crisp and clear. Do you think I don't want to help them? But, Serena, you must understand who simply cannot. Cannot. Or won't. It's both we cannot, and we want. Helix's words were like icy currents, piercing the girl's heart. The marble throne hall was vast and cold, Helix's legendary silver cape billowing gently in the tidal breeze. He gazed at his stubborn and naive daughter, his only child after 133 years of doting. A man of legendary power, his fertility had been limited, though he had 3,000 consorts. Only Serena was born. Since childhood, she was indulged endless life. She wished for wind, rain, or even a star. Someone would pluck it from the astral realms. This was no exaggeration, but fact. Yet because of this, she still seemed no older than a teenager. Father, I am disappointed in you. She pressed her tail fin low, turning away as water surged in her wake. I will handle this my own way. I will lead a delegation to the Mage Alliance to end the war. You'd better approve it immediately. Before any reply came, Serena strode away, leaving behind a spray of droplets and Helix's lonely, rigid figure on the throne. Ah, well, so be it, he muttered with a long sigh, making no move to stop her. Near the throne, the ocean water swirled and solidified into the shape of an elderly man. The upper body was human but aged, while a sleek, pristine fishtail completed the form of Mor the Tide Priest, spiritual leader of the Mermaid Empire. Your Majesty, are you sure you want Princess Serena to go to the Mage Alliance? Let her go. Helix's gaze sank into the distant currents. The Mage Alliance will not stop unless the merfolk pay a heavy price. I once only wanted to give her a happy life, but now the situation has changed. How is our god doing? Helix asked suddenly. Mor bowed his head. Very poorly. To this day, he has not answered us. The Mage Alliance is truly terrifying. If even Telasti Storm God has fallen so low. Helix raised a hand to his brow, his scales pale under the light. An ominous chill gripped his heart. Their expansion will not cease. One day, the flames of war may reach the Mermaid Empire. How goes the missionary work? Very well. Most merfolk have shown you considerable respect. And the old traditionalists? They still cling to their ancient faith. Helix gave a low laugh. Mor, do you know what I learned from humans? Faith blooms in suffering, and war is one of its cruelest seeds. Mor nodded knowingly, understanding the Emperor's intent. The time has come. Talos is the past. We need a new god. Helix rose, divine light flowing over his scales, flooding the throne hall with a radiant platinum glow. He would forge a new pact with the Mage Alliance, one that would clear away all opposition. In the crucible of war, a new divine throne would rise. Serena stepped out of the suffocating palace that had long been a source of pain despite her status as a princess. From the moment she could remember, she understood she was different from others. Every servant's deliberately lowered gaze, every strained smile from the sanctum's powerful toward her, all silently reinforced that invisible web of royal power was really a cage. If a servant displeased her, they would be erased from the court registry the next day. As a child, she thought this was just a transfer, but growing older, she learned it was a euphemism for being dealt with. She was the princess of the Mermaid Empire and also its prisoner. "Princess, what troubles you?" A young merman hurried over, his scales glinting softly in the sunlight. "Phaseman, I've been waiting for you." Serena's eyes brightened with a rare ease. Phaseman was one of her few friends, and the only playmate she had ever known, a window to the world beyond the palace walls. "Your Highness, how could I keep you waiting when you summoned me early?" Phaseman bent slightly, his tone respectful as always. "But I thought I had someone send word." Serena shook her head lightly, brushing off the minor hiccup. More urgent was the matter of discussing the embassy to the Mage Alliance. They slipped into a pavilion woven from vines. Lowering her voice, Serena laid out the entire diplomatic plan. Phaseman appeared unfazed, offering a few casual reassurances before quickly excusing himself on the pretense of feeling unwell, his figure soon swallowed by the tree-lined path. Serena watched his retreating back, confusion knotting her thoughts. Why was he acting so strangely today? Why else? "He's preparing to betray you." From the shadows, Moore held his breath and observed coldly, a wave of darkness washing over his vision. The thought of this naive princess possibly ruling the Mermaid Empire filled him with gloom, yet also a strange pity. The princess still has much room to grow, he comforted himself with practiced diplomacy. With that, Moore's form dissolved into a flowing current, slipping away through cracks in the ground needed to keep the situation from spiraling out of control, as it directly affected the Empire's fate. Poor Serena had never truly known freedom. What she called freedom was nothing but a cage woven from lies. Perhaps she was still lucky she had a legendary father. If all went well, he would soon rise even higher, and she would witness the birth of a legend or perhaps his downfall. "Velisco, what kind of dump is this?" Jiang Shuzhou sat inside the carriage, his brow tightly furrowed. Outside the window, the foul air mixed with a stench that made him feel as if he were in the depths of hell. Today, the director, who hadn't appeared in a long time, suddenly assigned him a new task to supervise the slum renovation project alongside other arbiters. Hearing the word slum for the first time, he realized that Velisco had corners even worse than he imagined. On both sides of the street, sewage flowed freely and garbage piled higher than the fences. Poor villagers in tattered clothes leaned against makeshift shacks built from scraps of cloth and wood, their eyes dull and vacant. Jiang Shuzhou pulled back the carriage curtain, cursing bitterly. "I knew it whenever that old bastard asks me for something. It's never good." Once this mission was over, he planned to quit his position as arbiter and refuse to be the scapegoat for this city any longer. No wonder someone was willing to give him this position who in their right mind with any skill would want a job like this. He used to earn just 150 gold coins a day, but now even spending an hour casually brewing potions brings in 300 gold. When Jiang Shuzhou first arrived in Velisco, he barely had a few hundred coins in his pocket. Now, he was no longer the struggling newcomer. "Master, please bear with it, slums are like this. They'll sort it out soon," Hayes said from behind the carriage door, steadying himself on the edge as he cleared a path for Jiang Shuzhou. Since deciding to follow Jiang Shuzhou, Head changed the way he addressed him from sir to master. At first, Jiang felt a bit awkward. After all, in modern Huagua, he was used to boss or sir, so this felt a bit feudal. Strictly speaking, by old Huagua customs, Hayes should call him my lord. But since it was his choice, he accepted it. Though Jiang hadn't yet received a formal noble title, master fit his current status well enough. The wooden boards of the carriage creaked and groaned. Jiang Shuzhou lifted the curtain to take in the gaunt cityscape, dilapidated shacks, foul wastewater flowing everywhere, beggar children fighting over garbage where you went. The sharp cries and curses filled the air. Poverty, backwardness, filth, and desperation wove together here to create a stark and brutal hell. People risked life and limb over a piece of bread. They lived like wild animals just to shelter under a wooden roof. Jiang frowned quietly. If this place was going to be reformed sooner or later, why wait until war was at the doorstep? Were these poor souls really just cannon fodder to be sacrificed? A flash of anger passed, but he pushed down the gloom and focused on what was ahead. The renovation plan only allowed 2 days. Every minute counted. As the carriage pulled out of the chaotic slums, the terrain began to open up. What had once been lush forest now lay stripped bare, trees felled and scattered like a hunting ground clawed by a beast. Ahead, flickering flames danced. Rows of tents rose and fell like waves of dull gray-brown. "Master, this is the temporary camp of Viscount Alston Macmillan," Hayes said, walking briskly ahead, signaling the soldiers to clear a path. In stark contrast to the slums, this camp was almost spitless, no trash or filth anywhere. Rows of tents glowed with dim lantern light. Dispatch riders ran back and forth, calling out the Viscount's orders in short bursts. As Jiang Shuzhou stepped down, the central tent flap was drawn back, revealing a middle-aged man with impeccably groomed hair and an outer robe without a speck of dust. Viscount Alston Macmillan himself. Your Honor, the mage graces us with his presence. I am deeply honored. Might I invite you into the tent to discuss pressing matters? He said deliberately, slowing his pace, flawless etiquette radiating aristocratic polish like a noble straight out of a textbook. Within the Mage Alliance, traditional noble power had been whittled down or nearly abolished altogether. Yet ultimately, the mages chose to retain the aristocracy for one simple reason. They excelled at magic, but were poor at governing. They'd never admit defeat in intelligence contests, but in emotional and political skill, they were consistently outmatched. Without the Mage Council's rule requiring annual meetings, the Tower Dwellers might go decades without managing the country properly, turning it into a monarch offline model. As for ordinary people, overthrow me? A joke, the mages scoffed, proud and aloof. Thus a strange, tangled system arose. Mages sat at the top of the power pyramid, but actual governance was handed over to bureaucrats and nobles. Urban areas were run by civil officials. Remote counties retained noble rule, a half-feudal, half-democratic hybrid, unusual and patchwork. Precisely because of this, as a mage, Jiang Shuzhou outranked the Viscount, which was why the man came out to greet him personally. Jiang Shuzhou stepped off the carriage and returned the greeting simply. Please lead the way, Viscount Alston Macmillan. I hope you've prepared a plan to renovate this area. Time won't wait, we have only 2 days. Sir, this is our plan. Jiang Shuzhou sat upright in the seat of honor at the center of the camp, steadily accepting the renovation proposal handed over by Viscount Alston. He glanced at it briefly, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the noble's clumsy scheme. They had less than 2 days left, yet laid out a full 5-day work schedule. There are at most 2 days left before the high-ranking mage casts the spell to flatten this slum. And you wrote down 5 days? Jiang Shuzhou slammed the dossier on the table, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why don't you just stay here and wait to die alongside this ruin? Viscount Alston wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hesitating before trying to explain. Sir, 2 days is simply too short, and there aren't enough hands. It's impossible to finish the inventory and relocation within 48 hours. What administrative efficiency? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow, scanning the people in the tent. Including my men, there are only about 70 of us in total. Can't you even finish counting in such a small area? Sir, I'm afraid you misunderstand. Alston slowed his speech, trying to sound steady. Before I came, I conducted a survey. This small area alone conservatively houses over 7,000 residents. The nearly unbelievable number made Jiang Shuzhou catch his breath, his Adam's apple moving as he looked instinctively out at the canvas tent's patchy rooftops in dense clusters. More than 7,000 people crammed into a slum? In his understanding, slums should be sparsely populated. Hunger, violence, and disease would have decimated their numbers to a fraction. Seeing Jiang Shuzhou's disbelief, Alston explained, many have died here, but even more have come recently. After all, this is Varisco. Hearing the Viscount's emotionless statement, Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but think bitterly that this high-ranking mage clearly had no first-hand experience of life on the bottom rung. He considered himself no stranger to hardship, but having grown up in Huagua, even the poorest place there felt better than this. Can't they just find work in the city? Jiang Shuzhou twitched at the corner of his mouth. The docks I oversee are short-staffed every day, especially with the war coming. Sea transport is so busy my side income has doubled. But they don't even have basic identification cards. How could they qualify to apply? Alston shrugged, then detailed the slums make up illegal immigrants, fugitives from other places, people without registered residency, a chaotic mix. In Varisco, most jobs only require an ID card. But what if they can't even produce that? So basically, there are hardly any decent people here. The flicker of sympathy in Jiang Shuzhou's heart immediately dimmed by half. He swallowed his irritation and decisively gave orders. Fine. Post the notice today. Let everyone know what will happen in 2 days. The rest can wait until tomorrow. He waved Alston off, inwardly marking the Viscount's competence as barely passing. If not for the fact that he had at least tried to investigate, Jiang Shuzhou really wanted to burn this flawed plan on the spot. No sooner had the Viscount left than Jiang Shuzhou bent over the map to sketch his own plan. He decided to draw up the strategy himself and assign subordinates to execute it if it still went wrong. Alston could be demoted to a high magic proximity observer. By the flickering light, he quickly settled the overall framework. 3 main points. First was to count the staff, clarify how many were administrative personnel and how many were guards among both sides' people. After the count, different tasks would be assigned based on their roles. Next, the area was divided into several smaller zones, each overseen by 1 administrator and 2 to 3 guards responsible for managing and counting the people within that section. This decentralized approach would maximize the efficiency of the headcount. He then added details to the plan regarding housing and supplies after relocation. The Mage Alliance would provide a one-time resettlement fund, complemented by a work-for-leave program. The impoverished residents would pitch their own tents and organize their camps, with their living conditions entirely dependent on their own efforts. Jiang Shuzhou's pen flew across the paper, finishing the draft in mere moments. He handed the completed plan to Hayes and urged him to deliver it swiftly to the Viscount of Alston. With official business concluded, Jiang Shuzhou pulled out the book Spellcraft and Alchemy. The looming war made it imperative for him to advance his skills, as an alchemist power was the truest safeguard. One candle after another burned low inside the tent, their dim glow sinking deeper into the night. As he prepared to resume study, the mage imprint on his ring suddenly lit up. Mage Jiawei and Mage Jian both sent invitations to a gathering. This was his first formal invite to a mage meeting, and Jiang Shuzhou gladly accepted. Better to learn with kindred spirits than to stumble alone. The amateurs on forums couldn't compare to true practitioners. He drew back the canvas and stepped outside. Hayes was waiting. "My lord, where are you headed?" The driver was already snoring. Being from humble origins, he couldn't afford candles and wasn't used to staying up late, so Hayes had to take the reins. Warmth bloomed in Jiang Shuzhou's chest as he tossed him 200 gold coins. Loyalty must be rewarded. A few healing potions would more than repay this small sum. After stating the meeting location, Jiang Shuzhou settled into the carriage, immersing himself once more in pages thick with runes and spells. However, when the carriage reached a dark dirt road, several masked figures sprang out, shouting in unison, "Hand over your money, or we'll kill you." This was no orderly district of Velisco, but a festering sore on the city's outskirts. Hayes reached for his sword, but Jiang Shuzhou was already upright, leaning out the window. A flick of his finger launched a fireball roaring forth, bursting into a blaze of orange and red against the night. When the thunderous roar faded, only mud-like scattered limbs remained in the bandit's place. Newly enhanced magic was powerful enough to deny even a single plea for mercy. He didn't bother to spare them a second glance. He gestured for Hayes to press on, and then bent back down into his book. The brief surge of fire had blown away a day's worth of frustration. His mood brightened considerably. A moment later, he recalled, wasn't this road under his jurisdiction? So he raised his hand again, casting multiple purification and flame spells to thoroughly clean the ground, wiping away every trace on a physical level before he could relax. The carriage rolled away, carrying him through the night. Faint footsteps stirred in the breeze. Several ragged poor emerged from shadows, rooting through the scorched soil to gather scraps and shove them into their mouths. "Damn, it's too clean. I barely got a bite." One cursed, retreating back into darkness. The rest continued searching intently, especially for any remaining bits of meat. Although Jiang Shuzhou didn't witness this scene, he could roughly imagine it. That was why he had been so eager to cover his tracks. After all, there's an old saying, in years of famine, men turn on each other. The carriage pulled away from the slums, familiar streets and dim streetlights flashing past the window, reminding Jiang Shuzhou that he had finally returned to the civilized world. Who would have thought that order and chaos were separated by just a 10-minute drive? But there was no helping it. Slums were never directly governed by Verisco. This latest municipal renovation was a rare act of mercy from the sorcerer lords. At least now, fewer people starved to death there each day. Just a few days ago, Jiang Shuzhou had read another news piece. The Holy Alliance was once again struck by famine. The report claimed it was a deliberate act by the clergy, meant to purify faith. The method was shockingly simple. The priests would cook a few large pots of porridge. When the poor were so hungry they could barely see straight, they would accept any food offered, even kneeling and begging, let alone just kneeling silently through 2 sermons. The Sorcerer Alliance often mocked such claims about the gods, but Jiang Shuzhou found it somewhat plausible. After all, within the Sorcerer Alliance's borders, true famine never occurred. One spell could solve it. Not just legendary incantations, high-level spell revival of all things could accelerate crop growth over vast lands. Plant anything, and harvesting multiple crops per day was possible. The priests had no excuse not to do the same. Jiang Shuzhou's eyes lifted from the newspaper, and his thoughts returned to the present. The banquet hall in the city center was brightly lit, crystal chandeliers illuminating the stage like daylight. On stage, music and dance were in full swing, drums shaking the air beneath them. Waiters wove through the crowd, removing cold dishes and replacing them with freshly steamy plates. Sorcerers gathered in groups of 3 to 5 along the sides, some discussing magical theory, some focused on the performance, and others bowed over their plates of steak. Guided by a waiter, Jiang Shuzhou stepped into the banquet and scanned the room. The sorcerers were clearly divided. 1. On the left, mostly young faces, wearing well-tailored clothes embroidered with intricate patterns, knuckles adorned with rings, collars trimmed with boutonnieres, more aristocrats than scholars. 2. On the right, the traditional image rows of black robes embroidered only with magical sigils of their schools along the cuffs or hems. Jiang Shuzhou's gaze flicked between them, aware of the many eyes sizing him up. When they saw his hood and simple black robe, most of the traditional sorcerers on the right gave a slight nod in polite acknowledgement. TSK, another old relic, a young sorcerer on the left muttered low enough for Jiang Shuzhou to hear. He smirked inwardly. Some weren't very friendly. "Kid, what if I'm younger than you? I was already an old relic at 19. He kept the thought to himself but acted, pulling down his hood. He strode confidently toward the right side, signaling his stance without a word. Truly young and talented. If only a few more newcomers like you joined the alliance, us old relics could rest easy, said a weathered middle-aged sorcerer, raising his glass in salute. Though his face seemed young, the wrinkles around his eyes betrayed the years, clearly an elder relying on anti-aging elixirs. Jiang Shuzhou nodded respectfully, then moved toward a corner, ready to observe quietly. Master Varys? As he walked halfway, someone suddenly called his name. He turned to see Master Jiang, accompanied by the younger Master Jian. I was wondering why you called me over, only to realize your own people were nowhere to be found. Turns out you were hiding inside all along. Jiang Shuzhou pushed open the door to the small private room next to the bar. Under the dim, yellowish light, his gaze swept the space before settling on two old friends sitting in the corner. At the round wooden table, Master Jiang rubbed his temple, looking exhausted. Master Jian leaned on his staff, forcing a faint smile. Master Jiang, Master Jian, long time no see. How have you been lately? Jiang Shuzhou greeted first. Not bad, Jian said, raising his glass to show the last sip of wine. Not so great, Jiang answered in a low voice. Hearing those sharply contrasting replies, Jiang Shuzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. The polite small talk he'd planned to keep brief suddenly stuck. How am I supposed to respond to that? Are you both here to complain to me? Jiang's lips twitched into something like a smile. They say sorcerers never lack intelligence, but often fail in social skills. That's definitely true. Since you came all this way, I might as well be honest with you. Jiang Shuzhou shrugged off his cloak and sat down decisively. If there's trouble, just lay it out. We can brainstorm together. Maybe we'll find solutions. The problem, it turned out, was with adjudicating cases. Master Jiang was responsible for final judgments on all cases, but lately the files had been piling up absurdly fast. False public accusations of harassment, demanding half the gold coins after a breakup, blatant stage traffic accidents extorting carriage owners. 10 days ago, these cases were rare. Now they arrived almost daily. Ordinary people wouldn't dare trick a sorcerer. Those who faced formal magic duels. Losers instantly turned to ash. But these cases all required his review. The constant late-night reading strained his eyes and pushed him to the edge of collapse. Finally, he fought hard to secure a posting out of town like Jiang Shuzhou, assigned to govern a slum district. Behind the scenes, players probably gave advice, but with his seasoned authority and skillful balance of carrot and stick, no miscarriages of justice occurred. Can't see the piles of case files, so I even sleep better now, he said, adjusting his glasses, voice lighter than before. Master Jian had also been assigned to city management, but his district was notably quieter than Jiang Shuzhou's docks, with less frequent inspections. The biggest recent incident was a fire that destroyed one household and killed everyone inside. I wanted to get to the bottom of it, Jian recalled, a shadow flickering in his eyes, but when I sensed strange lingering magic in the ruins, digging deeper felt risky, so I let it go. Ironically, it happened just one day before you joined the Sorcerers' Alliance. Truly the whims of fate. Jiang Shuzhou's thoughts stirred. The burned home was the Baker family, but he only took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. So, you two are also managing slums now? He asked. Got no headspace for that, Joey waved it off. Once my current tasks finish, I'm going back to study spells. Staring at those crazy cases day in and day out is breaking my worldview. Don't worry, it's manageable. I already have plans laid out, Jiang Shuzhou said confidently. But before diving into governance, let's spar with magic first. The truth grows clearer through debate too, shouldn't neglect our true craft. The two masters happily agreed. The three of them spread out scrolls and ignited magical auras, launching into an intense, lively discussion for over 2 hours in the noisy bar's depths. Runes intertwined in the air as they occasionally slammed the table or pondered silently, completely throwing etiquette aside. As their debate wound down, the three exchanged knowing smiles. Master Tavis really is outstanding, hidden talents and all, Jian said first. Not at all, Master Jian is equally brilliant, replied Jiang Shuzhou. I'm just old and well-traveled, Joey humbly waved. After a few rounds of mutual praise, their collective mastery of magic had clearly deepened, the air seeming to shimmer with spiritual energy. The topic shifted back to governance plans, when Joey suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. By the way, Master Tavis, do you know why the city is suddenly in such a hurry to renovate the slums? How would I know? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. The Mermaid Empire's Princess Arena is coming to Varisco for negotiations, Joey said, lifting his glass with some certainty. The city lord wants to leave a good impression, so there's a last-minute decision to clean up the slums. What are they negotiating? The war in the Storm Sea. Don't forget, the Fishman Kingdom is a vassal to the Mermaid Empire. Jiang Shuzhou chuckled. So basically, they're cleaning up someone else's mess. Joey drained the last of his wine. More importantly, in a few days, all the high-level sorcerers from the Alliance in the Storm Sea will arrive for the talks. Jiang squinted, half serious, half teasing. Looks like you old fellow have connections who should have guessed you know everything. Jian and Jiang Shuzhou tacitly avoided asking where the news came from, smoothly shifting the conversation by throwing out a few questions about spells. The hall was brightly lit, with the three of them sitting around talking, voices rising and falling. Waiters brought out new dishes one after another, then discreetly took them away, yet none of the three touched their food, fully absorbed in discussing the details of incantations and the flow of magic. Pack these up to go, Jiang Shuzhou said as the topic changed perfectly, glancing at the attendant by his side. Master Weiss, if you're hungry, you can just eat here, Master JVI said casually. I've already eaten. My men haven't yet. They're waiting for me outside, Jiang Shuzhou replied calmly. JVI then realized he'd sounded like he was accusing Jiang of stealing food, and gave an awkward laugh. Jian took the opportunity to tease. Your men are treated quite well. Maybe I want to follow you instead. His playful remarks smoothly eased JVI's embarrassment. The young man's social tact stood in sharp contrast to the old curmudgeon's rigidity. After the banquet ended, the three bid each other farewell. Jiang Shuzhou stepped out of the hall and boarded the carriage waiting by the door. Master, the coachman Hayes had been chatting with other drivers, but upon seeing him, immediately fell silent and saluted, his relaxed expression tightening, like a servant caught slacking by his boss. Jiang Shuzhou smiled inwardly. Am I really that intimidating? I don't dock wages, sometimes pay bonuses out of pocket that make me an excellent leader? He waved his hand. No need to be so formal. You're not my slave. Just get the job done. Rest if you want, I'm not a demon. Then he motioned for a servant to hand a large bundle of steaming dishes to Hayes. Thanks for your hard work. Take this for a late-night meal. All the other drivers' gazes landed enviously on Hayes. Most were also followers of mages and knew full well that if a coachman or cook wasn't a trusted aide, their fate was miserable. The official daytime coachman didn't count outside official duties. Jiang Shuzhou hardly used him. If he did, Hayes would watch closely. Where else could you find a master like this? Someone muttered quietly. Our guy never cares about food or drink. Straightening up, Hayes packed the food carefully and hurried to drive away. If anyone found out he got overtime pay, there'd be immediate resignations. After all, who wouldn't envy being the follower of an aspiring alchemist like him? The carriage pulled away from the noisy street corner, and Jiang Shuzhou casually added, tomorrow morning, you're to keep an eye on Alston Macmillan. I've got to go certify an alchemist. You really? Hayes' hand trembled so much the reins nearly slipped, and he reverted to calling him master. Of course it's real. Stay sharp, don't let those nobles cause trouble, Jiang Shuzhou warned. He had no fondness for these feudal aristocrats. Inefficient, costly, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Master, rest assured, he'll accomplish the task. Looking at Hayes' determined face, as if he were about to sacrifice himself heroically tomorrow, Jiang Shuzhou swallowed the words he had prepared. He had originally wanted to remind Hayes that if things ever became truly hopeless, preserving one's life should come before ideals. But with morale running so high now, he decided to save that advice for later rather than dampen the mood. After all, the work with the Alliance was public business, but life was personal and Hayes was his only loyal follower worth trusting. He couldn't afford for him to throw away his life on some reckless impulse over this messy situation. Back in his rented room, Jiang Shuzhou put those thoughts aside and lit up the alchemy bench. His goal for the day was to brew Bloodfire Elixir, the accelerator potion for warriors' cultivation. The raw materials cost 10 gold coins per set, but the finished potion could sell for 200 gold each, a staggering profit margin. Last time Head listed healing potions at triple the going price, selling out immediately. Now that funds were abundant, he ordered boldly. 50 sets of ingredients delivered at once tonight. He had to nail this. He began by processing the main ingredient, Bloodfire herb. This was originally a deadly poison used in life-or-death gambles. Warriors who swallowed one would see their fighting spirit spike by 30, but at the cost of burning away their lifespan. The more consumed, the faster they died. Fortunately, mages had painstakingly transformed it from poison into a beneficial spirit herb, a true blessing for future generations. Jiang Shuzhou crushed the Bloodfire herb carefully, setting it aside to rest. Next, he grabbed earth flower and waterbell mushroom, mashing them into a pulp before dropping them into the boiling magic water. The broth churned as he stirred according to the manual, 20 clockwise turns, then 15 counterclockwise. Why the direction mattered, he couldn't quite say. It was a strict rule passed down from his predecessors. When he someday recreated classics with unconventional ingredients or invented new recipes, only then would he question it. As the solution turned gray, he quickly added the Bloodfire herb and stirred vigorously for 3 minutes. The potion bubbled fiercely, shifting to an orange-red glow. The heat consumed every trace of the ingredients, leaving no residue. After a moment, the first Bloodfire elixir was born, liquid still rolling inside the bottle, steam rising. First try success? He paused for 2 seconds, then raised an eyebrow as excitement bubbled up inside. Glancing at the towering pile of raw materials beside him, a daring thought crossed his mind. Since it felt so good, why not make 10 at once? Without hesitation, Jiang Shuzhou lined up 10 empty bottles and began the bottle division simultaneous method. But reality was harsher than his ideal temperature fluctuations, and stirring timing errors caused several batches to spoil mid-process. Mistake after mistake, he restarted. Each failed batch devoured raw materials as fast as they piled up. In the end, with only one batch's worth of ingredients left, he finally steadied his rhythm and sealed the 10th Bloodfire elixir. Although 14 batches were wasted, the 10 high-quality potions he ended up with made the effort worthwhile. It proved that the bottle division method was incredibly fast, but equally unforgiving with little margin for error. He cataloged the 10 pristine Bloodfire elixirs and listed them on the trade platform. After finishing, Jiang Shuzhou exhaled deeply, peeling off his potion-stained gloves. Pressing the log-off key, he leaned back in his chair. Embarrassingly, he couldn't recall the last time he had truly just lain down and fallen asleep. These past days had only been holding on with meditation. Tonight, at last, he could rest soundly. No troubles tonight. A peaceful, uninterrupted sleep. The weather in Willisco was always like this steady drizzle that never seemed to stop. Today was another rainy day. Jiang Shuzhou stepped through the doors of the Alchemy Guild, shaking raindrops from his wet cloak at the entrance. Compared to the bustling scene back at the Mage Guild, this place felt as quiet as a library. The dim glow of the magical crystal lamps cast an empty, lonely light down the corridor. "Hello, how can I help you?" The receptionist looked up, and both her voice and face made Jiang Shuzhou pause. She was the very same familiar receptionist from the Mage Guild. Jiang Shuzhou mentally mused. She works 2 jobs? But calmly said aloud, "I'm here for certification to become an alchemist." He didn't delve into her career plans. Some things were better left alone. "What? You're here for the exam?" Before the receptionist could finish, a voice boomed down from the staircase. Jiang Shuzhou turned to see an elderly mage with a full head of silver hair and a face lined with fine wrinkles, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, hurrying over. His white robe billowed behind him in a light mist. "So young?" The old mage circled Jiang Shuzhou, eyes practically sparking. TSK, youth is youth. Such promise at a young age. Me achievements no. Cough. The future of alchemy clearly rests with people like you. The receptionist quickly introduced him. This gentleman is Vice President Boyd of the Willisco Alchemy Guild, also an intermediate-level mage. Jiang Shuzhou immediately switched to a respectful tone. "Ah, Master Boyd, I've heard your name for a long time. It's an honor to meet you, truly a venerable figure." Though in truth, he had never heard of him before, but compliments cost nothing. "Good, good, a real young fellow." Boyd repeated young several times, as if no other adjective could do. Jiang Shuzhou inwardly wondered, is he losing his mind? But outwardly feigned excitement at the elder's praise. "Come, young man, let's have a private talk." The vice president led the way upstairs. "As you wish." Jiang Shuzhou followed. They entered Boyd's office. Calling it an office was generous. It was more like a personal laboratory. Along the walls stood distillers, crucibles, thermostatic water baths, and a whole row of faintly glowing mana crystal bottles. The corners were cluttered with empty jars and all kinds of materials. Only the large central table had just enough space to sit, but it was nearly buried under a thick stack of alchemy books, some open with pages fluttering in a slight breeze. Clearly, like most bureaucratic mages in the guild, Boyd prioritized the pursuit of truth above mundane affairs. "You want to join the Alchemy Guild?" Boyd cut to the chase. "Absolutely. I've always wanted to learn more knowledge to change the world." Jiang Shuzhou answered firmly. Not bad." Boyd didn't ask further, treating it as a mere formality. He then thoroughly explained the testing procedure and what to watch out for, his tone so serious it was like he might pull Jiang Shuzhou onto the experimental table at any moment. Finally, the vice president emphasized the benefits of joining the Alchemy Guild. Simply put, becoming a member means automatic entry into the Alchemists Alliance. The alliance is part of the Mage Federation and also its most crucial branch. Representing advanced productive forces, alchemists have always held high status within the mage community. That status remained unchanged even after the establishment of the Mage Alliance. In fact, it was elevated significantly. The Alchemists Guild enjoyed near-complete autonomy. As long as they didn't violate the Constitution, they had full authority to enact or repeal laws on their own. Among the complex array of statutes, one stood out most. Any alchemist who passed the assessment could be directly granted a fief, becoming an alchemical noble. The rank corresponded to personal alchemical achievements. Junior alchemists earned the title of Viscount, and higher accomplishments led to successive promotions, with legendary alchemists even qualifying for the title of Duke. Scientific research ultimately had to translate into production. Yet alchemical products were either weapons or hazardous materials, and some formulas involved confidential secrets impossible to share with outsiders. As a result, the vast majority of alchemists established their own workshops within their fiefs, hiring and even training local residents to oversee the entire process from development to manufacturing. This became the primary incentive for joining the Alchemists Guild without tangible benefits. Who would voluntarily join? "So, do you understand now?" Vice President Boyd asked, concerned that Jiang Shuzhou might miss crucial details. "Absolutely. Thank you for your explanation, Jiang Shuzhou nodded. He had already researched these matters thoroughly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to become an alchemist. An alchemical noble was an identity all mages envied. Good. The assessment begins. Boyd smiled. It had been a long time since he administered one to a newcomer, not because he was lazy, but because hardly anyone came. The vast storm sea housed nearly 10,000 mages, yet only a few hundred were alchemists. Most simply lacked the capacity to study two disciplines simultaneously. This was one reason he repeatedly admired Jiang Shuzhou's youth. More realistically, other branches admitted over a dozen new members annually, while his branch only brought in one or two. He was starting to feel embarrassed even attending guild gatherings. The assessment had two parts, theory and practical. Jiang Shuzhou answered theory questions swiftly and confidently. For the practical portion, he chose to brew a blood-fueling elixir and a healing potion. The thermostatic furnace hissed gently as the ingredients melted, separated, and merged in the crucible. His movements were precise down to the last detail, as if he had practiced 1,000 times before. Boyd's eyes lit up. This was no novice. His skill surpassed even many veteran alchemists. This young man is promising. Almost as good as I was, Boyd thought with a hint of pride, forgetting that he had failed 5 times before barely passing on his 6th attempt by luck. When finished, the two vials gleamed crystal clear, one as red as blood, the other as green as jade. Their quality was impeccable. Quality looks excellent, Boyd said, holding up the test tubes scrutinizingly, then declared solemnly, "You have passed." And just like that, Jiang Shuzhou officially became an alchemist. The letter of appointment for your noble title will take some time. It's necessary to select a suitable fief for you. Do you have any plans during this interim period? After the assessment, Boyd casually asked, "Chairman, I'm an arbitrator with the Arbitration Bureau, currently in charge of managing the dock area." Jiang Shuzhou instinctively snapped to attention and replied. Boyd raised an eyebrow. "So you came looking for me? You're a full-fledged alchemist, but chose to become an arbitrator? No perks, tough work. It doesn't sound worth it." Then he changed tone and added, "Well, maybe not that ridiculous. Forget that. Let's get to the point." Seeing Jiang Shuzhou remain silent, he continued on his own. "The war's coming up, right? Logistics desperately needs people. I've got a golden opportunity for you to gain some experience. That place has plenty of perks, and you can delegate most of the work." Jiang Shuzhou tried to decline. "Well, I don't think it's appropriate. I signed a 2-month contract with the Alliance. There's still 1 month left." Though he verbally refused, the description Boyd gave sparked his interest. For seasoned alchemists, logistics might seem trivial, but for a newcomer like him, it was a perfect chance to learn new skills and expand his network. Boyd waved his hand dismissively. "It's easy. He'll just make a call." Jiang Shuzhou thought of his subordinate, Hayes, and cautiously said, "Chairman, I also have a subordinate." Now wasn't the time to discuss terms, but at least he needed to secure Hayes' contract. "No big deal," Boyd smiled. "As long as you agree, he'll handle it immediately." After hesitating briefly, a hint of excitement shone in Jiang Shuzhou's eyes, though he remained composed. "Well, okay then, since the chairman insists, he'll go gain experience in logistics." Boyd clapped him on the shoulder cheerfully. "That's the spirit. You'll definitely benefit from it." With that settled, Jiang Shuzhou saluted and left the office. Watching him go, Boyd shook his wrist and muttered with a grin, "This young man's great easier to deal with than those old hands." He then pulled open a drawer, took out a prepared document, and spread it on the desk. A quill swiftly scribbled across the paper, writing the name crisply before stamping it with a mage's seal glowing faintly blue. The document was straightforward. The Alchemist Guild would provide a full-time alchemist for logistics, while the Mage Alliance would handle salary and benefits. Clearly, the alchemist assigned to logistics was none other than Jiang Shuzhou. In the outskirts of Velisco, rows of tents stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the new district, a renovated slum transformed from the old ruins. The relocation plan that began just yesterday was surprisingly smooth. Within a single day, Jiang Shuzhou's team had completed almost all the headcounts in their assigned area. Though a few small conflicts had broken out, he had crushed them with swift, harsh measures. The filthy alleys of the past had been cleaned up thoroughly, barely showing a hint of civilization's shadow. At this moment, Hayes was busy beyond measure. He had to sift through nearly 10,000 people to identify valuable talent and find ways to recruit them. In his mind, trash was just misplaced potential. Jiang Shuzhou didn't have high hopes, but was willing to take the risk. So Hayes frantically searched through the towering piles of identity documents. Working so hard his eyes reddened, letting out a groan. "Man, you really don't care if I live or die." As it turned out, Jiang Shuzhou's intuition was right. "You pay, he'll come." The short, stout man raised a foam-topped wooden mug and drained it in one gulp, his 22nd beer of the night. His name was DeWarren, 28 years old, a dwarf. He spent his days by the forge, hammering iron until the work was done, then drinking heartily until he was drunk enough to collapse and sleep, without a care, never bringing his burdens into the morning. If not for one drunken mishap, he would have been working the best blacksmith shop in the city. That night, he had cursed loudly at the statue of his tribe's ancestor, intending a private venting session. but suddenly swore he heard the statue insult him back. Angrier than ever, he struck the stone figure with a punch and the supposedly unbreakable statue shattered on the spot. For dwarves, this was a grave offense. They believed the ancestral spirit resided in the statue, and only the most worthy descendants could inherit its power. Now that the statue lay broken, it was like stripping away their faith. Dwarin lost not only his family name, but was exiled from his clan, wandering for 8 years ever since. After drifting into Velisco, he made a living forging weapons for slum gangs, just to earn enough for his next drink. Live's relentless hammer had long crushed Duerin's former pride. His sole condition for Jiang Shuzhou's invitation was simple: just pay the tab. That was his final stubborn stand. Deal. Don't worry, the benefits won't be short. Jiang Shuzhou responded confidently, secretly casting a lie-detecting spell. There wasn't a trace of falsehood in Duerin's words. Whatever. Just give me a place I can drink. The dwarf tipped back another mug, his Adam's apple bobbing as the beer dripped from his beard onto the table. Sign the contract. Jiang Shuzhou handed over a document. It was a follower's pact. If the leader died, the follower died with him. If the leader survived, the follower bore no consequences. A harsh arrangement. Without a glance, Duerin grabbed the pen and signed. Still drunk, he was as bold and fiery as sparks flying from his hammer. All right, bring me another drink. Devlin didn't even glance at the contract. Whether he was responding to Jiang Shuzhou or just talking to the bartender, he immediately signed his name. Keep them coming. I want 10 more. He shouted, raising his glass with bleary eyes. His thick arm swung wildly, splashing wine everywhere. Before the bartender behind the bar could react, a heavy bag of gold coins landed on the counter, casually tossed there by Jiang Shuzhou. For the drinks. With that, he threw on his cloak and strode out sharply, leaving Devlin alone amid the lingering scent of alcohol. Sunlight broke through the heavy gray clouds that had hung low for days, casting golden beams onto the once damp stone pavement. The slums, freshly washed by rain, looked deserted. Muddy water flowed slowly in the gutters, but no poor souls were visible. They had all been relocated to temporary camps. Thanks to the swift action of Jiang Shuzhou and Jiawei, resettlement was completed far ahead of other areas, earning both praise. Jiawei even managed to secure the long-desired break. In contrast, Master Jian suffered a great misfortune. His district erupted in rebellion, forcing him to unleash spells of fire and thunder that claimed nearly 1,000 lives before restoring order. Investigations later revealed the root cause: one corrupt noble collaborating with him, embezzling resettlement funds through bribery and extortion, driving the poor to desperation. Furious, Jian personally crushed that noble, delivering some measure of justice for the dead. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in midair. Jiang Shuzhou's heart tightened as a fierce magical surge swept through. The sky exploded in blazing flames, a giant fireball roaring downward onto the emptied slum. The roar was deafening as dilapidated houses and hidden darkness turned to scorched earth. Immediately after, a second spell fell, spreading emerald light upon the blackened ground. Branches grew wildly, vines climbed within seconds. The filthy slums transformed into a lush forest. Destruction and renewal came in a blink. The attending mages dispersed in small groups. As Jiawei bade farewell, he slipped Jiang Shuzhou a half-arm-length tea brick. Use it for brew, good for liver and alertness. Thanks to your plan, I've saved a lot of trouble. Consider it a gift. You sure know what to say. Jiang Shuzhou laughed, accepting it. His smooth response surprised Jiawei, as if he suddenly remembered something. Hastily bowing out, Jiawei's steps quickened until he practically jumped into his carriage. At a command, the horses pulled away, dust swirling like he was fleeing a battlefield more than worn out from ceaseless overtime. Jiang Shuzhou brushed dust from his shoulder, quietly relieved that he was about to leave the arbitrator post for a more relaxed, yet well-paying logistics role. Today he had 2 important tasks left: finish his handover and finalize Hayes' follower contract. The arbitration bureau's corridor was spacious and bright, the magic lamps making the marble floor look like a mirror. Upon seeing Jiang Shuzhou, passing mages bowed respectfully. This newly minted alchemist earned genuine admiration. Many were too occupied with spell research to diversify, so a scholar who also mastered alchemy was naturally respected. With colleagues' help, Hayes' contract was swiftly completed. From this moment, Hayes was officially Jiang Shuzhou's follower. As for Jiang Shuzhou's own handover, since no replacement had arrived, the director decided to implement military governance. Once the war fully broke out, humans would keep things from truly running wild. When Jiang Shuzhou submitted his resignation, the director signed off promptly. Contract voided. You're free. One sentence, all bonds severed. Outside the office, Hayes was still a little dazed. My lord, you really? He thought of the growing rumors of war and the sleepless nights filled with unease. Yet with Jiang Shuzhou, it all felt so manageable. Yeah, I've taken care of everything for you. From now on, follow me. Jiang Shuzhou pulled out the pre-prepared follower contract. Hayes barely glanced at it, then signed his name, his handwriting trembling slightly in excitement. There was no need to return to the old dock house. The director had bought it on behalf of the Bureau for a high price 1,000 gold coins, triple market value, and handed the carriage to Jiang Shuzhou as a bonus. This director really was a good man. There isn't a single decent person in the Mage Alliance. This was the 7th time today that Feisman had thumped his chest armor and roared angrily, his voice exploding through the long corridors of the Turtleback Palace. Princess Serena was too tired to respond. She rolled her eyes, flicked her silver-blue fish tail, and turned to walk into the glazed palace carried on the back of the giant turtle. Outside the palace, the water along the underwater boulevard flowed steadily. An escort team, a mix of merfolk and fishmen, moved slowly along the coral reef. 7 high-level professionals were arrayed on either side of the group, their scale armor reflecting a cold blue light under the sea's glow. Among them, a wholly dark purple octopus swung 8 arms, each gripping a different kind of weapon. He served as Serena's personal guard, a top-tier warrior skilled in over a dozen weapons. The outer sea was already quiet, with peak combat strength limited to these high-level fighters. 7 guards of equal rank was top-tier, so naturally no one dared to provoke them along the way. In fact, Helix initially wanted to add 30 or 40 more high-level personnel for absolute security and try to force the Mage Alliance to agree. But the Alliance flatly refused at that very meeting. If you want to fight, just say so. You send 30 high-level mages on a diplomatic mission? Do you think we're fools? So in the end, only this small team of 7 remained. Although manpower was cut down, the Alliance still gave a guarantee to the legendary Helix. Regardless of how the negotiations went, Princess Serena's safety was the Mage Alliance's responsibility, and she would return safely to the Merfolk Empire. As they spoke, several beams of magical light appeared ahead. Mage Alliance reinforcements. Leading them was a human mage clad in a black and gold patterned robe, one hand resting on his chest as he made a full bow. I've long admired you, Princess Serena. You are as elegant and noble as the legends say, radiant and captivating. His name was Harvey, mayor of Velisco City. Half voluntarily, half reluctantly, he had been put in charge of the welcoming duties. You're Harvey of the Mage Alliance? Serena asked quietly. Indeed. Your Highness, please allow me to offer the Alliance's respects to Lord Helix. Harvey said politely, though a sharp edge colored his tone as if to say, if it weren't for your legendary father, I wouldn't have bothered coming. After a brief exchange, the giant turtle rested on the shore, the palace docking steadily. Merfolk and fishmen guards stood vigil around the area as Serena stepped onto Velisco's white stone pier, led by Harvey. Meanwhile, in the city's central council chamber, 7 or 8 high-level mages dressed in robes of various colors argued heatedly, faces flushed with passion. Negotiations? Nonsense. I say just fight it out, quickest and easiest. I don't care either way, but I want control of a large sea zone for magical herb cultivation. My bloodline experiments are at a critical point. I need fishman samples. Let them provide, fight or not. Taking resources without bloodshed is better too. We should focus on the Saints Alliance instead. Supporters, opponents, and the indifferent voices all rose and fell in a cacophony. At that moment, the door opened. Harvey stepped across the threshold and motioned aside. Everyone, Princess Serena has arrived. The noisy chamber instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to the entrance. No way, you just brought her in? We're still in the middle of internal debate. Before a conclusion is made, arguing is fine. But once there's a decision, all must follow the same line. Do you understand? Harvey, old man, you didn't fall for her, did you? Doubts, teasing, and sideways glances all bombarded Harvey. He looked completely bewildered, unaware of how much trouble had caused. Finally, a kind soul couldn't hold back and used telepathy to explain the situation to him. It's not my fault, is it? Who told you not to communicate with mental power? You have no sense of secrecy at all. Harvey kept his mouth shut, but inside his heart churned. He was the youngest and weakest among all in this round council chamber, too scared to speak his true thoughts. The magic crystal lamps hanging from the domed ceiling cast a blue glow and made his forehead sweat slightly. Blame it all on the higher-ups. They said a few days ago they wanted to fight, and now they want to negotiate. What was the point of all those supplies I secretly allocated before? Was I just unlucky? Or was I too efficient? No way. He bit his lips silently. At the other end of the council table, a graybeard bloodline mage slammed his hand on the table sharply. You're not even willing to offer tribute. So what's there left to talk about? Just fight already. My bloodline experiments still need materials. Nearby, a desert mage waved his hand, sparking embers in the air. This tiny patch of land. Who's going to farm it? I'm done with this nonsense. Who the hell do you think you are? They'll kill you myself, damn it. Rough shouting broke out repeatedly. The first round of negotiations had clearly failed, and most of the mages wore sullen faces. The envoy responsible for mediating gritted his teeth and carefully reassembled the demands, presenting a revised proposal again. Under the light of the magic crystal lamp, parchment scrolls were spread out page by page. It's not a problem. As long as we know the demands, we can still negotiate these things. Okay, good. Give us more. I swear to you. The second round of talks went surprisingly smoothly, with nearly half the mages nodding. Suddenly, an elderly ice mage stood up laughing heartily. Excellent. Generous. No wonder you are Princess Serena. The Pearl of the Sea, a truly magnanimous gesture. The bloodline mage still grumbled curses you be, but no longer opposed. The hot-headed elder continued to rant, but it was useless. The majority of mages chose peace. The terms were harsh. Ownership of a large sea area, regular resource tributes, plus a quota of population. How many exactly? Let me put it this way. Not even Empress Cixi would dare sign such a treaty, one aide muttered quietly. The details still needed to be worked out carefully, but one thing was clear. War seemed to have been averted. In the side corridor of the council hall, Princess Serena removed her gloves, her vivid blue eyes sparkling with uncontrollable joy. Father, did you see? I did it, she whispered to herself, completely ignoring the pale faces of Fiseman and the fishman attendants beside her. Indeed, most of the people offered as tribute were criminals or victims among the fishmen, but the sea area and mineral deposits also came from the fishman tribe. If the treaty were truly signed, would they fare well afterward? But Serena only wanted peace. Night fell, and Velisco was brilliantly lit. For the sake of peace, the mages lit every street and alley. Magical flames danced atop towers, casting a red glow across the sky. Yet no matter how bright the light, it couldn't penetrate the deep sea. Outside the city, beneath the waves beyond the reach of the mage tower's glow, a group of shadowy figures whispered behind the reefs. No matter what, the treaty cannot be signed. Once it is, we become traitors to the kingdom. Are you sure you really saw those mages? As real as can be. Their true forms are here. Good. It's time to teach the Mage Alliance a lesson. Make them suffer, so they'll come to the negotiating table ready to sign a fair treaty with us. Amid the crashing waves, tails and booted feet intertwined, fishmen above and humans below, their identities becoming clear. Is this really right? A follower's voice trembled. Fiseman was silent for a moment. Gripping his long halberd tightly, had no choice but to do this, for the homeland. That night, everyone in Velisco slept soundly. The shadow of war seemingly lifted completely. Peace was about to blanket this land. In the early hours of the next day, an urgent report arrived in the hands of the senior mages of Wylisico. What? I told you that was just a delaying tactic. Those scaled bastards, none of them are any good. My tea. The water tea trees I just planted. Those are the fruits of my hard labor. One senior alchemist smashed his teacup to pieces, his voice nearly shaking the roof off. The regular mages remained calm, but the two remaining senior alchemists completely lost it, cursing themselves for not guarding the garden personally the night before. Damn it, why? I should have been there watching over it. The urgent report was brief, but maddening. The entire water tea plantation supplying the Mage Alliance had been utterly destroyed by the fishmen. Tea might sound trivial to some, but for mages it was the only reliable fuel to sustain long nights of meditation and round-the-clock experiments, like how coffee is indispensable to an overworked employee. Especially the advanced water tea trees cultivated by the Ascension School, nurtured painstakingly from 1st to 9th order, whose leaves could steadily calm the mind and spark inspiration. Ordinary water tea trees could regrow in a few months, but those high-level ones would take at least 3 to 5 years to restore production. The atmosphere in the room plummeted. Harvey's face drained pale with fear. The two alchemists turned green with rage. The other two senior mages wore grim expressions, their eyes darkening. Are we still signing the treaty? Sign what? The war starts tomorrow. It starts now. Agreed. I second that. This is no ordinary hostile race anymore. We must strike hard and fast. The sky over Wylisico changed overnight, clear just last night, now clouded and heavy with rolling thunder in the early morning. Inside, Jiang Shuzhou was scraping a corner off a tea brick with a small knife, dropping it into a porcelain cup. Hot water poured over it, steam swirling, releasing a subtle fragrance. He raised the cup, habitually preparing to pour out the first brew into the waste bowl. Beside him, that's how proper tea is done. Master, there's big trouble, came an urgent, trembling shout from outside the door. What is it? Why the panic? Jiang Shuzhou opened the door and let the messenger in. War. The second storm, sea war has begun. Not a big deal, didn't I tell you before? And the fishmen wiped out the water tea plantations. What? Jiang Shuzhou's hand trembled, narrowly steadying the cup of first brew he was about to discard and setting it carefully back on the table. Then he opened the trade interface, fingers flying across the screen. Tea prices were 30 higher than usual, but he shamelessly bought up huge quantities, dozens of pounds at once, until the inventory read stock 0. Clearly, he wasn't the only one taking notice, but this stockpile would keep him well supplied for quite some time. He lifted the cup he had almost thrown away, taking a small sip, sharp, rich, with a lingering sweetness on the tongue. Really good. As for throwing out the first brew, no way, that would be a waste. After finishing his tea, Jiang Shuzhou felt his mood settle somewhat, nothing else, just overwhelmed by the shock. The water tea tree came from the Elevation School, just the name reveals their focus on transforming and enhancing existing life, raising ordinary creatures into magical beings or magical plants. with the ultimate goal of pushing the mundane toward the legendary, even godhood. Although their highest ideal remained unrealized, it did not stop their power. The debut of the water tea tree alone nearly boosted the entire mage community's research efficiency by an entire level. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuzhou could only wryly remark to himself, such hard work. The mage's mark pulsed on his wrist, a new message urging him to head immediately to the military camp to sign his contract and officially start work. Jiang Shuzhou set down his teacup and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Serena was politely expelled from Varisco by the mages, while Feisman and all the other fishfolk were detained. It seemed she would never see them again. Still young, she didn't fully understand. Peace had once been within reach, but the situation flipped in an instant. Several high-ranking operatives were ordered to escort her back no matter what. The mermaid princess must be invited home. Fortunately, the mages had not harmed Serena, clearly reluctant to antagonize the mermaid empire. They had more urgent matters to resolve. That same day, rumors of war flooded every street and alley of Varisco like a rising tide. Everyone understood the sky was about to change. In the pouring rain, Jiang Shuzhou's coat hem was slightly damp, while the magical light screen above him kept the water at bay. Today marked his first day on the job. Heiss and DeWaren walked beside him, serving as assistants to help handle logistics. The gray stone walls of the military camp loomed hazily through the rain. A soldier respectfully led the way. "Sir, this is the place." Before Jiang Shuzhou pushed open the door, a man's voice called out, "Master Weiss, is that you?" The voice was steady, likely a mage in his 50s. "Master is too kind," Jiang Shuzhou replied. "I only stand on the shoulders of giants." "Not at all." The other smiled warmly. "Master Weiss comes highly recommended by the Alchemists Guild. No lack of skill there." After some polite small talk, the two took their seats. The speaker's name was Miles, one of the heads of logistics. "If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to speak up. If I can help, it's my duty." Jiang Shuzhou thought to himself. When the real troubles come, the man might just pass the buck. But he forgot that Jiang Shuzhou had already become an alchemist at 19, with a bright future ahead, making anyone eager to build a good relationship that was the root of Mila's enthusiasm. Soon, they got down to business. Miles outlined the benefits and compensation, subtly but clearly. 1. An hourly wage of 500 gold coins, a generous sum. Considering Jiang Shuzhou's hourly net profit from potion making was barely 400. 2. A minimum 1-month contract term, after which he could quit immediately if he wished. The conditions were more lenient than his previous job. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuzhou picked up his pen and signed his name. Indeed, knowledge truly changes one's destiny. The negotiation failed, and the Fishman Kingdom would pay dearly for their reckless actions. Harvey sat in the spacious council hall, brows tightly furrowed. On the table, one impeachment letter after another, sealed with golden wax, dropped like snowflakes, each one accusing him, Governor Wylisk, of failing to protect the precious water tea tree plantations. There was only one piece of good news. The senior mage guarding the plantations, though gravely wounded, had managed a breakout after killing 5 elite fishman warriors. But that small consolation was dwarfed by anger. Those foolish fishmen had no idea what kind of iron wall they had just kicked. Reinforcements were racing in at full speed, supplies pouring steadily. The legendary alchemist and founder of the Ascendant sect, Edward Al, roared endlessly in Harvey's mind. "I don't want casualty reports, I want the Fishman Kingdom wiped out." The water tea tree was Edward Al's pride and joy, and now that the plantation was ruined, it was like a slap across his face covered with glory. So, he ordered, "Unleash the war beasts." The sky was clear and blue as a massive airship carved through the clouds. On deck, rising alchemist Jiang Shuzhou and his companions drank and laughed. The veterans admired his solid theoretical foundation and exchanged insights openly. Though it looked like an academic salon, all the alchemists, including Jiang Shuzhou, had been invited by the Ascendant sect to witness the secret of Ascendance firsthand. "Everyone, get ready for a shock," said Cory Nora, the new senior alchemist from the Ascendant sect, stepping out of the cabin. To save time, Head teleported here directly through the astral realm, his face a portrait of dedication. What had been a calm sea suddenly surged with giant waves. Colossal creatures emerged one by one from the deep blue. 4 war beasts, each a different species brought for demonstration. Cory Nora raised his hand to quiet the crowd and began the introductions. 1. Island turtle. Jiang Shuzhou's gaze locked onto it immediately. It was a giant turtle the size of a small island, its shell smooth like a deck and covered in magical arrays and defensive Renisa, moving fortress born of nature. Even more terrifying, it had mastered an advanced spell called Island Creation. If it stayed put long enough, it could forge a permanent island right in place. The implications for the looming war against the fishmen were obvious. 2. War sharkery, black all over, jaws opening wide to reveal countless serrated teeth. With a flick of its tail, it sliced through seawater as if it were a blade. 3. Sea ape. Its upper body was a muscular ape, while its lower half dragged a thick shark-like tail. Its claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight. 4. Dragon whale similar in size to a regular whale, but entirely blood red. Its pectoral fins slammed the water, sending steam rising. It carried the bloodline of dragons within it and could breathe magical fire underwater, wielding tremendous strength. Jiang Shuzhou thought wryly. Breathing fire in the sea? Planning to grill its prey before eating? But then he reconsidered this was magical fire that wouldn't easily be extinguished, a legitimate form of surprise attack. As Cory Nora finished speaking, the four beasts roared low and deep, making the sea surface vibrate like a drumskin. Standing at the bow, Jiang Shuzhou felt the sharp, salty breeze laced with sulfur and alchemical fumes. Suddenly, he realized the so-called secret of ascendance was far more brutal and dazzling than he had ever imagined. Truly an alchemical miracle, a stroke of genius. All the alchemists present were visibly Staretto, learn the way by morning and die by evening they would accept if this demonstration cost a life. Yet Jiang Shuzhou remained unconvinced. He had seen true flesh-and-blood masters of alchemy firsthand. Among the Ascendant School's war beasts, only the island turtle could be called decent. The rest were mere pretenders, lacking any remarkable design. After the ceremony, as the crowd was preparing to return to Varisco, a booming voice rang out from behind. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, raised a hand to halt them. Hold on, everyone. The Ascendant School's toys are just appetizers. How about witnessing the tide of steel from our side? The alchemist turned and sized him up. He laughed heartily and introduced himself. Ralph of the Spirit Mechanism School. Flesh and blood, are we come see the true power of machinery. The Spirit Mechanism School aimed to create and command mechanical deities, standing fundamentally opposed to the Ascendant School's ideals. Though rivals for years, the two factions had never crossed swords in outright, scholarly warfare. On the distant horizon, armored battleships formed a formidable line cutting through the sea. Above, layers upon layers of armed skyships darkened the daylight overhead. Eyes fixated on the towering sea fortress anchoring the fleet. Piercing the clouds like a colossal spear, its cost alone was likely 10 times that of all the war beasts they'd just seen combined. Whispered doubts arose. Is the Spirit Mechanism School here to support the Ascendants, or to crash the party? The scale was so immense that even the Ascendant representatives were caught off guard. Jiang Shuzhou gazed at the shadow-casting fleet and thought, just one skyship probably costs millions of gold coins, let alone hundreds when those cannons fire. Its buckets of gold poured into the flames. Ralph caught the crowd's reactions and smiled broadly. Noticing the grimace on Cory's face, the Ascendant's representative grew all the more delighted. We're brothers here. Anyone dares bully the Ascendants, and the Spirit Mechanism School will back them up. Cory's lip twitched involuntarily, forced to keep his composure. Not at all. The Spirit Mechanism School has always been inseparable from us. Thanks for the show of support. Before finishing, he cast a teleportation spell and vanished back to Varisco. Clearly, 2 war beasts no longer sufficed. He had to summon at least 10 to properly hold the front. With the crowd dispersed, Jiang Shuzhou exchanged mage seals with several fellow alchemists at his level and departed. Today had been a chance to broaden his horizons and witness a grand spectacle, though a brawl between the two factions would have made the day even more exciting. How's the situation? Bishop Marriage of the Holy Church fixed his gaze on Angelo. The two hadn't met for some time. Angelo had been overseeing military preparations at the Storm Sea. All completed. Good. Boy, you're finally making some progress. Really? Looks like you still haven't grown enough yet. After a brief silence, Marriage cleared his throat and shifted the tone back to business. The Mage Alliance is ready. With negotiations failed, it's time to act. Repeated delays from the Merman Kingdom left Marriage deeply frustrated. Ultimately, under his urging, the Archbishop abandoned hopes of alliance and moved toward planning war. Your Grace, a letter from the Merman Kingdom. A guard handed over a wet-sheeted letter, a strong fishy stench hitting Marriage instantly. He frowned. Can't these fish folk use waterproof paper? He tore open the letter and skimmed quickly, then sneered, ripping it to shreds. Now you're scared? Too late. The message was blunt. They were willing to pay triple the previously negotiated price in hopes of gaining protection from the Saints' Alliance. You're not admitting fault, only realizing you're doomed. Marriage's tone was icy and unforgiving. Fools, I'll exterminate you all, and everything will be mine. Outside, rain poured down in torrents, while inside the room was brightly lit. Jiang Shuzhou sat in his spacious office filled with lingering thoughts. The fireplace flames danced, warming the entire room with a cozy glow. He took a slow sip from his cup of hot tea, now several times more expensive than before, and a sense of comfort settled over him. Many people thought that a logistics officer's job was merely to sit in a tent surrounded by piles of supplies, waiting for others to come collect equipment and secretly take a cut. In reality, that was Hay's responsibility. Jiang Shuzhou's role was to set the big direction. If he chose the wrong path, then Heist would truly suffer the consequences. My lord, this is something Mage Mayor sent for me to deliver. The speaker was the dwarf Duelin. Unlike Heist, who came from a rigid feudal background and observed every formal courtesy, dwarves prized clan equality. Elders were respected, of course, but most often everyone's status was much more equal. As a result, Duelin showed far less deference toward Jiang Shuzhou than Heist did. Not bad. Jiang Shuzhou put down his cup and casually asked, by the way, Duelin, how is your blacksmithing skill? I haven't let it slide. Really haven't? Then why can't you even make a basic level 1 weapon? Duelin was rendered speechless, understanding the meaning behind his lord's words, but unable to argue truly couldn't produce even a level 1 finished product. Jiang Shuzhou pulled out a written order he had prepared earlier and handed it over. Take this to Heist and get a breathing technique, plus some tools and materials. Practice until you can actually make something. Excessive pressure only causes backlash. Balance and moderation are the true way. Understood, my lord. Duelin accepted the order with both hands and almost fled the room. Grateful and eager to improve, good character. Jiang Shuzhou nodded to himself as he watched the dwarf's retreating figure. This was precisely the kind of person he admired most. Perhaps it was connected to his own childhood experiences. Only then did he open the package sent by Mares. Inside was a palm-sized crystal tablet and a thin instruction manual. External signal detected, data input in progress. Welcome, Logistics Officer of the Mage Alliance, Thavis Lebo. The familiar voice of the game system echoed in his mind. Jiang Shuzhou flipped through the manual with a strange expression. The crystal tablet was an alchemical creation used to store and display information, essentially a magical tablet computer. More importantly, it could connect to the game system and track contribution points, clearly designed for players. The Alliance intended to fully utilize those low-ranking cannon fodder, but they had not anticipated that one player had successfully infiltrated their ranks and even became the logistics officer. Isn't this both referee and player at the same time? Jiang Shuzhou chuckled. The tablet was bound to the user's soul. Only authorized persons could use it, and any changes in contribution points would automatically upload to the Alliance servers. Yet he could bypass the tablet completely and directly modify his contribution points through the game system. Even stranger, the developers hadn't accounted for this. The tablet granted his game system permission to manage contribution points, but the game system would never report data back to the Mage Alliance servers. Jiang Shuzhou tested it out. When he used the tablet to add contribution points within the game system, the Mage Mark quickly received an inquiry message from Miles. Jiang Shuzhou replied, just running some tests. Miles didn't press further, only remarking, alchemists have strong adaptability, they picked it up so fast. Next, Jiang Shuzhou tried a different method, directly adjusting contribution points inside the system. The numbers on the panel flickered dozens of times. No matter how much he added or subtracted, there was no response from Miles. The answer was obvious. He now truly had infinite contribution points. However, infinite contribution points did not mean unlimited resources. If he exchanged 10,000 bottles of Bloodfire Potion now, the high-ranking mages of the Mage Alliance would definitely dissect him from head to toe tomorrow and eliminate him without hesitation. The power of permissions lies in playing by the rules within the rules. He didn't need to empty the warehouse. All he had to do was either get freebies during each legitimate exchange or quietly skim a little off-task rewards. Little by little, it would accumulate into his private fortune. With that in mind, he decided to start by collecting his benefits. The new acquisitions were over a dozen thick volumes, all related to alchemy. Rune magic had runic words, inscribed hearts. Machinery had secrets of steel, basics of mechanics, and even flesh forging scrolls were included. Magic texts weren't left out either. Elemental control, basics of magical transformation, creation magic, from beginner to mastery, practical spell compendium. The weight of knowledge was comforting. The stack of books on the table was taller than he was. Jiang Shuzhou quietly adjusted his glasses. Finding a job was scary enough, but taking on studies again was even more demanding, and this was like senior year of high school, all over again. But he had no regrets. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Since he had chosen this path, he would see it through to the end. Guys, we've arrived. Amid a flood of chat messages, Teacher 87 dragged his luggage into Velascoth, famous city under the Mage Alliance. The latest expansion had just launched, and the Second Storm Sea War was about to break out. All major factions were recruiting troops. He planned to take his fans on a live tour of the Mage Alliance's welfare benefits to help them choose which faction to join. Room 14, 1145 Central District, was exactly where Hayes worked. Since Hayes had military experience, Jiang Shuzhou delegated the task of recruiting mercenaries to him, letting the capable take on more responsibilities. Jiang Shuzhou personally handled the Mage Alliance's lower-level logistics recruiting, reward exchange, task publishing, while Hayes took charge of execution. Hello, I'd like to ask about the treatment for mercenaries joining the Mage Alliance. The sudden question interrupted Hayes' thoughtful swiping on his tablet. He looked up, took a moment to collect his thoughts, and then recited the newly issued benefits guidelines. First, salary is based on mission danger level, ranging from 100 to 1,000 gold coins per month. Secondly, the death benefit is a straight payment of 500 gold coins. The Mage Alliance also offers contribution points. One contribution point is equivalent to 1 gold coin, but they can be used to buy everyday supplies at discounted prices, as well as items banned from the open market like automatic firearms, mana bullets, and so on. The redemption list spread out across the holographic screen, a long row of rare goods gleaming enticingly. Teacher 87 stared so intently his eyes almost stuck to the display. I want to ask, how do you buy a mana mech? He couldn't help but speak up. Hayes was taken aback. How did this outsider know there were mana mechs in stock? As a local through and through, had never seen the game system, nor did he realize the other party could turn the entire warehouse upside down with just a glance at the screen. Standard model, about 200,000 contribution points. Hayes answered honestly. Can I exchange gold coins for contribution points? Teacher 87 held onto a sliver of hope. No, but after you complete missions, you can choose to settle in contribution points at a 1:10 ratio. 200,000 contribution points. Teacher 87 instantly froze. How long would it take to save up that much? Hayes, what's wrong? A familiar voice cut in. Jiang Shuzhou stepped forward. Whoa, the logistics officer. Someone whispered in surprise. Hey, isn't that Teacher 87? How's his guts holding up now? Someone teased. In Teacher 87's view, a bright line of system text hovered above Jiang Shuzhou's head logistics officer, Novice Lebo. Clearly, the Mage Alliance had officially dispatched a heavyweight NPC. Given how special this NPC was, Teacher 87 silently reminded himself to make a good impression. Reflexively, he took a step forward and performed a perfectly proper mage salute head just learned from background info. Jiang Shuzhou was slightly speechless. Not to mention the mage salute was originally a secret gesture between two mages, and while it had become a formality in books, no one actually went around saluting strangers. Who had time for that? It would be more natural to exchange a few words first. Despite his inner complaint, he remained polite and didn't show any displeasure to Teacher 87. What can I do for you? Well, my name is 79, and I want to join the Mage Alliance. But I have some questions. Could you please answer them? Teacher 87 asked respectfully. What questions? Can priests and paladins join the Mage Alliance? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Do you want to hear what you're actually saying? You mean me? No, I'm just asking. Teacher 87 waved his hand. Those who are dead are welcome. The living can pass. The players' enthusiasm for the war far exceeded Jiang Shuzhou's expectations. In less than half a day, dozens of players had joined the Mage Alliance's mercenary coursum organized as squads, others lone wolves. Hayes, along with several other logistics officers and their teams, had been busy non-stop all day registering recruits, issuing equipment, and assigning stations. Jiang Shuzhou, meanwhile, was glued to the forums, quickly spotting a new strategy guide posted by Teacher 87. Though it held little practical value for him, it finally explained why every player knew he was a logistics officer. His identity had been highlighted in the post. At the same time, Archmage Roland was hard at work coordinating permissions and resources, laying the groundwork for the upcoming battle. With capable personnel available, expanding the ranks was a priority. Jiang Shuzhou resolved to recruit as many players as possible. Those who could be resurrected should fill the front lines, reducing the deaths of ordinary soldiers. After securing Roland's authorization, he immediately decided to create an online recruitment video. Something striking was needed to grab attention. After several rounds of editing, a new video titled "The Mage Alliance Needs You" was quickly produced. The Mage Alliance, our home. The screen lights up with a peaceful harbor at dawn, bathed in golden light. Fishing boats drift across the water, merchants call out, children chase each other. The calm and harmony seem to flow beyond the screen. But everything comes at a cost. The scene suddenly flips. The harbor turns into a river of blood. Broken boats lie scattered along the docks. Cries and screams fill the air. A dark green, scaled fishman brandishes a bone knife, slaughtering mercilessly. Please, don't kill me. A little girl screams. The fishman ignores her, knife whistling downward. Just as the blade is about to fall, a fully armed warrior bursts from the crowd, shielding the girl. Does this scene feel familiar? The same tragedy is unfolding across the entire continent. The next victim could be you, unless you make the most important decision of your life right now. The music booms like war drums. The next frame reveals a broad-shouldered man in a deep blue mage robe stepping out of smoke and ash, golden magical runes flickering around him. Join the Mage Alliance. Become an elite mercenary. Encounter the strange races of other worlds up close. The shot switches to various battles. Fishmen, abyssal spirits, giant shell beasts clash with human warriors. Mages hurl fireballs, their flames lighting up the sea. Spread the honor of mages to every corner of the astral realm. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become the Mage Alliance's elite. Mercenaries. The final scene shows dozens of armored warriors and mages raising flags high on broken city walls, the banners fluttering fiercely, freezing in a climactic, fiery tableau. Once uploaded, the video instantly went viral. Almost immediately, a recruitment ad flooded all major boards. 1. Position, mercenary. Pay, very high, unlimited positions. Details, salary varies by battlefield danger. Compensation paid by rank apprentices 50 gold, rank 1 500 gold, higher ranks negotiable. Requirements. Must be alive, able to eat, drink, and relieve oneself. Excludes mages, priests, and paladins. Benefits. Free life fire potion note. Forcibly upgrades newcomers to apprentice warrior level within 10 days, duration 10 days. Even if a player dies, mission rewards are still credited as contribution points directly to their account. 2. Position, mage. Pay very high. Requirements. High intelligence, must be a certified mage. Emotional intelligence not required. Low IQ. Magic network mages, apprentices need not apply. Benefits. For those in the know, the perks speak volumes. For others, details can't be disclosed, but no one will be shortchanged. 3. Position, spell tester. Pay, no requirements. Details. Preferred candidates are devout believers. Priests and paladins especially welcome. A rare opportunity. Experience magical attacks up close, with a chance to become a high-level spell observer at close range. Clearly, this bizarre recruitment ad was another of Jiang Shuzhou's schemes. Since he had time on his hands, he spelled out every detail plainly. Free room and board, frontline battlefield action, and the chance to witness true high-level magic in combat. The only risk, well, it might be a bit life-threatening. But players were never short of lives. Each one sold for 50 gold coins, enough to buy an entire day of existence. So countless new accounts flooded in, and the Mage Alliance saw an unprecedented recruitment boom. Jiang Shuzhou grinned, ear-to-ear gold prices were about to plummet, letting him buy up assets cheaply. After all, once the game completely enveloped Blue Star, paper money would be worthless, and trade deficits would crush every economy. Even short stints of surplus wouldn't hold against Blue Star's overall strength and vested interests. Number 87 was still a bit dazed. Only last night had passed the test to become a mercenary, and today he was thrown directly into a real battlefield. His squad included 5 members, 2 warriors, a medic, and 2 other musketeers like himself, all trainees. Naturally, the strongest, 87, was appointed team leader. The battlefield was underwater, drained of seawater by a massive magic formation. Giant ice walls 100 meters tall sectioned the seabed into countless square grids, like an enormous chessboard. They mercenaries were the pieces, forced to obey orders and fight for close-quarters combat against enemies. North side. Regroup with friendly forces, the more the better. 87 issued the first command. Boom, boom, boom. Armed airships blotted out the sky, firing torrents of magical energy cannonballs from above. The shells hit the chessboard battleground with deadly precision. Just as 87 was about to wave to the friendly troops ahead, the entire ice grid was blasted flat. He watched helplessly as that squad was reduced to ash. Damn it, they're hitting our own people. 87 roared, pulling the squad to turn and flee. High above, Ralph scanned every inch of the war zone with his psychic power, directing artillery fire. He clearly heard 87's curses and knew the newcomer hadn't recognized the storm god's holy emblem on the enemy's banner. Those weren't allies at all. Interesting, this rookie can't even read flags. Ralph raised an eyebrow and marked 87 as a watchful priority. Player characters were precious and rare, so the Mage Alliance made sure to take care of them. Whenever 87 wandered into danger, airship firebombs would immediately shield him, destroying any threat to his Squadra Classic VIP treatment. Still, directing artillery was dull, and Ralph was itching. A real man should get down there and fight. But until the battle's end, no high-level mermen appeared. The enemy mostly threw low and mid-level cannon fodder. On the far side of the sea, the Mage Alliance declared victory, seizing the area. The Merman Kingdom seemed to adopt a trade space for time strategy, hoping to fragment the Alliance forces with drawn-out retreats, and then pick them off one by one. However, a massive force crushed their hopes. A gargantuan island turtle emerged, bearing a towering mage tower on its back. Once anchored, shimmering light radiated from the tower as a protective barrier enveloped the entire sea region. One mage tower, staffed by several mages and a handful of warriors, could hold an entire water zone. As for the tower's costly construction, the Ascendant School footed the full bill. The mermen wanted to stall. The Mage Alliance had no intention of playing along. Meanwhile, a new temple was completed. Divine light spanned sea and sky as a floating island materialized, the temple settling upon it. Another region returned to the god's embrace. Bishop Milejes' gaze covered the new island with satisfaction. At this rate, the Merman Kingdom's downfall is just a matter of time. A hurried attendant reported, "Bishop, they've agreed to let us preach." Milejes snorted coldly. Typical Mermenal ways worthless until they're beaten up. He had little interest in alliances, but as High Bishop, orders were commands. With a blank face, he gave the directive, target the Mage Alliance's 5th Fleet. Set sail. The fleet turned and departed, leaving behind shattered weapons and fractured ice. Only the corpses lying on these lands bore witness to the brutal conflict that had just been waged here. As expected, what was meant to happen has come to pass. When Jiang Shuzhou opened the battle report in his hands, there was not a trace of surprise in his eyes. The Alliance of Saints and the Mages Alliance had finally clashed heat-in within the Storm Sea. After the Fifth Fleet encountered the enemy's main force, it was completely annihilated. However, the Mages' Alliance also exacted a heavy toll. The opposing side lost a high-ranking paladin on the spot, which was a painful loss for the Alliance of Saints. At this moment, the Mages' Alliance had paused its assault on the Fishmen Kingdom, and the two sides remained deadlocked over the Storm Sea. A massive amount of supplies was being continuously sent to the front line, and internal reinforcements were arriving one after another. But to prevent the conflict from escalating fully, high-ranking mages seldom appeared. Most reinforcements were just supplies. It was precisely these supplies that allowed Jiang Shuzhou to gain some benefit. In his small cabin, 2 full rows of burlap sacks stacked taller than a person were filled with first-rank and even apprentice-level magical materials. Worth roughly 8,000 gold coins, the maximum he could discreetly keep without breaking the rules. Though the quality was low, to an alchemist, every crystal and herb was like an uncut gem that could multiply in value with a bit of refinement. Alchemy is the art of turning decay into wonder. It never pursues simple equivalent exchange. Its ultimate goal is creation from nothing, explaining why the alchemist's emblem bears a tilted balance scale. Jiang Shuzhou wasn't holding back materials to get rich. Since successfully becoming an alchemist, his survival pressure had greatly eased, allowing him to set aside greed and devote himself fully to research to purely savor the joy of creation. My lord, you wanted to see me? Hai strode in at the door, his face betraying exhaustion he couldn't hide. The frenzy of the players kept him busy non-stop, and there were red veins in his eyes now. This is the seal I made. Jiang Shuzhou tossed a half-finger-sized jade seal in the air, tracing an arc that Hai caught steadily. It binds through blood. Don't run to me every day asking for a mage's seal anymore. Lately, Hai had been running back and forth so much he barely touched the ground, and Jiang Shuzhou was overwhelmed with tasks without his mage seal. Every procedure stalled. To escape this hassle, he scoured alchemy tomes and finally found a design for an automatic seal in a predecessor's notes. That elder had been troubled by the same busywork years ago and invented this device. By inputting magic or fighting energy, the seal automatically generates the mage mark and won't fail unless someone channels divine power. After several iterations, the seal could even add notes inside the mark who stamped it, when, and for what purpose, making everything clear. By the way, this jade seal was completely handmade by Jiang Shuzhou using alchemy. Counting reagents, fire sources, and various amplifiers, its cost was several times higher than buying one off the market. But price didn't matter to him. He enjoyed the sense of achievement from crafting it himself from start to finish. Heiss held the seal, exhaling deeply as if a great weight had lifted from his shoulders. This will save me a lot of time, he said, scanning it up and down, then still looking puzzled. It's just, why does this seal look a bit strange? Most seals on the market are round or oval and usually cast from metal, but this one in his hand was a perfectly square official-style seal, made from warm, smooth jade. Despite everything, Hayes really liked it. After all, the more valuable the materials, the more it meant that his lord valued and recognized him. What he could never have guessed was that Jiang Shuzhou made the official seal purely out of personal interest. If you're an officer but don't have an official seal, isn't that pointless? Jiang Shuzhou had once said with complete confidence. The blood oath binding the seal was just for ceremonial effect. In reality, simply infusing it with dou qi was enough to activate it. Jiang Shuzhou actually had quite a few such works that straddled the line between practical use and quirky eccentricity, though most remained unfinished prototypes. For example, the automatic rocking chair. As soon as someone sat down, it would gently sway, lulling them towards sleep. But over time, the rocking would inexplicably become more violent, almost shaking one's brain to mush. Or the 100 cold-proof quilt. If it detected even a sliver of arm exposed, it would instantly wrap itself tighter around its owner. The next morning, you'd most likely find yourself swaddled like a mummy, unable to even extend a finger. There were countless such bizarre inventions. Some satisfied Jiang Shuzhou's urge to create, while others were simply failed projects abandoned halfway. Remembering this, he recalled an earlier conversation with Master Jiao Wei. Does that electric chair you made still exist? Jiao Wei asked. The electric chair? You mean the one that detects lies? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. So the side effects were the lie detection? I just saw people get shocked when they opened their mouths and thought it was purely for punishment. That's only when they lied. That's the penalty I programmed. Brilliant. The Arbitration Bureau should order 5-1 for the plaintiff's side and 1 for the defendants. Anyone who dares lie gets shocked. Jiang Shuzhou nodded in agreement. Though his original intent was interrogation, in some sense, this was a perfect example of making full use of a tool. With that thought, he decided to shift his focus back from magical gadgets to potion research. Too many oddball inventions might ruin his reputation. Considering existing knowledge and the practical needs of young mages, Jiang Shuzhou settled on a new project: the shape-shifting potion. Potion effect temporarily softened the user's flesh to allow free reshaping within a limited time, enabling anyone to mold their body however they wished. A true self-customized form. Target customers: young mages anxious about their appearance. These people were naive and rich, much easier to persuade than the old experienced ones, and willing to spend heavily on beauty. More importantly, as the last heir of the Flesh Gospel School, Jiang Shuzhou's specialty was body modification with piles of forbidden texts at hand. A little adaptation allowed him to devise a comprehensive formula. Without hesitation, he activated his system, flipping through the Flesh Gospel archives as his fingers sped across the screen. I see, not bad, ha ha ha, so that's how you play it. His low murmur echoed through the office, hinting at another world-shaking invention in the making, hopefully without casualties. At that moment, Mila's hair stood on end, his heart racing. Some deep instinct screamed to him. This was no place to linger. He glanced inside and saw Master Shuzhou, his eyes glowing, completely immersed in his own world. Others are still copying recipe lists, but this guy's already forging new ground. Those weird gadgets were funny but functional and could be mass-produced with slight tweaks. Now he's fixated on body modification. Even I feel the danger in the air. Genius alchemists are never normal. Recalling his own painful past, Miles turned on his heel, desperate to avoid becoming a guinea pig again, especially since he was the first to try that automatic rocking chair. A chapter head rather forget. No need to go into detail. Here there are tears in every word. I did it. I did it. The logistics office was instantly filled with deafening cheers at dawn. The triumphant voice belonged to Jiang Shuzhou. After a night of intense effort, he had finally concocted his first shaping potion. The potion was contained in a thumb-thick, transparent vial, colorless and odorless, shimmering with a crystal-like cold glow. Magical tests confirmed it could rapidly soften muscles and bones. The inspiration came directly from the flesh-dissolving and flesh-softening spells described in the Blood and Flesh Gospel. To replicate the technique, Jiang Shuzhou had combed through countless pharmacopoeias, selecting dozens of herbs with similar effects, repeatedly mixing, failing, discarding, and refining. After dozens of failed batches and flare-ups, he finally turned the deadly curse into a gentle miracle, at least in theory. Hayes and Doolin stood nearby, yawning with dark circles under their eyes. They had spent the entire night doing menial tasks and moving materials, their heads bobbing like spinning tops from exhaustion. In contrast, Jiang Shuzhou looked as refreshed as if he had slept for a full 12 hours. Go get some rest. Come back during work hours. The clinical trials haven't even started yet. He waved them off. Their steps were unsteady, barely able to stay upright. Watching them, Jiang Shuzhou couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. Sigh, still so young, and they're already worn out after just one night. Hayes grumbled silently to himself. Of course the boss stays sharp. The poor workers get totally drained. Once they left, Jiang Shuzhou sat cross-legged on the bedside, sinking into meditation. Time slipped by, and work time arrived. Office area. Hayes mechanically shoved a thick player FAQ manual into the hands of a new player. Everything you want to ask is in here. Hey bro, is it true you can't join the Mages Guild if you believe in gods? Hayes showed no reaction. He had lost count how many times had heard that question. The answer was posted at the door, but these newcomers acted as if they couldn't see it. Wow, logistics officer. Are you a guy or a girl? Another player poked his head in. Jiang Shuzhou moved deftly, grabbing Hayes out of the crowd. There's an important matter today. Those who want to sign up as mercenaries, go to another office. He signaled the guards, clear the area. Unless they were driven out, the 14th room's folders, notes, even teacups were bound to disappear, plundered by these scavengers. Street corner, toward the prison. Master, where are we going? Hayes rubbed his eyes. To the prison. I've gotten close with the warden. Shao Shank, that guy let me pick a few death row inmates for experiments. Jiang Shuzhou's steps were quick. The potion is meant for humans. Using animals could show the process, but doing it right on people is ideal. These prisoners are going to die anyway, so why not let their lives contribute something positive to society? Prison laboratory. The blazing lights made the metal counters gleam. Master Weiss, it's an honor. Your invention of the electric chair is truly genius. Doubled work efficiency. The warden shook hands enthusiastically. Jiang Shuzhou's heart skipped a beat. This man really had heard of his little invention. He waved modestly. Oh no, it's just some simple gadgets with no real technical skill. Shao Shank laughed loudly. I've prepared 10 prisoners for you. I hope the number's enough. What kind of way is that to talk? This is a beauty product. At most, if the sculpting isn't skilled enough, it might make someone look ugly, but how could there be any material loss? The more samples, the more reliable the data. Jiang Shuzhou shrugged, no longer bothered, and casually pulled a stack of prisoner files from the table to review their criminal records. Prisoner name, William Hafton. Charges, 15 counts of murder, framing others, refusal to confess, violent resistance of law enforcement. Case details. William Hafton was a restaurant owner who, over 5 years, used his position to murder at least 15 children and frame his business partner. After arbitration, the truth came out. He violently resisted arrest and was sentenced to death. Prisoner name, Jason. Charges, 22 counts of murder, violent resistance. Case details. Prisoner name, Freddy. Charges. Case details. Good grief, Jiang Shuzhou muttered. None of these people were safe bets. Each one was a serial killer and a psychopath. He had no idea where the warden had dug up such a bizarre assortment. After reading the files, any lingering guilt he had completely evaporated. What are you doing? I want to see a lawyer. You can't treat me like this. William Hafton trembled helplessly, his hands tied behind his back to a cold iron frame, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Relax, nothing bad will happen, a man in a judicial robe soothed gently, adding, there might be some pain, but it's nothing to worry about. Jiang Shuzhou picked up a vial of reagent. The mint green liquid shimmered under the light. Raising his hand, he poured the solution over William's head. This may be a small step in alchemy, but a huge leap for me personally. As the liquid seeped through the hair and collar into the skin, a chilling sensation made William stiffen. The next second, his expression changed drastically. Bones lost their support. Muscles melted like wax in warm water, slowly collapsing and flowing. The clash of metal chains rang out, but could not drown the terror surging from within. Jiang Shuzhou stared at the data terminal, watching the reaction curve soar. He nodded in satisfaction. The experiment is a success. Now for the reshaping. He reached to mold William's face, but only pressed into a warm, viscous pulp of flesh with no resistance. This isn't softening, it's liquefying. He frowned, but continued recording as per protocol. Half an hour passed. The pulp twitched slightly. After an hour, William showed no signs of life. 2 more hours later, the viscous liquid began to solidify and harden, finally forming a smooth human-shaped stain on the iron frame. This can't be right. According to theory, this shouldn't happen, Jiang muttered to himself. Then he looked up and calmly ordered, try someone else. That first one must be the problem. The second, third, one death row inmate after another was brought in and reduced to another formless mass. Finally, the prisoner list was crossed off. Jiang Shuzhou faced the empty vial on the table and drew a conclusion. He seemed to have failed. Failed. I think this looks pretty successful. Bring me a fishman captive. Warden Shawshank, who had been uninterested in the experiment, suddenly lit up with excitement upon seeing the prisoner's tragic transformations. What he saw wasn't the result of a failed experiment, but a brand new, highly efficient, and terrifying art of killing. Xiaoshank immediately recognized the potential of this serum, though it utterly failed as a cosmetic treatment. If used as a weapon, it was near perfect. Only one question remained. Would it be just as effective against true professionals? Waby-baboo? Waby-waby. Why? The first fishman was dragged onto the experimental table, uttering a mix of fishman language and crude curses. Xiaoshank couldn't be bothered to respond and motioned with a wave. Jiang Shuzhou grabbed the vial and poured the entire bottle of the molding serum over the fishman's head. Before a short, sharp scream could even be heard, the fishman's flesh and bones collapsed like a candle meeting flame, instantly melting into a puddle of soft sludge. Genius! Xiaoshank's excitement made his voice tremble. Hurry, hurry! Bring the level 2 fishman. The second fishman was brought forward, still cursing nonstop. The process repeated serum, agonized screams, dissolution, and the ending was the same. The floor was covered in a muddy mix of blood and scales, filling the lab air with a thick, metallic stench. This. Xiaoshank forced his racing pulse down and commanded in a low voice, bring the level 3 fishman. Soon the third fishman was dragged before the table. Jiang Shuzhou stood numb in the corner. Had originally just wanted to create a cosmetic serum. So how had this turned into research on a weapon of war? Still, he clung to hope. Maybe a stronger target wouldn't disintegrate like the first 2 fishmen. Damn you, you Mage Alliance dogs, you won't let your old man ugh. This time, the curses were in common, clear as day. Jiang Shuzhou braced himself and poured the serum down again. Unlike before, the level 3 fishman's muscles first swelled and twisted irregularly, then slowly started to dissolve. He struggled for a full half hour before his body finally collapsed into a foul-smelling mass of pulp. Master Wei Si, please, do you require anything else? The experiment leader asked cautiously. Jiang Shuzhou snapped. I think your prison's test subjects are at fault. That one lasted quite a while, didn't he? Xiaoshank sneered, still arguing. That was a level 3 fishman warrior. It only lasted half an hour. If we go higher to mid-level professionals, they probably won't survive more than 3 hours before fully breaking down. The leader hurriedly added, Master, if the Alliance deploys this serum on the battlefield, its power is undeniable. Would you consider sharing the formula? Jiang Shuzhou shook his head. The serum is still being perfected, and this is the result of my hard work and invention. Besides, war wastes lives and drains resources. I'm not willing to contribute. So what exactly do you want then? More money. A stroke of genius. Algae Guy, head of the Velisco Alchemy Guild, stared excitedly at the potion before him. Hurry, get me the creator's information. I want to visit them personally. The assistant replied, it's a newly promoted first-tier alchemist. Boyd froze. After years studying potion making, he had only managed to piece together a few non-standard formulas. Creating an original potion was still far beyond him. Yet Algae patted his shoulder enthusiastically and exclaimed, a true prodigy. Reminds me somewhat of myself back then. Boyd thought to himself bitterly. You barely passed after several tries, didn't you? Algae, brimming with excitement. waved his hand and cast a teleportation spell, instantly transporting everyone to the Velisco Alchemists Guild. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuzhou was debating with several alchemists. Just answer me. Can it actually take shape? The previous test subjects didn't last because their materials were too soft. Give me a mid-level one, and I guarantee I can make it look perfect. You seem like a perfect candidate, sturdy build and all. Want to try it for free? The alchemists waved him off repeatedly. No thanks. Master Weiss, I'm your paying client here. Jiang quickly switched gears. Oh, so you're the client? Fine, I won't touch you. Just then, Algae, who had just appeared at the door, overheard this and exploded, stroking his beard with wide eyes. What? Trying to poach people right under my nose? Master Algae, hey, race the situation. Shaoshank hurriedly cut in before Jiang could speak and laid out the whole story. Jiang had originally intended to create a cosmetic potion, but accidentally made a toxin that could be used as a large-scale weapon, completely indiscriminate poisoning. Despite Jiang's desperate glances, Shaoshank forced himself to tell the brutal truth in full. Remembering the cruel fate of the test subjects, Shaoshank shivered. If you want to use me as a guinea pig, forget it. If Boyd had a status display right then, it would read, current mood, shattered. Sometimes defeat doesn't come from rivals in your field, but from those outside it, he muttered, his mind in chaos. Researching cosmetics, but ending up with a killer toxin, how is anyone supposed to live with that? Algae waved his hand in front of him. Mage Boyd, what are you thinking about? Nothing, just tired, Boyd said, his voice tinged with despair. Turning to Jiang Shuzhou, he summoned his last shred of reason and asked, Master Weiss, how long did it take you to develop this potion? Jiang hesitated, then gave a safe answer, 5 days. In his mind, actually finished in 3. What? Only 5 days? Boyd clutched his chest in disbelief. Algae laughed heartily. Not bad at all. 5 days beats the 7 it took me. I specialized in Renis potions, were always my weak point. Boyd fell utterly silent. Jiang inwardly regretted not stretching out the time frame a bit more. How could my potion possibly compare to his? It's just a firefly compared to the bright moon. No matter what, flattering the boss never hurts. Alger chuckled, stroking his gray-white short beard. His gaze lingered approvingly on Jiang Shuzhou. All right, young man, steady and patient, you're bound to achieve something great someday. His mood was excellent. This young man was remarkably sensible. By the way, does this potion have a name? It used to be called the Shaping Potion, but now it can't shape anything. It should be called Love of Dissolution instead. Love of Dissolution? Alger frowned, pondering. I understand dissolution, but where does love come from? After a long thought, he still didn't get it. Little did he know that was just a cheeky name Jiang Shuzhou came up with on a whim. Soon after, the more professional experiments began. Alger led Jiang Shuzhou into his private lab, rows of precise instruments lined up neatly, with magical array patterns slowly glowing on the floor. Seeing is believing. No matter how impressive stories were, nothing beat testing it firsthand. Several captured fishmen were brought into separate compartments. When the love of dissolution was poured on them, the teal potion seeped into their skin like a living thing. Moments later, their scales, muscles, and bones all melted into sludge. Within half an hour, the first complete data report was ready. Potion name, Love of Dissolution. Summary, merges into one, becoming unified. Effect, completely dissolves physical bodies. Any body below intermediate strength cannot resist. Effect can be negated by magical or physical barriers preventing direct contact. Grade, Tier 3 excellent, a genius creation. Reading the freshly printed report, Alger gripped the scroll tightly, eyes shining with ecstatic joy. There's hope. The frontline has hope. The prolonged stalemate caused by the Sacred Alliance's stubborn iron turtle shell would finally end. Just imagining pouring this potion from above made him tingle with excitement. Young man, do you want to hand over the formula to the guild? What's in it for me? Jiang Shuzhou asked. What's in it? Alger thumped his chest confidently. Plenty. If you want to sell, when the other high-level mages arrive shortly, they'll negotiate for you and make sure they pay a premium. How about that? Thanks, Guildmaster. But I have a small request. Speak. For my future territory, fertile land, not too many people, decent resources, and neighbors who don't constantly fight over noble titles. Jiang Shuzhou was honest, didn't want to constantly clean up post-war messes. Piece of cake. Alger immediately agreed. It'd be a waste to send a genius like you to the frontier. Leave it to me. He gestured broadly, signaling Jiang Shuzhou to watch confidently. Don't say a word later, it'll take on 3 for you, and make those old geezers bleed. Who's old? A teasing voice came from the door. Sidney Parker appeared, the renowned high-tier alchemist of Velisco City, specializing in aquatic elixirs. To better utilize ocean resources, he left his own territory and stationed here permanently. Without looking, Alger continued teasing. How old are you? Still acting young. The two were old partners, same city, same rank, same field, seeing each other every day. Their bickering was just routine by now. Perfect timing. Look at this. Alger handed Sidney a small vial of Love of Dissolution. Sidney removed his monocle and shook the liquid gently. Not bad. What's the cost? Under 100 gold coins. Genius. I thought it'd be tens of thousands. They exchanged knowing smiles, then leaned close to plot quietly, soon switching to telepathic communication. Jiang Shuzhou and the others only saw occasional nods and strange chuckles, catching not a word. Looks like these two alchemists aren't in the best mental shape either. Even after leaving the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Shuzhou still felt somewhat dazed. The assessments of dissolving love from the three high-level mages in the council chamber were still echoing in his mind. Excellent. To have such mastery over the flesh and blood path at such a young age. I haven't seen a prodigy like you in years. Corey from the Ascension sect spoke cheerfully, his admiration unmistakable. Not bad, but sadly this potion is useless against machinery. Ralph from the Mechanic sect shook his head slightly, his words tinged with regret, though he seemed to be hinting at something else. Perhaps it could change the tide of battle. Mayor Harvey spoke calmly, but his sharp eyes revealed his deep contemplation. The three mages valued this potion far more than Jiang Shuzhou had expected. Even when Arj presented a steep price, they showed no displeasure. Instead, out of a sense of care for the younger generation, each added their own gift. Corey was the most generous. Not only did he provide a large collection of manuscripts on flesh and blood knowledge, but he also gifted a complete set of materials and instructions for an elemental foundry. The elemental foundry is a secret technique many prodigy mages study during their promotion to mid-tier mastery. Its core lies in building a microscopic elemental dimension inside the body, converting consumed matter into pure elemental energy for storage. If successful, this eliminates ordinary eating and waste processes, transforming the mage's body into a mobile energy furnace capable of self-detonation if necessary. If you want me dead, then none of us shall live. Declaration common among extremist mages. However, this technique is far from easy. The first hurdle is advanced alchemical knowledge, and the need to personally modify one's flesh and blood. Any mistake could prove fatal. The second is excellent elemental control and extremely fast casting speed. Many mages get stuck at these stages, forced to promote to mid-tier first and return later for the body modifications, by which point the difficulty increases even more since fundamentally remodeling the entire body is easier at lower levels. Though difficult, Jiang Shuzhou happened to meet almost all the criteria, lacking only deeper alchemical experience. Ralph handed over a silver-gray spatial ring with an internal volume of 20 cubic meters. Neatly arranged inside were heavy manuscripts on mechanical theory and operational notes, clearly encouraging him to explore the mechanical field in depth. If you ask me, all these branches, biochemical, environmental, and materials, are connected. Quit fighting among yourselves. Ralph joked as he patted Jiang Shuzhou's shoulder on parting. Mayor Harvey's gift was the most straightforward. 50 magic stones, and an official appointment sealed with the Steel City emblem, a formal letter naming him the deputy head of logistics. Magic stones are the standard currency forged by alchemical workshops and widely used among mid- and high-tier mages. One magic stone can be exchanged downward for 50,000 gold coins, but exchanging back requires 80,000. Each stone is a dodecahedron, with each equilateral triangular face engraved with a unique rune. All 20 runes together form a miniature magical array, sealing immense magical power within the palm-sized crystal like a precious work of art, exquisitely crafted. Alger and Sydney, one granted him the privilege of a direct promotion to mid-level alchemist, the other handed him a vial of potion. It was an elemental affinity potion, and not just any kind of top-tier, once-in-a-lifetime rare formula. Once swallowed, no matter the cost, it's absolutely worth it. As they passed the crystal reagent bottle into Jiang Shuzhou's hands, their tones were grave, and they warned him repeatedly. The invention process, the recipe, and the inspiration behind the dissolving love potion must never be leaked, or assassination would follow like a shadow. Regarding the promotion, to avoid stirring up any uproar publicly, the guild chose a discreet method of exempting him from examination with gradual rank registration. His rank would rise slowly and steadily, so from the outside it would look like a stable growth curve. As for profits from dissolving love, it was tentatively decided to settle at 20 of internal price, 40 gold coins per bottle, paid in magic stones. This was the best deal Alger negotiated on his behalf. Otherwise, Jiang Shuzhou might have settled for gold coins and unnecessarily suffered a big loss. In front of many witnesses, Jiang Shuzhou signed the contract officially authorizing the Alchemist Guild to use the formula and crafting method of dissolving love. At the end of the contract, he added several protective clauses for himself. No organization or individual may use this potion on him personally, or it would be considered a breach. If he ever died from his own invention, that would be an ironic tragedy. Unfortunately, he didn't yet have his own alchemy workshop, or he could have taken on a wave of large orders himself. For now, he had to rely on licensed production and collect a small share of the profits as consolation. After everything was settled, Jiang Shuzhou left the guild. This collaboration made him genuinely appreciate how straightforward and supportive the official mages within the Mage Alliance were. As long as it was mutually beneficial, they spared no effort to help newcomers. With these gains in hand, Jiang Shuzhou planned to calmly digest the knowledge Head acquired before deciding on his next invention. As for the flesh gospel system, he put it on hold for now. His first attempt to use it had been aiming for a cosmetic potion, but ended up creating dissolving love instead. If he kept experimenting, who knew? Maybe one day He'd accidentally create a father, and that would bring a whole new set of problems. As more and more players joined the Mage Alliance, management difficulty soared, but Jiang Shuzhou had his own solutions. During the 2 weeks after the official war ended, he balanced researching new formulas and consolidating old knowledge, while also finding some small toys to practice on himself and completely overhauling the mission system. He divided missions into 2 classes and 10-star levels. 1 to 5 stars apprentice level, clearly designated as cannon fodder. 2, 6 to 10 stars first tier, covering all high-difficulty tasks such as security patrols, frontline combat, and deep infiltration behind enemy lines. Stars were roughly rated based on intelligence provided by informants. If special circumstances arose, Jiang Shuzhou refused any responsibility. Before accepting missions, players must sign a waiver. If they choose not to sign, they could still go directly to the battlefield. The terms were laid out plainly. If intelligence is wrong, take it up with the informants, not with him. Brother, got any good missions? The weathered and worn instructor 87 appeared at the mission board. The ordeal of war had stripped away his youthful innocence. His gaze, once clear, now appeared a little clouded, as if he had shed one layer of skin. There is. The Lord wants someone to test a new invention. High pay, no risk to life. Instructor 87 paused for 2 seconds, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Forget it, he'll head back to the battlefield. With that, 87 turned and walked away, as if resolving some deep decision inside himself. Hayes, do you really think my invention is that terrifying? It hasn't killed anyone yet. But sir, some say trying out your invention feels like being tortured, Deputy Hayes muttered quietly. Jiang Shuzhou chuckled dryly. Isn't that just a good way to train their confidentiality skills? Not everyone wants to develop that kind of skill. Hayes shook his head helplessly. Jiang Shuzhou closed his notebook and waved his hand to gather the scattered potion bottles and parts. Enough talk. Let's head to Velisco Magic Academy. I need to hire some temporary help. If we keep going like this, we'll burn ourselves out. As he opened the carriage door, he swept away the nearby players who were crouching there, hoping for a task. Now that Jiang Shuzhou was the second-in-command of logistics, and Hayes was his deputy with no decent subordinates, it was a bit embarrassing. After some thought, cheap, reliable, and intelligent workhorses could only be found among the Magic Academy's students. Plus, he was an alumnus himself. It looked respectable to solve employment issues at his alma mater. Let's go, let's go. Hayes, be quick with the carriage. Jiang Shuzhou plopped into the cabin. Out front, a muscular black horse snorted hot white mist from its nostrils, its eyes glowing an eerie red, proof that Jiang Shuzhou's newly developed burst elixir was kicking in. With a crack of the whip, the wheels kicked up dust as the carriage lunged forward. Jiang Shuzhou leaned back into the soft seat, savoring the thrill of cutting through the wind. Whoa! Sharp reins yanked, slicing through the street noise. Ahead, a young security officer suddenly spread his arms wide to block the carriage, his face pale with anger. You're speeding. Pay the fine immediately. The good mood drained instantly. Jiang Shuzhou frowned and leaned out. What's going on? Hayes hurriedly handed over the money, fearing his lord might draw a sword. Fine paid. Jiang Shuzhou narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the officer. His voice was calm but icy. Kid, if you block my carriage, you're blocking your own future. If you find me, you're breaking your own rice bowl. Hayes, get his badge number. I'm going to the arbitration bureau. Since when do they dare stop any vehicle? What if this delays something important? Can he pay for that? Sir, maybe don't make it worse, Hayes whispered. He's got a hard job too. Jiang Shuzhou snorted and raised his hand. Don't let it happen again. Drive. Hayes cracked the whip. The carriage shot off like an arrow from a bow, disappearing around the corner in seconds, leaving a heat wave behind. The stunned young officer stood frozen, staring into the distance. A middle-aged colleague patted his shoulder and spoke quietly. Next time, never stop one of those carriages. You don't even recognize the insignia? Today you got lucky. If it were someone with a bad temper, you'd be dead. But isn't maintaining order our duty? The young man asked, confused. That's maintaining order for mortals. The older man took a step back as if afraid to get involved in trouble. Who do you think you are? Remember, you can only stop carriages at noon, otherwise there's trouble morning and night. And when you die, don't spill your blood on me. With a swirl of rising dust, the carriage came to a stop, arriving at its destination. Jiang Shuzhou lifted the curtain and glanced beyond the wide stone-paved square. Though he was formally enrolled in this academy, he had never attended a single class and knew almost nothing about its layout. Still, that didn't stop him from coming here to recruit a batch of workhorses. Guided by an attendant, he passed through the corridors and pushed open the door to the tutor's office. After some brief greetings, he smoothly brought up a second reason for his visit. I want to see my file. Hearing the request from a former prodigy, The mages grew particularly courteous and promptly pulled up the long-dormant dossier on a magical crystal terminal. Favis Lebo demonstrated exceptional aptitude and control in spellcasting as a youth. Possessing remarkable alchemical talent, Jiang Shuzhou scanned the records, his mind summing up with one thought: nonsense. To verify, he casually questioned several tutors and nearby staff, only to receive identical reiterations of the glorious achievements documented in the file. Favis Lebo, a man who never truly existed. His past had clearly been decided by the present Jiang Shuzhou. The legendary magical talent was a complete fabrication. When Jiang Shuzhou first logged into the game, he couldn't even cast basic spells and lacked any trace of magical power. Such giftedness was pure invention. Roland's intervention had twisted cause and effect, making the delusion convincing. With this realization, Jiang Shuzhou closed the dossier and declined to dig deeper. After all, it was only a collection of fabricated embellishments, not worth his time. He then casually inquired about various matters from his past, only to be met with answers perfectly matching what the file stated. Everyone around wholeheartedly believed these facts. Jiang Shuzhou cautiously mentioned the rumored fiancé of the Monta family heir, hoping to verify the gossip only to hear unanimous denials that the heir had no fiancé at all. The pirate talk of a scandal was likely just a Monta family cover-up, if not pure invention. Convinced that the Monta family's feud was effectively closed and his suspicions confirmed, Jiang Shuzhou felt this chapter could be put behind him. Outside, the square was already crowded with simple wooden tables and recruitment banners. Hayes manned the booth, facing a crowd of apprentice mages packed tightly into the pathway. They refused to queue or wait their turn and were busy blaming each other. Everyone, line up in 2 rows. Take it slow, spots are limited, and we're selecting the best. Hayes raised his voice. Who are you to boss us around? Yeah, you're just a warrior, if you ask me. Though these apprentices lacked true mage power, they had plenty of arrogance. Hayes' shouts were quickly drowned out by the rising noise. He barked sharply, quiet, but that only earned more eye rolls and louder commotion. I don't care what you think. Here are the terms. Want in? Sign the contract. Don't want in? Get lost. Just then, Jiang Shuzhou strolled out of the office and heard Hayes shouting from a distance. What's going on? He asked. My lord, it's like this. Hayes explained the situation in a few sentences. Essentially, none of the apprentices accepted the recruitment conditions. Jiang Shuzhou threw out 4 words: find, join, or leave. He dragged a chair over to the side, sat down, and idly rubbed his foot against the table leg, showing no desire to engage further. His tone was like a bucket of cold water poured over the crowd. The noisy apprentices exchanged glances, and one by one they fell silent, obediently forming 2 lines. The shouting, pushing, and finger-pointing immediately faded into the gaps between the crowd. Truly, it was a case of dealing with people according to their character. Jiang Shuzhou shook his head slightly, such as human nature. Hayes stood quietly to the side, watching the recruitment scene that had already fallen into place, inwardly amazed. The commanding presence of this lord was far beyond what he had imagined. Yet he thought to himself with some regret that Jiang Shuzhou still hadn't killed enough. Otherwise, that chilling aura seeping into his bones would be even stronger. At present, Jiang's kill-death ratio neared 40, and in the ongoing battle, that number clearly had room to rise. Quick, quick! Make sure all equipment is worn properly. The rally call of Squad 87 blasted across the dock. Number 87 himself was bundled up in a thick, heavy yellow hazmat suit, moving awkwardly as if he were trapped inside a rubber shell. Soldiers of the Mage Alliance, whether players or regular forces, all wore the same protective gear. The stifling heat caused sweat to run uncomfortably from their necks down their backs. This thing is way too stuffy, a newly joined teammate complained, lifting his face shield. His voice echoed back muffled through the mask. 87 had already gone through several comrades' bullets, and spells on the battlefield never discriminated. Survival was all luck. He immediately knew the command's intent. They were preparing to deploy biochemical weapons. The war had reached a deadlock, and the mages were getting desperate after days of intense bombardment against the fishmen lines had failed to break their defenses. Move out. Everyone, carrying heavy protective packs, squeezed tightly into the troop transport. The narrow cabin echoed dull thuds as the rigid joints of their suits knocked against each other. The entire squad packed like sardines in a can. The boat rocked underfoot, and fresh players who had just left the newbie village immediately began vomiting onto the floor. 87 squinted, leaning against the cabin wall. Just another ordinary battle. Attack. Hold position to slow the enemy's advance. The transport's doors slammed open, letting in scorching air thick with acrid smells. The soldiers were practically pushed out by the stench. Outside stretched a thick sheet of ice, edges raised higher all around like a giant white porcelain platter. 87 barely had time to think before raising his weapon and charging forward, still had no idea what weapon the Mage Alliance would unleash. This is the detonator. Press it, and love's dissolution will be unleashed. Alge handed a metal box to Jiang Shuzhou with a calm smile, as if inviting someone to sample tea. If it's too much to bear, I can do it. No, I can handle it, Jiang replied steadily, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his true feelings, not fear, but a strange thrill. Holding the life and death of hundreds of thousands in his hands intertwined power, tension, and excitement, instantly revealing to him the mage's experience of deciding millions of lives with a single thought. This feeling was exhilarating. A giant holographic battle map spread before them, vividly displaying the battlefield. Yellow hazmat suits clashed with blue-armored fishmen in brutal combat. Flames and waves rolled across the ice. Jiang waited silently, knowing one last reinforcement was still on the way. Minutes later, a flash of silver cut in from the flank. The paladins of the Holy Alliance appeared. Following them, robed red priests filed out, their holy symbols and staves gleaming brightly in the sun. Soon, very soon, Jiang murmured. It's time. Let's do this. Alj signaled. Click. The button was pressed firmly. Love's dissolution began to spread its malice. At that same moment, 87 battled fishmen at the front line. Suddenly, beneath a clear sky, rain poured down in heavy drops, splashing against armor and ice, scattering tiny sprays. The sun is still high. Where's this rain coming from? He looked up, stunned. The moist air boosted the spirits of the fishermen warriors. Heaven helps us, they shouted. Waterborne and usually oppressed on land, this sudden downpour was just right. This is a miracle from the storm god. Victory is ours. A fishman shaman waved a bone staff and shouted. Priests of the Holy Alliance reflexively raised defensive spells to guard against the rumored potent acid agents. But the armor remained unharmed, and healing spells were unnecessary. It really seemed to be just rain. An unexpected, vast, and sudden sun shower had begun. Is it raining? 87 looked utterly confused. Above him, the sky remained a vast, cloudless blue, yet cold droplets kept striking his armor one after another. Soon, he realized it wasn't rain. It was judgment. At first, everyone thought it was just a sudden strange weather change. Then came the screams. What's happening? My body, why is it melting? Panic spread like a plague. The first to break down were the ordinary soldiers and apprentice-level professionals. Their skin bubbled and slipped away, silently dissolving into lumps of writhing, rotten flesh under the quiet downpour. Next, first-tier paladins and priests began to melt as well. Why isn't cure working? A priest shouted in terror, holy light washing again and again over his body, but it couldn't stop muscles and bones from unraveling. How is this possible? He could barely speak, his words broken by muffled wails. Soon, second and third-tier professionals fell to the same fate. On the battlefield, only soldiers from the Mage Alliance, who had prepared protective gear in advance, still stood. Middle-tier enemy combatants desperately retreated, their skins softening and sagging. They barely maintained their human shape, but sooner or later, they too would dissolve. This sacrilege! High Priest Ligia roared in fury. Holy light burst from his palms as he plunged into the rain, attempting to stop the slaughter by force. You old fool, your opponent is me. A thunderclap answered him. Ralafu descended like a blinding lightning bolt. In an instant, the sky was torn apart by thousands of electric shards. 87 no longer had time to look up. He bent over, retching. Before his eyes, the melting flesh and blood merged into a churning lake. With each bubble's burst, broken cries and murmurs pierced his ears. The sickly sweet stench rushed into his nostrils, churning his stomach fiercely. Ugh, if only I'd known. Damn, well, rather try that crazy invention from logistics. Little did he realize, he was currently inside the testing ground of that crazy invention. The dissolving rain lasted a full half hour. When it finally stopped, the center of the battlefield was left with a lake of flesh-colored sludge. Listening closely, faint, desperate pleas still echoed within. High above, Ralafu had cornered Li Jia. Whether in melee or ranged divine attacks, Li Jia was steadily pushed back. Old man, is that all you've got? Before the taunt even ended, Ralafu raised his hand and unleashed his killing move, an advanced spell known as Ball Lightning. Wild currents filled the sky as if set to burn all life into ash. At the lightning's flash, Li Jia abruptly vanished. Strange spatial ripples burst through the air. The old bastard ran. Why is my spatial anchor failing? Ralafu stalled, casually hurling the ball lightning toward a wasteland hundreds of miles away, causing thunder to roar across the horizon. Where there's anomaly, there's a culprit. Ralafu was certain. With that pathetic intellect, the priest couldn't have broken his spatial anchor. No other mage would help him unless it was those nearly extinct beings. Net mages, he squinted, his expression darkening for the first time. After the Battle of Silvermoon City, net mages had been almost wiped out. How could any remain? Much less a high-tier net mage. However, Ralph's brilliant mind told him to eliminate all impossibilities. There could only be one truth. The web goddess was about to launch a resurrection match. He snorted coldly, his gaze cutting like a blade across the writhing lake of flesh beneath him. Those remnants in the sewers would have to be wiped out first. Flame of magic. A burst of silvery white fire erupted like a cascading curtain across the invisible magic web. The burning wouldn't happen instantly. It would advance like a slowly advancing flood of molten steel, lasting a full week to exhaust the entire web. But Ralph didn't care. Having already mastered the secrets of fire and empowered by runes, his mage's flame would burn on its own until the mission was complete. With a dark expression, he tore open a rift in space, turned, and stepped into a teleportation portal without casting another glance at the blood-red sea below. No longer had any desire to savor the scene, only to rapidly report his intelligence. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a sphere of deep blue lightning suddenly exploded, churning up tens of kilometers of ocean surface. As the boiling seawater evaporated, it left behind a bottomless, enormous crater on the seafloor. A massive ice disk floated silently in the air, steam rising from the scorching broth of blood and flesh. Jiang Shuzhou stared at it long and hard, his face unreadable. The big picture is paved with sacrifice. The victor claims the crown, he muttered indifferently. Look on the bright side. A soft laugh sounded beside him. After death, they get to serve the gods they believe in, whether as slaves or as nourishment. They embrace it gladly. In a way, you're granting them mercy. Who comforts people like you? Jiang Shuzhou almost smiled, but the bitter humor carried a cold edge. I'm fine. It's just that life feels suddenly so insignificant. Which is why we must pursue truth, isn't it? Jiang Shuzhou nodded. People must do something. Dedicate themselves to ideals or struggle for survival. There's no right or wrong, only choices. On the projection, Alge's figure suddenly froze as if receiving a secret message. His face darkened instantly. The matter is settled, he said quietly. Your fiefdom will be approved for at most 1 month. Pick a day to set out. There was an unexpected development. You'll be safer going to the Alliance homeland. He cut the communication abruptly, leaving the projection still active. The ice disk and lake of flesh churned within the frame, frost and blood foam mingling. Jiang Shuzhou looked on long, drew a deep breath, and turned away. He understood Alge must know more of the inner story, but since he hadn't recalled him immediately, the crisis was not yet at its peak. The only thing that could terrify even those seasoned alchemists was likely this: the web goddess preparing the resurrection competition. Under the cover of night, Jiang Shuzhou held a vial filled with swirling, multicolored potion. The glass seemed to contain a miniature nebula, countless flecks of light drifting and spinning inside. This was the elemental affinity elixir. It not only boosted elemental affinity, but also strengthened the soul and spirit. Normally, he would save it for the brink of a breakthrough. But with the situation changing so suddenly, time was not on his side. Breakthrough first, foundations later. He tilted his head back and downed it. The liquid was tasteless, yet it felt like an entire starry sky flooding into his throat. In an instant, it was as if a thin membrane shattered, not just the barrier between second and third tiers loosening, but some fundamental chain quietly breaking. The world trembled as massive elemental forces swirled together like an uncontrollable floodstorm. Deep within his soul, a faint crack echoed as a blade of light burst forth. When Jiang Shuzhou opened his eyes, he held a staff in his hand, deep obsidian black, its surface shifting with starlight, topped with an ever-changing, razor-sharp crystal. Blade staff. Rank, 3rd tier. Traits: morphing, spell amplification, evolution, soul binding, elemental gathering, never wears down. Description: an extraordinary soul weapon born and strengthened by a strange fate. At a thought, the staff dissolved and reassembled midair into a slender, sharp saber. With another motion, the black glow condensed into a heavy battle halberd. Its form shifted with his will, its edge pristine. Custom made, truly exceptional. He caressed the gleaming blade with satisfaction before drawing the weapon's essence back into his soul. He didn't need it yet, but it was already bound to his very life. Elemental affinity surged wildly through his veins, making even walking feel like he was lifted by the wind element. Truly, the sensation of being a genius was something else entirely. There was no doubt the Mage Alliance had won decisively, yet for some reason, far more soldiers than usual had been seeking psychological counseling in the past few days, dozens of times more. In the mess hall, steaming bowls of meat soup filled the air with a rich aroma, but many soldiers paled just at the smell and carefully avoided the large pot while carrying their trays. Jiang Shuzhou remained indifferent. Whose fault was it if someone's nerves were fragile? He looked at himself. Nothing fazed him, and he ate with gusto. Meat soup? He drank it every day? For dishes and a soup was the proper standard for a leader. Otherwise, how could he maintain face? At that moment, Jiang Shuzhou sat at the long table with his 2 aides, Hayes and Dewarin. Both sat upright, their faces ashen and eyes fixed downward, carefully avoiding the thick soup in the pot, as if some indescribable monster swam inside. Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. If the food doesn't suit your taste, just say so. Look at you two. He gave a subtle gesture to the server, who promptly took away their soup bowls. Jiang Shuzhou then lifted his own bowl, blew lightly across the surface, and took a sip. It was fresh, fragrant, and not greasy, exactly to his liking. Report your progress. Seeing the 2 men lost in thought, Jiang Shuzhou gently tapped his bowl to bring them back. Hayes spoke first. My lord, so far I have recruited 15 mage apprentices. The temporary workforce is basically set up. I can now free up ample time to assist you fully. DeWarren followed. Those odd requests you made recently had me busy. I've been self-teaching blacksmithing, plus picked up tailoring, stone masonry, and carpentry. By the way, my warrior rank just reached first tier, equal with Hayes now. Jiang Shuzhou tapped his chin thoughtfully. Not bad. He motioned for them to continue eating while he rose to leave. With the leader in the room, they were tense. To ease their discomfort, he chose to step away first. After all, he prided himself on being the best leader ever. Saven. Exiting the mess hall, Jiang Shuzhou was surprised to find player 87 at the far end of the corridor. Supervisor is here, Saven said sharply, standing at attention. In just a few days, a thick barrier of hierarchy seemed to have grown between them. As the deputy head of logistics, Jiang Shuzhou had many responsibilities but lacked hunger for power, often delegating tedious tasks to Hayes. There was only one job he insisted on personally handling: teaching. The Alliance was preparing to select a shock assault squad from the players to infiltrate enemy lines for sabotage. Recruitment and training fell under logistics. He left most tasks to Hayes, except for one key part: teaching the players. This role was both challenging and interesting. The classroom was a temporary wooden hut on the western edge of the camp. Window lattices opened to humid earth and afternoon warmth. Dozens of players sat upright on wooden chairs, notebooks and crystal recording stones placed before them, the atmosphere ticking with tension. At the podium, Jiang Shuzhou rapped the desk. Saven, answer me. How many types of fishmen are there? Saven jumped up sharply, reporting. There are over a dozen types of fishmen, mainly the red pattern fishmen and blue scale fishmen. Good. And what are their weaknesses? Saven faltered, unable to answer. Jiang Shuzhou waved a hand. Sit down. Every year I teach this. Every year you get it wrong. One batch worse than the last. The players exchanged glances. This was, after all, their very first class, yet no one dared contradict him. The prize money was tempting, and Hayes stood just outside the door, arms crossed. Eyes sharp as blades. He might not notice who performed well, but he would catch anyone disrespecting the leader. After closing the lecture notes, Jiang Shuzhou finally ended another round of his tedious Riyadh Frumptbuch mental onslaught, giving some respite to the players clutching their heads in frustration. Next up was Hayes. Unlike Jiang Shuzhou, Hayes was completely unaware that players could even revive, and he adhered to a strict principle: train hard during peace, bleed less during war. Move. Run. How do you fight fishmen if you can't swim? Double the training today. Under the scorching sun, players shuffled back and forth between the battlefield and the pool, their cheers twisted into hoarse shouts by sweat and exhaustion. While Jiang Shuzhou tormented them mentally, Hayes simply pushed them to the brink physically. Oddly enough, players avoided Jiang Shuzhou's sessions like the plague, but lined up eagerly for Hayes' brutal boot camp. Jiang Shuzhou just shrugged. After all, not everyone could sit still for lectures. Of course, except for player number 87. This player, nicknamed Seven, was as steady as a model student sitting in the front row, always attentive and proactive. At that moment, Hayes had just dragged him out of a mud pit, his legs trembling. Jiang Shuzhou beckoned. Seven, come here. Seven immediately supported himself on his knees and jogged over, sweat dripping down his chin. Boss, what's up? The once cheerful young man now had a gloomy expression, as if a shadow of war was slowly creeping over him. Jiang Shuzhou saw it, but didn't plan to offer any psychological counseling. Wasn't a doctor, and had never been on the battlefield himself. His job was to push buttons behind the scenes and send people to the sky. Don't overthink it. Sacrifice and war always go hand in hand, he said, patting Seven on the shoulder. I called you over to give you a private lesson. This stuff can save your life. About the Alliance of Saints. They moved to a shaded area. Jiang Shuzhou threw a question. Suppose you're deep behind enemy lines, chased by a squad of paladins. A lone priest appears around the corner, bearing a balance scale as his holy sigil. What do you do? Seven paused, his mind racing. Balance, a follower of the god of justice, who hates mages with a passion. I should ambush him. Stupid, Jiang Shuzhou cut in coldly. Drop your weapon immediately, kneel, surrender, and claim you were coerced by the Mage Alliance. You're controlled by evil magic. Followers of the god of justice are rigid and arrogant. They're obsessed with judgment and saving lost sheep rather than outright killing. Leave yourself a way out. Got it. Seven's eyes lit up. Next, Jiang Shuzhou continued. What if the priest's sigil is a gold coin? Coin the goddess of wealth? Seven guessed. Right. Then I pray to the goddess? Do you have any money on you? Jiang Shuzhou raised an eyebrow. Seven instinctively checked his pockets. No money means you're as good as dead. If you have money, hand it all over, and the more the better. Jiang Shuzhou spoke matter-of-factly. Followers of the goddess of wealth are smugglers and mercenaries. As long as you pay up, they'll even deal with the Mage Alliance for contraband. They take their protection fees. No questions asked. He tapped the air as if listing items. The Alliance of Saints seems like an ironclad unit. But inside, the factions are rotten through. 1. The Ontomage faction, led by the gods of sun, justice, and protection, they want all mages dead. 2. The Control faction, headed by the goddess of the magic web, though she's busy with a resurrection contest and not to be feared yet. 3. The Neutral faction, the earth goddess just wants to farm, and the goddess of wealth only cares about money. Most of your enemies come from the Ontomage faction, but there are always exceptions. You have to judge each situation. Jiang Shuzhou concluded, remember, rules are fixed, but people are flexible. With that, he patted Seven's shoulder again. As long as your mindset stays strong, there are always more solutions than difficulties. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.